just like your typical MC with a secret identity. Besides going to school like a normal student, this dude moonlights as a part-time assassin. Just last night, Kai pulled an all-nighter hitting his kill quota. Having to show up for school early today made him tired as hell. Kai walked into class like any other day, and his classmate, Mitch Sullivan, cheerfully greeted him. He was student number 35 on the roster, the star player of the soccer team, and also the class president. Kai gave a half-assed greeting back, pulled out his chair, and immediately slammed his head on the desk to sleep, refusing any more conversation. Mitch felt a little awkward. Just then, another female student chimed in. Her name was Nadia, student number 22, the trendy girl who stood out among the girls in class. She had a stuck-up and arrogant personality. She told Mitch he didn't need to greet a rude piece of work like Kai. Mitch just gave a weak smile and defended Kai. He's probably just super tired. That's why he didn't respond. Right then, the door burst open again, and Rocco Sanchez walked in. This guy was the definition of an asshole. Student number 1, the leader of a notorious local gang. When Rocco entered the classroom, his crew had to bow their heads. He glanced around, saw Kai sleeping in the back, and went over to start some trouble. Rocco walked up, but Kai didn't even react, just kept snoring his head off. Rocco got pissed and cursed. Yo, dickhead, you hear me talking to you? Rocco reached out to grab Kai, but Kai snatched his wrist. Kai let out a bored yawn. He stared daggers at Rocco and asked what the hell he wanted. This made Rocco even more pissed off. He screamed at Kai to let go of his hand. He was pinned by some kind of invisible pressure and couldn't even move. Kai, now starting to wake up, let go of Rocco's hand. Rocco clicked his tongue, yanked his hand back, and muttered that Kai was a damn freak. Then someone else showed up and told Rocco to shut the hell up. This person was Rina Kane, student number 8, who was beautiful, a literary genius, and a skilled martial artist, one of the school's top beauties with an icy and distant vibe. Rocco was about to switch targets, asking Rena what the hell her problem was. Suddenly, someone else stepped in to stop him. This was the strict disciplinary vice president, who was all about order. Student number 29, Mira Hastings. She told Rocco to stop causing trouble. Another guy with flashy hair kindly advised Mira to stop meddling, warning her that Rocco might just deck her. This guy was Yoshi Nelson, student number 23, who was just as shallow and gossipy as he looked. Meanwhile, Kai had already gone back to sleep at some point. Seeing too many eyes on him, Rocco reluctantly pulled out a chair and sat down, cockily propping his feet up on the desk. Everyone had arrived and was waiting for class to start. This was Northgate High, freshman class 2. Today was just another drama-filled day in class. While sleeping, Kai suddenly sensed something. He saw a glowing circle appear at Mitch Sullivan's feet. This circle grew larger, engulfing the entire classroom. The other students noticed it too and started to panic. Mitch ordered everyone to get out of the classroom quickly. But from Kai's expert point of view, there was no way in hell they'd make it out in time. The blue circle sucked everyone in the class into it. When they woke up, the whole group was in a strange place. Kai looked around to assess the situation. It was a building made of stone with large pillars for cover and only one exit. It was hard to believe, but it seemed like they had been swallowed by a white light. The entire class had been teleported somewhere. The other students slowly started to come to. Everyone was freaking out, wondering who they were and where the hell they were. Class President Mitch tried to calm everyone down. Everybody stay calm. Let's take this one step at a time. First, let's make sure everyone is okay. Kai silently approved. Good call. Mitch could keep the class from losing their cool. Rocco didn't want to waste any time either. He told 2 of his lackeys to follow him and check out what was going on. Kai spoke up, stopping Rocco. There were footsteps approaching from behind the door. He could tell it was 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The students started focusing their attention on the door. It opened, and just as predicted, there were 2 people, an old man and a woman. The woman enthusiastically welcomed the class. After seeing the woman, the students were all in awe. Damn, that lady is fine as hell. Is this cosplay? They look like a medieval knight and princess. Kai had been watching the situation from behind a pillar the whole time. The old man had the build of a swordsman. He wasn't cosplaying, he was the real deal. The white-haired woman also had some muscle definition, but she looked pretty normal otherwise. The white-haired woman spoke up to introduce herself. She was Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. The old man beside her was Gus, a knight and her personal guard. Rocco aggressively pointed right in the woman's face and asked, "You looking for trouble?" He'd never even heard of the country that lady just mentioned. Leonora just kept on smiling casually. She knew exactly what everyone here was thinking about this whole situation. The class president, Midu, was the first one to step up and ask what the hell was going on. Leonora explained the deal. She was the one who summoned their class to this parallel world. They were supposedly humanity's hope, meant to fight the demon lord as this world's hero candidates. The class still couldn't wrap their heads around the nonsense that lady was spewing. Gus, who was standing beside her, shot Arasi a death glare, warning him to watch his mouth. He told him not to talk like that. Leonora was the holy saintess of this country. Arasi didn't give a damn about that. He wasn't one to back down. He was ready to throw hands. He told Gus to shut his trap before he got pissed. That old dude Gus was still fired up. He was ready to pull his sword and throw down. Leonora tried to stop him. She told him not to, but the old man wouldn't listen. He had to teach Arasi a thing or two. Arasi had zero respect for his elders. He just charged right into fight. Meanwhile, Kai was just quietly watching everything go down. He had to admit, Arasi had some serious guts. He didn't even hesitate to go up against a dude with a sword hanging from his hip. Arasi was so confident because he'd thrown down with armed guys before. All he had to do was dodge the first strike and get in close, then bare-knuckle fighting would give him the upper hand. That sounded good in his head, but reality hit different. Arasi couldn't even land a finger on him. A single hair on Gus before the old man's sword flashed across his forehead. A long gash appeared, blood started dripping, and Arasi froze up, breaking into a cold sweat. He didn't see it coming at all. It was like the sword moved by itself. Gus had sliced off a lock of Arasi's hair, sending a clear warning to the rest of the class. Next time, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Leonora told Gus to put his sword away, saying he made his point. She apologized on his behalf for what he just did. She insisted they had no intention of hurting anyone. Leonora then started to explain everything about this world, and why they were all here. She quietly opened her eyes, looking down on the students with a scornful gaze, and told them to shut up and listen first. Leonora apologized to the class for Gus being so aggressive. She started to explain, right now, because of the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world is facing extinction. Like we said, our country, the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, has been fighting back non-stop, but we just don't have the strength to completely stop the invasion. Humanity's only remaining final hope is all of you, the hero candidates. By this point, the students realized Leonora wanted them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some of the kids in the class were clearly not down for it, thinking maybe in their next life they could pull it off, but they'd never even thrown a punch in this one. On top of that, a few of the girls in the class were bawling their eyes out, wanting to go back home. Gus hit them with a cold dose of reality, saying there was no going back to their old world. Not unless the Demon Lord was defeated. The students were all scared stiff. Kai, who'd been behind a pillar this whole time, was still quietly sizing up the situation. He wasn't sure if that was even true. Gus might have just said that to light a fire under them. Even so, kids who had lived their whole lives in peace, like them, wouldn't just suddenly start offing people. For that, they'd need experience and, most importantly, talent. Apparently, getting sliced once wasn't enough for Arasi. He turned to Leonora and Gus and, without a shred of respect, called them a couple of sons of bitches. They just dragged everyone to this place and now they expected them to just shut up and do what they say. Was he supposed to just take that? You damn animals. Gus eyed Arasi, sizing him up. The kid's fighting spirit was still going strong. He could become a useful fighter, but he could also be a major pain in the ass. The old man drew his sword, planning to send Arasi to meet his maker right then and there. But Leonora, on the other hand, was incredibly gentle as she used a healing skill to treat the wound on Arasi's face. She put on a big show of being sorry for what Gus did. The cut on Arasi's face slowly healed up. The other students were all shocked. Leonora explained that the power she just used was from the Digaret system. They use the system. It's a power granted by their god that can create new phenomena in the world, or to put it simply, it's magic. A thought suddenly hit Kai. Leonora knew about their culture. This probably wasn't the first time she'd summoned people from another world. Leonora walked up to Midu and placed a hand on his forehead. Instantly, his hand started to glow, and a sword materialized in it. Leonora explained, hero candidates can tap into the power of this system and awaken their innate abilities as divine guardians. Leonora clasped her hands together, trembling and putting on a real pitiful act. It was her who suddenly summoned everyone here, and now the students can't go back. She knew full well this was a selfish request. Leonora bowed her head. Students, please lend me your strength. Mido, who had just been granted power, was still hesitant. No matter how much power Leonora had given them, they still couldn't fight immediately. Leonora understood that. She told the students they would definitely need some time to train, and during that training period, her country would take care of them. Mido accepted. He turned to rally the class. He knew the students were all scared, but to survive here, they first needed information and protection. He was sure the divine wards would be useful when they ran into trouble. He thought that, for now, they should listen to Leonora and Gus. Many students in the class agreed after hearing what Mido said. Leonora bowed her head and thanked the students. She smiled to herself. She bestowed a divine ward on each person in the class, one by one. The class disciplinary officer, Mira Hashimoto, received the remote control divine ward. Eras received the explosion divine ward. Many other students in the class also received their divine wards. Leonora looked around and asked if there was anyone who hadn't gotten one yet. Just then, Kai slowly came forward, raising his hand to say he hadn't. Leonora touched Kai, bestowing the divine ward upon him. Kai felt a jolt, and his vision gradually changed. Leonora stood in front of him, and a panel showing her personal stats appeared above her head, his eyes glowing a brilliant red. Leonora realized it was the appraisal divine ward, which was pretty rare. This power allowed the user to see a target's information. After hearing the explanation, Kai started to test it on himself, and just as he expected, his own stats really appeared. Kai began to understand how this divine ward worked. It was like a status screen in a game, but easier to understand. Suddenly, Kai spun around and jumped to the side, dodging. The one who had just attacked him was Ares. Cocky about having the explosion divine ward, he didn't hesitate to try it out on Kai. Ares and the other students looked down on Kai for getting a cheap power, one that did nothing but make his eyes turn red. Kai didn't care. He just wondered why these students were acting so hyped up and powerful. They didn't have enough information to know what was useful and what wasn't. Besides, the divine wards were just borrowed powers, and there was no telling when they might be taken away. Kai wasn't too worried. He had plenty of other ways to kill someone. After Leonora finished bestowing divine wards on all the students, she told everyone to get some rest, as training would begin the next day. Later that evening, the hero candidates were taken to their private rooms. Kai waited until late at night, then climbed out the window and snuck out. He figured he should gather some intel before hitting the hay. He snuck up behind 2 patrolling guards to eavesdrop. This was the 3rd time he'd run into guards. From what he'd overheard, they were probably beefing up security. Kai activated his appraisal ward. He checked the guards' skills, but it seemed their only skill was swordsmanship. He thought they might be able to use some kind of magic system or something and detect him, but he guessed not everyone here could use the divine system. He waited for the 2 guards to pass, then zipped away at incredible speed. He had already gotten the general layout of this castle. Right now, this was a typical fortified city, surrounded by a series of walls. Kai walked up to the front of the castle. He was pretty curious about what was inside, but it was heavily guarded and built to last, so sneaking in would be tough. Kai figured that was enough for one night and decided he'd come back to scout another time. He was about to head back when he spotted a few of his classmates hanging out on the lawn. These 3 girls were out here to practice with their divine wards. Kai hid off to the side to watch them train. He was still curious about these divine wards. He decided to watch for a bit to see what they could do. Suddenly, Kai sensed something. There was a noise from the other side of the lawn. The 3 girls also noticed a monster emerging. The 3 girls freaked out, scared out of their minds, but Kai remained silent in the bushes. He'd never seen a creature like it. It looked like a lizard. He activated appraisal. The lizard belonged to the LY species and was extremely aggressive. Its stats were on a whole other level compared to the 3 girls. The lizard took a deep breath and roared. The 3 girls took off running for their lives. The lizard was hot on their heels. Kai jumped onto a rock for a better look. This species of lizard was naturally aggressive and wouldn't hesitate to attack people. It also moved quickly on all 4s, but only ran in a straight line. But it didn't seem to have much intelligence. Its skin also looked tough, so he wasn't sure if a knife would even work. Kai took a knife from his sleeve and tried throwing it at its skin. The lizard let out a growl and faltered for a moment. Quick as a flash, Kai had already hidden behind a tree trunk. Looks like the knife throw worked even if it was just a shallow cut. The 3 girls on the other side were still running for their lives. Suddenly, the girl named Rena tripped on a rock and totally ate it. By the time she managed to sit up, the monster was already right behind her. The lizard raised its leg to strike Rena, when suddenly a knife flew out of nowhere and buried itself in the lizard's head. The lizard dropped dead on the spot. The other 2 girls rushed over to help Rena up. They didn't dare stick around any longer and scrambled to get out of there. Kai, hiding behind a tree, let out a sigh of relief now that they were finally gone. He had no reason to save them, but just leaving them to die went against his conscience. Kai walked up to the lizard and pulled his knife out of its body. So there are monsters like this roaming all over this world. Looks like things aren't going to be easy here. Suddenly, Kai sensed something else. He jumped off the lizard's corpse and scanned the area. It felt like someone was nearby. He figured he should head back too. Kai immediately teleported back. The person Kai had sensed was standing behind a large rock. The figure was cloaked from head to toe. He walked over to the lizard and stomped its head into mush, sending blood splattering all over his dark cloak. He was disappointed that the hero candidates were all so useless and weak, but that other kid seemed like he was no slouch. The cloaked figure licked the blood that splattered on his face, feeling extremely intrigued. The next day, the lizard's corpse was discovered. and everyone fell into a somber silence, with some of the girls even tearing up in fear. The mage Stead went to examine the monster's carcass. After a moment of inspection, she came to a conclusion. She found traces of sorcery being used. It was probably a mid-level demon or higher. Maybe they were scouting to gauge the strength of the hero's side. Kai listened in from a corner. He wondered if sorcery and magic were different. Midu asked for confirmation if this monster was being controlled by a demon or something. Stead praised him for being so sharp. Powerful demons can use charms to manipulate and control weaker monsters. Getting carried away, Stead launched into a long explanation. First off, the term monster refers to a creature that has been transformed by mana until it becomes unusually aggressive and strong. And mana is a paranormal power created by the demon god. In other words, it's the power used by the demon lord and his demons, so naturally demons can easily defeat humans. Gus was getting a headache just listening to it. He told Stead to stop and dragged her away. Kai figured he could use Stead to gather more information. The bigger problem was that this thing was being controlled by something else, so the identity of the being he sensed back then was a demon. It must be pretty strong since Kai barely noticed it for a split second. If it was around them right now, he wasn't sure he could detect it. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Kai felt an invisible pressure. Someone was looking this way. Arasi stepped up to start beef with Gus again. They couldn't return to their own world without killing the demon lord, and he had no intention of staying in this damn world for long. A female student, Kanzaki Jin, agreed with what Arasi said. It was the first time she heard him say something that actually made sense. Midu thought so too. If they wanted to go back to their old world, their only option was probably to fight monsters. A few of the girls in the class started sobbing and whimpering in fear again. Kai glanced over at them. They must have finally realized this wasn't some kind of game. A fight is a struggle to the death. It's the same in any world. So they better learn how to get strong enough to protect themselves fast. Leonora comforted the students, telling them not to be so scared. It's just that they don't know how to use their powers yet. All they had to do now was train. The students here were chosen from another world as hero candidates. Their growth rate was also different from the residents of this place. And so 1 week passed since the students began their training while Kai was holed up in the library studying books. He flipped through the pages of a book. He could now understand every letter. It was weird how they could talk to Leonora and Gus from the very beginning even though they didn't know the language here. Kai looked out the window where the other students were training. He'd been told that his appraisal skill wasn't suited for combat, so he didn't have to train but was allowed in the library. Kai stood up. He already read through all the history and culture books of this world. It seemed there was no information about demons here either. He went outside and stood in a corner watching the other students train. Just as Leonora said, the students were improving at an incredible rate. The 5 strongest among them were Narumi, Arasi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. However, there was one other person with an extraordinary growth rate, and that was Midu. Before long, his sword skills had already surpassed his trainers. Kai used his observation skill to check Milo's stats. Just 1 week ago, his stats were mostly hovering between D and F. It was crazy fast. Even if he's a genius, maybe the Divine Guardian's blessing also directly affects things unrelated to power. After training was over, the students started filing out. They walked past where Kai was standing, pointing and laughing at him. Kai couldn't be bothered to deal with them. These guys were still as brain-dead as ever, and the others looked down on him too, getting more and more shameless by the day. After getting his powers, one of the students reached out to grab Kai's head, but by some mysterious force, the guy suddenly fell flat on his face. Kai played dumb, asking the guy why he suddenly tripped. The guy went ass over teakettle and had no idea what was going on. Alex, seeing this, got embarrassed and told the dude to stop messing around. Here comes Gus. Leonora and Gus walked over together. Leonora seemed very pleased with the students' progress, as they were all developing much faster than she had expected, so she decided to move the plan up. Leonora wanted the students to practice fighting monsters, and after hearing this, every single one of them broke out in a cold sweat. The students followed Leonora and Gus into the forest. The first training exercise would take place here. This place was treacherous, so the students couldn't travel as one big group. Gus told the students to split into groups of 2 to 3 people. The students started scrambling to form groups. Nate, Milo, and a blonde girl teamed up. Alex teamed up with his boys. Naomi and Harrison formed a team together. The other students gradually found their teams, leaving only Kenzie and Kai left over. The 2 of them had to reluctantly team up. Nobody wanted to be on a team with Kenzie, probably because they were scared of her, and nobody really liked her either. She was confident and aloof. On top of that, she was proud and looked like she wouldn't let anyone get in her way. After all the students had teamed up, Leonora cheerfully made an announcement. Since this was a special occasion, the team that defeated the most monsters would receive a surprise gift. The first training exercise began. Kai and Kenzie went into the forest together. Kenzie arrogantly told Kai to stay out of her way. She said she didn't need him to do anything, just as long as he didn't slow her down. Her divine guardian was stronger than the others. Kai wasn't about to fight her for the spotlight. He was happy to let Kenzie handle everything. Kenzie flipped her hair and clicked her tongue, muttering that Kai had zero self-respect. Kai planned to just observe Kenzie's combat abilities for now. He had already sensed 4 presences nearby. They were being surrounded. A goblin jumped out to block their path, charging at them with a dagger. Kenzie used her divine guardian to order the monster to get down. The monster dropped to the ground. Kenzie's divine guardian was domination, an ability that could force a target to obey her commands. Kai looked around and said it seemed like there were still a few more monsters nearby. Kenzie then ordered the goblin to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back, but after just 2 commands, she was already sweating buckets. Using this divine guardian for too long would exhaust her. Kai understood that overusing it would drain her mana. He told her to hurry up and kill the goblin because the others were coming. Hearing this, Kenzie started trembling. She had never killed anything before. This goblin even looked a little bit human. Kai gave her a cold look. So what if it looks human? That thing tried to attack us. These things are our enemies. There's no reason to spare them. Kenzie stammered. I know. Kai clenched the stone in his hand. Even though Kenzie had power, she was still just a sheltered high school kid from some peaceful town in America. The only thing that mattered was whether she could make the right choice when faced with danger. The other goblins had arrived, growling as they advanced on the 2 of them with clubs. Kenzie used her divine guardian to order the newly arrived goblins to get down. What are you going to do now? Kenzie was completely wiped out. She told him to stop just standing there and help her. Kai didn't seem too eager to help. Wasn't she the one who told him he didn't need to do anything earlier? Kenzie was speechless, so she had to handle it herself. She ordered the monsters to snap their own necks. The controlled goblins killed themselves right on the spot. Kai realized Kenzie could issue that kind of command too, but the more difficult the order, the lower the chance of success. Kenzie started to feel nauseous. Real combat and seeing dead bodies with her own eyes was a bit overwhelming. She was wrong to think this would be easy. Kai, on the other hand, didn't have any psychological hang-ups. These things attacked them, so they were the enemy. It didn't matter if they were monsters or humans. You gotta kill your enemies if you want to live. Kazaki found it weird how Kai could be so calm about it. The dude didn't even have any powers. Kai walked over to the goblins to see if he could find anything useful. He then asked Kazaki, so what now? We can keep going or head back if you're scared. Kazaki put her hands on her hips. She flipped her hair and turned away, saying of course they were going to keep going. Even though Kazaki was trying to act all tough, Kai could see right through her. Still, her attitude wasn't all that bad. The 2 of them could probably fight together. Meanwhile, over with Narumi's crew, they were getting chased by a monster and running for their lives. They thought the monsters around here were weak, so they decided to poke the bear, but they messed around and found out. Narumi and Hashimoto realized running wasn't going to solve anything, so they stopped and used their guardians to attack together. Their combined attack of wind blasts and flying kicks was like throwing pebbles at a tank. It didn't even scratch the bear. Kazaki silently swore to herself that she had to get back to her own world. She still hadn't repaid the man who raised her. She really wanted to show him how much she'd grown up and make him proud. While she was lost in thought, Kai asked Kazaki if she wasn't worried about getting lost. Kazaki shot back, how could they get lost just by going straight? But Kai didn't see it that way. If she really thought that, she was seriously underestimating this forest. Kazaki was getting pissed that Kai had a comeback for everything she said. Just shut the hell up already. What a smug jerk. The 2 of them kept walking. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream. Kazaki recognized it as Hashimoto's voice. Kai asked what they should do now. Without hesitating, Kazaki insisted they had to go help. Kai was surprised she was actually that decent of a person. Back with Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto had been seriously wounded by the bear and was down for the count. She told Narumi to just run and not worry about her, but Narumi wasn't the type to just ditch his friends like that. He couldn't leave Hashimoto behind. While they were arguing, the bear raised its paw to strike again. Kazaki made it just in time. She used her guardian to command the bear to freeze. The bear struggled to break free. Kazaki knew she couldn't hold it for long, so she yelled at Narumi and Hashimoto to get out of there. Kai trailed behind them. Just as he figured, Kazaki's power had different effects depending on the target. He asked if Narumi and his friend were still alive. Seeing that Narumi seemed okay, Kai told him to carry Hashimoto and get out of there fast. At first, Narumi wanted to stay and help, but Hashimoto was seriously hurt, so he had no choice but to carry her to safety. After those 2 left, Kai used his appraisal guardian to check out the bear. This thing was an armored bear species. Its stats were all super high, especially its defense. Its fur looked tough as nails, and Kai's attacks probably couldn't even dent it. Kazaki was sweating bullets. She couldn't hold it much longer. Kai told her that was long enough. It was time to run. Kazaki wanted to do just that, but her legs wouldn't move. She'd used up too much energy, and now her legs were shaking like crazy. The bear broke free and started closing in on them. Kai was out of options. He had to just go for it, pulling a smoke bomb out of nowhere and chucking it at the bear. He used the chance to grab Kazaki and run for cover. They hid behind a big tree, and Kai told her to keep quiet so it wouldn't hear them. Kazaki finally took a look at their situation. She asked him what that smoke thing was. He told her it was a smoke bomb he made while everyone else was busy training their guardians. Kai was just BSing her, of course. The truth was, he already had some gear on him before he got summoned. He didn't have a lot, so he didn't want to waste it. It was all basic assassin's gear. Kazaki suddenly felt super guilty. She tried to help people, but just ended up putting everyone in more danger. Kai told her he didn't need an apology, he needed a thank you. Kazaki awkwardly mumbled, "Thanks." Kai immediately threw cold water on the moment, saying if she was always this sweet, she'd be super popular. Kazaki got embarrassed and totally flew off the handle, snapping at him angrily. Kai just told her to shut up before the bear found them. That's when Kazaki finally focused on the situation and asked what they should do now, if they should make a run for it. Kai told her there was no need, because right at that moment, Midu's crew of 3 showed up. Midu activated his demon-slaying sword, getting ready to 1v1 the bear. Midu and the bear charged at each other. He slashed down and managed to wound one of the bear's arms, but its hide was just too tough. Midu's attack didn't do much. Nagas told Midu to get back. She shot a blast of fire at the bear. The bear roared as it was engulfed in flames. Nagas got cocky. Too easy. But she celebrated about 3 seconds too soon. The bear quickly swatted the flames away. It was completely unharmed, not a scratch on it. It actually looked even more fired up than before. Nagas screamed in panic. Midu told her to chill. Her last attack definitely did something. The bear was moving slower now. He told the other 2 to stay calm so they could take it down together. The other 2 girls got the message, and the 3 of them ganged up on the bear. Creeping in a corner nearby was some shady dude in a black cloak. That guy was the ex-demon assassin, Delphus. He was watching the whole thing go down. Right now, the armored bear probably couldn't take out all the students. Their quick progress and, most of all, how they kept their cool was seriously impressive. Delphus was real impressed with Midu. For a kid his age, he was on a whole other level. Even though this was just a recon mission, it was time for the dude to switch up his plan. He was going to take out Midu's crew right here and now. Meanwhile, Midu's trio worked together and messed the bear up bad. Delphus drew his sword, about to pull some shady move, when suddenly he felt something cold on his neck. He turned around and saw Kay had a blade to his throat, who knows for how long. Kay was giving Delphus a stone-cold killer look. You better shut your trap if you know what's good for you. Didn't anyone ever tell you an enemy's most vulnerable when they're going in for the kill? Delphus dropped his weapon. He put his hands up to surrender. The guy was sweating bullets, with no idea how Kai had crept up on him. Delphus was secretly plotting how to bounce, but the second that thought crossed his mind, Kai slashed both of his legs. He ate dirt, and Kai put the blade to his throat, telling him not to make a sound. Neither of them wanted Midu's crew to notice they were there. Kai started grilling him. He told Delphus if he answered truthfully, he'd let him walk. But Delphus was a stubborn punk and refused to cooperate. Kai kept trying to make a deal. He was a man of the shadows, someone from another world. He wasn't sure if the creepy presence he'd felt yesterday was from this chump Delphus in front of him. Kai shot Delphus a death glare, threatening him. He knew they'd been scoping out the students for a while, even though they were good at laying low, so he used Midu's crew as bait and waited for these punks to show their faces. Delphus was floored. He had no idea the whole thing was Kai's setup from the start. Kai knew he hadn't been in this world for long. His intel was still limited, so he told Delphus to spill everything he knew about the demons. Delphus just smirked. The tough guy wasn't talking. Kai didn't even blink. He just lopped off both the guy's arms with one swing. Delphus howled in pain, feeling pissed and defiant. He couldn't believe he was getting played by some punk kid like this. The guy bit down hard, and blood immediately started pouring from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Delphus had offed himself with poison. Kai sighed. To carry poison in a situation like this, these guys really think of everything. The Demon King's army was more complicated than he thought. Suddenly, there was a sound from nearby. It was Kanzaki. She was shaking as she looked at Delphus's dead body on the ground. Kai asked her how long she'd been watching. Kanzaki stammered that she only saw from when Delphus was already on the ground. Kai explained that Delphus was an assassin from the Demon King's army. That bear monster was this dude's pawn from the very beginning. And when Nagas and the others got jumped by monsters, this guy was behind that too. Obviously, the Demon King's army is trying to kill off the hero candidates. Kanzaki got it. She asked Kai how he was able to spot the assassin when nobody else had a clue. Kai figured there was no point in hiding it anymore. He decided to reveal his identity to Kanzaki. His whole family is in the assassination business, so he can smell his own kind. Kanzaki was totally shocked when she heard that. She couldn't believe it. Kai kept it simple, telling her she could believe it or not, but the corpse on the ground was real. Kai warned Kanzaki not to tell anyone what she just saw. The class was already on edge because of Hashimoto's condition, so they couldn't afford any more drama. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. She never thought Kai was surprisingly decent. Looking at him, she wouldn't have pegged him as the kind of guy who cared about his classmates. Kai turned to walk away. The students in his class were nothing like him. They'd never been in a real fight. Kanzaki's ability to take charge could be useful down the line. The two of them went back to meet up with the class. Hashimoto was being treated by student number 34, Honor Shiori, who was using a healing divine guard. It was working, and before long, the wounds on Hashimoto's body started to fade away. Narumi was also super worried about his friend. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Hashimoto would be back on his feet in about 30 minutes. Narumi then turned to gas up Midu, saying he was a total beast. That bear was so strong, but they still managed to take it down. Midu was humble about it, saying he couldn't have done it without everyone else's help. Kai was still doing his invisible man act, standing off in the corner. The only difference this time was Kanzaki kept staring at him for some reason. Just then, Leonora and Gus walked up. Turns out they'd been watching the students fight the monster the whole time. Narumi called them out, asking why they didn't help. Gus shot back coldly that if they always bailed them out, the training would be totally pointless. Pushing you to the brink of death is a basic part of this real-world training. Gus scanned the faces of all the students in the class. Gus laid it down straight. This is how they gotta fight from now on, so quit the whining. Midu shot back at him, asking why a monster this jacked was even in this area. Didn't he say this place was full of weak sauce monsters? Leonora jumped in to explain. It was probably that demon slayer's doing. Armored bears ain't supposed to be native to this zone. That dude was probably on a recon mission to scope out the hero candidate's fighting skills. If that's the case, he could be hiding somewhere around here right now. They needed to beef up their defense. Leonora announced they were cranking up the training difficulty, cause at this rate, the students would get wiped out before they even threw a punch. The students started freaking out, their fighting spirit totally tanking. Midu, once again, spoke up for the crew. He wasn't having any of that nonsense. The students were already shook from the first fight. There was no way they could handle a higher difficulty. Leonora just smirked, staring down Midu, and laid down the law. You'll be dead for sure if you don't do what I say. Midu was completely shut down. RC, all fired up, stepped up to confront her. First off, Leonora was the one who dragged them to this dump, and now she was bossing them around? What's with the attitude? The second he got a word out, RC got shut down by Gus. The dude blocked his path, giving him a death stare. All the students here are just Leonora's pawns, don't even think about talking back. Hearing that made everyone's jaw hit the floor. RC was seeing red, and if Midu hadn't held him back, he would have gone straight for Gus's throat. RC grilled Midu, asking how he could be so chill about this. Midu tried to reason with him. Think about it, man. If we don't play along right now, this whole country becomes our enemy, and we don't stand a chance. Gus gave Midu props, impressed at how fast he sized up the situation. He turned on his heel, telling them they were all important pieces in the game, and nothing bad would happen as long as they knew their place. Hearing that just pissed RC off even more. This whole country becomes our enemy, huh? Bring it on then, I'll take on this whole damn country. Arasi activated his guardian, launching a punch right at Gus. Gus was caught off guard and took the full hit. Arasi thought he'd landed a solid one and got cocky, but who knew? Gus didn't even have a scratch on him. He swung back, punching Arasi square in the face and sending him flying. Gus just looked down at him, cold and disgusted. With that kind of power level, you're not even in the same league. Leonora and Gus bounced, leaving them with a final notice that training was getting harder tomorrow. His crew helped RC up, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. RC was beyond pissed. He was muttering all kinds of stuff about Gus's mama, totally unable to let it go. A day after that military drill fiasco, the students gathered again. Today's instructor was the monster researcher, Steady. She asked if the student who got hurt yesterday was okay. Hashimoto raised her hand, saying she was fine. Thanks to Ano's healing magic, she was still kicking. Steady was pleased and gave her a nod. It's awesome having someone with a healing guardian. Steady then started explaining today's training. She led the students into her research facility. Today, the students were going to fight the monsters in here. The doors slid open, and the students filed inside. The place was packed with all kinds of different monsters. They were all locked up in cages. From low-level scrubs like goblins to big brutes like oxers, they had every type you could imagine. All of them were monsters being raised for Steady's research projects. Her research institute was the perfect spot for these training sessions. Steady was pretty proud of her facility too. She was stoked to be able to collect combat data from the monsters, and just like that, the combat drill kicked off. Kai, same as always, was just watching from a distance. Everyone in the class was surprisingly calm, even though they were being forced to fight out of nowhere. He figured yesterday's beatdown must have really gotten to them, but they were probably still a little freaked out deep down. Over on the other side, Nagas just got knocked down by a giant monster, and Midu started yelling for Steady to stop it. That thing was way too strong for Nagas, but Steady didn't even flinch. Leonora told her she needed to be tough on the students. Besides, she didn't think that monster was all that strong. Hero candidates with guardians shouldn't be losing to a monster of that caliber. Meanwhile, Nagas got back on her feet, starting to get pissed off, and she summoned a blaze of fire to torch the beast. The most important thing in a fight is your will to win, and honestly, this stuff should be a piece of cake for the students. The only thing holding them back was their own fear and hesitation. Steady kept on explaining to Midu that if the students could level up their guardians, they could create a bunch of different variations of them. Kai had been eavesdropping and caught some of it. He walked up to Midu and told him that he guessed Midu had a new guardian. The stats popping up in front of Kai showed he had another new guardian, a level 1 Kamikaze monster attack guardian. Midu asked Steady if he could test it out right away. He stepped into the arena and tried activating the monster-slaying sword along with the Kamikaze monster attack. The slug thing saw the glowing sword in Midu's hand and its jaw dropped in terror. Midu decisively lunged at the monster with his sword. The terrified slug thing threw up its arm to block, but one of its arms got vaporized. Midu swung again and took the monster's head clean off. The other students in the class started going wild, cheering and hyping him up. Kai just stayed quiet like he wasn't even part of it. He figured that with Midu's current power level, he wouldn't have any more trouble with the armored bear's defense. He wondered if his own theory was right and if he could create a new guardian for himself. Kai looked around and could tell someone else had a new guardian, even that jerk Arasi, but there was no way in hell he was going to tell that dude. Kai put it all together. They could expand the power of their guardians. He figured he couldn't just rely on his old skills in this world, he had to get better too. That night, Arasi and his crew were plotting their strategy. Arasi's plan was to first take out Gus, then tie up Leonora and force her to tell them how to get back to their old world. Arasi's two cronies were hyped, thinking they could finally leave this godforsaken world, and they wouldn't have to worry about getting summoned here again if they iced Leonora too. Arasi tried to get Narumi to join them, but Narumi was a little hesitant. He wasn't sure if they could even win. Narumi figured that even if it was the only way back to their world, killing was still wrong. He thought about how Hashimoto almost bought the farm against that armored bear. Narumi made up his mind to team up with Arasi. The next day, the students went back to their training. Kai walked up to Midu and asked him why he was training so hard. Midu said it was because he was still too weak and had to give it his all to get stronger. Kai thought to himself that Midu could probably already take down half the knights in this country, but Midu felt like it still wasn't enough. He still couldn't beat Gus, and he wasn't strong enough to protect everyone no matter what happened. Kai asked Midu what he thought about Leonora and Gus. He answered that he knew they wanted to use the students as pawns in their war. Plus, he didn't think those two were lying when they said they wouldn't do anything as long as the students obeyed. Kai asked Midu if he was really going to bet his life on this and fight until the Demon Lord was defeated. Midu decided he would, but he was going to be the only one who had to fight. He would become this country's hero and defeat the Demon Lord. That's why he was trying to compromise and make sure everyone else would be safe. Kai thought Midu's plan sounded nice and all, but he wasn't sure Leonora would go for it. Midu was brimming with confidence, saying he'd just swing this sword and make her agree. After the students finished training, Leonora and Gus showed up. Steady excitedly ran over to them like a puppy wagging its tail. Nagas asked Leonora and Gus where they'd been all this time. Leonora casually replied that they had to be away for a few days, which was why she asked Steady to look after the students while they were gone. After making their announcement, Leonora and Gus left again. Steady smirked with a treacherous glint in his eye. As the two of them headed for their carriage, Gus asked Leonora if this was really the right call. Leonora played dumb like she didn't know what he was talking about. Gus cut right to the chase. He knew Arasi was plotting something, but Leonora just calmly sipped her tea. She knew a rebellion was brewing against them. She was curious to see what kind of tricks the students were going to pull. She didn't even see them as a threat, but Gus was still a little worried. He knew the students were getting stronger, but they were still hero candidates. It was a long shot, but if they actually tried to rise up and start a rebellion, it could turn into a big problem. Leonora wasn't worried in the slightest. She was totally confident that the students could never beat her. She planned on using this opportunity to establish a pecking order. Then they would crush this little rebellion and break the students' fangs once and for all. Even though a few things seemed sketchy, they decided to let it play out for now. That night, Kai snuck out again. He went on a hunting spree, taking down one monster after another. It took him about 13 seconds to kill a lizard monster. Kai activated his appraisal ability to check his own stats. He thought he must have leveled up after killing that demon assassin, Delphish, but he still didn't know how to use this appraisal aegis effectively. Kai spun around, dodging the fist of an oncoming orc. He leaped to the side and flung 3 knives at the beast, but all 3 of them failed to even pierce its hide. He jumped back again to dodge the blow. Kai figured this was the perfect time to test out his new skill. He activated his weakness detection aegis and identified the orc's weak spot on the back of its neck. Without a second thought, Kai leaped up and hurled a knife at the spot. The blade sank in, blood sprayed out, and the orc dropped dead. Now, Kai's aegis had leveled up again. It allowed him to see the weakest point on a massive monster's body, or in other words, weakness detection. It wasn't a bad skill, but for him, it still wasn't enough. He needed more to survive in this world. He had to get even stronger. Kai kept practicing with his weakness detection skill. He threw a few knives at once, taking down a group of goblins. Their weak spots were their brains and hearts, so the skill wasn't all that useful against these run-of-the-mill monsters. He needed a bigger test subject. Kai thought maybe he should find a different monster. Suddenly, he heard human footsteps nearby. Someone was coming this way. He turned around and realized it was Kanzaki. He asked her what she was doing out here in the middle of the night. Kanzaki said she came looking for him since he wasn't in the dorms. She guessed he might be out here, so she came to find him. Kai sighed. He reminded Kanzaki that this forest was super dangerous at night. She should go back. He was used to the dark, but Kanzaki was a different story. Fighting monsters in the pitch black isn't the same as during the day. Kanzaki told Kai to shut it and asked what he was doing out here. Kai replied that he was testing his new aegis. Stady had mentioned they might get a new aegis if their old one leveled up. Kanzaki thought for a moment, then asked what Kai's new ability was. He sharply turned away, not bothering to answer. Kanzaki was furious. She came all the way out here because she was worried about him. So what was with the attitude? Kai suddenly shot back, asking if she was actually worried about him. Kanzaki, being a classic tsundere, blushed furiously and started stammering. Kai didn't stick around to listen, telling her to just go home while he went back to testing his new aegis. Kanzaki was about to say she would go with him when suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed up in the distance. Monsters were pouring into the area where the other students were staying. Midyu and Nagas were forced to fight, neither of them knowing what was happening. Kai and Kanzaki sprinted back as fast as they could. Their dorm was engulfed in flames. Kai asked another student what happened. The student didn't know either, saying he just woke up to the fire and monsters everywhere. Kai quickly deduced that this had to be an inside job. The mastermind had to be somewhere around here, and they needed to find them. Suddenly, a voice called out, complimenting Kai on his excellent reasoning. It was Stady, sitting casually on a wall. Kai had been wondering how all these monsters managed to get inside, but it looked like he had his answer now. These were all the monsters from Stady's laboratory. Stady didn't deny it, calling the monsters her adorable little lab rats. Furthermore, she juiced them up with a few potions to make them stronger because they were too pathetic before. Kai demanded to know what Stady's purpose was. What benefit could possibly come from killing the hero candidates? Stady answered coolly that these were orders from above. She was ordered to eliminate all the hero candidates, even if it meant losing her current position. She didn't have anything against the students personally, but she was going to kill every last one of them. Kanzaki started sweating bullets. Orders from her superiors. Could she mean from Leonora? Stady stood up, denying she had a damn thing to do with that old hag. These were orders from the Demon Lord. She was a spy for the Demon Lord, and if she completed this mission successfully, she would get a research position in the Demon Lord's ranks. Kai's expression soured. Had this woman fallen so far that all she cared about was researching monsters? Stady adjusted her glasses, a crazed look in her eyes. Human society could never grasp the true essence of the mysterious things they call monsters. The dorms continued to rage with fire, while Stady stood triumphantly on the wall. She commanded all the monsters to charge forward. Kanzaki used a spell to freeze the entire horde in their tracks, leaving Stady as Kai's opponent. However, Kanzaki's spell had no effect on her. To Kanzaki's shock, the monsters instantly broke free from the paralysis. Stady burst into laughter and declared that she was a scientist. Of course, he knew exactly how to deal with these rampaging monsters. Then, the lesser monsters all charged in at once. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back. He grabbed a knife and sliced through them one by one. Everywhere he went, monsters got cut down. However, these were just a small fry, and there were a whole lot more of them. Any monster that jumped out got decked by Kai. Even a massive orc ate a kick and went tumbling to the ground. The remaining monsters started getting wary of Kai's power. Seeing this, Stady quickly yelled, "What are you all doing? That dude doesn't even have a powerful guardian." Kai started to activate appraisal. Name Steady, age 28. Everyone always thought Steady was a girl, but he's actually a pretty boy. Attack, defense, agility, stamina, and mana were all S rank, status demi-human, with a level 1 domination magic ability. Now Kai knew why Kanzaki's domination spell had no effect. It was because the monsters were taking orders from someone with stronger magic. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control other monsters. Steady whistled, giving an order, saying he'd end this before it got out of hand. Right after, a massive fireball came flying down from the sky. Kai looked up to see a dragon, breathing fire from its throat. This was the Fire Dragon, Steady's trump card. He didn't want to play his ace so soon, but the situation forced his hand. The Fire Dragon whipped its tail hard against his smokestack, sending huge chunks of rock raining down on the group. Kanzaki couldn't dodge, she just stood there frozen in fear. Luckily, Kai managed to save her just in time. The dragon was already gearing up for another attack. Kai told Narumi to get Kanzaki out of there. The Fire Dragon flapped its wings and charged at Kai. Thanks to his skill, he saw its weak point, an inverted scale on its neck. He immediately slashed at it with his knife, but its hide was too tough. Kai's current attack power wasn't enough to pierce it. The situation was heading for a stalemate. Suddenly, Arasi appeared on a rooftop, declaring, "Look at that, the perfect size for my prey." With that, he leaped down and kicked it right in the knee. However, it didn't even flinch. The Fire Dragon just got angrier and blasted him with a massive stream of fire. Arasi rolled around on the ground, trying to put out the flames. Kai sighed in exasperation. The guy was too reckless. Still, he had to admit Arasi was strong. Kai walked over, saying they had to team up to take it down. Arasi arrogantly said he didn't need any help, but Kai insisted that he could see its weak point, but he didn't have enough power to land the blow. Arasi shot back at Kai's offer to team up. "So you want me to help you? I don't team up with scrubs." There was no time to argue, as the Fire Dragon started attacking with its tail. They both jumped at the same time to avoid being slammed by its massive tail. Then, the dragon breathed fire again. This time, the flames were aimed straight at Arasi. Arasi was getting overwhelmed, realizing he couldn't beat it alone. Finally, he had to accept Kai's offer to team up. Kai told him the weak point was the inverted scale on its neck. Kai would draw its attention, while Arasi would land a devastating blow on that scale. For a guy like Arasi, that was simple enough. From above, Steady was yelling, "What are you just standing there for? Kill them, Fire Dragon." At its master's command, the dragon unleashed even more power. Its roar alone was enough to blow everything away. Kai started drawing its attention, leading it on a chase. He dodged left and right, trying to make it lower its guard while just trying to stay alive. This was the moment. Arasi dashed towards the inverted scale and slammed his fist into it with all his pent-up rage. Hit in its weak spot, the Fire Dragon couldn't fight back. It let out a roar of agony, and just like that, the Fire Dragon was completely defeated, much to Steady's shock. Arasi looked smug after taking down such a high-level monster. Kai quietly looked up at Steady and said, "You just lost your ace. You still want to go?" Steady was panicking but still tried to act tough, claiming he had plenty of other monsters. But as for his monsters, every single one of them was already lying defeated on the ground. The other students had already taken care of them, putting them down for the count. Terrified, Steady tried to run but was blocked by Narumi. In his carelessness, he slipped and fell. Of course, they weren't going to let him die. Kai pointed the tip of his knife right at his face. "It's midnight and we've wasted enough time fighting, but I've got a few questions for you." Steady was scared shitless, immediately begging for his life. He was ready to spill everything, but some dark force wasn't having it, snuffing Steady out in the most brutal way. That had to be some kind of curse. Kai remembered reading about this kind of thing in the library's archives. It's like they put a hex on him, so if he ever tried to snitch, the curse would just end him. Kai fell silent. He realized the Demon Lord's army was still a major threat to everyone. The day after the whole mess was Steady, Leonora acted all broken up when she heard the news. She couldn't believe something like that happened while she was gone. Naomi shot back, "You're the one who put Steady on that detail. You're not even going to say sorry?" A smirk slowly crept onto her face. "You're right about that. My bad for the misunderstanding. Let me correct myself. I didn't think such a pathetic monsterkin could cause so much damage. That's what I meant." Everyone was completely floored by what she said. She was basically saying that both she and Gus knew Steady was a demon spy but let him do his thing anyway. Leonora just laughed as if nothing had happened. "I told you all your training was going to get a lot more intense from here on out. What just happened was only part of the lesson." One student was pissed, yelling that they all could have died. That dude tried to burn the place down while everyone was asleep, but Gus immediately shut him down. "Don't be such a baby. It's your fault for letting your guard down at night." Nobody could argue with that, and only Kai felt like the old man was right. They hadn't realized there was a monster among them until it was too late. but it was also crazy to expect more from a bunch of normal high schoolers. Now for the main event. Next up, the students here will visit the royal capital, where the hero candidates will be revealed. A public parade will be held in the capital. The students would be on stage as the main attraction. Night fell, and Gus ordered the soldiers to head back and get some rest until sunrise. Everyone was chilling by the campfire talking, and Axel figured there were only about 30 soldiers with them, and based on their stats, they weren't anything special. One of his crew boasted that their boss could drop them with a single punch, but Axel had another idea. Their big chance was here. Normally, they were surrounded by tons of guards, but now there were only 30. Their crew now outnumbered the soldiers. And those soldiers seemed to be underestimating Axel's crew. They'd never in a million years think a bunch of high schoolers would try to start something. Axel declared that tonight was the perfect time to make a move. Then he called Naomi's crew over. Kai, who was listening in, had to agree. There were only a few soldiers with them now, and they weren't exactly elite. But that was because Leonora and Gus were confident they could handle all the students by themselves. He needed more time to figure out the source of their confidence. Kai went to find Mike and his crew to have a talk. After making sure that all the off-duty soldiers were back in their barracks sleeping, Axel and Naomi's crews made their move, but they were suddenly blocked by Mike's group. "I heard you're planning to take out Leonora and Gus." When they asked who snitched, Mike just said he happened to overhear them while walking by. Nate said this was crazy. No matter how much they hated those two, they shouldn't just kill them. Axel shot back, "You're the crazy ones. How long are we supposed to be her good little dogs?" Mike got where they were coming from, but this was crossing a line. There had to be a better way. Axel thought that was just empty talk. Mike's plan was to become Leonora's pawn and take down the demon lord. In exchange, he would make her guarantee everyone's safety. Axel was doubtful. "You really think she's going to listen to you?" Mike answered firmly. "I believe that once I'm stronger, I'll have the leverage to negotiate." However, the hothead still thought it was impossible, plus he didn't need some weakling like Mike protecting him. The talks broke down. Axel wasn't about to listen to a bunch of cowards, he just wanted to go back to his own world. Mike declared, "If you're really going to go through with this, we're going to have to stop you." Just like that, the two crews started throwing down. Axel's speed was unreal, sending Mike flying backward. Eris, always so sure of his own power, couldn't believe his opponent actually blocked his attack. Right then, two guards on patrol happened to walk by. Mia quickly covered for them, saying they were just talking stuff over. The two guards bought it, just telling them to hit the sack early for the next day. So Eris's plan went up in smoke. He gritted his teeth, pissed off. "This is such a drag. I'm so done with these weaklings. Talking to them is a waste of breath." The next day, the students arrived at the Eris Cathedral in the royal capital. The place was bustling with life and super busy. Even with all the people, it was nothing compared to New York City. The locals were gawking at the huge carriage and the crew of teenagers escorting it. Gus yelled out, "Clear the way. Make a path for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates, now." The curious crowd parted, clearing a path on both sides. To them, the hero candidates were the chosen ones, handpicked by the creator. The people were hyped, welcoming the heroes like they were A-list celebrities. Mia even waved back at the crowd. Only Eris and his crew looked totally pissed off, like they'd smelled something foul. Kai figured these people were putting a whole lot of faith in the hero candidates, counting on them for salvation. This whole scene made Kenzie feel a little uneasy. The guy with the curly blonde hair was a holy knight. He was the one making the official speech. "Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Please, take some time to rest and recover from your long journey. You will all be provided with a comfortable bed after so much time sleeping on the hard ground." The girls also got to soak in a hot spring, feeling so relaxed and refreshed it was like being brought back to life. The other students were wolfing down food like they hadn't eaten in weeks. The maids couldn't even keep up with the orders. Meanwhile, Mia was still training hard. Kai, on the other hand, was scoping the place out, trying to get some intel. But there were way too many guards around, and wandering aimlessly through the castle would be seriously risky. Suddenly, he spotted the knight who'd given them the tour talking to a couple of soldiers. One of the soldiers asked, "So where are all the hero candidates at?" "They're probably resting in their rooms, Sir Janus." The guy kept pressing, "Is it for real that those kids were chosen by the creator?" "Well, it's true that these students are way stronger than your average teenagers." The other soldier said he was worried about the demon lord's acolytes, saying that with the hero candidates, here in the royal capital, it's bound to make them pull something. The other soldier agreed. "Things have been getting sketchy lately. I think we need to be more careful." Rhaenys replied cheerfully, "Don't sweat it. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? Anyway, it's time for training. Let's get a move on." Now, even more questions were popping up in Kai's head. He figured he should head into town for a bit. That night, at a dive bar in town, Kai showed up, all bundled up, and asked the bartender for a beer and their best bar snacks. Nearby, a heavy-set redhead and a blonde dude were chatting about the hero candidates. The redhead was saying the hero candidates were nothing but a bunch of punk kids, but the blonde guy had unwavering faith in the creator's choice. Kai realized that in this country, the church held all the power. People were more afraid of the church than the king or the nobles. His beer arrived, and he decided to ask the bartender a few questions. The bartender agreed. The thing is, I'm new in town, so I'm a bit out of the loop. I keep hearing about these acolytes of the demon lord. Who are they? The old bartender scratched his head and replied, You know, this country is at war with the demon army, right? Right now, the demon lord leading them is the most terrifying monster out there. They say even humans can be seduced by the demon lord's overwhelming power. Those are the acolytes. They're running wild all over the country, and just a few days ago, they blew up some noble's mansion. So, Kai figured, they're basically a terrorist group. He walked through town, thinking it over. The hero candidates were supposed to defeat the demon lord, so having them in the royal capital was definitely going to stir up the demon lord's acolytes. That's why everyone seems so on edge. Suddenly, Kenzie came running up, out of breath, having finally found him. Where have you been? Kai said he was gathering intel since they were in a totally unfamiliar place. Kenzie got that, but she was worried sick about him being out alone because it was so dangerous. Kenzie even offered to help him out, but he shut her down flat. I can handle myself. Just keep a low profile and stick with the others. Kenzaki wasn't about to take that rejection lying down. Shouldn't you be stoked I'm even offering to help? Kai sighed. Fine, he'd let her help a little. He told her he needed intel on the royal capital and asked if she could hit up the locals in town. Kenzaki's face totally lit up. She agreed instantly, no hesitation, then bounced off on her mission, all hyped up. Nearby, a mysterious, cloaked figure was watching their every move. A wicked grin spread across his face. After making a round through town, Kai came back with Jack Squat for useful info, but at least he was now aware of a new enemy. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise nearby, which was weird this late at night. The noise was coming from inside this room. Kai walked in and saw his crew all gathered up. He went over to see what was going on. One of the girls said Kanzaki was missing. Onya was the first to notice since they were roommates. Everyone was out looking for her, but nobody had a clue where she went. Kai sighed. So that's what was up. Nobody knew he'd been gone too. Made sense, since Kai didn't have a roommate. Kai didn't mention that Kanzaki went into town. He lied and said he didn't know anything, claiming he was just knocked out in his room. Midu turned to everyone and spoke up. All right, listen up. I'm pretty sure she's not in the castle. The sun's coming up, so let's head out and find her. Nagas used to think they should just leave Kanzaki alone. But now, he had to go along with what Midu said. It was still pretty dark out, and the whole town was dead asleep. Kai started searching for Kanzaki, figuring she had to be somewhere around here. Suddenly, he spotted something glinting on the ground. It was Kanzaki's student ID. While he was checking it out, a bunch of cloaked dudes with swords jumped him from all sides. Kai dodged like it was nothing, then grabbed one guy's wrist and made them stab each other. He went wild, taking them down one by one. The last guy standing saw his crew get wrecked in a gruesome way and turned pale, shaking like a leaf. Kai stared him down with a killer look. Your skills are trash, whether you're a spy or a fighter. Plus, you look like a regular dude, so what's your deal being here? The dude was terrified but refused to say a word. This just pissed Kai off even more. He declared he was going to make the guy spill everything he knew. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was locked up in some shady spot. Her arms were tied up on both sides. The guards there just kept laughing at her. She stood her ground, saying that even if they asked 100,000 times, her answer would be the same. She had nothing to say to these scumbags. They were just trying to squeeze some info out of her about the hero candidates. Because she fought back, the two guys ripped off her outer layer of clothes. Kanzaki's face turned beet red, but there was nothing she could do. Even though she was humiliated, Kanzaki didn't spill a single thing about her crew. Kai had already been there for a while, watching everything. He used his skill to activate appraisal. They were just regular Joes, making it hard to believe Kanzaki got nabbed by these clowns. With that, he threw two daggers, nailing them both in the temple without missing. Then he stepped out of the shadows to uncuff Kanzaki. She looked super embarrassed for not being any help and just causing more trouble. Kai didn't care, just told her to keep quiet. They could talk about the other stuff later. Right now, they had to get out of there. But before they could bounce, someone stepped out of the shadows, then suddenly lunged at them, slamming a blade into the ground. Luckily, Kai's quick reflexes let him jump back just in time. The guy attacking them was Genis, the Holy Knight. He wanted to wipe out all the hero candidates on the Knight's orders. His real identity was a general in the Demon Lord's army. It had come to this. Kai confirmed it. The entire capital was surrounded by the demon army. This kingdom was about to fall. Genis declared he'd speed things up by taking out all the hero candidates. With that, they both got into their fighting stances, one with a dagger, the other with a sword. Kai started to appraise his opponent, Rainey's Duder. Age 28, male. Attack, defense, agility, stamina, and energy were all B rank. Condition, normal. Swordsmanship level 3, fire magic level 3. All his skills were at B level, proving he was a solid all-rounder. This guy was not to be underestimated. Venus charged forward to attack first, forcing Kai to jump back and dodge. He raised his hand, revealing a red magic circle, and commanded a fireball to incinerate his target. A barrage of fireballs shot out from the magic circle. It was straight-up fire magic. Kai had no choice but to leap into the air to dodge the onslaught. Venus seized the chance while Kai was stuck in midair, wide open, and went in for a fatal strike with his blade. Kai hurled his own knife at him, but it was totally useless. His sword suddenly burst into flames, becoming a fire blade. Just when it seemed like the fight was over and Kai was about to lose. But the guy barely got a word of trash talk out before he caught a piece of lead right between the eyes. The dude ended up checking out way sooner than expected. Kai glanced down at his gun. He hadn't planned on using it here since his ammo was limited, but that guy had a point. He never should have jumped into the air like that. Kai knew he had to learn how to fight his enemies head-on if he wanted to survive in this world. Just then, Kazuki peeked out from behind a wall and asked, "Is that a gun?" It's standard issue gear for an assassin. Kazuki was freaked out knowing someone in her class had been carrying a piece this whole time, but still, she had to thank him for coming to rescue her. Kei awkwardly brushed it off, saying it was just a coincidence. Turns out, Kazuki hadn't been able to use her domination power. She didn't know why, but she couldn't use her magic while locked in those cuffs. As soon as he freed her, everything went back to normal. Those cuffs were definitely something special. Kai grabbed the enemy's cloak and draped it over Kazuki so she could cover up. Then, they planned to get the hell out of there together. Kazuki quickly warned him that those guys were planning to attack everyone in their class. But Kai already knew. Someone he captured on his way here had already sung like a canary. It was the only coward left alive after that failed ambush. The guy was scared stiff, begging Kai to spare his life. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on what came out of his mouth. The guy immediately dropped to his knees, saying he was just following orders. His higher-ups told him that the hero candidates were enemies of the Demon Lord, and that they had to eliminate the hero candidates as soon as possible. Kai grilled him about Kazuki, and the guy quickly swore she was still alive. They decided to hold her hostage to lure in the other hero candidates. That's how Kai found out where Kazuki was being kept. The surprising thing was, the guy wasn't killed by a death curse like Steady. That's why Kai didn't think this was the work of demons. Kazuki was bummed that fanatics like that still existed. She used to think the people of this world were her allies. Kai sighed, telling the naive girl not to get played by people like that. That's what happens when you're not careful, you end up in cuffs. Kazuki shot back that it wasn't just her, anyone would have trusted them. They answered every question she had when she tried to learn more. But Kai figured there was another reason. Their enemies weren't just demons, they could be human, too. Kazuki turned away, pissed. I regret it. All right, happy now? It was my fault for being so careless. Just then, Maidu rushed over. Thank God, you're okay. I'm so glad you're safe. Did Kai find you? Kai didn't say anything about it. He just said they needed to talk right now. Seeing how serious Kai was, Midu realized something was up. Kai began to explain everything about the demon cult. They're a group of fanatics who worship the demon lord and want to turn against humanity. And the hero candidates here are their main targets. Midu thought for a moment. Humans, seriously? The problem is, we can't tell who the enemy is, not like with monsters. That's why we need to tell everyone to watch their backs. Midu suggested they report this to Leonora, hoping she'd beef up security. Kazuki didn't think that would work. If they asked her to do that, she'd definitely just tell them to handle it themselves. First, they needed to round everyone up and figure out their next move. Right now, everyone's scattered all over the place looking for Kazuki. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the air from behind the building. A whole mob of those cultists was closing in from that direction. They were armed to the teeth and looked ready to tear the three of them apart. There was no doubt about it now. What they wanted was to take out the hero candidates for good. The three of them got ready to fight. Other groups of students were also being surrounded, and from the looks of it, every single one of the attackers was human. There were a total of 6 of them. Even though their stats were lower than Zane's, taking them on was still a huge problem since they were all warriors. After their leader yelled to attack, they all charged in at once. Kaz used his domination magic to make them all freeze in place. Then Kai launched his knives, sticking them right between their eyes. Milo freaked out because they were human, not demons, and he felt they shouldn't just take their lives like that. But for Kai, it didn't matter if they were demon or human because they were the enemy, period. While they were still arguing, some dude launched a sneak attack from behind. Milo instantly spun around to block with his sword. He still couldn't bring himself to kill the guy, even trying to reason with him. But the dude didn't give a damn about his fallen comrades. The guys said they were doing it all for their master. Kanzaki was about to jump in and help, but Kai stopped him. He wanted Milo to handle it himself and save his own neck. Right away, Milo swung hard and broke the guy's sword in half. This was probably his last show of mercy. If you surrender, I'll let you live. Drop your sword. However, the other guy just kept screaming like a madman. You dare mock me, you damn hero candidate. Then he charged forward like a psycho and managed to slice Milo's arm. After that, he laughed like he just won the lottery or something. At this point, Milo couldn't show any more mercy. With a single swing, he sliced straight across the guy's body. The dude was trembling on the ground in a pool of his own blood, but still refused to back down. Kai told him to finish the job, but Milo wanted to just leave him there to his fate. For Kai, however, it was crucial to make sure the threat was completely neutralized. Milo couldn't understand how his friend could be so calm saying stuff like that, because the guy in front of them was a human being too. Milo, it's your call. But while we're standing here arguing, our entire class is getting attacked. Aren't you going to go help them? You're the strongest person in our class. Milo was speechless, so Kai kept talking. What's more important, the life of your enemy or the lives of your friends? Hearing this, Milo finally decided what mattered more to him. He finished the guy off without a second thought and said he was going to save everyone. Meanwhile, Eris's crew had already taken care of the ambush. Eris was choking the last guy, lifting him high off the ground. Then, with a single punch, he sent the dude flying to meet his maker. He was totally ruthless, just like you'd expect. The other students were still having a hard time, with fireballs scorching the place, but they were just too outnumbered. Nagas wanted everyone to step up and take them down one by one, but the other students couldn't bring themselves to go all out since their enemies were also human. Taking advantage of this hesitation, the cult members kept targeting the girls. Nagas watched helplessly as this all went down. Just then, Leonora showed up and said, I'm wondering if I should even pass you kids for this class. Leonora's appearance made the cultists freak out. You witch, you're the saintess, right? And you know the hero candidates are under my command, so it's only natural I'd come help when they're in danger, isn't it? The guy shot back with a big mouth. You don't even have your guardian knights with you, and you think you're going to save them. Are you taking us for a joke? To Leonora, these guys were nothing more than a bunch of pawns seduced by the demon lord's power. She didn't even see them as real enemies from the start. This insult really set them off, and they all charged at her at once, but they were all immediately caught in a yellow light that left them completely paralyzed. This magic was just like Kanzaki's. Leonora then said, Don't you dare compare my power to that kid's. Her power, range, and authority of domination were superior in every single way. Nagas asked why she saved them. I already mentioned passing you kids, didn't I? I would have been much happier if you all had handled this yourselves, but let's just say it's a superior's duty to protect their underlings. One of the guys, barely breathing, crawled over and grabbed onto Leonora's dress. Don't just leave us here. What are you going to do to us? Oh, my apologies, you're still alive? Well then, everyone kill them all. This command made all the students freeze in shock, then their bodies started moving automatically. A sword appeared in each of their hands, and the swords moved on their own, stabbing down into the dying cultists on the floor. No matter how terrified the girls were, the swords didn't stop. Kai and Kanzaki watched the whole thing go down from a rooftop. He realized this was Tier 3 domination magic. It was way more powerful than Kanzaki's own domination ability. Leonora can control multiple people at once. Her power and range are on a whole other level. Everyone needs to come up with a countermeasure for this ability. That night, 12 hours after the attack by the Demon Lord's followers, the students were regrouping. The girls were in really bad shape. They were seriously messed up. Natalie furiously said she would never forgive that woman. Mind-controlling people and forcing them to kill is just too twisted. Nadia had been controlled too, but she was just pissed off. She knew it was a much bigger deal for the others. She took all the blame on herself. Mickey also blamed himself for not stopping it in time. Everyone tried to cheer Mickey up, telling him he saved a ton of people. Kenzie also blamed herself, thinking if she'd gotten there sooner, things would have been different. But Kai coldly shot that down, saying it wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference. None of them were strong enough to go up against Leonora. Earlier, the three of them had split into two groups with Mickey after taking down the first wave of attackers. The plan was to save as many classmates as possible that way. In the end, the three of them managed to save a few groups but couldn't get to Nadia and the others in time. The Demon Lord's cult. This probably wasn't the last time Kai would run into them, but after seeing their general, Janice get wiped out, they'd likely lay low for a while. Besides, there was something more important to deal with right now. Kai turned to Kenzie and asked, "Can you come with me for a sec?" He led her into a room and shut the door. This made Kenzie blush and get all flustered. But Kai just said coldly, "To figure out how to counter Leonora's domination magic, I need help from someone with a similar power, like you." Kenzie pushed aside her awkward thoughts. "So what's the plan?" "Kenzie, first, I need you to dominate me." One day after the hero candidates defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom threw a massive parade to celebrate the summoning of the hero candidates. This showed that after the hero candidates flexed their power against the Demon Lord's cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Standing in the middle of all the celebration, Kai felt a little suspicious. Was this whole scene something Leonora had orchestrated for everyone? If so, she was way more dangerous than he thought. Everyone gathered outside the city gates. Leonora spoke up. "Looks like everyone's here." "Good. I want all of you to head back to the Alpha Sanctuary." The Alpha Sanctuary, that's the place where the students were first summoned. It was probably territory under Leonora's direct control. Leonora wasn't going with them. She had to deal with some fallout from yesterday's incident, and Gus would be in charge of looking after the hero candidates. Nadia spoke up. "I guess we can head back. But the dorms we were staying in got torched. You know that." Suddenly, Nadia caught the terrified look on Naomi's face. She went over to check on her, but Naomi said she was fine. But her face and the way she was acting told a different story. Leonora suddenly spoke up. "Is something wrong?" Her voice scared Naomi so bad she tripped and fell. Luckily, Nadia rushed over and caught her. After that, the woman said she had to go. Naomi, in a daze, kept telling her friend to stop. Leonora left with a mysterious smile on her face. "Good to hear. See you all next time." The other students were clearly not happy with how she acted, but nobody could do anything about it right now. Night fell, and everyone gathered around the campfires again. Alex's crew still hadn't given up and were dead set on going through with their plan. Kai noticed it right away. Since Leonora wasn't around and there were only 30 soldiers, they were seriously outnumbered by the hero candidates. This was the perfect chance to take out Gus. In this situation, there was no reason to stop them. Right now, all he had to do was sit back and watch the show. Natalie was in charge of luring Gus to an isolated spot, using the excuse that a monster that looked like a dragon had shown up. But when they got there, she acted all confused. "That's weird. I swear I saw it somewhere around here." This area was right along the road to the royal capital, so it would be a huge problem if a real dragon was living here. Gus was about to head back to report the emergency and put together a hunting party. But suddenly, Natalie pointed ahead, making him turn all his attention in that direction. Seizing the opportunity, Arasi launched a surprise attack from behind with a destructive blast. The range was way too close, and luckily Narumi managed to get away in time, or he would have been caught in it too. Gus was injured, with blood streaming down one side of his face. Arasi stood up, dusting himself off. "Even my highest level firepower isn't enough to take you out? You're tough to kill, old man. But taking out tough-to-kill bastards is my specialty." Arasi continued to run his mouth at the seriously injured old man. "You knew we were the ones who baited you here, right? So of course we had a trap laid out for you. You need energy for your defense, huh? But that attack still messed you up pretty bad, didn't it?" Gus couldn't believe these little punks would use such a cheap shot to jump him. No matter what anyone thought, Arasi's only goal was to kill him, so he didn't give a damn about tactics or how people saw him. Realizing he was also surrounded by other students, Gus got to his feet, gripped his sword tightly, and got into a fighting stance. Arasi immediately ordered the other students to move in. "Don't go easy on him. Make sure he bites the dust right here." Gus knew there was no way to stop these hot-headed kids, so he decided to shoot a signal flare into the sky. Kai and the others nearby saw it, and he knew things were about to get a lot messier. Arasi had totally screwed things up. The soldiers nearby recognized it as a distress signal. They started looking around, and realized Gus had been MIA for a while. They began to suspect he was under attack. They all quickly spread the word to check out the source of that light. But Kai showed up and dealt with that soldier with one slash of his knife. He knew they had no personal beef, and he didn't hate the guy or anything. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. A background character who's also a soldier is bound to get offed. The other soldiers saw it and charged in, but they all ended up meeting a grim fate. One by one, they were all taken down, and the ones left started to look pale. Why would a hero candidate do something like this? Kai got in close and put his blade to the guy's throat. "You think you got time to be asking questions?" With that, a blade flashed, and blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, Gus was still surrounded by the group of students. Two of the kids rushed him at once, but he managed to block them. Narumi used his wind spear, while another student immediately juiced up their teammate with a power boost. Gus was totally shocked, but it wasn't his time to go yet, and he flew back to dodge the spear. Another student came at him, but their speed was way too slow compared to the old man. Gus tried to stab him with his sword, but it was no use. The steel body divine protection made the kid's body hard as concrete. That damn divine protection shattered his sword. Next up was a fire punch from Arasi. Gus was sent flying back, losing an arm as blood gushed out like a river. And he still wasn't dead. This old guy was seriously hard to kill. Narumi realized that light from earlier looked like a distress signal. He was trying to stall for time until the soldiers got there. But then Gus spoke up. That won't be necessary. Leonora suddenly appeared from behind him. Looks like you're backed into a corner. Huh, Gus. Over here, everyone was pretty shocked to see Kanzaki using her powers to make the soldiers tie each other up. She just said she was following orders. That made everyone twice as shocked. Usually, she just ignores what anyone says, but now she was taking orders from someone. Then, Kai appeared. Sorry, Midu, she's just following my orders. Kanzaki had caught 7 of them. Even though a few managed to get away, Kai had already dealt with them. Midu realized his friend was killing people again. Kai just casually replied, yeah, I killed them. I didn't leave any soldiers alive except for these guys right here. Midu wanted to know why he had to do it, because I'm sure Arasi and his crew are busy throwing down with Gus. So I figured I'd handle all these small fry. This was why nobody had seen Arasi and his crew. Nagas finally realized this was the rebellion plot they had talked about before. Midu was stunned. He thought Kai was on his side, but now he was teaming up with Arasi. But Kai just does whatever the hell he wants. And more importantly, they needed to find Arasi's crew right now, not stand around arguing. Midu immediately ordered everyone to move out and stop Arasi and his crew from causing any more chaos. Over with Gus, the old man admitted this was a truly pathetic scene. He couldn't fight off old age. And just like that, Leonora was back. Everyone started freaking out, clueless about what to do next. For a guy like Arasi, there was no other option. After everything that went down, he wasn't about to just tuck his tail and run. Everyone realized the woman in front of them was the one pulling all the strings. Leonora spoke casually. Of course, there are some conditions that have to be met. If you could store up enough energy to fight back, you'd be fine. However, you guys are the type who always rely on your guardians and aren't used to controlling your own power, so in a way, you're all just a bunch of weaklings. That's why I can control every single one of you. RC thought this broad was a real piece of work. He bet she couldn't win if they all went all out. Leonora just laughed, calling it a cheap shot. Fine, I'll handle you myself. I'm going to break those fangs of yours. Hearing that, Gus started to panic, worried Leonora would use her power to enslave them. That's going too far. Leonora didn't give a damn. She knew she was a saintess, that God loved her more than any of them. With that said, the two sides threw down. Leonora used heavenly wood. Instantly, slabs of rock shot up from the ground, slamming right into Arasi's gut. Next up was heavenly sky. Winds as sharp as blades and a tornado sent him flying. Arasi was knocked out cold. Heavenly fire scorched him and heavenly water drowned him until he suffocated, also knocking him unconscious. Even though he was getting his butt kicked, Arasi was still talking trash. You think you've won? You damn witch. Just then, Midu's crew showed up and stopped the fight. Arasi knew the kid wanted to stop him from doing something reckless, but in his book, the only way to stop someone was with force. Arasi hated Midu's whole pacifist vibe. Even the others in Arasi's group couldn't bring themselves to trust the people down below. However, Nagas was totally on board with Narumi. But instead of going it alone, wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together? Even though some were still against violence, it gave Midu something to think about. Leonora shattered the tension. Are you all really still arguing in a situation like this? At this point, every single one of you is responsible for starting this rebellion. Do you really think I'll just grant a pardon if someone steps up to take the fall for this whole mess right now? That meant Leonora wasn't going to show any mercy. She used heavenly wind to blow them all away. Narumi tried to fight back, but it was useless. Leonora's tornado was obviously way stronger. It started to crush Narumi, then sucked everyone else in. The whole crew took a massive, painful hit. Midu was freaking out watching it happen, but Arasi told him to chill, that nobody was going to croak. Arasi yelled out, if you want to protect everyone, you need to change yourself first. People are going to die if you keep acting like this. At this point, it was obvious there was no other choice. Midu had no choice but to pick up his sword and fight. Nagas and her flames were on the same page. Even she couldn't keep her cool any longer. One by one, the other students reluctantly agreed it was the only way. So, Leonora was about to throw down with the whole squad of hero candidates. She was dead sure she was about to teach these kids a lesson about the gap in their power. Meanwhile, you had Kai's crew with Kizaki. Kanjaki had no idea what those two were planning to do next. Kai was terrifyingly calm. The moment Leonora used her magic to enslave them, that's when he'd make his move. So until then, all they could do was trust them. As Midu's crew of hero candidates geared up for an all-out assault, Gus, despite being seriously jacked up, still stepped forward to protect the Saintess. Even though he knew he wasn't strong enough, he was still Leonora's knight. Seeing his loyalty, Leonora healed his injuries. Instantly, his arm grew back, and his other wounds vanished. Gus was back to full strength, maybe even stronger than before. Narumi's crew had gone through hell and back just to take him down. It was like all their hard work had just gone down the drain. Nagas tried to hype everyone up, saying that with their current power, they could still beat them. Leonora was totally unfazed. She was actually looking forward to this fight. You kids are free to come at me whenever you're ready. For me, this battle is just a test for all of you. But of course, if you can't beat me, you can't become heroes. The second she finished talking, Midu charged forward, with the other students right behind him for backup. Midu's sword caught the old geezer by surprise, because the kid's blade easily pierced right through his. Leonora morphed the rocks, making them as sharp as knives and piercing through her targets. Those razor-sharp stones shot straight from Midu. Nagas used his melting flame to destroy the stones. Leonora sneered, "Is this seriously all you kids can do?" Even though he tried to dodge and slash, the razor-sharp rocks still grazed him, leaving small cuts on Midu's body. Seeing her leader get hurt, Mireille was absolutely furious. She immediately activated her teleportation ability. Narumi also activated her wind control, creating a wind slash. The two powers combined, but they didn't even get a chance to touch Leonora before being completely nullified. She claimed to be protected and loved by God, so those divine skills had no effect on her. Kupob, watching from behind a rock, activated his appraisal skill. Leonora Digaret, female, attack A, defense D, agility D, stamina E, mana S, level 5 summoning skill, all level 4 elemental skills, and level 3 subskills. Even though her defense stat was pretty low, she never even needed to use it in the first place. A physical attack could probably break through Leonora's defense, but Gyus would be there to block the way. RSE was fighting Gyus. He seemed to be getting tired, opting for kicks instead of his Annihilation Blast, but RSE figured he didn't need to use it against some useless old geezer. With that, he declared he'd put Gyus in the ground, while Midu would handle taking down that witch. Midu agreed, but without his divine skills, his sword couldn't pierce her. A friend tossed him another sword, which Midu caught before getting into a fighting stance. He was finally ready for a real showdown. Midu knew people were counting on him, so he had to defeat Leonora no matter what. Leonora stood there casually, emitting a powerful killing intent. Midu was a whirlwind of motion, slashing, slashing, and slashing again. If their divine skills were useless, his friends couldn't help him in this fight, and since they were too close, they couldn't help Arasi either. Although they were pissed and itching for a fight, the other students had no choice but to stand back and watch. They'd just be a burden if they jumped in now. Gyus swung his sword, and Arasi countered with a punch. The sheer speed of his attack shocked Gyus, forcing him to stagger backward. Arasi started trash-talking. "Yo, what's wrong, old man? How'd you get so slow all of a sudden? Looks like even though your wounds healed, you still haven't gotten your strength back, huh?" But Gyus wasn't a pushover either. The old man started talking smack back, "And you've hit the point where you can't even use your divine skills anymore." Midu was struggling just as much. Leonora launched a barrage of giant fireballs. Midu managed to dodge them, but the situation wasn't looking good. If this kept up, she would crush him from a distance. There had to be some way for Midu to beat Leonora. Leonora actually praised Midu's skills, since not many people in the country could dodge her attacks like that. Midu had to admit, no matter how hard he tried to dodge her attacks, at this distance, it was just a one-sided fight. He had to figure out a way to attack Leonora from such a long range, or he had to find a way to close the distance. Since everyone's divine skills were useless, they couldn't help him. Besides, long-range attacks were Leonora's specialty. Midu had no other choice. He had to close in on her with brute force, and even faster than before. Even Leonora was surprised by Midu's speed, and to stop him from getting close, she made the ground sink beneath him, then a flame engulfed Midu while he was distracted. Up until this point, the kid had been trying to focus all the power in his body, and now he wanted to unleash it all in one attack. Leonora had to admit, it was a terrifying kind of talent. However, for now, a so-called saintess was still stronger than a hero candidate. Midu was knocked out cold. Meanwhile, Arasi was still facing off against the old man, Gyus. At his current power level, he couldn't use his blast anymore. Beating the old man was going to be a lot harder, maybe even impossible. The old geezer took the opportunity while his opponent was hesitating and lunged at him with a slash. Arasi took a blade straight to the gut, a bitter end for the stubborn kid. Gus rests his sword on Arasi's shoulder, you're still just a rookie. This is what happens when you can't use your guardian. It's like Arasi snapped out of it. He didn't need the power of some blast just to show that old man how strong he was. To Gus's complete shock, Arasi forced himself back to his feet, then paid him back in full with one massive punch. Gus was sent flying backward, knocked out cold and motionless. Arasi was victorious. Meanwhile, Midu had also regained consciousness. Visions of his friends flashed through his mind, and he swore to himself that he had to protect them all. His friends were hurting, and he couldn't stand to see them like that. Midu getting back on his feet made Leonora scowl. She couldn't believe this punk was still standing. Still, she was cocky, thinking he could never get close no matter how hard he tried. But she was dead wrong. Midu actually closed the distance on Leonora and landed a slash on her arm. Blood dripped to the ground. Leonora had let her guard down. While she was still reeling, Midu appeared behind her again. Leonora panicked, spinning around to summon her rocks. Midu managed to land another hit. Leonora sensed something was way off. It wasn't that she let her guard down, but because Midu had closed the gap in an instant, so that was his ground shrinker technique. When you get the power you've always wanted, it means the big guy upstairs has your back. But for Midu, all he ever wanted was the strength to protect everyone. Yet, no matter how powerful he got, he still couldn't land a final blow on Leonora. The tip of his sword stopped just inches from her neck. Leonora's submission spell had frozen Midu in place. She never planned on using it, but Midu had forced her hand. Kai was still watching from afar. Now that she played her trump card, the critical moment had finally come. He turned to Kanjaki and said, "Let's do this." Leonora never thought she'd have to use her enslavement magic, but Midu had pushed her to it. Midu was completely paralyzed, unable to move an inch. A moment later, his friends were all pinned down too. Leonora was very satisfied, saying they all did a pretty good job. She announced that she would pass every single one of them. She never even considered the possibility of losing. Even if that man was a knight, he was still replaceable. As long as she controlled the hero candidates, everything would be fine. Narumi knew this was a losing fight from the get-go, but without a way to counter it, they were totally helpless. Leonora explained that the whole reason she was allowed to summon hero candidates was so she could easily control them when the time came. Otherwise, the kids here would eventually become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives flew toward her, and Leonora quickly used her heavenly wood technique to form a shield. She knew Kai had been laying low this whole time and that he was the one who took out her precious little slaves. Kai stepped out and said, "Well, I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd pay any attention to a scrub like me." Leonora knew Kai was weird from the start. Even though his guardian power was useless, he was always completely calm. That's not how a rookie acts. To be honest, Leonora was a bit disappointed in Kai. She couldn't believe he'd show his face in a fight he couldn't possibly win. Kai gave her a look that could cut steel. He was the one who would decide if this fight was a win or a loss. Leonora found his confidence amusing. "All right then, show me what you got." Instantly, Kai was also hit with the enslavement spell. Leonora was totally confident in her magic. With this spell, she could win any fight, period. But before she could even finish her thought, a bullet tore through Leonora's shoulder. It was Kai, but somehow he had broken free from her spell, even though she definitely hit him with the enslavement magic. Kai fired another round. Leonora panicked, wondering what kind of weapon could hit her when she was completely unable to defend against it. Kai explained this was the tool that had ended the most lives back in his world. He only had a few rounds left, so he really didn't want to waste them. Leonora told herself to chill out. She didn't get why her magic wasn't working, so this time she decided to use heavenly fire to torch her enemy. She planned to catch Kai off guard and incinerate him, but only his cloak caught fire. Kai had already appeared behind her. He raised his gun, aiming it right at Leonora's head. Just from watching Midu's fight, he knew she was trash at close-range combat, and her trump card, the enslavement magic, was completely useless against him. Leonora's mind was racing with a million questions right now. How could this be? This magic was supposed to be unstoppable. Honestly, it was a risky move for Kai. A gamble on whether it would work or not, but in the end, Kai won that bet. Flashing back to that night, Kai mentioned he'd been spending his time researching magic lately. He still hadn't found any information on the enslavement spell, but in its place, Kai found something important. The skill that's used first gets priority over any skill used after it. That means if Kanzaki used her domination spell on Kai, it would nullify the enslavement magic. It was a real possibility, especially since a guardian skill is way stronger than regular magic. Kanzaki was worried because her skill was much weaker than Leonora's enslavement magic. However, technically speaking, it all comes down to proficiency level. Using Kanzaki's level 1 domination spell to counter Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic, Kanzaki was still worried, because even so, if she used her skill first, she could still lose control of her own subject. However, the chances of that were slim. Steady's domination spell was already superior to Kanzaki's. At that moment, Kai thought the demons would obey Kanzaki's command, but he was wrong. To put it simply, Steady's magic was used before he used his own skill. To counter Leonora's enslavement magic, the same principle would likely work. This was a total gamble, because Kai himself didn't know how far he could even move while under domination. By now, Leonora had realized Kanzaki's role, and that Kai was under her domination. Leonora gritted her teeth, partly from the pain, and partly because these brats' cheap tricks were so damn low. It looks like this is all over. The Saintess, Leonora, she can't use her powers because they're being blocked by these cuffs. Kai had borrowed them from the Demon Lord's followers. Looks like they can even block the Saintess's skills. Leonora wanted to know what Kai was going to do with her. He said he'd let her go if she sent everyone back to their own world. However, that was impossible. Leonora could only summon people here. Sending them back required a completely different skill. Kai knew this woman wasn't lying, and her profile didn't mention this skill either. He pressed on. Then why'd you say we could go back after defeating the Demon Lord? Summoning people from another world requires a massive amount of energy. Leonora had prayed to God to help her successfully summon everyone. In other words, everyone was summoned here by God's will, and after completing the mission, it's very likely everyone would be returned to where they belong. Kai confirmed one more time, "We can go back? Are you sure that's even possible?" Leonora answered confidently, "Yes. I've summoned many hero candidates before you all, but not a single one could even get close to the Demon Lord." Kai had never heard her mention them or what happened to the previous hero candidates. Most of them were killed by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and went somewhere, but nobody knows where they're hiding. Hearing that, who wouldn't lose all their motivation? That's exactly why Leonora hadn't said anything until now. "So you all want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack, and you'll have to fight against them." This meant they had no other choice. If they wanted to win this war, they'd need the kingdom's support. Leonora said she'd let this whole thing slide if they just let her walk away. But Kai said hell no. He was about to send her 6 feet under right then and there, but Midu quickly stopped him. Kai couldn't understand why his friend was getting in the way. Kai thought he had thought it through, but it seemed he was still clinging to those naive ideals of his. Midu said he only went along with it because he believed she knew how to get everyone back home. Now that's impossible, but he still wanted to keep the title of hero candidate. However, they were the ones who started a rebellion. That was undeniable. Leonora quickly chimed in, "Midu's right. I admit I went a bit too far. Let's just act like none of this ever happened." It sounded reasonable enough, but this woman was extremely dangerous. Catching her a second time wouldn't be easy. Leonora just needed to take out Kanzaki first, and then she'd be unbeatable. So it was highly likely she'd do just that after being set free. Midu was still afraid that if they killed this woman, everyone would be charged with murdering the Saintess. "We just need to make her promise to treat everyone right and then let her go." Meyer agreed with Midu's idea, saying not everyone is a warrior. Besides, if we become outlaws, we won't be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Nagas agreed too, asking wouldn't it be better to find a way to make her keep her word? However, Narumi sided with Kai, saying they couldn't trust this woman. They'd already come this far, so it was best to take her out as soon as possible. Honestly, Midu had thought the same thing, but there would be no turning back for them if they killed her right here. Kai knew it was natural for Midu to be worried. The safety of the entire class was important to him. Kai was confident he could survive, but he couldn't just make a reckless decision. And after hearing everyone's opinions, with some against and some for it, after all that, Kai still decided to give Leonora a lead pill right between the eyes. To everyone's shock, he then used a smoke bomb to make a run for it. The others started freaking out because Kai took care of Leonora before the rest of the class could make a decision. That was unforgivable. They thought Kai was always just looking out for himself. Only Narumi and Kanjaki stood there, completely stunned. She couldn't believe he had actually taken the woman's life. Everything went down exactly like he said it would. Kai had said their main objective was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to get back to their own world. If it turned out she couldn't do that, Kai wouldn't let Leonora survive. However, Kai knew that even if they found out there was no way back to their world, Midu would still protect her. At that moment, Kai would pull the trigger without a second thought and bolt. Kai was ready to take all the heat for killing the Saintess himself. That's why he let a few soldiers get away so they could spread the word that Kai was the one behind it all. If they saw him as the bad guy, it wouldn't be a problem for everyone else to go back. Kazaki was really worried. She was afraid that things wouldn't go that smoothly. But Kai was super confident, saying that's when her power would come in handy. If anything happened, she should use her domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom. As for him, he could handle himself. So everything went exactly as planned, and Kai made his escape. Meanwhile, in a massive fortress, a mysterious guy with a horn on his head was sitting on the throne. He'd heard news about the hero candidates, these drifters from another world blessed by God. His minions had tried multiple times to eliminate the candidates but failed every single time. The Horned Man said, "Don't worry, what we can do in enemy territory is still limited. Let's just leave them be, they'll show up sooner or later." But things are definitely getting more interesting now. This guy is the Supreme General of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Wind King, Windbach. And just like that, 2 days had passed since the incident. Kai was still wandering through the forest. According to his map, he was super close to a city. He decided to climb up to a higher spot to get a better look. He finally spotted the city. It would probably take half a day to walk there. By the time night fell, Kai had reached the city walls. A criminal who killed the Saintess couldn't just walk in through the main gate, since he had no idea how they treat him. Kai decided he'd sneak in using a rope. After successfully sneaking into the city, the first thing he needed to do was make some cash. Kai had scored a little bit of money off the soldiers he killed. However, it wasn't nearly enough. A small tavern caught his eye. This would be a good place to make some money. Kai walked in and ordered a beer and some grub. A drunk patron sitting next to him struck up a conversation. "I ain't never seen your face around here. You, a traveler?" "Yeah, I was forced to leave my hometown. I'm looking for a job." "You running from the Demon Lord's army invasion?" "Sorry to hear that." Even though it was a misunderstanding, it was a useful one. Kai asked him if there were any jobs around that didn't require you to give your name. The bartender brought over a beer and said in that case, he should become an adventurer. Adventurers can take on any job available from the guild, which is usually monster subjugation, but if you don't have the skills, you'll get taken out real quick. However, the bartender felt like this kid wasn't lacking in experience. Kai said if it was just monsters, he could handle it, and then asked how to become an adventurer. Becoming an adventurer is simple. You just have to go to the guild in the center of the city and sign up. They're in desperate need of new adventurers, so they don't ask for ID. The reason this owner knows so much is because he used to be an adventurer himself, but he messed up his knee and had to retire. That night, Kai crashed at an inn, figuring he might be sticking around for a bit. Even though he saw this guest's face, the inn's receptionist didn't even blink. After all, there are no cameras or anything in this world, so he didn't need to be too paranoid about it. Kai headed over to the Adventurers Guild, which was packed with people and buzzing with energy. He walked up to the front desk and said he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist told Kai he needed to pay 1 silver coin to sign up. Kai immediately coughed up the cash. After being asked for his name, age, and origin, Kai just made up a new identity. The name he chose was Siren, 17 years old. He claimed the Demon Lord's army had invaded his hometown, which is why he ended up drifting to this place. Kai couldn't believe the alias he used back in the real world was being used here. The receptionist started registering Kai with that info and stamped his papers, and with that, his registration was complete. The receptionist went on to explain the system used by the guild. Based on their achievements, adventurers are ranked from A to F. Obviously, the higher the rank, the better the rewards. Plus, high-ranking adventurers can take on tougher quests. Since Siren was new, he'd be registered as an F-rank adventurer. He could rank up by completing quests. All the quests are posted on the bulletin board over there. She advised him to pick an F-rank quest for his first mission. Kai walked over to the board. F-rank quests were stuff like gathering herbs and killing goblins. He'd never seen a monster like that before, so Kai decided to go with that one. Just then, a one-eyed black dude and his crew came over to start trouble. "I've never seen your face around here. Yo, kid, you planning on taking down some goblins? I'd advise you to back off. For a punk like you, that's impossible." Kai thought to himself, who are these morons? Are you guys tired of breathing or something, coming here to pick a fight? Kai didn't want to make a scene, so he just replied calmly, "Thanks for the warning. Could you please just leave me alone?" The crew got pissed off for being dissed by some kid. It looked like bullying newbies was their favorite pastime. The blondie tried to teach Kai a lesson, but he was fast enough to block his grimy hand. The blondie panicked and called for his boys to help. Well, everyone knows how that ended. The whole crew was laid out on the floor, knocked out cold. Meanwhile, Kai just casually walked away with a quest paper. So this was the power of an average adventurer. Compared to the hero candidates, they were ridiculously weak. The main thing now was to get this quest done quickly. According to the quest info, the goblins were hiding out around the forest. Kai suddenly spotted some fresh tracks left on the ground. Kai started following the tracks. Looked like they belonged to an animal. He suddenly realized something was here, and it wasn't alone. They were hidden pretty well. Could it be the goblins? Just then, a two-legged wolf holding a sword suddenly appeared from behind, but Kai dodged it easily. The sword it was holding was probably stolen from a human. Another wolf with a wooden club tried to sneak attack him. Kai grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it right in its eyes. He kicked the sword out of the first wolf's hand. then used that same sword to stab it right in the chest. Finally, he threw a knife to clean up the other two beasts. Once it was done, Kai activated his appraisal skill. They were 22-year-old goblins, male, D-rank attack, C-rank agility, C-rank strength, F-rank magic, and level 1 stealth skill. These monsters were no threat at all. Kai figured he could hunt some more and make a little extra cash. As a result, he brought back a huge pile of goblin ears as proof of his kills. The receptionist was shocked by the sheer number. She couldn't believe a newbie could pull this off all by himself. For Kai, beating them was easy, but finding them took way too much time. Even though he had the skills to fight them, his tracking skills were still limited, so it seemed being an adventurer was pretty complicated. People around started whispering, he hunted goblins that easily? Could he be a C-rank adventurer from another town? I heard he's still a rookie. Because the count was so high, the receptionist needed a little time to prepare the reward. So Kai now had a fat stack of cash in his hands. He couldn't believe he could make this much bank just by offing some weak sauce mana beasts. From now on, the main thing was covering his living costs. Kai was going to stick around this city for a while and make money as an adventurer. If he built some solid connections in the guild, getting info would be way easier. While he was lost in thought, a tall, grimy-looking dude blocked Kai's path. Sizing him up, Kai could tell this guy was on a whole other level compared to the other chumps in the guild. The bowl-cut dude introduced himself as Lai, a B-rank adventurer. He got all up in Kai's face. Just so you know, I'm the one running this guild's branch in the city. You got a problem with that? Turns out, Kai had messed up his crew earlier that day. They obviously started it, but those little punks ran their mouths saying. Some no-name rookie showed up and beat them to a pulp. With that, Lai didn't hesitate, declaring he was going to teach Kai a lesson. He rushed in, throwing punches high and low, lefts and rights, but none of them even connected. He started losing his cool, jumping up for a kick, but ended up getting tripped by Kai and eating dirt. His speed was pretty fast but sloppy. His movements were way too big, leaving tons of openings. Getting schooled by some punk kid made Lyle go even more berserk, but he was shut down in just a few minutes. It seemed like he wasn't used to fighting people. After all, an adventurer's main gig is usually taking down mana beasts. Lai couldn't figure out why someone with this insane power would even bother with his crew. Kai said it was all just a misunderstanding, telling him to chill out, have a drink, and let him explain. In the end, the two of them were kicking back with some beers and chicken, hearing each other out. After getting the full story, Lai smacked his crew upside the head for playing him. He admitted it was his bad for not questioning those three clowns, then made them apologize to Kai. The three stooges quickly bowed their heads and said they were sorry. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up, Kai decided to let it slide. Besides that, he had a few things he wanted to ask. Lai might look like a thug, but he was actually a reasonable guy. My bad for being so rough. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Kai continued. You see, I'm a traveler. The reason I signed up as an adventurer was to make some cash to get around easier, but I have another reason. Lai found it hard to believe a young dude with that kind of serious power could be in any trouble. Even though he didn't know what it was, he still wanted to help. Kai said he was looking for a way to travel to another world. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock and disbelief. How could something like that even be possible? But the hero candidates also came from another world. Right, Kai was talking about how the hero candidates travel back to their own world. Lai thought, if that's the case, it must involve magic, and they didn't know jack about that stuff. Kai knew this info wouldn't be easy to get. He was just hoping they might have some kind of lead. Lai scratched his head, saying there was only one person with knowledge about it, the sage Elbana, an elf who had helped this country with his valuable advice. It seemed Kai had also heard that name somewhere before, an elven sage. That's what he had read about in the book. Rumor has it that elves live deep in the forest, with only a few survivors left, and their stories are considered legends. They rarely leave their forests for the outside world. Among those who did leave and step into the outside world was one known as the Sage. He has lived for over 100 years, and what's more, he's incredibly wise with vast knowledge. They say he's a famous mage and a real expert on all kinds of spells. Elves are known to maintain a tight connection with spirits to get help with their magic. Even if there's no way for people to return to their old world, with a spell, it might be totally possible. However, nobody knows if the sage is still alive. They've never heard any rumors about him, and on top of that, it seems like no one has ever actually seen the guy. Lai let out a rough laugh, admitting he didn't really know this stuff himself, then apologized for not being able to give Kai any useful info. For Kai, though, that information was super helpful. It was more than enough for him. Kai chugged the rest of his beer and headed back to the inn to crash. Before he left, Lai wanted to ask what he would do after figuring out how to travel to another world. Kai just turned back with a smile and said, I'll leave that to your imagination. Today, Kai came back to collect his reward for a new mission. A week had passed, and during that time, he'd managed to save up a decent chunk of change. Leo and his crew had gotten tighter with him, even enthusiastically inviting him out for drinks, but Kai turned them down. He had gathered some important intel about the sage. His name was Elbert Carter. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but now he's retired and lives somewhere along the western border. That's where the country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. Kai had no reason to stick around this city anymore, so he decided to go meet this so-called sage and see what's up. Back in Alpha, Sanctuary City, it's been a month since Captain Herrick of the Holy Legion's 8th Night Division took over caring for the hero candidates in place of the deceased saintess. Right now, nobody had any complaints because Herrick was doing a damn good job. He was happy to hear that. After all, the kids here were priceless assets to this country, and he was just showing them the respect they deserved. Everyone was pretty satisfied with the new guy in charge. He was way different from Leonora, but also kind of shady. Now, they were getting down to business. The meeting yesterday decided that the hero candidates would be mobilized to the front lines. The war on the western border is still raging, and everyone will be deployed from a fortress right on the front. Herrick promised to protect those who weren't strong enough to fight. That made Mito and the others breathe a huge sigh of relief. However, they'd still have some jobs to do during this time, because you gotta work to eat, right? This was pretty urgent, so they'd probably be shipping out tomorrow morning. Mito and Miro went back and passed the info on to everyone else. Miro was stoked that they had accepted the candidate's request. At first, Mito was really worried, afraid that his demands were a bit too much. The two of them figured the higher-ups weren't confident enough to control all the candidates without Leonora. That's why they were being so humble. With Leonora gone, they were definitely on high alert. Mira suddenly thought of Kai, wondering where he was now. After Leonora was killed and Kai took off, the bishop was completely stunned when he heard the news. Nagas claimed the culprit was Kai. He was one of the hero candidates. But now he's on the run, a traitor, so of course he bolted fast. The soldiers gossiped among themselves, saying if this was true, they needed to send someone to investigate as soon as possible. But another guy argued they first needed to confirm if the saintess had really kicked the bucket. The old bishop felt the story was very convenient for the kids present here. This pissed off Eris. He said he didn't want to deny their story, but it was also possible that everyone here had teamed up to take out Leonora. Just then, a soldier quickly spoke up. "That's not it, Bishop. I was there and saw everything. The hero candidates standing here tried their best to protect the saintess, but they were overpowered by that punk Kai, and as a result, the saintess lost her life." Another soldier chimed in. "He's right. I saw the whole thing too. Me too." So, with the testimony of Leonora's 3 knights, the old bishop had no more doubts. But he wondered, was this Kai guy really that strong? Mito confirmed that he was incredibly strong. He'd been hiding his abilities this whole time. With that said, the bishop invited a few of them into a room to discuss the matter in more detail. While he was in the back using his domination spell, everyone somehow managed to get through this terrible ordeal. Right now, Mito was still really worried about Kai. However, Mito knew Kai had sacrificed himself for him, even though Mito had decided to protect everyone. He returned to his room and told everyone, "They've decided to deploy us to the front lines. Everyone who can fight needs to get ready to leave this place first thing tomorrow morning." Everyone got pretty nervous hearing that a real battle was happening, but it was a little late to be scared now. They were assigned to serve under the command of the 8th Night Legion and Captain Herrick. Kenzie asked if there was any news about Kai. Mito shook his head. They put a bounty on his head and mobilized a ton of forces to hunt him down, but there's been no word yet. Kenzie turned away, disappointed. Nagas didn't care if Kai really betrayed them or not, but if she found him, she would burn him to a crisp. Kenzie felt sad and lonely, blaming herself, thinking that Kai should have taken her with him. The next day, everyone set off for the front lines. The girls were already wiped out since it was their first time traveling so far, but it looked like they had to keep hoofing it until dark. For the past 2 days, all they'd done was walk and do nothing else. Everyone was starting to get bored out of their minds, hoping something exciting would finally happen. Suddenly, Ares signaled for everyone to halt. He sensed a beast lurking behind the bushes, but the commander hurried over, demanding to know why they'd all stopped so abruptly. Mito said he sensed a beast nearby. However, the squad leader just blew it off, saying there was nothing there. Regardless, everyone had to follow his orders. They weren't allowed to make a move without his command. This pissed Ares off so much he straight up grabbed the guy by the throat. Everyone freaked out and told him to stop, but Ares was like, "Why the hell should we listen to orders from this loser?" Just then, something sharp zipped past, forcing him to let go. It was a pack of razor rabbits. Everyone immediately snapped into their battle stances. The razor rabbits all charged at once. The knights' swords were sent flying from their hands. Ares instantly used his explosion power to blast one of the monsters away, then stomped it into the ground. He was taking on the entire pack of razor rabbits all by himself. Everyone had to admit that Ares was insanely powerful. It felt like he was on a whole other level compared to last time. However, Ares himself knew this still wasn't enough. This power was nothing compared to that jerk, and everyone knew exactly who that jerk was. Who else could it be but Kai? From the very start, he had a bad vibe about Kai. Kai never even flinched. To be more accurate, Kai never gave Ares the time of day. And the result was, Kai was on a completely different level. With the explosion power he'd gotten, Ares thought he had become stronger, but the outcome was not what he'd hoped for. Kai gave him a harsh reality check that snapped him out of his delusion. Mito suddenly realized that Ares had been in a really bad mood lately, but he just denied it, saying he just hated being bossed around by a bunch of scrubs. After a long trek on foot, the hero candidates finally made it to the front lines. This was the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, a whole line of fortresses. Tons of soldiers were standing guard. The girl with the short hair is Captain Elia, from the 4th Night Corps of the Holy Knights, here to welcome the hero candidates. She had only been promoted recently, since the previous captain of the monitoring agency had died a week ago. Suddenly, a knight came running up in a panic, yelling that the Demon Lord's army was on its way. They were heading right for them. Looks like there was no time to rest. The entire border was now counting on the hero candidates. Everyone braced themselves to go all out against the Demon Lord's minions. The knights started ringing the alarm bells, signaling that the Demon Lord's army was approaching. In the distance, a massive horde of monsters of all colors was charging aggressively toward the main gate. There were way more of them than anyone could have imagined. Hark ordered all the knights to fire their arrows at once, trying to thin out their numbers before they got closer. The other mages also grouped up and prepared to fight. Heavenly fire, heed our call and smite the forces of evil. At the same time, fire and arrows rained down on them. Even though they were riddled with arrows, they didn't retreat. In fact, it just made them more bloodthirsty. Attacks like this weren't enough to take them down. Amelia told everyone not to underestimate the stamina and durability of these monsters. Compared to them, humans are way weaker. Right now, everyone needed to follow Hark's commands, while she would head down there to fight alongside the 4th Night Corps. But there was one problem. Some people from their group had already jumped down to throw down with them, with the monsters, and it was none other than Ares and his crew. The monsters couldn't believe their eyes. This dude had to be a total moron. Who did he think he was, jumping down here all by himself? Ares didn't give a damn if they were demi-humans or some other freaks. All he had to do was wipe these ugly things off the map. Another group of monsters smashed through the wall and got inside the city, sending tons of knights flying with a single swing. One knight was about to get sliced by a monster, but luckily Mito jumped in just in time to save him. He started to expand his sky sword. The blade instantly grew longer and wider, and a single swing could wipe out a whole bunch of monsters. Even Mito himself could feel his power surging. He turned to everyone and said, "Yo, you see this? We can totally win this thing. Let's throw down and don't back down." Everyone got hyped and locked in. Mito knew he couldn't afford to hesitate. If he choked, the other students would get spooked since he was the one calling the shots. Kai had taught Mito what happens when you're a fool. Mirai also yelled out, "Yo, stop gawking and let's get to it." Her telekinetic guardian started chucking boulders, and then Nagis's firestorm torched everything in sight. Kanaki's domination spell straight up froze every monster that tried to make a move. The knights watching from up high were shook by the power of these hero candidates. They were totally steamrolling the Demon Lord's army. Harik ordered all his soldiers to protect the hero candidates. They had to push back the demon horde no matter what. All the soldiers followed orders and charged in. After a grueling fight, the monsters were scattered all over the ground. Their army had crushed the Demon Lord's forces. This was a victory for the books. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon. Midu silently watched the sunset. Just then, Harik walked up and asked, "Your first real battle? Huh? How'd it feel?" It's a lot to take in. A battle on this scale requires some serious skill. In the heat of it, my vision got so tunneled I couldn't make any real calls. Harik clapped Midu on the shoulder, telling him he did a great job. Today's win was all thanks to the candidates' hard work, but they still had to stay on their toes. The enemies they faced today were just low to mid-tier demons. Even though there weren't many, the high-level demons are on a whole other level of power. Midu said he'd keep that in mind. That night, the demons were chilling at their camp. The commander reported that his squad totally failed their mission for the day. This crusty old monster getting all pissed off is Stone Gaia, a top executive in the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Earth. The next morning, in the western part of the holy nation of Digaret, at the Great Forest Outpost, Kai was just about to get out of this forest, finally end his long journey to find the sage. Suddenly, something red shot towards him at crazy speed. Taking a closer look, he realized it was a tongue, and it was the super long tongue of 3 huge monkeys. Kai instantly activated his appraisal skill. They were tongue monkeys, age 33, male, with a B rank attack and C rank defense, B rank agility, C rank strength, F rank magic, and their status was hungry and super agitated. They had a level 3 tongue attack skill. Kai dropped his backpack and got ready to throw down with the 3 ugly apes. Looked like their stats were pretty average, they just looked intimidating. One of them whipped out its 30,000-yard-long tongue to distract Kai, then suddenly rushed him. He jumped up to dodge the hit. Then another one shot its tongue out, but this time Kai sliced it right open. Man, I felt that just watching. Next thing you know, its head went flying. The other 2 just froze up, totally stunned. They were completely stiff, speechless. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, he'd made pan-seared monkey meat. Even though it wasn't super fast, the fact that magical beasts, stronger than the last, kept showing up probably meant he was getting closer to the Demon Lord's territory. Or maybe it was because this place was so far from the city that there weren't many knights and adventurers around. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of running into unknown magical beasts. Anyway, Kai could still figure out the age of these beasts thanks to his appraisal skill. Right now, he needed to be a little more on guard. Before long, Kai reached the Urogeno mountain range, a natural defensive barrier that slowed down the Demon Lord's army's invasion. The highest peak of that range is called Death Wolf Mountain. Rumor has it that the sage Albana lives at the very top. If Kai remembered right, there was supposed to be a small village at the base of Death Wolf Mountain. But what he never could have imagined was that the village was completely torched. Just as he suspected, it was an attack by the Demon Lord's army. This place was pretty far from the front lines, so Kai knew he had to be more careful from now on. He couldn't afford to be reckless. After torching the village, these purple demons looked like they were just low-level grunts. They asked their boss, Hector, what to do next. They wanted to slaughter everyone here. This blonde dude is their superior, named Hector. He said to stop right there and enslave all the surviving villagers. Besides that, it looks like he also wants some intel on Albana. A subordinate reported that they found him. The sage is living on top of Mount Deathwolf, so it matches their intel. Right now, their biggest priority is Albana, also known as the Sage. After crashing here for a night, they're going to climb the mountain. But that mountain is known as the Den of the Death Wolves. Wolf monsters are a species that can't be tamed. That means the demons can't reach their goal unless they wipe out all the death wolves. Because when facing a magic beast with high intelligence, domination magic is pretty much useless. One of them heard that the 4 heavenly kings managed to tame a dragon before, but that's impossible for them now. Even that dude Hor isn't good with magic. Anyway, there's no point in talking about what they don't have. Their only option now is to exterminate these untamable magic beasts. Kai, posted up on the roof, heard everything. Looks like they're a disciplined crew. He guessed the blonde dude was a high-ranking demon. Plus, this demon named Hector has some seriously high stats. Hector Wise, age 25, high-ranking demon, male. Attack B. Defense B. Agility A. Strength B. Magic B. Status normal. Domination skill level 1. Swordsmanship level 5. He's definitely one of the few high-ranking demons in the Demon Lord's army. It'd be tough to face him head-on. Just then, the commander sensed someone watching. He immediately ordered his subordinates to search the area for whoever was sneaking around. You gotta admit, his senses are sharp. Too bad for them, Kai is a pro when it comes to stealth missions. While hiding, he saw a bunch of townspeople tied up by the demons. Kai paused for a second, but then decided to leave. He had no reason to help the villagers here. Just like the demons, Kai's main objective was to meet the sage. He had to climb the mountain before the Demon Lord's army. Kai finally reached the highest point of the Yugo mountain range, the danger zone, also known as Mount Deathwolf. They said there used to be an expedition trail here, so he decided to follow the beast's tracks. Kai couldn't see his surroundings clearly, and the ground was unstable, so even though he was in a hurry, he had to be careful. Kai sensed another presence nearby, though it was faint. This was probably the rumored wolf monster of Mount Deathwolf. He could even feel their numbers increasing rapidly. Even though they were hiding, he could feel some heavy pressure. Just then, the alpha wolf let out a howl, and immediately, the rest of the pack charged out to attack. Kai reacted fast and jumped into a tree. These were the infamous magic beasts of Mount Deathwolf. A lot of people have gone missing on this mountain. Looks like this was the reason why. Kai started to activate his appraisal ability. They were from the dire wolf race. Age 20, male, attack C, defense C, agility B, strength B, magic D, status normal, Coordination, skill level 3. A beefy wolf rammed the tree, snapping it in half and making Kay lose his balance. While free-falling, he grabbed a leaf and reinforced it with mana, flinging it straight at the wolf and slicing its neck open. He successfully took down one death wolf. The others rushed in. They were scary, sure, but with Kai's power, they were just slightly tougher dogs. There were still a lot of them. He'd have to reinforce his body with mana like before. If Kai could do this consciously, it would be super effective. Back then, Leonora said everyone relied on divine protection, so their mana control was weak. You guys are the type who always lean on divine protection. You're not used to controlling your own mana. In a way, you're nothing but a bunch of weaklings. That's why I can control you so easily. So, at that time, none of the candidates could resist Leonora's enslavement magic. Kai was determined to get stronger to overcome this weakness. If he could improve his mana control, he'd be able to use mana to freely strengthen his body and also increase his resistance to enemy magic. It might not be as strong as divine protection, but he needed to be stronger in this world. He had to master that skill. Kai targeted the alpha wolf. It roared to show its dominance, but Kai just casually gifted it a knife. The second the alpha bites the dust, the rest of them will scatter. After all, the alpha is the strongest one. Once the top dog is taken out, the others obviously won't dare to fight. A super useful lesson. Kai charged through the middle of the wolf pack. He sensed something was way off about their movements. He was clearly predicting their every move. A phantom wolf appeared from a death wolf. Turns out, it was a projection of the wolf's movement 1 second into the future. That let Kai strike without taking a single hit, even from a sneak attack. Everything was going smoothly. He could see about 1 second into the future. The rest of the pack started to cower in fear, but Kai wasn't about to spare any of them. Let's get a little training session in. Then, with just a few slashes of his knife, the entire pack of death wolves was wiped out at his hands. Kai checked his stats and info. Name Sinj Dukai, age 20, gender male, attack A, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic C, status normal, skill divine guard, appraisal level 3. Divine guard detect weakness level 1, divine guard foresight level 1, assassination arts level 5, dagger arts level 5. Throwing arts level 5, stealth level 5. So that was the skill that let him see the future. When he got the detect weakness skill, his appraisal ability also leveled up, so it was basically an upgrade of the regular version. This is a skill that lets Kai see everything with his vision. After a long climb, plus hauling a massive backpack and throwing down with a pack of wolves, he was completely exhausted. Anyway, he was almost at the summit, so he decided to crash here for a bit. But fate didn't want Kai to get a break, it wanted him to keep moving. There was some noise nearby. Could be the Demon Lord's army approaching. Either way, this was no time to be taking a break. Kai kept moving. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, near the peak of Death Wolf Peak, a bunch of monsters were ganging up on a girl. As it turns out, this girl is the sage's apprentice, but things weren't looking good. This elf kid had been fighting her heart out to keep the monsters from reaching her master's home. Here, the leader ordered the monsters to charge all at once and take the little girl's life. The elf girl seemed to have lost the will to fight. She could only stand there waiting to die. But our boy Kai showed up with an impressive hero saves the damsel entrance. The girl stared at Kai in disbelief, shocked to see a human in front of her. The monsters demanded to know who this guy was, but Kai just looked at them with contempt and didn't say a single word. He sized them up. There were 10 soldiers here, and the leader was a high-ranking demon. The girl asked why he saved her. Kai didn't answer, instead asking her, "You're the apprentice of the sage Elbena, right?" The girl admitted she was indeed the sage's apprentice. Well, that was Kai's reason right there. He said he had business with the sage. Kai had used his appraisal skill to see that she was a demi-human. What's more, her stat window showed she also had magic skills. Here didn't care who this kid was. If he dared to get in their way, he was clearly an enemy. But even with one more person, the outcome wouldn't change a thing. The monsters confidently charged forward to take them both out. To save this girl and put the sage in his debt, Kai needed to defeat these demons in front of him. Right now, he was completely surrounded. One of them leaped high into the air with its sword, ready to slash down, but with his foresight skill, he already predicted its future movement and smoothly sidestepped to the right to dodge the blow. Then the one behind him launched a surprise attack. Kai spun around and blocked its arm with his own, to the astonishment of the other monsters. Gotta admit, its weapon was massive, but isn't that a bit of overkill for fighting a human? Then with just a few flashes of his dagger, one lost its right arm, another lost a leg, and another lost its head. As long as foresight was active in close quarters combat, he couldn't lose. The problem was, he only had a few minutes of skill time left. The leader ordered his minions to stop rushing in like idiots and use magic to blast him. They immediately obeyed, summoning magic circles and firing off a barrage of magic bullets. This was the legendary magic. Just then, the elf girl suddenly spoke up. "Blow away the enemy, O spirit of the wind." Suddenly, a massive wind shield surrounded them, and the bullets couldn't get through. As far as Kai could tell, that was a magic spell. So that's the power you get from borrowing the spirit's strength, a skill only elves can use. The elf girl said cheerfully, "Thanks to you, the spirits can get a little rest." He realized the situation was going south. At this rate, they weren't getting anywhere. He decided to step into the fight himself. Finally, the final boss showed up. He turned to the elf girl and said, "Hold back the soldiers. Don't let them bother me while I'm fighting." Kai would go take out the leader. The girl grumbled, "I can do that, but at least don't call me that. Okay, my name is May." Kai dropped his backpack and shot like a rocket toward his opponent. He was counting on May, the sage's disciple, but it wasn't for nothing that the other guy was called a high-level monster. But the guy easily blocked his knife strike. Kai stepped on his sword and jumped back. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. It was a total stalemate. He couldn't believe this kid could predict his moves like that. But Hector managed to land a pretty deep gash on Kai's left side. So this was the power of a high-level demon. If it weren't for his foresight, he would have been toast. He rarely got to fight such a decent opponent. To him, if Kai wasn't human, he would have already won. The wound on his stomach was bleeding a lot, so he activated his appraisal skill. The guy in front of him was Hector Wise, age 25, a high-level demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength B. Magic B, status, normal, domination, magic skill, level 1. Swordsmanship, level 5. Besides the physical abilities and sharp senses of a high-level demon, he also had level 5 swordsmanship. Even with his foresight ability, Kai was still at a disadvantage in this fight. Knowing he was in a tight spot, he decided to try a different approach. The other guy saw his opponent just standing there like a statue and decided to attack first. He charged forward like a bloodthirsty beast, but thanks to his foresight skill, Kai dodged the first attack. He kept slashing, and Kai kept dodging, but he still got a small cut on his bicep, knowing the future was useless if his body wasn't strong enough to beat him. Right now, the physical gap between them was huge. Seeing this, the guy started getting cocky. "You always gonna run like this?" The moment he finished talking, he ate 3 lead candies. He was fast enough to block them with his hand. His reflexes were on par with the speed of a bullet, but still, those 3 rounds hit his arm and leg. The guy was in pain, wondering what the hell this weapon was. He ignored the bullets in his body and just charged forward recklessly, so Kai aimed the gun straight at his head. But thinking it would hit was just underestimating a high-level demon. He could see the trajectory of Kai's attack. Kai fired until he was out of ammo, but he couldn't land a fatal blow on his opponent. He then used the skill delivered by Gamba Khan. However, the other guy was completely unfazed, but that was just Kai, distracting him. He quickly pulled out a grenade and threw it at Hector. Before the guy could even react, he was completely blown up. His underlings were scared witless seeing their commander explode. Even May, who was watching, was shook. This power, who the hell was he to be able to overwhelm a high-level demon despite being just a normal person? That was the question running through her mind. Right now, Kai was out of bullets for the handgun he kept for emergencies, and that was his last grenade. Just as he expected, you couldn't win against a high-level demon with just this stuff. That incident just made Hector even more pissed off. He was like a snorting bull, ready to gore his opponent. He suddenly flashed forward and launched a lightning-fast attack. In this situation, Kai decided to use that skill. He had to analyze his movements, then activate the weakness detection skill. His weak spot was his throat. Kai swiped his knife across his neck, hitting the weak point. Foresight plus weakness detection. These skills were seriously powerful, which meant they consumed a huge amount of mana. The moment Hector was defeated was also the moment Kai ran out of mana. His minions saw that he was exhausted and decided to seize the opportunity to attack. May wasn't doing any better. The spirits had reached their limit too, even though she really wanted to help Kai for saving her life earlier. Just then, someone cast a spell, "Burn my enemies, O spirit of the fire salamander." Instantly, that horde of monsters was completely incinerated. Compared to Nagas's flames, this firepower was on a whole different level. The one who just saved them was May's master and also the sage, Elbana. Far from the rumors of an old man with one foot in the grave, the sage was actually a beautiful elf girl. She walked over and thanked the young man, Kai. Judging by the situation, it looked like he was helping her disciple. Kai said it was just a coincidence. He asked if she was the sage Elbana. She admitted it but said that compared to her prime, she was now just a bag of old bones. Just as he predicted, Kai's energy was too low to use his appraisal ability, but he could definitely sense that she was incredibly powerful. In his current state, there was no way he could ever beat her. There was no point in hiding things anymore. Kai stood up and said he needed to see her about something. Albana already knew a young man wouldn't come all this way without a reason. She was grateful to him for saving her disciple. She said she would answer Kai's questions as clearly as she could. May chimed in that they should head home because the reek of blood was too strong. The wolves would be here any minute now. And so, Kai got to rest at the sage's house. For now, the situation was looking pretty good. After all, it worked out that he had risked his neck to save her disciple. Albana lived in a small house on a pretty remote mountaintop. When asked why she lived in such a remote place, Albana sighed. There were a lot of reasons, but the main one was that she wanted to live close to nature. She said she was retired, but humans still occasionally tried to use her, so she chose a place that wasn't easy to reach to live. However, a few people with skills like Kai still managed to visit from time to time. In any case, Albana wasn't heartless enough to turn them away. The two sat down and talked. Kai didn't beat around the bush and said frankly that he was looking for a way to return to his former world. Albana realized this young man was from another world. He was one of the hero candidates tasked with defeating the demon lord. She had heard the rumors, but never thought the Empire would perform the summoning a third time. Leonora did say something about them having summoned hero candidates a few times before. The hero candidates were more or less wiped out by the demon lord's army. Perhaps a few survived, but they all went missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. That was the second time. The first time was about 10 years ago, and both generations came to defeat the demon lord and were both wiped out. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates had been sealed, never to be used again. But Saintess Leonora intended to break that taboo and summon a third generation. Albana had opposed that idea. She didn't care if it was the holy god's will or not, but entrusting the fate of an empire to someone from another world was a reckless move. Kai admitted that he iced Saintess Leonora, so there wouldn't be any more rituals to summon people from another world. Albana was pretty shocked that this kid was able to kill the Saintess. There are plenty of ways to kill a regular person, but taking out a holy figure required a different set of skills. Albana knew this young man wasn't lying, which meant that woman was taken out by her own pawn. And Albana understood what Kai wanted. Everyone wants to go back home. She wasn't one for small talk, so she told him straight up that she couldn't send him back to his world with a spell. This news hit him like a ton of bricks. Kai was seriously disappointed. Even if there was no direct way back, he still wanted to hear any hints she might have. Summoning with magic is possible, but sending them back isn't because that knowledge has been lost. Besides, there was never any reason to research it. Leonora said the same thing. So does that mean the candidates have no other choice but to defeat the demon lord? Or, maybe with the help of magic, it could be possible to some degree. Kai said he would look more into magic. Albana apologized for not being much help to him. She still owed Kai for saving her disciple. She promised to let him know if she discovered anything. But in Albana's opinion, she believed that if anyone could kill the demon lord, it was Kai. However, he didn't want to get involved in such a messy business. If there was no other choice, then maybe he really would have to kill the demon lord. Albana was also surprised by this different kid. Compared to other hero candidates, it was like he grew up in some dark and cold place. Kai stood up and got ready to leave, not forgetting to thank her for the info and telling her, if she found anything else, to contact Siren from the Adventurers Guild. It was then that Albana thought she might be able to trust this kid. May finished her bath feeling super refreshed. The girl turned and asked Kai why he wasn't bathing. Weren't you dirty after all that climbing and fighting? Now that she mentioned it, he realized he was dirty as hell, so he decided to take a bath to get his handsome look back. Just then, Albana suddenly spoke up. Hey kid, I have a proposal. How about you take my disciple with you? May was also really surprised by her master's decision. After thinking about May's goals, her master made this offer, but Kai flat out refused. He said he didn't need a noisy girl tagging along. The next day, in the area between the eastern demon kingdom of Verora and the front lines of the holy nation Digaret, he said he didn't want the girl to come along. But in the end, he still brought May with him. The weather here was pretty nice. Rumor has it the weather in the demon territory is pretty harsh. Just until recently, this place was still territory of the holy nation. The weather in the Veldora kingdom must be a lot harsher. Around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, there's a large city called Enraz, and there are villages surrounding the city. Right now, the city has fallen into the hands of the demon lord's army and has become their front line. That would be their destination. It would probably take about 2 days on foot. Kai didn't really want to ask, but he was super curious about what the hell happened to the people who used to live there. May explained that half of them died, and the other half were enslaved by the demon lord's army. A few managed to escape to the other side of the mountains. Just as he thought, this girl knew a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was a smart choice after all. After being flatly rejected by Kai, May had been furious, but her master just chuckled. Don't be like that, kid. You only just got to this world recently. May A will be pretty useful. This kid has a ton of knowledge that I passed down to her. Kai wanted to know what was in it for him if she tagged along. Elbana said, she doesn't know how this world works. Even though she's grown up and has all that knowledge, she's still lacking in real-world experience. Elbana was looking for a chance to send this girl out to explore, but she was still really worried about letting her cute disciple go out alone. That's why she entrusted May A to Kai. Even though Elbana could do it herself, she no longer had the ability to go exploring. From a human's perspective, Elbana might look young and healthy, but her limit was approaching. Then suddenly, a kid showed up and saved her disciple. Kai admitted he was planning to invade the demon's territory. This was a dangerous journey. If this girl slowed him down, he would definitely leave her behind. Elbana told May A, you heard him. You're the one who decides. After all, this is your life. May A seemed to get the message. She decided to go with Kai. But after just one day of walking, she was already complaining up a storm. But you can't expect too much from a mage's body. May A had been using this body to train hard all this time. Anyway, the sun was starting to set. The two decided to rest here and continue tomorrow morning. May A looked at Kai with sparkling eyes and asked, didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? This is nothing. I'm not going to leave you behind. Hurry up and set up the tent. May A quickly did as she was told. That night, the two of them sat by the fire eating bread. Kai was still worried, so he reminded May that this was a very dangerous journey. But he was determined. He wouldn't stop no matter how dangerous it got. Kai really wanted to go back to his own world, but May didn't have much of a reason to join him to this extent. Kai didn't think Elbana was lying either, so May A must have had another reason. May A didn't know how to explain. Kai had probably seen right through her. The place she used to live, the elf village, was destroyed by the demon lord's army. Since then, there have been rumors that this war was supposed to be just between humans and demons. The demons will invade any race. May's parents, even her younger brother, were all harmed by them. The reason she survived was because her father acted as a decoy to draw their attention. At that time, she couldn't do anything. After the demon lord's army left the village, May A was left all alone, and then her master saved her. So that's how she became the master's student. Kai didn't give a damn about Maya's past. What he really wanted to know was her endgame, the real reason Maya became the master's apprentice. And the reason she became a sorceress was because she wanted the power to wipe out every last demon. All the knowledge she soaked up from the master, plus all the training over the last 10 years. It was all for revenge, to get back at the bastard who murdered her family. Maya was dead set on taking him out with her own two hands. That demon is one of the 4 heavenly kings, a dude named Windbix. He's known as the Heavenly King of Wind and is also one of the top shot callers in the Demon Lord's army. The only reason she agreed to roll with Kai was to get an easy shot at the guy. The master never let Maya go on missions solo, but the second Kai was in the picture, he was all for it. She has no clue why the master switched up like that after meeting him. Even though she's his only close apprentice, Maya can't figure out what the master is thinking. That's why she's just gonna go along with whatever Kai says for now. Elbana also put this girl in Kai's hands. Elbana trusts that he can handle her. If the sage let his student go out on her own, she'd probably get herself killed for nothing on this revenge quest. Maya said optimistically, you don't have to worry. I don't want to drag you into my personal beef. Looks like she wants to handle this on her own. And that's a wrap for tonight's chat. The two of them need to crash and get ready to hit the road tomorrow. Maya was on board with that. She said she'd have her spirits keep watch for them, just in case any monsters tried to creep up on them. But Kai couldn't sleep a wink all night. He just kept thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Kai's last enemy was a high-level demon, but now he's facing a whole other beast way stronger. If he wants to win, he's got to get stronger, period. But then he realized that wasn't even the main issue right now. The next day, at the string of fortresses along the border, on the west side of the holy nation of Digaret, a meeting was going down between the commanders. Midu was there too. The old bald guy argued that now that they had the hero candidates, it was the perfect time to go on the offensive. The white-haired commander got what he was saying, but he asked, where do we even start? Amelia pointed to the map and said hitting Fort Arliss would be a solid start. It used to be their fort, so this was their chance to take it back. Right now, it's the enemy's frontline base. If they hit him there, the enemy would have to fall back. But Herrick thought that no matter how you sliced it, it was a reckless plan. They've been playing defense this whole time, so a sudden attack would definitely get the enemy's attention. The old bald dude shot back aggressively. What's the problem? Is the captain of the 8th Night Corps getting scared? You've got the hero candidates under you now. Amelia knew Herrick had a point, but the enemy was still sleeping on them. They'd never see a sudden attack coming. She turned to Midu and asked if he was fully recovered. He said he was 100%, and as soon as he got the order, he'd be ready to throw down with his sword. The meeting was over, and the plan was set for the next day. Herrick sighed, saying he'd rarely seen them this aggressive. This was the perfect time to strike while the enemy was regrouping. Midu didn't think it was a bad move. Herrick figured they were banking everything on Midu's strength and skills, and that's why they were acting so cocky. Even though the candidates' squad was just supposed to be beefing up defenses without their direct command, they couldn't just ignore an order from the top brass. Of course, Herrick's crew would still back up the candidates as best they could. But this time, Midu was the key to everything. He told his teammates to get some rest that night. Suddenly, Midu got a really bad feeling about this, but it wasn't like he had any other choice. At the crack of dawn the next day, the hero candidates started their surprise attack near Fort Arliss. Nagas was a little confused, asking why they were rolling out at the butt crack of dawn. If it was a surprise attack, wouldn't nighttime be better? But the thing is, demons can see perfectly in the dark. Attacking at night would actually put them at a disadvantage. Midu wanted to confirm the plan one last time. Their goal was to take out the commander while the main army created a diversion. Their commander was most likely a high-level demon. Once the fight kicked off, he would be calling the shots for everyone. In case he wasn't around, they needed to at least buy him some time or just bail. Everyone got the plan. Just then, a knight reported a message from the main force. They said it was go time. After getting the signal, the whole squad moved in to take the fortress, while the enemy was completely off guard. Outside, Elia would handle the small fry monsters. Midu and Herrick's crew will use this chance to break into the fortress. Of course, it'll be a piece of cake taking out the small fry guards because they'll be so shocked they won't know what hit him when the enemy dares to charge right in. Even though taking them out is easy, they still have to stay on high alert. There's still a chance the commander is in the main hall. Right now, Midu's squad is completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. Everyone's path is blocked. Herrick and the 8th Knight Legion will handle the monsters in the rear. The hero candidates will keep pushing toward the objective with brute force. Nagas uses his divine guard to incinerate them. Everyone else makes short work of the ugly monsters too. The whole crew successfully gets through the gate. A high-ranking demon was already waiting for them there. He is Sun Jia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Everyone thinks it's just a title, but Midu can feel that. The pressure coming off him is anything but normal. The old dude slams his shield into the ground and challenges them. Let's see how strong you punks really are. Hero candidates, huh? Midu orders everyone to get ready to fight. He tells himself not to be afraid. If they get defeated here, then the main army's sacrifice will be for nothing. Sun Jia places his hand on the ground, a magic circle appears around him, and then the ground explodes as a ton of mud monsters emerge. He orders his army to charge and go all out. Narumi holds them back with a wind slash that splits their bodies in two. RC also charges forward with his destructive explosion. He's super confident because no matter how many of them there are, these mud monsters are way too slow to be a threat. But nope, things are just getting started. The monsters that were just destroyed and blown to bits start to regenerate. Their fists have gotten way more powerful too. Everyone charges in at once, but despite their best efforts, they're completely outmatched. Every time they kill one, it just keeps regenerating. Kazaki manages to dominate a monster just in time to save his friend. Everyone is trying their hardest, stabbing with spears and slashing with swords, but they all just get countered. Even Mirei's psychic divine guard is useless against the mud monsters. A fight like this will never end. Narumi says he's seen this kind of situation in comics before. In situations like this, taking out the summoner is the best bet. He tells them to leave the mud monsters to him, while Arasi and Midu will go straight for the commander. But he's a high-level monster and won't be taken down that easily. Tons of magic circles appear on the ground, launching countless boulders straight at Midu. He tries to block them, but he's already running on fumes. It looks like this was Midu and Arasi's plan all along. Midu's job was to distract the guy, while Arasi launched a surprise attack from behind with his destructive explosion. A massive explosion goes off and everyone stands there stunned, wondering if he's been defeated. But it's the complete opposite. A shield made of mud rose up from the ground to block the destructive explosion. Then it lands a punch right in Arasi's gut, knocking him out cold. That old geezer starts looking down on them. Is this all you've got, hero candidates? At the same time, Midu and his crew were fighting one of the 4 heavenly kings, Stoner. Sinju also reached the fallen city of Nras. In a gloomy space, water dripped from the ceiling as a small flame was lit on a magic staff. Kai and Maya were moving through the sewers beneath the city, where a nasty smell filled the air. Maya covered her nose and complained about infiltrating through the underground sewage system. What a great idea this was. It stinks down here. Kai seemed totally calm. Just chill, we'll reach the city's ley lines soon enough. He added their night vision is excellent. Besides, the city has a lot of open areas. Plus, the city is on the front lines, so security is super tight. We can't get in through the front gate. The two of them stood in front of an iron ladder. Kai looked up, grabbed it, and said, "Let's go up from here." A moment later, in an alley inside the city, the two of them climbed up from the sewers. While Kai carefully peeked from behind a wall, Maya just stood out in the open, fanning her skirt and sighing. We're finally out. His sharp senses picked something up, and he quickly pulled Maya behind a crate to hide. Someone's coming, hide here for now. Outside, two demon soldiers were approaching. The purple demon stretched, complaining about how tired he was. The blue one turned to him, looking annoyed. What's your beef? Getting picked as the witch's bodyguard is a huge honor. The purple demon shot back. The gig serving the witch ain't based on merit, right? I've got zero motivation. As they kept talking, the blue one snarked, you've got the skills, but your attitude. The purple one cut in, but she still shouldn't have screamed in my face like that. Then the two demon soldiers walked right past the crate where the two were hiding. A moment later, Mayor exhaled, turning to ask, are they gone? Overhearing their conversation, Kai thought to himself, a witch? So she's the demon princess and the ruler of this city, right? Mayor nodded. That's right, they call her the Space Witch. I guess that makes her your target now. Kai remembered the words of the sage Elbana, a witch who could control space lived on the front lines in the city, and that she could help him grant his wish. Kai immediately asked, the problem is, how do we even get close to her? If we just roll up on her without a plan, everything will turn into a massive fight. The two stepped outside, with Mayor asking from behind, what should we do? Kai answered right away. First, we need to carefully gather some intel. Just do what I say, and don't go rogue. She quickly nodded obediently. I get it. Towards the city center, tons of demon soldiers were gathered. They were just like people, hanging out in small groups to shoot the breeze, while others were huddled up drinking beer. The two were in a room somewhere, watching the demon soldiers through a window. Mayor spoke up. From the looks of it, they seem to live pretty normal lives. That's kinda disappointing, Kai replied. As long as they can communicate and possess intelligence, it's only natural they'd live like humans. He pointed down below, and Mayor froze for a moment. Down there, some humans who had been enslaved by the demons were hauling goods. The demons were brutally beating them while shouting, stop slacking off and get to work. Seeing that, Mayor cried out in shock, slaves? Kai asked, why are you so surprised? You knew that demons enslave humans. From behind the door, Mayor replied, you're right, I knew. But this is just insane. After brutally beating the humans, the demons just stood there and laughed, completely ignoring their victims' pain. Mayor's expression shifted, and she looked absolutely furious. Kai glanced over and noticed, a little surprised since it was probably the first time he ever seen her like that. Suddenly, he felt the space around them shift, and a voice called out, you two aren't demons, are you? A girl with sharp horns and a demonic aura appeared behind them. Kai glanced back, wondering, when did she get there? He quickly pulled out his dagger, on guard. I didn't detect her at all. The strange girl spoke again to calm them. You don't need to be on guard. I'm not here to fight. Hearing that only made Kai more anxious as he asked, what do you want? How did you find us? Kai was stunned by how incredibly calm she was. This is insane. There's no way I wouldn't have sensed someone behind me. She has to be using magic. At that moment, the strange girl spoke up. I've been searching for you since you breached my detection barrier. Mayor looked confused. What barrier? I didn't sense any man at all. The girl's eyes had a strange, reddish hue. She replied, there's no place I can't see with my space magic. Kai was taken aback, recalling the conversation he'd eavesdropped on earlier. Space magic, don't tell me she's. He immediately used his appraisal skill. The system showed her info. Name Isabel Verdora, age 15, female, attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS. Status, normal skills, S rank evil gods divine protection, S rank space magic, S rank all magic attributes. She then stepped forward to formally introduce herself. My name is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Verdora Demon Kingdom. Her question was backed by a clear threat. If you don't answer, I'll call the guards. A human and an elf, what are you doing here? You don't look like spies. If a fight breaks out here in the enemy base, I can't guarantee our safety. I have to negotiate this peacefully. Then he spoke up. I don't mind explaining, but it's going to be a long story. Isabel hopped onto a nearby crate and sat down, saying, that's fine, I'm bored anyway. After he stood there and explained some of what had happened, she asked him, so that's it? You want to return to your own world? Kai looked at Isabel seriously. I heard it's possible with space magic. Is that really true? She replied. That person was right. You can go back to your world. Kai asked excitedly. For real? He looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a bit relieved. Thank God, he could finally talk to the space witch. She didn't look like a regular demon. He didn't sense any hatred for humans from her. Isabel added, but I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what kind it is. Her words totally killed his recent buzz. Isabel said seriously, even though it's actually possible. But if I don't know the coordinates, there's no way I can send you back to your old world. After hearing that from Isabel, the room suddenly went dead silent. The two of them stared at each other. One wanted to go home, and the other had the power to send him there, but the most crucial piece was missing: the coordinates. Kai asked Isabel, "Is there any way to find the coordinates?" She replied, "There are tons of parallel worlds. It's going to be tough to find your exact one." He'd been watching her with his ability the whole time. Even with his eye of truth, it looked like she wasn't lying. His skill had leveled up and had some pretty useful perks now. Isabel added, "However, there's also a limit because of your body. You came to this world using divine protection, which is basically an impossible feat. With my demon magic, I can't get through that divine protection of yours." In her eyes, Kai was shrouded in a smoky white aura. Kay replied bluntly, "Maybe it's God's will that we can't go home, unless we take out the Demon King." Isabel was nonchalant. "Maybe so. I don't know anything beyond that." Kai sighed to himself, "Just as I figured, no shortcuts." "All right, at least now I know I'm out of options." His eyes showed a new resolve to kill the Demon King. Isabel shrugged. "Looks like you've made up your mind," Kai replied. "The best news is that I can get home, even if it's with demon magic, but it looks like it won't be easy." Mayor then looked at Isabel, puzzled. "I've been wondering this whole time. Why are you helping us? Aren't you the princess of the Demon Kingdom?" She summoned a portal in front of her. Stepping towards it, she answered, "Even the Demon Kingdom is split into factions, and there's something I've always wanted." Seeing this, Kai and Mayor immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. Isabel stepped into the portal and warned them, "Be careful. Getting out of this city ain't gonna be easy." As soon as she said that, she began to fade away in front of them. In the blink of an eye, Isabel was completely gone, and the portal slowly dissolved. Mayor clutched her chest, panting. "That was terrifying. I thought we were toast." Kai put his dagger away and said, "She's a descendant of the Demon King. She's crazy strong. We can't beat her as we are now." Mayor looked over, relieved. "Thank God, she wasn't hostile." Kai agreed. Usually in situations like this, something bad happens right after something good. Hearing him say that, Mayor got even more freaked out. "Don't say stuff like that." Outside, the noise of demon soldiers got louder. Mayor looked down below, and Kai, from inside, wondered, "What's going on?" A demon soldier yelled out, "Find them. Spies have infiltrated the city." Hearing that, Mayor asked nervously, "Did we get found out?" Kai realized this happened right as that witch vanished. Mayor turned to him, panicked. "You mean she snitched on us? Why would she do that right after she left? I really don't get it." He turned towards the door. "We'll never figure out what she's thinking. Let's bounce." A moment later, outside the buildings, Kai and Mayor were booking it across the rooftops, while the demon soldiers below were still scrambling to find them. One of the soldiers yelled, "Still haven't found them? They've got to be here somewhere." Kai thought to himself, "They're deploying their forces. Looks like they're dead. Sure, there are intruders. They're on high alert. I can't stick around here." Their individual stats are pretty high. As they were running, Kai stopped dead to observe, causing Mayor to slam into his back. She complained, "Don't just stop out of nowhere." Kai immediately grabbed her head and pushed her down into cover, startling her. "What is it?" she asked. Kai ordered, "Get down. Don't move." He watched and sensed an energy similar to that witch's, or maybe even stronger. Down on the street, a high-level demon stood among the soldiers. The one with a massive horn in the middle of its forehead, radiating a green aura, was one of the four heavenly kings. Mayor was shocked to realize that was the guy who destroyed her village and her family. Hearing her say Windbox, Kai turned and asked what she just said. Mayor looked agitated, finally meeting him in this place. Just as she thought, following him was the right call. He turned to Mayor and asked, "Is he your revenge target?" Mayor replied, "Yeah, there's no mistaking it. The Wind Monarch, one of the Demon Lord's vassals, Windbox." Kai looked down and used his appraisal skill, and the info popped up. Name Windbox. Age 40, race demon, skills, wind attribute, demon magic level 5, hawk eye level 5, swordsmanship level 5. He realized the guy was crazy strong, then put a hand on Mayor's shoulder to calm her down. "Chill, fighting him here would be insane." Mayor relaxed. Even though she hated his guts, making a move now was a suicide mission. She actually understood that. Kai turned and slid down, reminding her, "The Wind Monarch. I heard wind attribute magic is perfect for scouting and tracking. We need to move carefully." Mayor just sat there, stunned, as Windbox aura blended with the wind. He strolled down the street, flanked by a massive escort of demon soldiers. Windbox then asked, "All right, are there really intruders here?" The soldier next to him replied, "Without a doubt, sir." He grunted and said, "It's just a hunch, so I can't say much." Windbox looked serious. "But if there really are intruders, we will definitely crush them." He took the chance to remind his subordinate, humanity's trump cards, the hero candidates, have been spotted on the front lines. At times like these, we have to stabilize the situation. It's a simple but crucial strategy. The purple demon beside him interrupted. My apologies for interrupting, but are you sure about falling back to the rear like this? I believe Lord Windbox would achieve greater glory on the front lines. He calmly replied, this position suits me better. Leave the grunt work to the other units. The auras he sent out to track, blended with the wind, had gotten a response. Windbox smiled. They're really here. The purple demon quickly asked, you found them? He replied, the wind currents are telling me so. Gusts of wind wrapped around his hand. They're moving carefully, but they won't escape my net. The soldier said in admiration, by controlling the wind flow, you can detect anything, one of the most difficult skills of the wind attribute. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still impressed. Windbox brushed it off. Enough with the flattery, get the pursuit unit ready. The demon soldier immediately obeyed. Windbox stood there with a cold smile, not expecting that witch to let humans pass right under his nose so blatantly. How interesting. This is going to be a good show. In a narrow back alley, Kai and Mayer were running for their lives, trying to dodge the demon patrols and Windbox's surveillance. His eyes were sharp and determined. He couldn't get caught under these circumstances. Suddenly, Kai put out his hand and said, Mayer, stop. Outside the alley on the main street, a squad of demon soldiers was searching frantically, one of them yelling, find them. They've got to be around here somewhere. Kai hid to one side, peeking out to observe before saying, they're onto us, but they haven't pinpointed our exact location yet. Mayer looked up at the sky, noticed something strange, and told Kai, by the way, the wind currents have been moving real weird, and the spirits are getting restless. He followed her gaze, realizing it was likely a search skill from the wind element. This was extremely dangerous. She said to Kai, I can disrupt these weird wind currents with my magic, but it'll give away our position. Seeing that the coast was still clear, Kai started moving again and told her, don't do it. We haven't been fully spotted yet. Let's keep moving. If we're found here, we'll be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Time passed, and the demon soldiers under Windbox's command kept up their relentless search. As for the two of them, they stuck to the narrow alleys, constantly on the move to avoid being found. But suddenly, a demon soldier's voice rang out. Found you. Kai looked back and saw a large group of them right behind them, while Mayer was struggling to run, panting from exhaustion. Kai glanced at her and clicked his tongue, and the two of them turned and kept running. Mayer apologized. It's my fault. Kai brushed it off. It's fine. We can use the location markers to our advantage. He added, besides, you're going to be the bait to lure them from me. Hearing the word bait, Mayer's eyes went wide in shock. Before she could even process it, Kai immediately pushed off the ground, then zigzagged up the walls to get to the roof. Maya stood there whining. Hold on. I can't climb like that. Kai looked down and said, you want revenge, don't you? What's crying going to solve in this situation? Leaving the girl there, Kai kept moving and said, you make a run for it. Seeing herself abandoned like that, Maya watched in shock, but she didn't dare hesitate and booked it. The demon grunts behind them chased with weapons in hand, yelling, they're splitting up. At the fork in the road, the demon grunts split into two groups. One followed Kai's direction, while the other group ran straight after Maya. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks and turned around, then raised her staff and exclaimed, oh man, all I gotta do is this, right? With that, Maya faced the demon grunts, her staff blazing with the fire salamander spell. The demon stopped short with looks of utter shock. What is this? And boom, the narrow alley was engulfed in a sea of flames. The massive explosion caught the attention of other demon squads. They immediately followed their commander's orders and rushed in that direction. Over there. Move it. A shadowy figure landed silently right behind their ranks. A clean, sharp cut sliced across a demon grunt's neck, blood spurting out before it could even react. The body slammed to the ground and the shadow zipped away again. Kai's next targets were the two demon grunts in front of him. In the blink of an eye, besides the sound of slicing, not another peep was made. The demon leader at the front was startled by the strangeness. He turned back and asked, what was that sound? But to his surprise, laid out before him were the corpses of his underlings. He stammered in shock, what the hell is this? In just a split second, a dagger was pressed against his neck, stunning him. The terrified demon grunt didn't dare open his mouth. Only Kai's voice taunted, you coward. The moment he finished speaking, blood gushed from the demon's neck. In another alley, the sound of heavy panting could be heard. Maya was struggling to escape, while also using magic to attack the demon grunts and hold them back. She summoned a water spirit, creating a massive flood that rushed into the alley, making it difficult for the demon grunts to move. However, they still struggled forward against the current. A hint of worry showed on Maya's face. but she reassured herself by thinking that at least she was slowing them down. But at this rate, there were just too many of them. Suddenly, she looked towards them and noticed something strange. At the very back of the pack of grunts, a column of water would occasionally shoot up, and each time it did, a demon grunt would disappear. Maya thought to herself that their numbers seemed to be dwindling. Along with that, the water began to turn blood red. The ones in the lead finally noticed, turning back to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could even process it, a dagger was already planted right between its eyes as blood spurted out. That last dagger throw from Kai was elegantly named Shigami, the Reaper. Kai's gaze was sharp and cold, demon blood splattered all over his face, truly the signature style of an assassin. He gently pulled the dagger from the demon's head and said to Maya, "You make a good decoy. Thanks to you, my job was a lot easier." The two continued walking through the narrow alley. Maya complained as she followed Kai, "I almost got myself killed back there." Meanwhile, Windbox's hurried footsteps were heard along with his voice. "Still haven't caught them yet." A demon grunt rushed forward. "My apologies, I'll send more troops immediately." He raised a hand to stop him, then said hastily, "No need, sending more people will just mean more deaths." Windbox smirked, looking extremely confident. "I'll eliminate them myself." Back with our duo, Kai and Maya sensed something up ahead. A powerful gust of wind swept down towards them. It blew their hair back and halted their advance. Maya thought, "I can feel an incredibly strong energy from this wind." It seemed like they were in someone's sights, as wind energy gathered into streams of magic heading down. Sensing the danger, Maya shouted, "Oh, wind spirit," creating a magical vortex that deflected the sharp blades of wind energy. They gradually dissipated, and the air around them grew still again. Kai looked up and thought, "They're finally here." Above them stood Windbox, controlling the flow of the wind. He crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. "Looks like you're not just a couple of little rats, you intruders." Seeing him, Maya's face twisted with anger and her eyes filled with hatred. She screamed his name, "Windbox." Kai both reminded and goaded her, saying, "Here's your chance for revenge. You ready for this, Maya?" She gripped her staff tightly, her voice full of determination as she stared him down. "For the past 10 years, I've always been ready." Kai whispered to Mayor, "If this drags out, he's not going to be a pushover. So we gotta go all out from the start and take him down fast. Got it?" Mayor nodded firmly, then stared at Wind BX with determination. She planted her staff on the ground and began to chant. "O spirits of the wind," she created razor-sharp currents of wind energy, launching them forward. They were like blades of air, slashing right where Wind BX was floating. He looked totally unfazed, his expression not changing one bit. Then, Wind BX created a massive magic circle and yelled, "Using the wind element to attack me, one of the 4 great wind lords. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid." From the magic circle, his wind energy amplified and swirled around him. Mayor's attacks hit the whirlwind shield and were instantly neutralized. The vortex's current deflected the wind blades, sending them flying upwards and away. Kai used his speed to move swiftly on the ground, realizing the whirlwind was blocking the guy's own vision. Suddenly, several wind spears shot down from above. Luckily, with his sharp reflexes and agility, he easily dodged to the side. Kai then looked up in shock. Wind BX spoke, "You think you can close the distance just because I can't see around me?" He twirled his finger, controlling the wind currents, and smirked. "You get it now, don't you? My wind element magic creates a field that won't let me lose track of you." Kai thought with a bit of worry, "This is bad. Even if I get into his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is the perfect counter to my assassination skills." Mayor stood there, raised her staff, and said confidently, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As she finished speaking, the tip of her staff glowed with a blinding green light. Then, an incredibly strong gust of wind was created, blowing away the vortex around Wind BX. He looked completely astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Mayor told Kai, "His wind magic relies on precise control over the flow of the wind, so if I use my magic to disrupt that flow, I can shut him down." Wind BX now looked worried, thinking, "That brat, she broke my magic with a single spell, which means she knows my fighting style." Kai stayed focused on his opponent. Just as he expected, all this time, all she's thought about is getting revenge. Then, he bounced off the building walls, launching himself onto the roof to get closer to Windbex. The guy glanced down, saw him coming, and sneered, thinking, "You think just getting close is enough to beat me?" Kai lunged forward with a sharp slash, but using the wind energy at his feet, Wind BX effortlessly floated up to dodge. This caught Kai a little off guard. The guy hovered above him and laughed coldly. "Too bad for you, I can fly." Kai clicked his tongue. "It's the same ability Narumiya has." Suddenly, Mayor's voice echoed from below, "Jump." A gentle gust of wind pushed at Kai's feet, lifting him into the air. The magical gust from below propelled him closer to his target. Wind BX shouted in alarm. How is that possible? Kai activated his appraisal eye and eyed him with his sharp dagger, planning to finish him off while he was still confused. The skill was farsight and weakness detection. Thanks to it, Kai could practically predict WinBX's escape route and his vital point. It was all laid out before his eyes. However, the line marking his weak point was slowly widening. Kai noticed this, a little surprised. WinBX's hand gripped the hilt of his weapon and slowly drew it. A long, sharp wind sword materialized in his hand. WinBX looked down with a serious expression, saying, "Intruder, you dare force me to draw my sword." Then, he immediately thrusted straight down, right in front of Kai. The fast, powerful strike forced him back as he struggled to block with his two daggers. Still, the tip of the sword slipped past his guard and cut across his face, drawing blood. Kai thought anxiously, even with farsight, he's just too damn fast. Seizing the opening, WinBX pressed his attack, giving Kai no room to breathe. He smirked. "Let me tell you something. I'm the one who taught Hor how to use a sword." Suddenly, his smirk vanished as he glanced to the side, where a large boulder was flying right at him, forcing him to leap up to dodge. This saved Kai from the immediate danger. He jumped down, landing in front of Mayor. The massive boulder slammed into a nearby building, while WinBX continued to hover in the air. The two on the ground remained on high alert, staff and assassin's daggers at the ready. He looked down at them, a hint of worry on his face. Even with demon wind magic, deflecting a boulder that big is no easy feat. WinBX eyed Maya. That elf can use earth elemental magic. I can't underestimate her. He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking to himself, weren't all the elf villages supposed to have been destroyed already? Suddenly, it clicked for him. He then yelled out, "So that's it. You're the one who off Hor, aren't you?" Before Kai could answer, Maya spoke up again. "That's right. Now you know what it feels like to lose someone." WinBX closed his eyes and smirked coldly. "So you're the survivor from that village." A furious, hateful aura erupted from Maya. "Ever since that day, I've trained in magic for 10 long years, just so I could kill you with my own two hands." WinBX burst out laughing. "How nostalgic. You've helped me remember everything." That day was a real blast. His expression left Maya stunned, veins bulged on his horn, and his voice dripped with sarcasm. Hearing those elves wailing was so damn satisfying. Were they really so selfless that they didn't even think about themselves? Only one dude stepped up and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue, radiating a wicked demonic aura, an emotion so intense it almost brought me to tears. The look of utter despair on his face was a beautiful sight. Provoked by his words, Maya screamed and aimed her magic staff at him. Kai quickly stepped in front of her. "Don't let him get to you, Maya." Then he turned to her and said earnestly, "I'm counting on your magic." Hearing this, Maya regained her composure, reining in her anger and replying, "Got it." Kai refocused, thinking, "I need to calmly assess the situation. I'll do whatever it takes to win." His attacks have a huge range, covering both close quarters and long distance, which makes it really easy for me to get hit. Up above, WinBX was also on guard, reminding himself not to get provoked. These two are a real pain in the ass. That kid still got back on his feet even after that last attack. Even though he's just a human. He blurted out, "Are you a hero candidate?" Kai shot back with a sharp glare. "Seems like you know a thing or two about us." He raised his sword and replied, "I make it a point to memorize the strongest enemies of the opposing nation, but your name isn't on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider." He looked down at the two of them, thinking, "But they're the ones at a disadvantage. There's no need to rush. My stats are way higher than theirs." Meanwhile, Kai was also running the numbers. The farsight effect would wear off in 3 minutes. If they didn't handle this fast, their chance of winning would be gone. Maya's voice piped up, "Let me borrow your ear for a sec. I have an idea." The small girl moved closer to Kai and then secretly whispered something to him. After listening, he said, "Got it. Just don't get in my way." Maya's eyes widened at his words, and she immediately shot back, "That's my line." WinBX looked down from above, sounding impatient. "Are you two done chatting?" Without bothering to answer, Kai locked onto his target with an assassin's gaze and said to Maya, "Let's do this." He smirked, his eyes filled with a confident challenge for the two of them. And with that, their strategy began to unfold. A gust of wind from Maya's magic shot upwards to close in on WinBX. She then planted her magic staff on the ground and began to chant, "Oh, spirits of the earth." The rocks and dirt beneath her feet were summoned by Maya, levitating into the air. This time, it was small stones, not a massive boulder like before. She then aimed her hand upwards and yelled, "Fire." As if they had eyes of their own, the rocks shot straight into the sky. WinBX continued to hover there using his wind energy, a magic circle glowing behind him. The earth spirits were just about to hit him. WinBX swung his arm, creating a powerful gust of wind to block Maya's spell. The blast sent the earth spirits flying far away from his position. Just as he dealt with one problem, his expression shifted as he realized he was being targeted by something else. Kai, with a dagger in his hand, was being propelled by energy. The wind lifted him up to WinBX's level, and he immediately slashed down. WinBX quickly raised his sword to block. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Maya swung her arm and yelled, "I'm not done yet." The earth spirits from before suddenly reversed course under her command, attacking him from behind. WinBX moved like the wind and thought to himself, "Those rocks are being controlled, I have to dodge them. No, wait, I should create a wall of wind instead." Seizing the opportunity, Maya continued her combo. "Now, wind spirits." The moment she spoke, a tornado shot up from her staff. It threw WinBX off balance and shattered the wall of wind he had just created. He yelled in panic. What? Thanks to that, the earth spirit shattered the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, his eyes sharp as he glanced over, finally spotting an opening. Blood dripped from WinBX's hand and his sword fell, his face filled with fear as he thought to himself, he wasn't aiming for my heart but for my sword. Waiting for that exact moment, Kai leaped up, snatched the wind blade with his other hand, then backflipped onto a large boulder. But it wasn't over yet. He just lost his sword, and as he turned to look behind him, his face was filled with utter shock. The earth spirit slammed right into him. With no wind wall for protection, WinBX took the full hit. He stood there furiously and roared, "You little punks are clever, actually breaking my defense, but you think you can even scratch a high-ranking demon like me." WinBX scowled, his anger consuming him, all because of two punks he considered weak. Mayor looked up, slightly stunned. The guy was completely unharmed. Kai, however, just stood there observing intently, clutching the wind sword and thinking to himself, everything is going exactly as planned. He remembered what Mayor had whispered to him earlier. His wind demon magic was powerful, but it had a weakness. Her expression had been dead serious. This type of magic is weak against heavy attacks, especially from the earth element. After all, it's hard to move something heavy using just wind. Back then, looking up at him, Mayor had already calculated that even if they couldn't break through his defenses, I can still use my own wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his air currents, its effectiveness will decrease. Kai remembered her words and realized she'd been planning this for so long, all for revenge. To take down this demon, she needed a perfect plan and the right skills, but it looked like that still wasn't going to be enough. That's when he had told Mayor, "Your plan sounds solid, but make sure to leave me an opening to attack. I'm going to steal his sword." So, it was Kai's idea to take the sword. Back in the present, everything they had planned had come to pass, disrupting the air currents, attacking with the earth spirit, and snatching his sword. The only problem was, he was still completely unharmed. Mayor looked up at Kai, wondering, "What are you planning to do? His main skill is wind-based magic, but all you did was take his sword." WinBX stood there, sticking out his long tongue to lick his own blood, then asked him, "Aren't you supposed to be a swordsman, hero candidate? Or do you really think you can beat me just by taking my sword?" Kai replied bluntly, "Yeah, I do. But something weird is happening. It looks like the sword is reacting to something." From above, WinBX once again fired wind arrows down at him. Kai coolly used the dagger and the sword in his hands to slice them to pieces. Suddenly, something rushed toward him at high speed. It was WinBX, using his bare hands to block the wind sword, but he was clearly anxious and afraid. His eyes narrowed as sweat beaded on his brow, and he thought, all of a sudden, I can't keep up with his attacks. With a long sword in hand, close-range attacks were much easier. A horizontal slash from Kai sent him stumbling backward to dodge. He parried in astonishment. What the hell is this? Am I being pushed back? Seizing the opportunity, Mayor raised her staff to help. Now, wine spirits disrupt him. A powerful gust of wind blew up from below, throwing him off balance. He screamed as he stumbled backward. No way. He looked at Kai and thought, this guy is perfectly mirroring my aerial movements. Kai appeared in front of him and raised the sword high, preparing to strike as he said, "This ends here." WinBX tensed up, veins bulging on his face and around the horn on his forehead. He screamed, "Don't you dare mock me. You're just a damn human." The moment he spoke, a sharp and powerful blast of energy shot out from his horn, aimed straight at Kai. The impact created a blinding flash of blue light. In the distance, Kai landed softly, while back on the battlefield, WinBX's head tumbled to the ground. Kai stood there, breathing a sigh of relief. I'm completely drained. The head was severed from the neck, but he could still speak. I never thought I'd lose, he managed to ask Kai. Why did you suddenly move in a different direction? Turns out, he possessed the skill Divine Eye of Mimicry. Kai told him, with these eyes, I can perfectly copy an opponent's skills, he explained. During our fight, I used this ability to copy your swordsmanship. I'm not naturally good with a sword, which is why I was reluctant to use it at first. Blood pooled around his head. Winbach lay there, barely conscious, a divine guardian, a hero candidate. So you really are humanity's ace in the hole. He gave him a cold, straight-up look and said, I got this power from offing your boy, Hector. His status window popped up. Name, Kai. Age 17. Gender male. Guardian skill. Appraisal level 4. Guardian skill. Weakness detection rank Z. Guardian skill. Clairvoyance level 1. Guardian skill. Mimicry level 1. Assassination level 5. Dagger arts level 5. Throwing arts level 5. Stealth level 5. Finally, understanding why he lost, Win slowly closed his eyes, cursing as he did. So that's how it was. What a damn fool, letting the enemy get stronger off him. After taking down Win, one of the 4 warlords, Kai just sat there, watching the head separate from the body. He used the moment to catch his breath and assess the damage. Even though he'd taken the guy out, with his bloody head rolling on the ground, Kai had used almost all of his power. Kai thought to himself, so this is the strength of one of the 4 warlords. There are still 3 more psychos just as strong as him, and the Demon King is for sure going to be on a whole other level. On top of that, the Demon King has kids, with Isabel being a prime example, and just one of them is already this damn strong. Kai sighed, thinking, I'm still not strong enough. Lost in his thoughts, he was startled when Mayor quietly approached. Her mind was a total mess too. This was the guy she'd spent 10 years planning to get revenge on, after all. She looked at the body and asked Kai, he's really dead, isn't he? He nodded, yeah, he's gone for good. Kai turned to ask her, so how does it feel, finally getting your revenge? In contrast to how fired up she was earlier, Mayor answered calmly, it's strange. I don't feel anything at all. I put my life on the line for this revenge. And now, it's all over. Under the bright sun, she continued, but I do feel relieved, even though killing him won't bring my parents and everyone from my village back. Mayor looked up at the sky, but I feel like I've finally put the past behind me. Kai looked at her earnestly. For real, I'm glad you were here. If you hadn't interfered with Win's wind currents, I would have completely lost my bearings. Mayor turned to him. I should be the one saying that. The ruins around them, with the massive boulder lodged in the fortress wall, were a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Mayor added, I prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but I couldn't have done it by myself without you. She smiled, her relief palpable now. Mayor looked at Kai. Thank you for helping me get my revenge. He got a little awkward and waved it off. It was just a coincidence. It's not a big deal. But that didn't matter anymore. They'd been partners for a while now. She replied gently, It's fine. I'm glad I decided to come with you. Mayor smiled. If I had stayed back there, I wouldn't have been able to keep it together. I might have even run off and died a pointless death. I'm sure my master knew that. Kai turned to ask her, So what are you going to do now? Mayor turned to look off into the distance, thought for a second, then replied, I haven't thought of anything yet. I feel kind of lost right now. He got up and walked over to Mayor. You can take your time figuring out your purpose in life. Elves live for a long time, right? Hearing that, Mayor grinned slyly. Actually, I'm half human. I don't think I'll live as long as my master, but we'll see about that. She stepped up beside Kai and leaned in to say, For the time being, I'm sticking with you. He looked skeptical and asked, Are you sure? My target is the Demon King, you know. Mayor replied, After you kill the Demon King, fewer people will have to suffer a tragedy like mine, so I think it's worth it. Not even giving Kai a chance to respond. She just started walking, a smile on her face. Even if you tell me you don't need me, I'm just going to be selfish and tag along anyway. There was nothing he could do about it. Kai turned back, scratching his head. Well, the more backup, the better. Once their reinforcements show up, we're going to have a real problem. Kai not answering directly was basically a silent agreement. He had agreed to let her join him. This made Mayor overjoyed. She quickly ran to catch up with Kai, her spirits high. After getting her own revenge, she would now help stop others from suffering the same fate. 2 small figures, one an assassin from another world known as a hero candidate, the other a half-human elf, with incredible magic powers, journeyed onward together. But suddenly, from high above, a shadowy figure with a dark aura was secretly watching them. It was none other than Isabel. She had been watching the whole time but didn't step in to interfere with the fight. She stood there muttering to herself, They're better than I thought. It might be useful to let them run for now, but to think they could actually defeat Win. Isabel smirked. Now I can easily make my next move. Then, they started their journey back, a grueling trek through mountains and streams, just as tough as when they first entered the demon territory. Kenji and Maya returned to visit Alara. Both master and student were overjoyed to see each other again. With a cup of tea on the table, Alara's voice rang out. I'm glad you both made it back safely. Looking at the two of them, she continued, I never thought you'd be back this soon. Maya looked confused, unsure if her master was praising or dissing her. This made the girl stammer, Master, I. The sage gently patted her student's head. Right away, I know. Alara snapped her fingers and winked. You want to go with that kid, don't you? Go give it your all for another goal. Kai got a little flustered, quickly grabbing his tea to drink, pretending he didn't hear a thing. Maya glanced at him, blushing slightly, and softly replied, Yes, Master. The sage then asked Kai, By the way, kid, you heard any news from the front lines lately? He immediately turned to her, curious. What's up, ma'am? She explained that it seemed his friends, the hero candidates, had been defeated. Kai thought to himself, Mito lost. Then he asked, who was their opponent? Alara answered, the top commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Earth King, Stony. Maya immediately asked, so basically, he's got to be like Vinx, right? He must be crazy strong. Kai felt a pang of worry hearing that his friend's rival was one of the 4 heavenly kings. He'd fought one of them before and knew just how powerful they were. He turned and asked, were they killed? The sage replied, no, it seems they're still alive. But I heard that after the battle, their morale is totally shot. Kai put his tea down. I get it. Then, he immediately stood up and added, let's go check on them. He thought to himself, my plan now is to kill the Demon Lord. I want to chip away at their power bit by bit. The best way is to use them so I can take down the 4 heavenly kings. Maya innocently asked, are the hero candidates as strong as you? Kai replied, I don't know. No matter how strong they are, it's meaningless if they can't use their power properly. Night falls at the fortress line, a long wall built for separation and defense. Inside, countless seriously injured people were being treated, including the hero candidates. The sounds of pain groans echoed endlessly. One of them had an arm full of wounds that, despite being bandaged, was still seeping blood. Shiori asked Mito, are you okay? Let me heal you. He smiled. Don't worry about me, Hanasan. Don't overdo it. You can't just keep using your healing skill forever, right? The innocent-faced girl replied, I know, but this is the only thing I can do. So, using her healing ability, Shiori channeled energy to restore Mito. He fought back. At that moment, thanks to Herrick's army protecting them and arriving just in time, they were able to retreat safely. Mito looked at his friends around him. Everyone's wounds were deep, not just physically, but mentally too. Rina, who was usually so fiery and energetic, was now hugging her knees with a vacant stare. The powerful Arashi was also lying there, his arm over his forehead in complete helplessness. Even as he was being healed, he clenched his fist, unable to accept reality. Mito blamed himself. This is all my fault. If only I had defeated him. Cut to Fort List, the base for the demon army led by Stony. He was sitting alone on a watchtower, his eyes closed as if meditating, the wind whistling by, the space around him silent. From a distance in the nearby forest, the fortress could be seen, built on a large, steep rock mountain. Kai's voice cut in, so that's him. He could observe the guy with his special eyes. Seeing this, Maya was completely amazed and asked, you can see the enemy from this far away? Kai answered, because my appraisal ability has leveled up, I keep getting extra effects. Remote viewing is one of the bonuses for this skill. The naive girl added, your skills are as handy as ever, huh? Kai didn't say anything. His focus right now was on gathering intel on his opponent. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. His basic info popped up. Name Stony. Age 75. Race Demon. Gender Male. Attack B. Defense S. Agility B. Strength S. Magic S. Status Normal. Skills Earth Demon Arts Level 5. Swordsmanship Level 3. Solid Defense Level 5. His appraisal I continued, using Advanced Appraisal. Kai could see the details of the solid defense skill. Based on the defense stat, the defense would be multiplied. It clicked for him. Since his appraisal skill was at level 4, he could use Advanced Appraisal. Knowing the deets on the enemy's skills would give him a massive edge. On top of that, he had the weakness detection skill. A little while later, Stone Guy was still just sitting there meditating. He looked totally chill after taking out the intruders. When weakness detection came up with nothing, Kai thought, seriously, nothing? So that meant he was just too weak right now to find the guy's weak spot. Maya asked curiously, you see anything? He replied, this would be a lot easier if he had a weak spot. Kai went on, all I got is that he's a pro at using earth-based sorcery, and his sword game ain't half bad. He's got a special ability that jacks up his defense stats. That's all I could get. Maya realized something. Figures. Coming from one of the 4 Earth Kings. The Earth attribute is weak against water. Hearing that, Kai immediately asked, so there's like an elemental matchup system. She replied, It's not that simple. It also depends on the kind of skills being used. Maya turned and added, even if he can use a ton of different earth-based sorceries, he's probably only a master of a few. If I knew which ones, I could probably figure out his weakness. Kai then suggested, I think we should at least check in on them. What's your prediction? The scene cuts back to the fortress, where Mito was standing on the ramparts, staring off into the distance. His wounds were still fresh, and his eyes held a hint of worry. Mito thought of Kai. If only Master Sin was here. But he immediately shook his head, pushing the thought away. He told himself not to run away. Mito Suji, I'm gonna. But before he could finish, his friends had already come up behind him. Ren asked, You're trying to figure something out, aren't you? Then she waved her hand dismissively. That's as far as my guess goes. You always trying to handle everything yourself. Seeing his friends there, Mito was a little surprised. You guys. Nami gave him a wink. Don't be so gloomy, man. It ain't over, till it's over. Mira added, Yeah, Mito, you're not in this fight alone. Hearing that, he asked them, You guys still trust me? Rina stepped up and shot back. So what, you don't trust us? Then she walked past Mito, calling him an idiot. Nami came over and slung an arm around Mito's shoulder, saying, What she means is, you gotta lean on us more, right, Rina? Mito watched her walk away, while Rina just stood there silently. Then he cracked a smile. Lean on you guys? Huh. Never even crossed my mind. Nami continued, You know, everyone's getting stronger day by day. If you keep trying to carry all that weight by yourself, you're gonna throw your back out. While everyone was having a moment and hyping each other up, a familiar face walked over. So this is where you've been hiding, Mito? It was none other than Ash and his crew. They were just as banged up, looking like they'd been through the ringer. He pointed, a scowl on his face. Why the long face, man? You're not planning on taking out that stone dude or what? Mito's eyes went wide. Well, look who it is. Didn't expect to see you here. Ash clicked his tongue. Pisses me off, but we can't take him down on our own. He stepped right up to him and offered, Give us the orders, Mito. We're gonna crush that stone punk. Nami was ecstatic. Ash is finally teaming up with Suji. Mira smiled. I guess hell froze over. Ash, totally embarrassed, spun around and snapped, Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Mito's confidence returned as he declared to everyone, Let's join forces and take down that monster. Ash smirked. Now that's more like it. Meanwhile, Jin was watching quietly, since she was Kai's mole on the inside. She thought to herself, It's great that the whole class is finally teaming up, but we still don't have a solid plan to deal with Stone Guy. Suddenly, a voice that made Jin jump said, Long time no see, Kanzaki. She whipped her head around to look, but Kai signaled her, Keep it down, I don't want to get noticed. Hearing that, Jin slapped a hand over her mouth, trying to play it cool. Kai asked, You guys lost to one of the Earth Kings, right? Jin answered, Yeah. He immediately followed up, What kind of sorcery was he using? Jin looked down and gave Kai the rundown of what happened during their raid. He got it and asked, So he makes mud monsters and controls them? Jin nodded. Yeah, his whole skill set is definitely based around that. Kai blurted out, just like Maya predicted. Hearing that, she quickly looked down and pressed him. Maya? Who's Maya? Is that a girl's name? Kai didn't want to get into it, so he switched up the topic. It's nothing. Thanks for the heads up. Jin then asked, You're not going to help us out, Kai. Seeing how tight the crew looked, Kai answered, I was gonna, but it looks like y'all have it handled. If I jumped in, it'd just stir up pointless drama. Kai looked at Jin with that same earnest gaze and said, I'll be your shadow, just like always. The scene shifts to some monsters standing guard high up on the ramparts. A massive fortress looms against the sky, while two monsters patrol the grounds below. Deep in the woods, the hero candidates are huddled up, prepping for their next move. He said excitedly, With Jumi here, we're basically a 100-man army. Rina chimed in happily. You said it, I'm just glad you're all right. Jumi looked a little embarrassed, poking her cheek. Thanks, I'll give it my all. She's candidate number 9, Jumi Kinoshita, who just transferred from the non-combat unit to the front lines. Rina suddenly asked, So what made you suddenly decide to join us? Jumi froze for a second, just humming in response. Then she gave a bright smile and an excuse. I heard you guys were in a tough spot. Kai immediately cracked up, praising her. You're a true hero. But Rina didn't say a word. Jumi forced a smile, thinking to herself, This is okay, right, Kai? 5 days earlier, Jumi was dressed in a maid outfit, leaning against a door. A look of exhaustion was on her face as she let out a sigh. Man, I'm beat today. Kai's voice suddenly cut in. Long time no see. Kinoshita? Jumi, not sensing anything weird yet, just replied, Yeah, it's been a while. Then it hit her, and she started pointing frantically. Wait, what are you? How'd you get in my place? But a second later, Jumi calmed down and started asking questions. Are you really Kai? Kai shot back. About time your brain caught up. She panicked, her face turning bright red as she asked, why are you in my room all of a sudden? Kai cut right to the chase. Right now, Midu and the crew are in deep trouble on the front lines. To get through this, we need your power. The Guardian of Water Control. That's why I'm here, Kinosita. Jumi froze for a second, pointing to herself. But I'm on the non-combat team. Kai calmly brushed it off. Don't sweat it. You've got more than enough potential for the combat squad, so go join Midu's crew and help them out. But Jumi was full of doubt now. How can you be so sure? Kai asked casually. You want to fight too, don't you? Then he dropped another piece of news. Leonora, the one who put all that fear in your head, I already took care of her. Kai added slowly. There's no one left to stop you now. The scars on your heart should have healed by now, right? Then an image of a clumsy Jumi flashed in Kai's mind. This isn't the time to be playing waitress and smashing people's dishes. Jumi blushed, embarrassed. You saw that? It was just an accident. Kai then asked a question that hit right where it hurt. The truth is, you've wanted to help Nagas and Chainami this whole time, haven't you? Jumi stared at him in silence for a long moment. A second later, she gave a wry smile. So you knew all along, huh? I'm surprised. I never thought a classmate would actually care about me this much. Kai stated his purpose bluntly. I'm just looking for a pawn I can use. Suddenly, Jumi had a question. Hey Kai, you're a wanted criminal, right? Are you really joining the combat team? He answered calmly. A wanted criminal can't exactly join the Holy Nation's army. Jumi replied awkwardly. Well, Rina's gonna be pissed at you anyway. Before leaving, Kai pulled up his hood and looked back. I'll act as your shadow. I came here to put a pawn like you into play. Back in the present, Jumi clenched her fists, steeling her resolve. I'll do whatever it takes to show them I can be useful. Jin, who was hiding behind a tree, had heard the whole thing and was watching quietly. A few minutes earlier, by the fortress wall, Kai was down below asking Jin, so that's the plan? Any questions? She voiced her concerns. I know we need Kinesita to create an opening in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that'll be enough? Kai answered calmly. I'm not the only one who's going to fight that demon. I'm sure you guys have your own plan, so just do what you can depending on how things play out. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I want to see how much you've all grown while I've been away. Just tell Midu that. Jin finally dropped it and turned to leave, saying, all right. Back in the woods outside the fortress, a voice suddenly called out to her, Kaneki-san. His voice was dead serious. Midu stepped up and said, let's run through the plan one last time. Then Midu got everyone together and hyped them up. There's no way we're losing this time. Jin was right there with him. Yup. In the middle of the dense forest, the crew huddled up to talk tactics and map out their game plan. Suddenly, a doubtful voice cut in. You sure this is gonna fly? From a nearby bush, Mayor, munching on some bread, asked if he had a better, more detailed plan up his sleeve, right? Kai shot back, saying if everyone just follows orders, they'll never level up. He figured what they really needed to do now was take down the Demon Lord. So I gotta train my classmates first. Kai's gaze got intense. They're all skilled, but have no idea how to actually use their powers. Looking at his friends, he made up his mind. I'll walk them through it, step by step. He started by dropping hints. Kai also caught on quick, but he knew damn well the most important thing in a fight is calling your own shots. In front of the iron gates of Fort List, the demon army was on high alert with tons of lookouts on the walls. A massive army from the Empire showed up outside, ready to storm the place. Elia led a whole legion on horseback. It's go time. Then she drew her sword, pointed it forward, and yelled, all right, let's move out. The soldiers charged on command. The monsters on the wall started laughing their asses off. Look, who's back. These morons never learn, trying this again instead of just bailing. Elia, totally fired up, screamed, don't back down, we gotta clear a path for the hero candidates. The monsters charged right back at them. Take out all the intruders. An insane battle kicked off. The group of hero candidates, led by Midu, was plowing a straight path forward, pushing hard to get inside. He stared straight ahead, his eyes burning with determination after their last screw-up. In front of him stood a tall tower, and in the window was a familiar-looking shadow. It was none other than that old freak, Stone Geyer. He flashed a nasty grin at Midu, showing off his yellow teeth. Midu scowled, thinking, is this dude waiting for us? Stone Geyer looked amused and taunted. Come on in. Hero candidates, don't let me down. A massive, gold-plated door stood in front of them and a huge explosion blew it to pieces. Shrapnel went flying everywhere. Arasi and the gang stormed in, all fired up. Their energy was totally different from last time. The air got super thick with tension. Up ahead was the army of clay soldiers made by Stone Geyer. He stood in the middle, shield and sword at the ready. Midyu yelled, "Kick off the plan." A noise came from a crack in the roof. Turns out it was Kai and Mayor, hiding up there. He watched calmly and said, "All right, show me what you've got." Down below, the fighters were in their battle stances. At Midyu's signal to start the plan they cooked up, the clay monsters started to move. Midyu pointed his sword forward like a boss and then yelled, "Begin the operation." The second he said that, everyone rushed forward together. Rena checked in, "You good, Jumi?" She was still a little on edge and answered, "Don't worry about me." This was her first time in a real battle. Right away, Jumi used her magic to summon water. She used her hydrokinesis to control the currents, attacking the monsters. Stone Geyer scowled when he saw this. The clay monsters were frozen in place by Jumi's cold water. Arasi threw a punch and attacked them. Another huge explosion went off, leaving them stunned and crumbling to pieces. Midyu wasn't about to be shown up, and immediately sliced a monster in two. Kenta swiftly jumped up and stuck a knife in one of them. "Eat this." Asus used his special move to punch them right in the gut. Akira used her powers to protect the team, while Kai calmly took them on. Satoshi and Heike were also working hard to wreck the enemy. A second later, the clay monsters all fell apart and crumbled to dust when suddenly a wave of magic covered the broken pieces of the clay monsters. Instantly, the monsters' bodies were formed completely, but then something weird started happening to them. Their whole bodies started to melt, and then they collapsed into piles of mud. Rena shouted excitedly, "It worked!" Stone Geyer stroked his chin, trying to figure it out. "So they use water? That kid wasn't here last time. Did they bring in more people?" In front of Stone Geyer was a battlefield covered in mud. However, he was still careful enough to keep some of his earth monsters back for defense. Kai, looking down from above, had to admit it was just as she predicted. And this was something Stone Geyer hadn't seen coming. "My idea was that if the joints between the rocks got wet, he'd have a harder time controlling his mud monsters, and damn, it worked even better than I thought." Mikey seized the chance and yelled, "Yo, you guys see that? The wet mud monsters can't regenerate, so hit him hard." Zoe was all for it. All right, Derek kept using his water power to attack. A second later, a massive wave was unleashed right at the monster horde. The massive wave just washed them all away. The whole crew charged in together, each one beating a monster to a pulp. Stone Geyer didn't even flinch, just flash a wicked grin. "Trying to wipe out my crew, huh? Looks like you punks actually have a decent strategy this time." Instantly, Stone Geyer slammed his hand on the ground, and fiery red magic circles appeared. Mud surged up from them. "But these mud monsters, I'm more than willing to sacrifice them." The shattered remains of the monsters floated in midair. Stone Geyer thought smugly, "Now I'll show these hero wannabes the true power of the earth element." Instantly, a barrage of mud shot straight toward the hero candidates. Mira quickly threw out her hand, seizing control of the earth and rock to block the counterattack. Mira's power is telekinesis, so she began to hijack control of the earth and rock. She stopped every last piece of it. Stone Geyer stared in shock. "What? My control over those rocks is being overpowered?" Jin seized the moment, using his power of domination. Stone Geyer was hit and frozen on the spot. Bolts of lightning bound his arms, legs, and body. Stone Geyer's face twisted in a pained grimace. His hand froze in midair, a restraint-type skill. Alex quickly leaped up to strike. Stone Geyer panicked. A wall of earth shot up from below. A massive explosion erupted over a wide area from Alex's explosive punch. It was because Stone Geyer had thrown up a wall just in time to block the hit. He laughed smugly. "It'll take more than that to break my defense, kid." Alex's fist was still planted in the wall when another power was used, instant teleportation. Mikey immediately appeared behind Stone Geyer, sword in hand. He unleashed a razor-sharp slash. Stone Geyer tensed, gripping the hilt of his own blade, and easily blocked Mikey's sword. Stone Geyer sneered. "Even while I'm being held down, is this seriously the best you got?" Mira kept using her telekinesis, then launched her own counterattack against Stone Geyer. "Here, you can have these rocks back." Naomi started using her wind control magic. A wind spear technique was unleashed. Stone Geyer was startled by the sight. He was being hit with a constant barrage of attacks from all sides. He growled in anger, thinking, "They're hitting me from every angle." Then he roared, "But even with all that, you ain't breaking through my defense." Instantly, a stone wall expanded, and a massive drill sent Mikey and Alex flying. Zoe, looking a bit worried, shot out a blast of water. "Eat this." Gushing streams of water slammed into his rock drill. Stone Geyer flinched when he saw the stone wall starting to get soaked. He worried, "This is bad. If it gets wet, it'll lose its hardness." Just then, the rocks, controlled by Mira, all shot forward. Mikey yelled furiously, "Let's end this." At the same time, Alex threw an angry punch. Die. Just a few seconds later, the solid stone wall was shattered to pieces by the fighters. For the first time, Stone Geyer felt fear, letting out a few horrifying grunts. He moved frantically, still thinking, I can still hang on. Stone Geyer was getting pummeled by a combo attack, getting knocked back. He thought, but at this rate, my defense is going to be completely destroyed. Suddenly, a savage look flashed in Stone Geyer's eyes. I'm betting it all on converting my defensive mana. A series of magic circles appeared, transforming it into attack mana. But before he could pull it off, Kai's weakness-spotting eyes lit up, and in the blink of an eye, her dagger was planted right in the middle of his forehead. Blood spurted out, and Stone Geyer, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was in deep trouble. After letting out a scream, Stone Geyer's whole body trembled, then his eyes rolled back into his head, slowly, losing its life force as his massive body slowly crashed to the ground in front of everyone. They were all stunned but overjoyed. Then they started cheering. We did it. We actually did it. 2 figures stood over the body as the crowd chanted their names. Mikey and Alex defeated Stone Geyer. But Mikey knew the truth. He thought to himself, they're wrong. Eris knew it too. His eyes were fixed on the corpse. It wasn't us. Something else stepped in at the very end. Then, Eris noticed the weapon that had taken down this high-ranking demon. He picked up the dagger, looking it over, and then said, this dagger, don't tell me it's... Seeing Eris hesitate, Mito also glanced in the direction the dagger came from. He spotted a crack in the ceiling above. Mito blurted out, so it was Kai. Eris scowled and cursed, damn it, that bastard. Nami stretched and walked over with a smile. Our plan worked. Mito beamed. Yeah, we totally did it. He thought to himself, everything went just as planned. Mito glanced over at the girls. It's thanks to Kina that we made it this far. But at the last second, Stonier unleashed a massive amount of energy from his body. He realized their plan was nothing but child's play. That's why Kai was watching us, so he could step in at the right moment. Miro walked up to Mito, smiling. I don't know what's with that look on your face, but we should be celebrating right now, right? He hesitated. The truth is, she immediately cut him off. Whatever you want to say, I'll hear it later. Glancing at the corpse, Mira continued, we just took down one of the 4 heavenly kings. That's a good day's work. With that, she pushed Mito toward the others to celebrate, catching him completely off guard. Standing in the middle of the crowd, praise was constantly thrown his way. Mito, you killed it. That was awesome. We're such a solid crew. For a second, Mito was a little stunned, but then he broke into a warm smile and joined in the celebration with everyone. Eris noticed this too, and his mind was a mess of conflicting thoughts. His teammates walked up to him. Ace praised, awesome job, Eris. Ken added excitedly, man, that was a real nail-biter. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Teach me your ways. Eris sighed, shut up. I wasn't the one who took him down. His 2 friends immediately quieted down. Sorry, man. Cal crossed his arms and looked over. Heh, I get why you're so bitter. Clutching the dagger tightly, Eris asked him, you saw it too, right? Tao replied, yeah, I was standing pretty close. But don't sweat it. He only took care of the finishing blow. Eris's grip on the dagger tightened. Cao's voice continued. The ones who really backed that heavenly king into a corner were you and Mito, and that's what counts. Hearing this, Eris felt a little better and said nothing more. A moment later, Mito stood catching his breath. He stood atop the fortress wall and yelled down, we've killed the heavenly king of earth, Stonier. He held the guy's head up high and demanded, surrender now. Seeing this, the demon soldiers looked like they'd seen a ghost, dropping their weapons and shaking with fear. Lord Stonier was defeated. Amelia raised her sword and yelled, this is our victory. The soldiers roared in celebration. Harris smiled. They had finally done it inside the stone fortress. Now, the soldiers' cheers of celebration filled the air. Looking down from a window inside, Kai sighed in relief. It's finally over. Mayor seemed a little confused, but the number of troops on both sides is still about even, right? Kai turned as he walked away and explained, the Demon Lord's army is led by a figure with immense authority. When their leader is defeated, they lose their ability to resist. Mayor realized. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. The same thing happened when we defeated Windbox. Not one demon came after us. Kai poured a cup of hot tea, adding, that's one of the Demon Lord's army's biggest weaknesses. She turned to him, confused, but is that really okay? Mayor continued, you were the one who killed Stonier. I thought your purpose was to train your friends. Kai replied, I sensed a terrifying killing intent from Stonier when he transformed. I didn't want my friends to get killed before they had a chance to get stronger. Besides, that's an assassin's main job. I just hope they understand that much. Mayor smiled. You're being way too overprotective of your friends, you know that? Setting his teacup down, Kai replied gently, I've been wondering for a few days, are you ever going to call me by my name? It's Sin Kai. Hearing this, Mayor blushed a little, flustered. It's not that, I wasn't sure what to call you. 1 week after the defeat of the Earth Heavenly King, the mood in the kingdom was much brighter thanks to the army's recent victories. Everyone was reading the news and celebrating. This victory boosted the knights' morale, allowing them to blow off some steam and party hard. There was feasting and singing, which only boosted the reputation of the hero candidates. They became humanity's last hope. They were welcomed with cheers and praise as they paraded down the streets. In the Grand Hall, the king declared, for your success in taking down one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, I offer you my deepest gratitude. Below him, Milo was kneeling respectfully, and the king then announced, Milo Suji, you will be knighted and granted the title of Lord. He bowed his head and accepted, though he didn't look too comfortable. After enduring the royal ceremonies and the award presentation in the Grand Hall, they returned to their room. Now, there were only sighs. Everyone was sitting around a coffee table. Milo grimaced, man, I'm beat. Mira smiled and asked, even you get tired, Milo? He shot back, who do you think I am? Eli, holding a teacup, said, getting tired this easily. Is that a sign of old age? He was the captain of the 4th Night Squadron. Hawk defended Milo. He wasn't taught the etiquette of a noble like us. Amelia said, we taught him some basic etiquette and simple protocols before he was knighted. We crammed all night. You did great even though it was your first time. Milo smiled. The pressure was on. Man, if I acted all rude to the king, what if we got blamed for it later and it made our position worse? Hawk winked. It's better to get blamed for that than to be stuck with the unnecessary pressure of dealing with the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, you were just knighted too. You'll have to do that kind of stuff eventually. Milo asked, being a noble is such a drag, huh? Hawk replied while enjoying his hot tea, not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued. Anyway, the church holds a certain amount of power in the kingdom. We, the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, are also under the church's jurisdiction. The title you received this time was also designated by His Majesty on the Pope's orders. Hawk added, so now you're officially part of the Empire's Knight Orders. You'll be the captain of the 11th Night Squadron. Also known as the Hero Corps, you'll command the strongest strike force, made up of the hero candidates. Milo wondered, if the knights are controlled by the church, what's the point of giving me a knight title? Hawk asked in return. There are a lot of complicated issues involving the state and government structures. You want to hear about it. Hearing that, Milo immediately lost interest. Hawk reminded him, regardless, you're in the same position as us now. With power comes responsibility. Remember that. The next morning, under a clear blue sky in the forest outside the castle walls, Kai stood there and asked Jin, so Milo got promoted to captain? She nodded and replied, yeah, Milo himself was the one who requested a position of authority within the state structure. Maya smiled, I don't really get it, but that's a good thing, right? Kai reasoned. The kingdom wants to turn Milo into a symbol. Giving him authority is their way of showing everyone that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Maya looked confused, a little flustered. So, long story short, it's not good news. He continued to explain, after we defeat the Demon Lord, we're supposed to be able to go back to our own world. This kingdom is using that as an excuse to exploit us, but don't get too caught up in it. Kai thought of Leonora. In the end, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's methods. We're just pawns they can sacrifice at any time. Jin agreed, yeah, we should be more careful. She blushed slightly and asked, one more thing, who's this person next to you? Startled, Kai looked over and introduced them. This is Maya. She's a half-demon and a mage. Maya beamed, waving hello. Nice to meet you. Jin replied politely, nice to meet you too. Then she pointed over and asked, hey, is there something going on between you and this girl? Maya calmly answered, I'm just his companion on this journey. So, what's your relationship with Kai? Jin was taken aback when she heard her call Kai by his first name so casually, then she answered, flustered, I'm his friend. Kai cut in, Jin, come on. Just a friend? Then he introduced her to Maya. This is Jin Kanzaki. She's my partner. Jin blushed when she heard the word partner. Maya winked and asked slyly, were you two this close back in your old world? His answer was, I'd never even spoken to her. Jin nodded too. Yeah. Kai waved it off and asked, anyway, forget it. You said your mission was to take down the Demon Lord, right? Jin gave a slight nod. He continued, just like in the fight with Stonier, I'll move like your shadow. Kanzaki, you'll be the point person for me and the crew. Jin quickly cut in. Hold on. Can I come with you? Kai asked back, you want to come with me? He looked at the two girls in front of him as if he just realized something. his lips slightly parted. So that's what it was. Jin was super excited and hopeful, while Mayer was still completely clueless. Kai shook his head. Nah, I gotta turn you down. Without you, I have no way to contact everyone. He looked Jin straight in the eye and said seriously, they don't like me. To me, you're incredibly important. Talk about a roundabout confession. Hearing that, Jin blushed a little, pretending to cough lightly before replying, well, I guess I can't do anything about it then, huh? She thought of Narumi and Midu and added, but there are still plenty of people who think highly of you, especially Midu. Kai closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly, saying, Midu's probably trying to figure out how to fight without relying on me. That's not a bad thing. He needs to develop that mindset to be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger? Kai answered honestly, I can't take down the Demon Lord's army alone. Mayer and I took out one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost. Things were pretty rough back then. Hearing this, Jin was shocked. You defeated another one of the 4 heavenly kings, just the 2 of you? Mayer smiled. It was super dangerous. We defeated Wind BX, the heavenly king of wind. Jin looked at Kai, thinking, even with everyone all together, we were barely a match for Stonier. But just the 2 of them. She turned to look at Mayer. Plus, this girl was clearly not your average person. Jin clenched her fists. Compared to her, I was totally useless in the fight against Stonier. Kai recalled what Sina said, that there were beings in the Demon Lord's army, even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He then told Jin, right now, with the strength we have, we can't pull off this mission. He walked past her and added quietly, Kanzaki, keep a close eye on what everyone in class and in the kingdom is doing. I'll contact you regularly. Jin turned and replied, got it. Kai started to walk away and asked her to pass on a message. I'm working on my own way to defeat the Demon Lord. Tell Midu that for me, will you? Then Kai called out, let's go, Mayer. The girl quickly ran to catch up, not forgetting to wave goodbye. After defeating Stonier, one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a massive invasion. Thanks to the joint forces of the 11th Night Legion and the Heroes Party, the army's morale was higher than ever. They rode that momentum to push back the front lines. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured numerous fortresses around the Urugano mountain range and liberated the city of Nras. Midu was the one leading the charge in this war. This outcome wasn't just due to defeating Stonier, the commander of the Demon Lord's forces in the region. However, the Holy Kingdom's army was unaware of the full story behind the victory. Kai was still operating from the shadows. Afterward, victory celebrations were held, attended by many nobles and high-ranking officials from the kingdom. Narumi, a huge mug of beer in hand, started chugging it down. He laughed loudly, celebrating a win like this is awesome. Mirai put her head in her hands and asked, now, are you drinking that beer like it's water? Narumi winked. In this world, you're an adult at 15. Long story short, it means I can drink beer. Mirai immediately smacked him on the head and scolded, we're going back to our world eventually. Then she snatched the mug from him and walked off. Narumi whined, why would you do that? My beer. Everyone watching them had a smile on their face. Rena turned to Midu. You're so tense again. Just for today, let's cut loose a little. Mirai saw her holding a wine glass and immediately pointed a finger sharply. You too, that's wine, isn't it? Rena took a sip and replied, it's just juice, girl. Midu, standing next to them, wondered to himself, is it really? But still, I never expected things to go this smoothly. A voice from behind caught Midu's attention. It was Heike talking to Sato. Looks like their chain of command is a mess. Are they really this weak after losing just one heavenly king? Hearing this, Midu was startled. Now that they mentioned it, I had my own suspicions about that. The more I think about it, they really were too weak. He turned to them and said, I thought it was a trap. Emilia and the others thought so too, but in the end, there was no trap at all. Rena looked over and asked, don't you think you're being a little too cautious? Susie, the Demon King's army is just a bunch of idiots, right? Mido replied, maybe Zane is moving like our shadow. Rena scowled and dismissed it. How could he possibly beat him? Jin overheard the conversation, put her glass down on the table and spoke up. It's just like Mido said. She told everyone seriously. While we were fighting, Zane wiped out their defense forces. Everyone was completely stunned when they heard this. What are you talking about? For real? Jin smiled. Yeah, he also said he took down another one of the warlords stationed around this area. The reason the defenses around here were so weak was all thanks to him. Haki was shocked. Zane took down one of the 4 warlords all by himself. Mido also exclaimed, that's Zane for you. Nate, looking a little tipsy, chimed in, maybe, he's moving like our shadow. Or maybe, nah, the dude's a straight-up beast. Rena shot back immediately. How can you believe that crap? It's obviously a lie. Then she called out to Ash from across the room. You think so too, right, Ash? He was chowing down on a chicken leg and turned to ask, what? Remembering that dagger, he didn't know what to say, so he just turned away and went back to eating, replying, I don't care. Rena scowled. What's with you? Mira slammed her beer down on the table and said loudly, even if that's true, I'm still not forgiving him. Rena asked her, you get me, right? Meanwhile, Mito whispered to Jin, so where is Zane? She hesitated a little. I don't know all the details, but he said he's making his own moves to take down the Demon King. In the western territory of NRAS City, deep in the Demon Kingdom's domain. In the forest, Kai was surrounded by a bunch of green demon grunts. With an ugly mug and a huge axe in its hand, it roared and brought it down. He nimbly jumped to the side to dodge. Immediately, another demon grunt lunged in to attack, but before it could strike, Kai threw a fistful of dirt he had ready. The dirt flew right in its face, blinding the demon grunt. Just then, Kai held out his hand and chanted, "O lightning, strike down my enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, electricity crackled in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a demon grunt's hand shot towards him. Kai gasped. What the? Somehow, it had warped to his side and was about to slam into him. A voice called out, "Fire salamander," and instantly a huge flame appeared, incinerating the demon grunts. They were burned to a crisp, their bodies lying scattered around him. Kai said, "You didn't have to do that." Mayor jumped down from above and shot back. "If your magic wasn't completely useless, I wouldn't have needed to step in, would I?" He looked at his palm and said, "This is tough. I thought I had my energy under control, but I can't even use a basic spell." Mayor started to explain, "Your magic affinity is incredibly rare. It's the lightning element, which is fast and powerful, but it's also wild and erratic, making it extremely hard to control." She added, "The fact that you can use it even a little bit for a short time is already insane. Get it? If you had the same guardian element as your classmates, you'd be able to use magic with no problem at all." Kai stared at the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is just a basic spell. I was able to use it just fine during training. Why do you think it didn't work during the last fight?" Mayor answered, "Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. You need a clear visualization when you cast a spell. Spells and incantations are pretty much the same. You have to create a clear image of the phenomenon you want to happen." She added, "That's why magic isn't ideal for close-quarters combat." Kai quickly cut in, "But I have to use it in close-range fights like this. Otherwise, there's no point in me using it at all." He listened intently. Mayor explained, "I know, but it's incredibly difficult. You know that, right? So why the sudden interest in learning magic now?" Kai replied, "I just need a new skill. As I am now, I'm not strong enough to take down the Demon King. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of this kind of power. But thanks to your knowledge of magic, I've gained a new ability like this. You really are the sage's disciple." Hearing his compliment, Mayor blushed a little. She gave an embarrassed smile. "Well, it is what I'm best at." Something caught Kai's attention. The demon grunts showed up again and suddenly surrounded the two of them. Every single one of them looked vicious, glaring at him with pure killing intent. The two stood back to back. Kai was hyped. He was just looking for some guinea pigs to test something out on anyway. Mayor smiled and asked, "No way. You think you can take this whole mob on your own?" It looked like there were more demon grunts than before, and their levels seemed higher too, but he didn't care about the numbers. Thinking they were the ones surrounded by him, Kai charged straight at them. With lightning in his hands, he faced the demon grunts and unleashed thunderclap. Bolts of lightning shot out, zapping the demons, making them scream in pain and paralyzing them. The remaining ones were stunned. Some were only lightly scorched and not really affected. Kai pulled out his dagger, thinking to himself, "I can finally use this in a real fight," but the firepower is still lacking. One demon grunt seized the opportunity and rushed in, swinging its club down hard. He pushed off the ground and jumped back, dodging it successfully. Then Kai leaped onto a nearby branch and used his signature speed and lightning-fast attacks to strike from above. The demon grunts below looked up in a daze, completely unable to follow his movements. Sharp daggers flew out, heading straight for the demon grunts. Every single one of them was hit in a vital spot, spewing blood as they dropped dead. The weaker demons just stood there, waiting for their turn to die. Looking over at them, Kai thought to himself, with the way things are now, it's better to just infuse the dagger with mana and throw it. The accuracy and firepower are way more solid that way. I need time to shape it and cast the spell, but once I get the hang of it, it's going to be an awesome skill. The demon showed no signs of backing down. Another one jumped in to strike with its sharp claws, but one clean slice and its head was separated from its neck. He then hoisted himself up a tall tree, hanging there to look down. Kai suddenly noticed that another squad of demon grunts had shown up. He leaped down, dagger at the ready. He flashed past them, weapon in hand, and cleanly took them all out. Then Kai leaped back up to a high branch to continue scouting the area. Suddenly, the tree began to shake violently. Down below, a glowing red demon grunt was bashing the base of his tree with a massive club. Kai looked down, clicked his tongue, and thought, just as I figured, there are way too many of them. The huge tree snapped, and he leaped to the ground, then faced the horde of demons before him. Behind them stood one that was way bigger than the rest. It had 2 long horns and seemed pretty calm compared to the rest of the mob, and it was twice their size. He used his appraisal skill to check it out. Looks like the boss is here. Perfect, you're gonna be my new guinea pig. With a dagger in each hand, Kai's entire body radiated an intense killing aura. The testing conditions are absolutely perfect. Mayor was looking exhausted. There are just too many of them. It's a never-ending fight. She kept blasting them with fire, burning the demon grunts alive. After a bit, Mayor called out to him, "Hey Kai, we should bounce. This is a losing battle." He nodded and replied, "Got it. That's enough for today." Kai turned and walked away, leaving piles of demon corpses in his wake. The two of them then ran out of the forest, Mayor letting out an exhausted sigh. He figured that besides the sheer number of monsters, their levels were also pretty high. This is no place for humans to live. Mayor replied, "Since demons can control low-intelligence monsters, this probably isn't a big deal for them." Kai agreed. "So that's why this land is only fit for demons." Huh. The two of them stopped at a dark, ominous cliff, looking down at the endless horde of demon grunts below. This place was the true territory of the Demon Kingdom. This was going to be a problem. 1 week after Sindu's recon mission, the Holy Kingdom was on the move and began its invasion of the Demon Kingdom. Right after liberating a few territories, the army was moving down a forest path when a group got surrounded. Monsters appeared again, ready to throw down. But the number and level of the monsters in this region were on a whole other level compared to the ones back in the Holy Kingdom's territory. While they weren't much of a threat to the hero candidates and knights, the regular soldiers were just becoming chow for the monsters. Elia yelled, "Don't fall back, hold the formation and fight them off." Herrick sounded worried. "There are too many of them. We're totally getting swamped. We're being hit by all the monsters at the same time." That means, Maidu followed up, asking, "A high-ranking demon is pulling the strings, right?" And sure enough, there was a demon before them, holding a wine glass full of blood. She had a pair of horns on her head. She tilted her head back, downing every last drop. Looking down from the ramparts at the forest below, she spoke. "I won't allow for any mistakes." She was the high-ranking demon, Elsa. "No matter how many monsters it takes, just keep chipping away at their forces, and once they're exhausted, we'll launch our counterattack." The soldiers panicked when they saw the demon soldiers, the demon lord's army. Midu turned back and yelled, "Elia, we gotta fall back. At this rate, we're gonna get wiped out." She replied, "All right, I get it. Everyone, retreat, back to the path where we started." A ton of soldiers lay defeated as 2 massive demon soldiers walked up. They kicked a few bodies and laughed. Was that victory really so easy? We totally overestimated them, even using monsters to hold them back. Another one turned and said, "Whatever, it was an order from Lady Elsa. You know how careful she is." The other one agreed. "Yeah, thanks to her, we won this thing easy. This'll teach those enemies the difference between them and our army." The red demon soldier chimed in. "By the way, we already conquered the Beastmen Alliance, right? If that's true, the higher-ups are getting real serious about this war against the humans, huh?" The gray demon soldier replied, "Probably. That's why our victory was a given. Still, you gotta respect their strength, though. I mean, they did take down 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable fact." Hiding in the bushes, Kai and Mayor were still secretly watching the situation. Mayor asked in shock, "They conquered the Beastmen Alliance? What's that even mean? I've never heard anything about this." Kai mused. "Looks like we've got some interesting intel. Mayor, help me dig up some more information." Back in the kingdom's capital, the mood was pretty grim after days of consecutive victories. In the infirmary area, tons of wounded soldiers were being treated, lying everywhere with groans of pain. A meeting was immediately called. The leaders sat around a long table. Elia spoke up. "All human territories have been reclaimed. Unfortunately, the moment we ventured into the demon world, we were defeated." She looked at everyone and asked, "That's our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" 2 old generals were there. One couldn't think of anything, while the other mused. "The problem is how we can possibly fight back against an endless wave of monsters, right? If we don't find a solution, we won't be able to properly fight the demons." Another general spoke up. "From the very beginning, I had no idea the demons had tricks like using monsters this way. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic." Hark analyzed. "Until recently, the Demon Lord's army fought us without any real strategy. It was only after a series of defeats that they started taking us seriously." Midu deduced. "There's definitely some cunning bastard pulling the strings. It's likely those monster waves we ran into were caused by a high-ranking demon." A general crossed his arms and reported, "Based on the reports I've received from our scouts, there are a massive number of monsters inside that forest. As long as we can get out of that forest, we can fight them on proper terms," Elia stated. "That forest is pretty big, but there aren't many paths. Moving through that forest with the entire army is impossible. You think the enemy commander would just let us do that freely?" A silver-haired general suggested, "I think it's best we regroup our forces for now." He frowned and continued, "Although we've achieved positive results in liberating many territories, we've also suffered huge losses. Furthermore, in that last battle, we lost even more." Another person agreed and said, "First of all, we've completed our objective of retaking our lost territories. It's true we used the soldiers' high morale to push back the demons, but that's just not possible right now." Midu listened intently. Meyer, who was sitting there, raised her hand to speak. "Can I say something? Our mission is to subjugate the demon lord." "Right," the old generals replied. "Yeah, that's right. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be having this much trouble right now." Amelia asked Hashimoto, "Do you have any suggestions?" She scratched her head, smiled, and suggested, "How about we just increase the size of our army?" Amelia replied, "That's a long shot. There's no point in just increasing our numbers. We just get bogged down in the process." Midu thought, "Everyone in this world has their own unique abilities. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase the number of casualties." At that moment, he finally spoke up. "Since we need to strengthen our army, we should focus on our elite forces." Elia agreed. "That's right. Even if you search the entire kingdom, you wouldn't find anyone as strong as the people right here. On the front lines, they're also seasoned warriors." She continued, "If we want to bolster our strength, we should focus on training our own troops. Besides, just increasing our numbers would take a while, but this way is much more realistic." The old generals seemed to feel better about this plan. Midu finally realized why he felt so uneasy. Their goals and our goals are completely different. "My goal is to defeat the demon lord and return to the real world. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom is just trying to solve its own problems." He looked at the carefree and unworried expressions of the old generals. "That's why they have no problem maintaining the status quo." Hark seemed to notice his anxiety. He turned to look at him, asking, "Midu, what do you think?" Midu said bluntly, "Based on the current discussion, it'll take us years to defeat the demon lord. I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible." Elia chimed in, "Either way, we need time to train an elite army. It'll take about 2 years for us to recover our strength." Midu was taken aback. 2 years? That seemed way too long for them. One of the generals said, "Defeating the demon lord as soon as possible would be best for us. But the reality is we were defeated on enemy territory. It'll be very difficult for us to invade their territory again." Another one turned and smiled brightly. "Considering the outcome, this is already a huge success, isn't it? We finally liberated the lost territories. It's all thanks to you, the hero candidates." Midu thanked him, but his heart felt heavy. "So is it decided then?" He thought of his friends. "We really want to go home as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel the same way. I wonder if they'll accept this decision." Harik and Kamiya noticed Midu's uneasy mood. A while later, everyone left the meeting room and headed out. Hark said to Midu, "I get how you feel, but Elia's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation. To overcome this situation, we need a stronger force. Sadly, that's not something we can just easily decide." He agreed with that. "You're right, I understand." Harik added, "But I don't want you to rush your thinking." He turned and asked, "You think the same way I do, Hark?" He replied, "You don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only brings disaster. That's why I'm telling you to take it slow." Hearing those words really made Midu think. Hark looked out the window at the training grounds below. Down there, everyone was training. He continued, "Besides, even though the hero candidates are strong, you still have a lot of room to grow your power. It's better for you to take the time to prepare for defeating the demon lord." Midu turned and said, "Now that you mention it, it's true everyone wants to go home, but right now, this way is probably better than death." She remembered how if Hark hadn't come to save us before, when we were defeated by Stonier, we'd all be dead right now. Harik added, "The nature of the demon world is to devour the weak. There are probably entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings." He explained, "I'm sorry to put it this way, but we're counting on you guys. It'll be really tough for you to beat the demon lord with your current strength." Midu understood the situation and replied, "I know. I'll gather everyone and give them the rundown." He thought it over carefully. Just like Hark said, "We can't rush things. I won't let my friends die." After returning, Midu summarized the meeting's content for everyone. He explained, "Of course, I also want to take down the demon lord as soon as possible, but our goals and the Holy Kingdom's goals just don't line up." Midu asked him, So are you saying we should attack the Demon Lord's army alone? Arcee stood up and replied, Of course, these people in this kingdom aren't our allies. We'll just use them when we need to. I have no reason to listen to them, Midu said harshly. If you do that, you'll only bring trouble for us. We can't fight on our own. We need help from the Holy Kingdom. Arcee shot back, A direct fight with the Demon Lord's army isn't your only plan, is it? There's always guerrilla warfare. The others listened intently. He continued, Our target isn't the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself. Midu cut in. I get what you're saying, but it still feels way too risky. If we do that, someone's gonna end up dead even if we win. Alex scowled. I told you, all we gotta do is take out the Demon King. I know it's dangerous, so if you're scared, you can just sit here and wait to rot. Mike yelled. I don't want anyone else to die. That's why I'm telling you this is our best shot. Alex lost his cool, stomping forward and shouting, Stop being such a coward. Then he cocked back his fist at Mike. Let me open your damn eyes. Mike immediately summoned his holy sword and activated its shield mode, throwing up a barrier in front of him. The punch was blocked but still set off a huge explosion, causing some serious damage. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the others couldn't even react. A voice echoed from inside the dust cloud. You think you can beat me with just that? Mike continued. We have to take down the Demon King together. We already had a hell of a time with just one of his 4 heavenly kings. The best thing to do right now is to train and level up our skills. Alex kept his fist raised defiantly. You think you've won? Suddenly, chains shot out and restrained them both as Jin's voice rang out. Don't move. They both looked over, stunned. Jin yelled, Both of you, cool it. Are you trying to wreck this whole castle? That's just going to cause more problems for us. Mike lowered his weapon. My bad. Jin. Alex strained against the chains, then with a powerful jerk, he snapped them apart. What a pain. Jin muttered, It took a ton of my energy to cast that binding spell, and he just shattered it like it was nothing. Alex relaxed his fist and said, We get stronger by fighting. The more we push ourselves, the faster we'll grow. Then he asked Mike, You get that, don't you? Mira stepped forward. I agree with Mike. Rena also spoke up. Isn't it better to be safe than to get ourselves wiped out by rushing in? Hakim said. You know, this world isn't so bad. Sam turned to the side. I don't want to get killed because we're being impatient. Carrie timidly raised her hand. I agree with Alex. Rena asked, confused, Carrie, why all of a sudden? She replied, I get what Mike is saying, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Jamie looked over at Carrie, but everyone else felt the same way. With tears in her eyes, she said honestly, It's just my mom at home, and she's really sick. Carrie thought about her own mom, lying in a hospital bed. I'm so worried about her. I'm usually right there with her, but now she's all by herself. Cole also sided with Alex. I agree. I've just got my little sister back home. He explained that their parents bailed on them and they don't have any other family. I need to get back to her as soon as I can. Sierra looked down, a little sad. My reason isn't as serious as yours, but my family has to be worried sick about me. I can't make them wait another 2 years. Hearing that brought the mood down for the others. Mike saw the looks on his friends' faces and started to understand. Nate bragged, Well, I've got a few girlfriends waiting for me, like 3 of them, so I want to get back as soon as possible too. Mira glanced over. You're one of a kind, aren't you? To say something like that at a time like this, Austin said with a smile, As for us, we're with Alex, of course, right? Kent replied, Siding with Alex is the right call. When it was Akira's turn, he seemed to hesitate. Well, at least. He then glanced at the 2 leaders, compared to Mike who's always hesitating. I think I should trust Alex, who's decisive. Alex looked back at Mike. You heard them. Mike stared at the ground, speechless, wondering what he was supposed to do now. Alex walked past him confidently. There's nothing left to talk about. He headed for the door and waved. I'm going my own way now. Anyone who's not afraid to die, come with me. The ones who had sided with Alex immediately started to follow him. It was a pretty big group, and they all turned to leave. Rena and Jamie tried to stop her, calling out to Carrie. She squeezed her eyes shut, not knowing what to say, and just had to follow her heart. Carrie followed Alex's group, apologizing. I'm sorry, Rena. Those who stayed behind watched them go with troubled expressions, and the mood in the room sank. Mira turned to Nate and asked, You're not going with them? He replied, Well, someone's got to be the go-between, right? Jin thought to himself, What am I supposed to do now? I've still got my grandpa. I want to get home as soon as possible too. She was torn. Her heart was telling her to go with Alex, but based on the guidance she got from Master Sin, guess I'd better stay here then, huh? Outside, Kai and Mayor came back and stood before the whole crew. Someone started cussing. What the hell do you want, you scumbag? The crowd, about to bounce, started stirring the second they saw Kai. She knew. What gives you the right to show your face here? Akira snapped. Don't start crap here. It'll just bring us heat we don't need. Kai glanced over, giving a warning look as a fist clenched. Arasi, you too. He looked down and said, we ain't got time for you. If you're just here to waste our time, you're gonna regret it. Kai got serious. You're right, I guess I should just be real with you. I need to borrow your strength. Hearing that, Arasi, a little stunned, shot back. What? Before Kai even showed up, the room was already split. Your friends had split into two camps. Back then, he and Mayor were outside, listening in and getting the lay of the land. She turned to him and asked, your classmates are fighting. Are they really gonna be okay? Kai answered, I don't know. Still, their arguments make sense. Just like Midu said, they can't pull this off by themselves. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach is way too passive. Meanwhile, what Arasi said about waiting 2 years is also true, but it's for sure a lot riskier. Mayor asked Kai, if it were you, what would you do? He held up a hand and replied, there are 3 ways to break this stalemate. First, we change the minds of the Holy Kingdom's top brass, force them to change. Once we pull that off, they'll put pressure on their own military, even if it means getting condemned or exiled by the Holy Kingdom. As long as I can get back to my own world, nothing else matters. But I don't think Midu would ever go for this option. Mayor asked right away, and the second option? Kai answered, we do what Arasi said, use guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them head-on. Based on the intel we've gathered and from what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom isn't united. If we can sabotage them from behind the lines, we could probably start a civil war. Though I don't think Arasi could pull that off, and Mayor, having seen his hot temper, had to agree. Yeah, for a guy like him, it's impossible. So what's the third option? Kai smirked. We act on the intel we get first. Back in the forest, he had told Mayor, we're going to gather more intel. He continued, if everything goes smoothly, we might be able to get help from other players. Eventually, it'll force the kingdom's army to make a move. In the dark, around a large bonfire, Kai sat with Arasi's crew, warming themselves. Arasi frowned, asking, what the hell is this catfolk princess? Kai answered, she's the daughter of the catfolk tribe's chief, and it looks like she was captured by the Demon Lord's army. She's one of the most important figures in the Beastman tribe, no doubt about it. He added, that's intel I got after torturing a whole lot of demons, so it's probably legit. The girls flinched a little when they heard the word torture, thinking to themselves, this dude is seriously scary. Akira wondered, who's this guy for real? And how the hell does he have a handgun? Meanwhile, Ino was checking out Mayor. That girl's super cute. Who is she? Arasi took a bite of meat and asked again. That's why I'm asking what the hell this princess chick is all about. What do we have to do with the Beastmen anyway? Ozzy asked. They're the ones with animal ears and tails, right? Kenta said excitedly. I really want to see one in person. They must be so cute. Arasi, sitting in the middle, snapped. You guys shut the hell up. Kai continued. Now let's talk about our plan. First off, you know there's a Beastman nation in the Southern Territories, right? Akira asked. The Grand Innes Beastman Federation, right? Kai replied. Exactly. A neutral nation that hasn't taken a side in the war between humans and demons. Arasi looked skeptical. You're telling us to go ask them for help? They're just a bunch of cowards who are scared of demons. Mayor cut in. Their soldiers are tougher than you think. She added, their physical abilities and senses are sharpened to their absolute peak. They've stopped invasions from the Demon Lord's army multiple times. He turned and asked, then why are they just sitting on their hands? They could just invade the Demon Kingdom and wreck it. Mayor smiled. They're definitely strong, but not strong enough to wipe out the Demon Lord's army. And besides, the Demon Lord's army has only ever focused on humans from the start. Kai then dropped the main point. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen teamed up, it's a whole different story. Akira spoke up, I get it. So that's why we need the princess. He asked, so we just gotta bust the princess out and use her as leverage against the Beastman alliance, right? Kai replied, that's the gist of it. I've already got intel on their supply route. I need you guys to be the bait. His eyes were dead serious. Just tear the place up with that explosion of yours, and I'll lay low in the meantime. Akira cut in, I get what you're saying, but I've got one more question. Why didn't the Holy Kingdom try to team up with the Federation? Kai said, good question, Nanomiya. There's a reason for that. Mayor answered, the Federation hates demons too for all their invasions. Demons have always looked down on other races from the get-go, but humans always called the Beastmen lesser beings and oppressed them. So the Beastmen made their own country, the Grand Innes Beastman Federation. So of course, they hate humans. Carrie said worriedly, then getting them to work with us is going to be tough, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need some leverage against them. Kai added, the catfolk princess was captured by the Demon Lord's army, which works out perfectly for us. Mayor smiled. The beastmen are famous for keeping their promises. Once we save her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was laid out, everyone was quiet for a bit, thinking it over. Kai asked everyone, "It's worth a shot, right? I'm sure you guys don't have a better plan right now." RC got up and stepped forward. "You just show up out of nowhere and start making demands. You always act like you know everything." Kai's voice calling Arasi's name made him freeze. He reminded him, "Don't forget that your decision right now affects everyone's lives." Arasi was still conflicted, gritting his teeth, still pissed at Kai. The rest of the crew just sat there, waiting for his call. Arasi sat there, looking grim, torn between what's right for the group and his own feelings. Finally, he made his decision. "Fine, whatever. We'll do it his way." At dawn, Kai and Arasi's crew started to move out. Kai spoke up. "We've been heading south this whole time. You sure this is right?" Kai answered. "Yeah. The Grandanas Beastmen Federation is to the south, but the demons, they're moving the prisoners north. Our target is the road that cuts through the forests south of the Demon Kingdom's territory. Neither kingdom has any trade pacts. Since there are only a few roads out there, we'll know exactly which one they're taking." Akira added, "So basically we're sneaking into the Demon Kingdom. What if we get spotted before we can even make our move?" Kai glanced over, then reassured everyone, "Don't sweat it. I've already scouted out routes that'll work for a group our size. Though the path we're taking will probably be rough and crawling with monsters." Akira asked, "So can our wagon even make it through?" Kai added, "This is also super important. If we get into trouble, we can count on Tomoko's ability, right?" Tomoko answered excitedly, "You bet. Her divine blessing is a pocket dimension, letting her create extra-dimensional spaces to store gear and items. The number of spaces depends on her skill level, and it takes a certain amount of mana to maintain the space." She turned to Kai and asked, "It's been a while, and you still remember my divine blessing?" He replied, "Because your ability is pretty unique. It's a huge advantage in this situation." Tomoko looked pleased. It feels good to be complimented like that. Arasi turned and asked Kai, "So you've been sneaking around and hiding in the Demon Kingdom ever since that whole thing went down?" He answered, "Not exactly. I've been searching for a way for us to get back home." He asked immediately, "So what'd you find?" Kai's answer was, "We only have one choice. We have to take down the Demon Lord. That's why I've been gathering all the intel we need to take down the Demon Lord." Akira asked, "And your big discovery from all that scouting was that the Beastman Princess got kidnapped. That's Kai for you." Arasi said impatiently, "Anyway, are we seriously just going to stroll along like this? Shouldn't we be planning the ambush?" Kai agreed. "You're right. We need to pick up the pace. Have Tomoko store the luggage and the wagon." She was totally psyched. That night, the crew switched to hiking a trail through the forest. Arasi spotted them and immediately yelled, "We've got monsters, get ready." Just then, they were surrounded by a pack of vicious night wolves. Right behind Shiori, a wolf with razor-sharp fangs charged at her. Cow jumped in front to shield her. The wolf chomped down on his arm, only to have its fangs shatter. Cow smirked. "Sorry, pal, but your little bite can't get through my steel." Then he laid it out with one punch that sent it flying. Akari shouted a warning. "We're surrounded. Support crew, get to the center of the formation. Vanguards, push him back." Then he cast a support buff on his crew. The fighters immediately followed orders and formed an outer ring. Juiced up by the buff, they started wrecking the wolf pack. Key, the crowd control guy, shot out some vines and yelled, "Freeze." The wolf got its legs tangled up and couldn't attack, tripping and face-planting on the ground. Ino rushed in and finished it with a single slash. "Eat this." Meanwhile, another wolf leaped at Arasi. He casually snatched it by the throat and sneered, "Garbage. You're nothing to me." Then he blasted it into oblivion. The wolf was burnt to a crisp as Arasi tossed it aside. He turned back to the group. "Nobody's hurt, right?" Kai watched and thought to himself, "Everyone's handling themselves just fine. I don't need to worry." It's good to see Arashi stepping up as a leader. He reminded everyone, "If you get hit, get Hono to patch you up." But just then, Kai sensed something coming and yelled for Mayor. One last razor-fanged wolf had slipped through. It popped up right behind Arashi, way too close for comfort, startling him. "What the? There's still one more." Mayor yelled, "Fire salamander." A massive wave of fire instantly incinerated the wolf. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was toast. Asusi was blown away. "Whoa, that's some serious firepower." Kenta was impressed. "Look at that, it's extra crispy. Ain't she way stronger than Nagaso?" Arasi just clicked his tongue. That was totally unnecessary. Kai's girlfriend? Hearing that, Mayor jumped and blushed bright red. She totally freaked out, pointing at Kai. "Who's this dude's girlfriend?" He was unfazed. "Show a little gratitude. She just saved your hide." Arasi shot him a skeptical look. Mayor stared at Kai, waiting for him to say something. Asterisk, asterisk. "Come on, say something." Asterisk, asterisk. He just started walking away. I don't care about petty stuff like this. She snapped. This isn't petty. Isusi looked jealous. Man, I'm so annoyed. Kai's got a girlfriend that cute. Kenta was full of admiration. I want to find a hot girlfriend here and take her back to my world too. After the fight, a few of the girls walked over to introduce themselves. Akari waved. Hey, your name's Mayor, right? Want to come hang with us? Are you an elf? Mayor looked over at Kai, totally flustered and looking for help, but he was cold as ice. What are you looking at me for? Do what you want. That was all she needed to hear. She broke into a huge smile and said, sure. And just like that, the four girls were chatting away happily. Kai felt relieved seeing Mayor could actually get along with everyone. A while later, on a nearby cliff, it was still before dawn. Kai had been scouting the area and figured the spot was good. Arasi sat there and asked, You sure they're going to pass through here? I don't want to be sitting around for days. Kai used his appraisal skill to look down below. He spotted small figures moving closer in the distance. Seeing the demon convoy below, Kai turned to Arasi and said, Don't worry, I've got eyes on them. Kai used his appraisal skill to scan the entire demon army. He saw there were 3 low-ranked demons, 15 mid-ranked demons, and probably a few more hiding in those carriages. Among them was a single level 36 demon. His name was Jaganda, age 57, a high-ranked demon. His stats were all A and B rank, with a level 4 spear technique, level 2 demon fire magic, and level 2 demon enslavement magic. RC spoke up, so a high-ranked demon is their leader. Huh, Kai replied, looks like it. Don't underestimate him. He's not as tough as the stone golem, but a high-ranked demon is still a serious threat. Hearing that, Arasi's face hardened with determination. He's mine. Get in my way, and I'll kill you. Kai glanced over at him. I was planning on letting you have him from the start. The plan is simple. First, RC will hit them with his explosion skill to cause a distraction. Once their formation is broken, we'll move in and surround them. Everyone else will move in teams of 3. Kai continued, Ino and Yanagi, your job is to protect Hano. The two of them immediately acknowledged the order. Next, Azaki, your mission is to identify and escort anyone who gets injured. Kao crossed his arms and replied, Got it. Mayor, you'll provide support from the back. RC, your job is to take on the high-ranked demon. Don't get distracted by the small fry. While you're keeping him busy, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. After the rescue, I'll give you the signal. Finally, Kai instructed, the rest of you, play it by ear, and if things go south, you have permission to fall back. Eris sounded pretty confident. Don't sweat it. Once we take out their leader, the rest of them will scatter like roaches. Kai looked over and replied, All right, I'll let you command the battle. Someone in the crowd piped up. You should have known from the jump that we're only here because you need our help. Kent yelled in agreement. That's right. Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty? Asa pointed aggressively. Don't even think about ordering Eris around. From the back, a furious Eris yelled, Shut up, you idiots. Then smacked both of them on the head. He stepped forward and ordered everyone, Hurry up and get ready. We're sticking to his plan. Meanwhile, with the demon army, the high-ranking demon Gagenda was scanning the surroundings. One of the demons in the unit whined, I'm exhausted, boss. We've been marching ever since we left the beastman's territory. He spun around and yelled, We're almost there, so don't you dare get careless. Then he thought to himself, I saw this coming, but damn, it's exhausting. Gagenda squeezed his eyes shut. My back is killing me from all this riding, but I can't let the grunts see me looking weak. An idea popped into his head. That's it. Maybe I'll go check on the state of our little prisoner. Then he turned to the demon soldiers and said, I'm going to see what that little thing is up to. You guys keep a sharp lookout and stay on high alert. The demon soldiers acknowledged him, but inwardly they were thinking, the old man just wants to ditch us and take a break. Huh? Inside one of the carriages, a beastman girl was tied up and imprisoned. She was the princess of the Beastman Alliance, Xena. Gagina walked in and sat by the door, his face looking a bit weary as he said, We've finally made it. He then stroked his chin and looked at her. So, princess, how do you feel? We're almost at the city where you'll be locked up. We've already infiltrated deep into the Demon Kingdom's territory. Soldiers from your alliance won't be able to reach you this far out. She immediately complained, What's with this carriage? The ride is ridiculously bumpy. He was completely stunned by her response. That was certainly a new one. Gagenda then cleared his throat. Ahem, but don't worry. If your alliance behaves and follows our commands, we can release you at any time. Xena shook her head. It's pointless. Now that you've captured me, the alliance will never surrender. He smirked. It seems you still don't grasp your situation. You are the daughter of the Beastman chief. She remained defiant and shot back at him. If you think kidnapping me is enough to persuade them, then you're an idiot. Gagenda was absolutely livid, scowling at her. Watch your mouth, you little witch. He then grabbed the front of the princess's clothes and, to Xena's shock, ripped it open, exposing her skin. He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue and said, "Let me have a little taste of you. I'll teach you exactly where you stand." The princess's expression didn't change. She stared him down without blinking. Just as Gaganda reached out to commit his vile act, a massive explosion erupted outside, lighting up the entire night sky. He panicked and stopped what he was doing, yanking open the curtain and sticking his head out to ask, "What's happening?" A demon soldier reported, "We're under attack by humans." Gaganda was anxious. "Humans? I might believe you if you said beastmen." A series of massive explosions followed, launching demon soldiers into the sky. He jumped on his horse, grabbed the reins, then spurted forward and pointed, "Counterattack. Don't be afraid of these humans." And just like that, the two sides charged at each other. The rest of the hero candidate squad officially entered the fray. Asa and Kent launched a relentless assault, taking down countless demon soldiers. Meanwhile, Kai and the others were backing each other up, sticking to the original plan perfectly. Gaganda looked over the battlefield worriedly. Are we actually losing? Even though my troops are considered the most elite unit? Eris rolled his shoulders as he walked up to him and asked, "You're the high-ranking demon, aren't you?" Gaganda summoned a weapon into his hand and shot back. "And who the hell are you?" Eris clenched his fists, smirking at him. "I don't waste my name on trash like you. But I might tell you if you entertain me a little." As a high-ranking demon, being humiliated like that made him see red. Gaganda roared as he charged, "Shut your mouth. A human like you is nothing to me." He then unleashed an incredibly powerful attack at Ares. Ares jumped up and threw a punch toward Gaganda, who used the spear in his hand to block the blow. Then he roared, "You think you can beat me? A high-level demon with this kind of firepower?" Arasi looked a little worried. He thrust his spear at him, forcing him to jump back to dodge and create a safe distance. Ares grimaced, thinking to himself, "This dude's strong, but not as strong as that other guy." He clenched his fist. "I just need to pump a little more energy into my firepower, then I can handle a few injuries. My blast takes a ton of energy to activate. With my current stamina, I can only fire off 7 more shots." Ares crouched down slightly, placing his hand on the ground to set a trap. "When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will drop. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for this guy's head or heart. That's when I'll have to use my max power." Meanwhile, the other guy was thinking, "These warriors are human. On top of that, they have guardian abilities. I've never seen these faces before, but they're surprisingly strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates?" He spun the spear in his hand. "If they're the ones who defeated Wyatt and Stoney, then I need to be more careful." Then he spurred his horse forward, wondering, how could they pinpoint my exact location? He suspected they were trying to rescue the princess of the Silver Creek tribe. Luckily, I assigned soldiers to guard the princess. They can hold them off for a bit, and the army here is focused on defense. Jagger's eyes showed his resolve. If that's the case, I need to make a decisive move. I have to take down their leader. After a moment's thought, he decided to charge and aim for Ares, who was standing right there. He thrust his spear down and smirked. "I'll settle this fight with one blow." Lightning thrust. The attack was sudden, but luckily, Ares managed to dodge it. Seeing his torn clothes surprised him a little. He did a flip to the left to avoid the blow. He was also a bit flustered by how fast the guy was. Ares' eyes focused on the high-level demon in front of him. He was riding his horse forward, and he was right in the perfect spot. He smiled, right in the area of his explosive mine. Ares used his guardian skill, explosive mine, creating a massive blast that made the enemy scream and panic. "What the hell is this?" The explosion made the horse rear up in fear. Jagger was scorched by the flames, looking like a total mess. He thought to himself, "Is this a trap skill?" He got a little worried and cursed, "Damn it, my vision is blocked." As Ares rushed forward, he thought, "The explosive mine is just a trap skill. It lacks the firepower of my blast, but I finally created an opening in his defense. He can't pinpoint my location with all this dust." He appeared behind him, his hand glowing red, ready to strike. Now I just need to ambush him with a blast. But before he could unleash it, Jagger's eyes flashed as he looked over. "There you are." Then a huge gust of wind erupted from his body. A wind push. Ares frowned and clicked his tongue. Shh. Couldn't dodge all of it. That last push knocked him flat on his back. Over on the side, his teammates saw it and worriedly called out Ares' name. He got up, clutching his stomach. "That hurts. Everyone. Focus on the situation. Don't worry about me." Jagger gloated. "You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore." However, he was still a little worried. "I can't believe this kid can defend like that. His instincts are sharp as an animal's." He remembered how Ares set the trap. "But I figured out his fighting style. He can set explosive traps by placing his hand on a spot, plus, He can make anything he touches explode. Jagger dismounted, full of confidence. As long as I hold this spear tight, I can win this fight and maintain my distance. If I just focus, I can dodge his traps. Ares looked at him with a determined face, thinking, I bet that's what you're thinking, right? Jagger held out his hand and used wind push again, shooting out blades of wind. They were thin but sharp, forcing Ares to focus on weaving through them to dodge. He smiled. This distance is perfect. From here, he won't be able to touch me. The tip of his spear continuously jabbed towards Ares. Ares then asked him, So have you figured out my fighting style? Jagger smirked. Obviously. You're always changing your position. Ares immediately raised his hand to attack. Yeah, and you're the one with your guard down. He used his cannon fire skill, shooting a beam of fire straight at Jagger. His eyes went wide. A bright light flashed as Ares poured more energy into the shot with absolute power. A massive explosion erupted with terrifying destructive force. It left a huge crater on the spot, proving Ares' attack carried an insane amount of energy. Jagger lay there motionless, his mouth hanging open as blood trickled out. Then Arasi struck a cool pose, flicking his jacket. A status window popped up. Name Arasi Sunsuke. Age 17, gender male. Attack B, Defense B. Agility B, Strength A, Magic C, Status normal. Skills Divine Guard Blast. Level 3, Divine Guard Explosive Mine Level 2. Divine Guard Cannon Level 2. Physical Strength Level 4. Mayor watched in amazement. Whoa, he took down a high-level demon all by himself. The demon soldiers panicked. Lord Ganda is dead. Did we lose? While attacking, Akira rallied the troops. Arasi took down a high-level demon, their defenses breaking. Let's keep this momentum going and use support buffs to boost our damage. Everyone's weapons got buffed for extra damage, and they immediately charged in for an all-out attack. A little while later, the leaderless demon soldiers scattered and were easily taken down. Kei walked over, 2 daggers in hand, and stopped in front of a carriage, wondering to himself, this has got to be it, right? He then stepped forward, gently pulling the curtain aside. In front of him was Sina, her top ripped open at the chest by Ganda. The princess asked, Human, are you here to help me? Kai looked at her and replied, I'm wondering the same thing. He pulled a dagger from his jacket, walked over, and cut the ropes binding Sina. As the ropes fell, she wiped her face and turned to Kai. What are you after? He replied coldly, something the demons also want. I've decided to use you to achieve my goal. Sina rubbed her wrists and looked at him calmly. So honest. Kai replied nonchalantly, What's the point in lying? Or would you prefer I told you we're here to save you with no strings attached? Sina lowered her hand, sensing her energy. I can't. But in that case, you must think it's fair for me to resist, right? Instantly, her hand transformed, covered by the fur of a demi-human beast. A thick coat of fur and razor-sharp claws, and then Sina's eyes turned deadly as she lunged at Kai. A second later, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed out. He reacted in a flash, leaping backward. Sina went wild, baring her fangs and swiping at Kai with her claws. She slashed with her sharp claws, but he was quick enough to dodge every move. Kai, daggers in hand, had to admit she was fast. Then the two of them started to throw down hard. So this is the power of a beastskin? And yet, Kai easily parried Sina's flurry of claw strikes. After a while, he started to get tired and shouted a single command. Before a second had passed, bolts of lightning slammed down on Sina. Her eyes shot open in shock. What? Sina pressed her lips together in anger, realizing it was magic. Kai casually sidestepped her attack. Sina slammed face first into the ground, writhing in pain. While she was stunned, Kai moved in and pinned her down. He thought to himself, a basic lightning spell isn't that powerful, but it's super useful for neutralizing an enemy. It's perfect for creating an opening in a close-quarters fight. Sina gritted her teeth and shot him a furious look. Damn, how is a human this strong? Kai narrowed his eyes and said, So you finally see the power gap between us. Huh. You've got 2 options. 1, you can chill out and come with me. Or 2, you can just obey me. Knowing she was no match for Kai, Sina gave in. All right, fine. I guess going with a human is better than being stuck with demons anyway. Meanwhile, Arasi's crew had the upper hand, with monsters littered across the ground and only one left standing. It let out a ferocious roar, but there was a hint of fear in it. The monster was sweating buckets, unable to believe its eyes. Who are these people? There's no way I can win. They're the real monsters here. Arasi called out to Chinami in a cold tone. Carrie immediately got the message and drew a magic circle. Okay. The vines on the trees suddenly started to glow and lengthen rapidly. Following Carrie's command, the vines wrapped around the monster's legs to set it up for an ambush. With a single tug, the monster was yanked onto its back, letting out a few garbled noises. Arasi slowly walked closer, scaring the life out of it. He grabbed its chin, forcing its head up so they could talk. Arasi squeezed hard, delivering a message for the demon lord. He growled, "Tell him we got no personal beef with him, but we're still gonna take his head." Not long after, everyone was gathered in a circle around a small campfire. Arasi held up a piece of meat and said cheerfully, "Man." Their carriage was loaded with a ton of food. Kenta took a hearty bite and happily chimed in, "Man, we're really feasting tonight." But Carrie was tearing up with guilt. "I feel like we just robbed somebody." The girl next to her just laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, isn't that what we are?" Meanwhile, Sina hesitated, just staring at the food. Kai spoke up, "What's up with you? Why aren't you eating?" Even though Sina was practically drooling, she tried to hold back her hunger. "Is it really okay for you guys to be feeding me like this?" Arasi satisfyingly tore off a huge piece of meat, saying it had been a long time since he'd had a full meal, and that this stuff was nothing compared to the food in their world. Kai took a sip of soup and glanced at Sina. "We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble. Just eat." Hearing that, Sina stopped hesitating, picked up the bowl and chugged it down, not forgetting to say, "Thanks." With just one sip of the soup, her face lit up as if she were in heaven. "This is so good." Seeing her adorable reaction, the other girl said proudly, "Good, right? Everything Ano cooks is delicious." The sudden praise made Ano a bit bashful. "I'm glad you like it." Maya suddenly asked, "Your name is Sina, right? How did the demons manage to capture you?" Sina remained silent and didn't answer. After staring into the crackling fire for a moment, Sina began to tell her story. "I ran into the demon lord's army while I was hunting in the forest." She remembered the moment she came face to face with the monsters. "I was deep within the Federation's territory. Demons aren't supposed to be there." Sina hesitated. "That means they already knew my location beforehand." Kai calmly speculated. "They're probably planning to invade the Federation. Kidnapping, you must have been one of their objectives." Kai wondered why the demons wanted control over the Beastman tribe. The girl beside him answered, "They're already invading the Holy Kingdom, so they're probably trying to take over the world, right?" Sina quickly agreed, saying that was exactly what the demons were planning. "But what do you humans want with me?" Kai was blunt. "I need you to be our bargaining chip. We want to work with the Federation to defeat the Demon Lord." Sina asked, confused, "Defeat the Demon Lord? Are you for real?" Arasi suddenly chimed in, "We've got our reasons." He explained while gnawing on a piece of meat, "We can't return to our world until we beat the Demon Lord." Sina finally understood the situation. "I see. So you guys are the hero candidates. I heard the humans summoned you to be their ace in the hole." Kai suddenly asked, "So what do you say? If you really help us, it would be a massive advantage." Sina nodded in agreement. "I get it. I owe you guys for saving me." Kai casually shot that down. "We didn't actually plan on saving you, though." Sina was a little stunned but didn't press the issue since they were her saviors. "Well, you saved me in the end and gave me a warm meal." Sina stated her point clearly. "Besides, in order to purge the demons from within the Federation, I'll need outside help. It's just a hunch, but I believe there's a mole among the Federation's top brass." The next morning, the group quickly made their way down the mountain and out of the forest. The rescued cat beast princess, Sina, had escaped the Demon Kingdom's territory with Shinu. They got back on their path and returned to the city of NR8. The group was now approaching the city gates. In a certain room, the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air could be heard. Midu was there, training tirelessly by himself. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. The voice made him stop his training and look toward the sound. Seeing the person rushing toward him, Midu asked, "Rena, what is it?" Rena announced loudly, "Arasi's group is back, and they're marching right through the main gate as we speak." Midu's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Meanwhile, at the city gate, Arasi's group had stormed through the gate but was blocked by a squad of soldiers in front of them. One soldier shouted loudly, "You deserters! How dare you waltz back in here looking so calm? You're violating military regulations." That shout was enough to make Arasi snap, and he roared back, "I don't give a damn. Did your precious regulations protect us, you bastards?" The soldier, getting cursed out to his face, just stood there stunned and muttered, "Bastards." Arasi, losing his patience, turned away. "I'm not wasting my breath on a scrub like you. Where's Amelia?" The soldier ignored him, signaling for his men to charge forward as he spoke. "You think she'd actually come out to meet a piece of trash like you? Restrain them. Throw these deserters in the stockade." At this point, the situation was getting out of control. Arasi scratched his head in annoyance. "What a headache. Even if you clowns gang up on me, you still can't win." Cow, standing nearby, calmly explained, "They're like this because of your attitude. If we were Midyu's crew, even if his group was considered deserters, they'd still be welcomed with open arms." Suddenly, Chains shot out and bound all the soldiers as a cold voice rang out, "Don't move." Jin stepped out and asked, "You're back early, huh?" Seeing her strange move, one of the soldiers yelled, "Kanza-kizan, are you trying to betray us? Release this skill right now." Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder and gave him a charming wink. "Whoa there, take it easy. Arasi's crew isn't here to fight. Let's hear them out first." A moment later, the chains were released. The soldier reluctantly backed down. "If Narumi says so." Watching this, Arasi started to get pissed off, glaring like he wanted to eat them alive. "Why do they listen to him and not me, huh?" Akira just smirked and said, "That's how it always is." Narumi calmly walked over to him and asked, "So what's the situation? Did you bring back any important information?" Arasi, still pissed, demanded, "We can talk about that later. For now, just take us somewhere we can have a proper conversation." Not long after, in a grand room, everyone was sitting properly in their chairs, except for Arasi, who had his feet kicked up on the table. He maintained his usual stubborn attitude, making Herrick and Elia shake their heads helplessly. The soldiers were fuming but didn't dare to make a peep. His weird behavior was too much for Mirai, who finally spoke up. "Knock it off, Arasi. You're making things way too tense." Arasi, with his short fuse, snapped back. "What? You think this is some kind of otherworld custom? Are you always this uptight?" Mirai questioned him in a sharp tone. "There's no need to make things so tense, right? Besides, we've already gathered the people you wanted to speak with." Though he was still pissed, he took his feet off the table. "Fine." Arasi composed himself and called out, "Shinami, come in." Right after, Ki pushed the door open, leading Sina by the hand and apologizing as they entered, and Sina's appearance left Herrick completely stunned. Amelia gasped in shock. "A cat beaskin," Akira announced clearly. "Her name is Sina. She is the daughter of the chief of the Gandana's Beaskin Federation." Everyone in the room was floored by this revelation. "The Federation chief's daughter? Why is she here with you?" Sina admitted without flinching. "That's right, I am the true daughter of the Beaskin Federation chief, and they rescued me from the demons." Midu couldn't believe it and asked again, "You were kidnapped by demons?" Sina glanced at him and answered truthfully, "Yes, the demons are hiding out in the Federation's territory. I was rescued as they were transporting me to the Demon Kingdom." Arasi then chimed in, "We can use her as a bargaining chip to get cooperation from the Federation. We can't afford to wait another 2 years, after all." For Elia, it was like a light bulb went on. "I see the situation now," Elia said seriously, proposing a plan. "We were already in the process of considering an alliance with the Federation. Let me report this to my superiors. Now that we have their princess, they definitely won't pass up this chance." Arasi remarked bluntly, "At least you're honest." Elia didn't hide her motives, replying frankly, "After all, we don't want half of our hero candidates walking out on us. We were actually planning to accept some of your demands if you came back to us." Herrick calmly added a few words of his own. "You guys are the army's trump card, so of course, this affects troop morale. I'm the one who has to take responsibility for your actions. Because of this, I might be able to avoid getting canned." Hearing this, Elia's tone became serious. "I understand your demands." Then, Amelia looked up resolutely, her voice firm. "If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. That's what you want too, right?" At this, Arasi's mood finally eased up a little. "Now you're speaking my language." Elia looked seriously at them and said, "It's not a bad deal for us, either. Defeating the Demon Lord is the will of our people. Of course, we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen." Sina was also determined to repay them. "They saved my life and gave me food. In return for their help, I want you all to help me destroy the demons inside the Federation." Midu was on board immediately. "Of course, I'll give it my all." Hark suddenly cut in, whispering, "Yo, can I ask you something? How'd you get the intel that the princess was snatched?" When they hit him with the question, Arasi looked away and was like, "About that, we sweated the demons we caught." Hark watched him real close and just said, "I see." 1 week later, everyone was on edge. Hark walked into the room with Elia, holding a piece of paper, to drop some news. The Holy Nation sent envoys to the Federation to talk about an alliance. Just like that, the tense vibe was shattered. Everyone started cheering like crazy. In a small crib by the city wall, Kai cut straight to the chase. "So who's going?" Akira, sitting across from him, answered straight up, "Midu, Nagas, Kanj, and Narumi, 4 of them." With that intel, Kai took a sip of his tea, figured they'd pick Kanjaki for her leadership skills. Akira totally agreed with that guess. Because Midu and Narumi are great judges of character, and Nagas is a bit uptight but he's got his own way with words. In another room, Herrick was grinding away. No idea Akira was even talking about him. The leader of the envoys was probably Herrick, Of course, some soldiers and a few suits from management are coming too, 30 people in total. Maya stood quietly in a corner, listening to them trade info. Kai suddenly asked, "How's Ashi doing?" Right then, Arasi was just chilling in the sun on a rooftop. Akira answered without missing a beat. He wants to stay on the front lines because he sucks at talking things out. Yeah. Over at the training grounds, Mira was showing Ace and Kenta some moves, and she had no clue Akira was talking about her either. While Midu's gone, Hashimoto's going to be the substitute captain. Akira made a bold guess. It's probably going to be a pain since they'll have to keep Arasi and his crew in check all the time. Then Akira kind of bluntly asked Kai, "So what's your play?" Kai was straight up, not hiding anything. "I'm heading to the Federation, but I'm not planning on rolling with the envoys." Outside the walls, Herrick turned back and ordered everyone, "Let's move out." The squad, along with the hero candidates, was heading to the Federation. On the way, Ren kept running her hands through her hair, whining, "This is exhausting." Midu just smiled and told her, "It's gonna be a long trip." Narumi jumped in, all interested. "For real? I didn't think Rina would roll with us." She whipped around and snapped at him. "What's that supposed to mean? You think I shouldn't be here?" He quickly put his hands up. "That's not what I meant. I'm glad you're here." Rina pointed at Midu and said, "If I left you guys to your own devices, you'd just pull some reckless stunt, especially this idiot." He looked totally clueless and was like, "Me?" Seeing them messing around, Narumi just burst out laughing. Rina looked kinda annoyed. "I'm just saying, you're not exactly a reliable partner for him, so even with you here, nothing's gonna change." Narumi started fake crying. "Hey Rina, why you gotta be so cruel?" In the back, Jin was being pretty quiet. She thought to herself, "Man, they're loud. Can't they just shut it for a second?" She wondered, Sinchu said he was heading to the Federation too. "I wonder if he's around here somewhere." Hark glanced over and caught Jin's expression, while the group kept moving quietly through the wide-open fields and plains, silently watching them from the bushes. Kai said to Maya, "All right, let's move." As they started walking, Maya asked, "Are we just going to tail them?" He replied, "Tailing them seems like the easier play. Jin's there too. By the way, can I ask you something?" Back with the main group, they were trekking through the woods. Jin was still keeping quiet, looking around and kinda enjoying the fresh air on the trip. Hark noticed and asked, "Why are you always scanning the area?" Jin jumped a little and answered, a bit flustered, "I'm just on the lookout for monsters." Narumi winked, "You don't need to. Suji and Hark are here, after all." Jin looked down a bit and replied, "You're right." Hark turned and said, "Midu, let me ask you something. It only took Arasi a few days to get back to us, right?" He nodded, "Yeah, that's right." Hark was curious. "I'm just wondering how they got the intel about Sia being snatched." Jin cut in, "Didn't he say he caught a few demons and made them talk?" But Hark still wasn't buying it. "It just seems a little too fast. They got the info, processed it, and came back. It's kinda hard to believe he did all that by himself. Usually, Arasi runs stuff like this by us first." Midu turned and shot back, "What are you trying to say?" Hark's voice echoed in the forest. "It's just a hunch," he went on. "Someone's moving in the shadows, gathering intel on their own. And like always, you're a terrible liar, Midu. Your face gives it all away." Sure enough, his expression shifted a little when Eric brought that up. Naomi thought to herself, "This ain't good." It's true, Shin helped us a ton from the shadows, but to the Holy Nation, he's still a wanted man. Even Jin looked a little worried. If Eric finds out we're working with him, who knows what kind of heat we'll face. Just then, Rina stepped forward and asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" Eric quickly held up a hand and replied, "Seems like some of you know what's up and some are still clueless. Your circle in this world is still pretty small since you're all outsiders. Besides, you're gonna need people like us to make connections." The answer was obvious. Kai is your shadow, the one who killed the Saintess. Mito frowned, asking with a hint of worry, "So what if he is?" Suddenly, Eric burst out laughing. "Just as I thought. I'm just messing with you." Naomi said to Len, "Not a bad guess, but even if we were talking, he'd help us out whether we asked him to or not." Eric smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not gonna punish you guys. I'm just curious. To be honest, I think I should thank him for taking that woman out." Hearing this, the soldiers looked a little shocked. Naomi shot back, "Are you even allowed to say stuff like that?" He just waved it off. "Of course not. If they found out, I'd be swinging from a rope," he added. "Besides, based on Kenzie's behavior for the past few hours, I'm guessing he's close by and keeping a very close eye on us, am I right?" Hearing that, Mito quickly turned and asked, "For real?" Kenzie, caught off guard by the question, got flustered, wondering what to do. Jin worried, "Am I dragging Shin down?" "I'm the one who's been his informant." Kai's voice cut through as he stepped out. "Since you've already figured it out, there's no reason for me to hide." The soldiers saw him and yelled, "It's the Saintess killer. Sana spoke up. He's the one who saved me. Eric turned his horse as the soldiers aimed their spears at Kai. He said, I was just going by my own deduction. Kai looked at him and replied, You pieced all that together with so little to go on. Huh. Eric went on, Not as good as you, but we have our own intel network. You're the one who killed Vinx, one of the 4 warlords known as the Black Reaper, aren't you? Kai replied, Never heard that nickname before, and I didn't take him down alone. He glanced over at Maya, a spell-casting elf. Looks like you've got a powerful companion. From the crowd, a woman's voice calling Kai's name caught Maya's attention. Reyna urged her horse forward and shouted, After everything that went down, you still have the nerve to show your face? Mido rushed to intervene. Reyna, calm down. But she slapped his hand away, snapping, I can't calm down. Reyna pointed at Kai and continued her tirade. The only reason he gets a pass is because you're too nice, Susie. But he's a traitor, she asked. Got anything to say for yourself? Kai was unfazed. I'm not going to deny it. Naomi winked with a smile. Easy there, Reyna. Shin has always had our backs. Reyna exploded in anger, screaming, Shut up. I'm finishing this right here and now. Oh Lord, bless the flame in the palm of my hand. A ball of fire materialized in her hand. Maya muttered in awe, That's some serious firepower. I'm not sure we could even block that. Kai glanced at Maya, calling her name as a subtle signal. Kenzie raised her hand to cast a spell and intervene, but then she heard Kai call out to her. He told her to stand down. The massive fireball hurtled toward him. A terrifyingly huge explosion went off. Naomi asked anxiously, Hey, were you trying to vaporize him? Reyna shot back, What? I'd be pretty disappointed if he died from something like that. She's right. Kai's voice cut in as his arms shot out from the smoke. He then grabbed Reyna by the collar and yanked her down, causing her to yelp. What the? Before she knew it, Reyna was hitting the dirt. She scrambled backward to make some space, and then she summoned another fireball to burn him to a crisp. Kai shot back, Lightning, pierce my foe. Instantly, a bolt struck Reyna, making her scream in agony as she seized up. In the blink of an eye, Reyna collapsed. Kai held back, leaving her motionless on the ground. She barely opened her eyes, her voice faint. What was that? You shouldn't have that kind of power. Kai glanced at the crackling lightning in his hand and replied, It's true, I have no aptitude for divine magic, but even without talent, as long as I keep training, it's still usable. Then, he looked at Reyna with a sneer. And you, look how spoiled you become by that so-called divine power. You sure you've been training for real? Narumi walked over, impressed. Whoa, you shut Reyna down in an instant. That was sick, Shinju-kun. Midu thought to himself, he's not just fast, he totally catches his opponent off guard. He's even got some new powers I don't. Now, Reyna gets up, still talking trash. I'm still not gonna accept you. Kai played it cool. I never needed your approval in the first place. And one more thing, it doesn't matter how many times we throw down, the result's always gonna be the same. Looking like she couldn't take it, Reyna screamed, Shut up. Jin's voice cut in, That's enough. Nagasen, you need to chill out. Magical chains shot out and held Reyna back. That night, the crew was sitting around a campfire. Herrick, after getting the full story of what went down, said, I get it now. Basically, you guys were backed into a corner. He then got thoughtful. Now I understand why you decided to take out Leonora in that situation. First off, from your point of view, you're being forced to take on increasingly impossible missions. Midu spoke up. We were all pretty messed up at the time. That's why Shinju-kun decided to take all the heat for it. Narumi added. And a few people in our class still misunderstand Shinju-kun's intentions. Reyna, still sounding salty, said, I still think his reason for doing it is more than just us being his classmates. Kai said while munching on some beef jerky. Nagas is right. Simply put, she was going to be a major pain if I let her live, so I took her out. Narumi smiled. You're really stubborn. Reyna turned away, putting on a tough act. No matter what his excuse is, I'll be the one to decide if I believe him or not. Reyna continued to press him. First off, are you really trying to find a way for us to get back home? She glanced over at Maya. And also, who's the cute girl with you? Kai answered with his mouth full. I haven't found anything, and she's just tagging along on her own. Maya was shocked. You're so cruel. Midu spoke up. Anyway, for us to catch the spies inside the Federation, we need your help, Shinju-kun. That's why I'm asking you to join us on this trip. Herrick looked pretty pleased. I'm in. I don't mind either. And even though I can't report this to the Empire, I'll just cook the books a little. After that, all eyes turned to Reyna, who still looked super pissed at Kai. She shut her eyes tight. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate his guts. Kai looked at the group. Well, we're all headed in the same direction anyway, so if you guys are cool with it, I'm happy to roll with you. The campfire was still crackling, but everyone was kinda quiet, Someone calling Midyu's name from behind made him turn around. Kai asked, "You sure it was cool to tell him all that?" Midyu said, "You mean about what happened to Leonora?" "It's fine. Herrick is a solid dude." Kai warned him, "No matter how much you trust someone, there are some things you shouldn't be so quick to share, but it's too late now since you already spilled the beans." Midyu got what Kai was saying. "I know, and I'll take full responsibility. Besides, Herrick already knew what was up from the very beginning." Kai asked, "So there was no point in hiding it anymore, huh?" He thought to himself. Sharing information and showing trust like that, that's so typical of Midyu. After that, the group traveled on foot for a few more days. Herrick announced to everyone, "We've reached the border of the Federation now." Sina peeked out from the carriage. "Let's go to the closest town to the border." Kai sensed something was off. "Looks like we've got some people here to greet us." An arrow flew out and stuck in the ground right in front of Midyu, spooking his horse. He yanked on the reins and looked over. The whole group was surrounded by beastmen. They had their bows and weapons aimed right at them. Herrick looked worried. The soldiers quickly formed a defensive perimeter, and a beast girl stepped out, her voice commanding, "Humans, what are you doing in our territory?" The difference in numbers between the two sides was insane. Midyu dismounted and stepped forward, holding his hands up. "We're not here for a fight. We came to form an alliance with the Federation." The beast girl looked skeptical. "An alliance?" One of the beastmen said harshly. "After everything your kind has done, you have the nerve to say that?" A gray-furred beastman pointed. "You're the reason we get treated like crap." Rena scowled. "We don't know and we don't care. That's probably what they're thinking." Naomi forced a smile. "Can you please not say stuff like that?" Just then, Sina peeked out and called, "Run, it's me." The Beastkin princess hopped down from the carriage. As a voice from the crowd yelled, "Lady Sina." The princess said, "These people rescued me." But Run acted like she didn't hear anything, signaling her crew and then yelling, "Give Lady Sina back to us." Herrick was confused. "We're trying to. Just hear us out." She shot back, "I don't need to hear squat," and charged straight in. Seeing this was going south, Herrick ordered, "All right, this ain't working. Fight back, but don't take him out." The two groups clashed, the sound of steel on steel echoing. Kai turned and asked, "Any way to clear up this whole mess?" The princess replied, "Once Run gets like this, she won't listen to anybody." She added, "Just take her out of the fight, but don't kill her. Her squad is full of inexperienced kids. You guys can handle it." Getting the green light, Kai spoke up. "All right, you heard the lady. Midyu, it's your time to shine." Even while blocking an attack, he heard his boy and replied, "Got it." Then he unleashed a wide swing, sending the gray beastkin flying with just one hit. Midyu got surrounded. The beastkin attacked, but he dodged easily, and then chopped the pink one on the back of the neck. Watching his crew get dropped and knocked out one by one, the red beastkin could only yell, "What the?" A spark flashed in Midyu's eyes, and in a blink, he was behind the red one, knocking him out cold. He dropped like a sack of bricks, his drool still hanging in the air when his face hit the dirt. The other beastkin started freaking out, yelling, "This damn punk." Kai turned and called out to Jin. She snapped back to reality. "Huh? What's up?" "You're on the archers in the back. Let Midyu handle the front line." Jin replied, "On it." She then shot out her magic chains toward the archers, locking them all down. They were confused. "What the hell? I can't move." More beastkin charged from the flanks, yelling, "Lady Sina, we're here to save you." Kai called out to Mei, and the little girl raised her staff, replying, "All right, all right." Then she started chanting, "Spirits, stop them without hurting them." The second she finished, the beastkin were blown away by a powerful gust of wind. Nagami was impressed. "Whoa, so she's an elemental user just like me." Kai turned to Rena, who already had a fireball prepped in her hand, but the order was to stand down. Hearing that, she scowled and snapped, "What? Everyone else is fighting. Why do I have to sit this one out?" Kai explained, "While fighting, if they get hit by your fire, they're toast. Unless you're telling me you can control your magic well enough not to kill them." Seeing his point, Rena pulled back her hand. "Fine. Whatever." Ron watched the fight, completely stunned. No way. Are humans really this powerful? Herrick was still trying to explain. "Look, we just came here to talk." Midyu stepped forward. "We haven't killed any of your soldiers, so how about you lower your sword?" Without saying a word, she just kept charging at him. Midyu simply put out his hand and caught her blade, stopping her cold. The Beastkin girl's eyes went wide with shock. Her sword was caught between just two of his fingers. Her arm trembled as a voice called out. Sina walked over and asked, "Have you chilled out now?" The princess tried to reason with her. "Please, just listen to what they have to say." A little later, in the middle of the forest, a beastkin spoke up. "We are so sorry." Run and her crew all knelt down before the group. Midyu got flustered and quickly said, "Whoa, no, please get up." Run kept bowing her head to the ground. "I had no idea you were the ones who saved her." I'm so sorry. I'll offer my own life to make up for what I've done. Herrick smiled, considering the history between our people. I get why you did it. Run bowed so hard her forehead started to bleed, a confused look in her eyes. Kai, who was standing by the carriage, spoke up. If you really want to make things right, how about you become our guide? He looked at her and continued. I'm talking about building an alliance between our peoples, so I need to meet with your top leaders. This is what Sina wants, too. The princess nodded. That's right. I owe them my life, so please treat them with courtesy. Ron agreed. I understand. I'll be sure to guide them to the capital. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Lady Sina. I'm just so glad you're safe. The princess smiled. Yeah, I'm home now. After that, Midu and the rest of the crew were treated with a whole lot more respect. To forge an alliance, we gotta negotiate with the Federal Congress. The Congress is packed with all the chiefs from every Beastman tribe, the organization that runs this country. And Congress is located in the capital of the Menslia Federation. Mickey was blown away, so this is the capital of the Federation. Nora's eyes went wide. This place is huge. Ron turned back and said, My bad, but this is as far as I can take you guys. Of course, I'm eternally grateful to you for saving Lady Sienna, but the ones who call the shots for this country are the members of Congress. Mickey replied, No worries, we'll take it from here. The capital of the Beastmen, Grandanas, part of the Menslia Federation. Inside the city, the streets were crawling with Beastmen. Seeing the crew, they couldn't stop whispering about their arrival. Look, humans, what are they plotting? Despite that, with Ron and the princess leading the way, the crew quietly moved deeper into the city. The crowd of Beastmen kept buzzing. They stood on the sidelines, silently watching with suspicious eyes. Mickey could feel the unspoken, heavy tension in the air. Kai spoke up. Looks like they don't hate us as much as we thought. It feels more like they're scared of us. Nora laughed. Yeah, no matter who you are, any regular person would be scared seeing another country's army roll up, right? I think it's a totally normal reaction, Eric said quietly. At the end of the day, these are just regular citizens. I think we're more likely to be hated by the tribe leaders, the ones we're about to meet. While everyone was talking, a loud voice called out the princess's name. Sienna, a beastman in a red cloak, rushed out. His face filled with worry, he asked, Are you okay, Sienna? The princess replied, I'm fine, Dad. I didn't even get a scratch. Look, Dad. Ron, who was next to her, immediately dropped to one knee. The man pulled his daughter into a tight hug, sighing with relief. I see. I'm so glad you're okay. Sienna smiled. Dad, you're squeezing too tight. It hurts. He quickly let her go, waving his hand. Oh, my bad. I got a little emotional. Then, his eyes scanned the group of humans in front of him. So these are the humans who saved you? Sienna turned and replied, Yes, so please be nice to them. He laughed heartily. I get it, for today. I'll let these people stay at my estate. Then he introduced himself cheerfully. I'm Anton, leader of the cat tribe and Sienna's father. He continued, Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay you for this. Eric also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Eric, captain of the 8th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, Lord Anton. May I make a proposal? Anton gestured with his hand. Of course, go ahead. A short while later, everyone was seated at a long table, with the humans on one side and the cat people on the other. Sienna stood beside her father. After laying out the basics, Eric said, That is our proposal as envoys from the Holy Kingdom of Digaret for an alliance between our two nations. Will you consider our offer? Anton declared, I must repay my debt to you. Since you saved my daughter, of course I'll agree. It's true the threat from the demon kingdom is growing. The leader of the wolf tribe, Edgar, spoke up. We've fought the demons in small skirmishes before, but lately, they've been attacking more often. The chief of the bird tribe, Camilla, cut in. You mean we should ally with humans just for that? That's ridiculous. Have you forgotten what the humans did to us? Mac, the leader of the Fishman tribe, slammed his hand on the table. Camilla's right. My father was enslaved and killed by humans. That's not something we can just forget. We're grateful you saved her and brought her back, and we'll give you a proper reward for it. But we will never forget what happened in the past. The leader of the dog tribe, Niles, added. He had a hostile look in his eyes. Anton turned to look at Niles. He continued, Weren't we the ones discriminated against and exiled by the humans? That's not something we can just let slide, is it? And now you want us to help them? Mac and Camilla backed Niles up, agreeing they shouldn't help. As the beastmen erupted in chaos, Eric's voice cut through the noise. We shouldn't forget the past, he continued, but don't we all share the same goal of wanting to destroy the demons? Hearing this, Mac roared, How dare you? Even if it's to fight the demons, I'd never team up with you people. Edgar looked toward the humans and tried to intervene. Hold on, Mac. He raised a hand and continued, It's true, we have received Word on the street is you guys have turned the tide in the war against the demons. So what kind of team-up are you looking for from us? Hearing the question, Harrison thought for a moment, but Mikey immediately answered, "We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom and take the demon lord's head." That answer left the beastmen stunned. They were speechless for a moment. Edgar let out a loud laugh, shattering the silence. He sized Mikey up. "Your eyes don't lie, do they? Interesting." Camila wondered, "What is it, Edgar?" He continued, "You see, at first I thought it was weird. If my intel is correct, humanity has a massive advantage." Edgar smiled. "They don't exactly look like they're being backed into a corner and forced to ally with us." Mikey looked serious. "We want to defeat the demon lord, and to do that, we need your help." Anton's voice cut in, catching Mikey's attention, echoing what Edgar had just said. He continued, "I want to help them eradicate the demons for good." I was skeptical at first too, but I didn't think the kid would be this straightforward. Another hand went up, and Edgar spoke. "I agree as well. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to stand against them alone." His eyes sharpened. "In the event the Holy Kingdom falls to the demons in the future, we'll definitely be next. So we need to take this chance to fight alongside the humans." The members of the delegation were overjoyed to hear that. However, Camila had a different reaction. "I get what you're all saying, but I still won't accept it." She eyed them suspiciously. "You never know when humans will stab you in the back." Mac also spoke up. "No matter the situation, I won't team up with people I can't trust." Niels felt the same way. "I agree. This alliance is probably a scheme to use us as sacrificial lambs or bait, right?" Just then, Sienna, standing next to her father, looked over and said, "Lord Niels, you've changed somehow." She added, "You used to be a strong supporter of humanity." Niels replied, "My thinking has changed after living this long." Anton raised a hand thoughtfully. "So, we now have several people against this proposal?" Edgar added, "It wouldn't be wise to make a decision right now. We should probably take some time to think about it. I'd also like to hear more about their offer. Let's have them stay in our territory for a while." Anton laughed loudly and agreed. "Leave their accommodations to us. They're the ones who saved my daughter's life." Camila said haughtily, "Whatever. I'm not changing my mind." Mac chimed in, "She's right. I don't accept it either." Kai sat there silently, observing with his crimson eyes. His eyes widened, glowing with a deadly, brilliant red. He was trying to see into the heart of and assess Niels, the man who had once supported humans. That day, in Grand Inez, the capital of the Menslia Beastmen Federation, at the mansion of the Cat Tribe's chief, a long and lavish banquet was held to welcome the human guests. Anton happily raised his glass. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Please, eat and drink your fill." Mikey also thanked him cheerfully. Rena looked at the food, a bit disgusted. "What kind of food is this? Are these bugs?" Jin laughed nervously. "I have no idea." Kai picked up a bug and snapped it in two, revealing rich, fatty meat inside the hard shell. He then popped it into his mouth and ate it with relish. On the side, Maya was happily eating fruit, her face a picture of enjoyment. The outgoing Roman raised his glass with some beastmen, who stood up and cheered. "Have another drink. You can really hold your liquor, my man." He replied, "Me? All right then, let's have another round." Sienna was also eating and drinking but hadn't forgotten their mission, so she turned to remind her father. "Dad, let's get to the main point." Anton raised a hand and cleared his throat, then said, "The thing is, we have to make a decision about our future policies." Everyone at the table fell silent to listen. Anton continued, "According to what my daughter has told me, demons have infiltrated the Federation, and what's more, they're in the capital, which means they've gotten their hands on a significant amount of inside information." Sienna added, "If that weren't the case, there's no way they could have known my location at that exact moment. I was completely ambushed." The scar-faced Catman said, "If it were at the border, I could understand, but security in the capital is pretty tight." The man in blue agreed. "He's right. If demons had infiltrated the capital, we should have found them by now." Hearing that, Sina looked a little pissed and frowned. Seeing this, Scarface quickly explained, "That's not what I meant, princess. I ain't doubting what you said." Anton jumped in to cut the tension. "Like you said, we beastmen have a crazy good sense of smell. It'd be damn near impossible for demons to infiltrate the city without us picking up their unique scent. That means," a voice cut in, "there's a mole." That declaration made the whole table go quiet. Everyone's eyes turned in one direction. Kai took a sip of his drink and said, "Someone's covering for the demons. If someone's feeding them intel and covering their tracks, it's the only thing that explains what's happening right now." One of the cat folks shot back, "No way. What kind of messed up idea is that?" One of them jumped to his feet, looking pissed. "Stop talking trash. Are you accusing us?" Anton immediately yelled, "Everyone chill. We're just throwing out possibilities." Then he apologized, his expression turning grim. Anton continued, "Look, I don't want to suspect my own people either, but no matter how hard we searched for the kid, we couldn't find a single trace of her. At the time, my crew and I searched all night. To be real, I had a really bad feeling then. Someone's definitely controlling the intel." Herrick warned, "If the intel network is being played, that's seriously dangerous, because it means the mole could be a high-ranking official." Jin worriedly chimed in, "You think what we talked about in that meeting got leaked?" Narumi added, "So, could one of the clan leaders be the rat?" Anton shot that down immediately. "I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who debate and advise on the future of the Federation. I don't want to start pointing fingers at each other with the little info we've got." The pink-haired cat girl agreed. "Yeah, you're right. You had me worried for a sec." Anton turned to his daughter, "Sina, you're not to leave the estate for now." She looked bummed. "That sucks. But I just got back," he replied anxiously. "If you get snatched again, we'll lose everything." Maidu cut in. "By the way, what's the word on the alliance talks?" The table went quiet again for a second. Anton scratched his head, looking awkward. "About that? My bad. I really thought they'd be on board with the offer." Sina said, "The only ones who agreed were Ega and Papa. If we can't flip the other three, we're gonna lose the vote." It wasn't looking good. Midu said anxiously, "You're kidding me." Anton made up his mind. "We just have to keep trying to convince them. I'm gonna need you guys to come with us to the next meeting to help convince them." "I'm counting on you," Herrick cheerfully agreed. "Yeah, of course." That night at the Cat Clan leader's estate, Kai was standing there looking down, lost in thought. Sina walked over and asked, "What's up? Can't sleep?" Kai turned to answer, "Just thinking. I want to gather some more intel, but I can't exactly move around freely in a strange land." Sina got it. "Right. With your scent, you'd be made in a second." He nodded, "Just as I thought. You beastmen have an insane sense of smell." Kai then said, "Sina, there's something I need to ask you." Back in the meeting, Kai had used his appraisal eye to get the scoop on Niels. Age 55, race dog kin, male, status brainwashed, martial arts skill level 2, beastification level 1. He paid close attention to the brainwash status. Hearing this, Sina asked in shock, "Brainwash status?" Kai nodded, "Yeah. My eyes let me see anyone's status with my appraisal skill. That guy Niels was the only one with a status like that." He added, "Usually, beastmen are all about their physical strength and sharp senses. They can't use magic like humans or demonic arts like demons, or even cast spells like elves." Kai's gaze was firm. "This has to be the demon's handiwork." Sina recalled, "Now that you mention it, what he said today was super weird. My views have changed after living this long. Niels was always about keeping good relations with humans." She frowned, asking, "Should I tell Papa?" Kai shot back, "Just my ability alone isn't enough proof. I know he suspects there's a mole, but do you think your old man is trustworthy?" Sina hopped up onto the railing. "If that's how it is, then we're good." She sat down and continued talking. "Dad's always had a soft spot for humans. Plus, you guys saved me, so he'll definitely trust you." Kai felt a sense of relief. "Got it. Then we'll talk to him in a bit." Suddenly, something from behind caught his attention. It was Intu's voice. "You seriously underestimate a beastman's hearing." Kai turned and asked, "So you heard everything? Guess I can just get straight to the point then." He smiled. "I don't mind. You're the one who saved me, after all." And Intu added, "Besides, I've had a feeling Els has been acting real strange." He clenched his fist. "I'm putting my faith in you, and I'll back you 100% to forge an alliance between our empires. In return, I want you to help us completely wipe out the demons lurking within the Federation." Kai agreed. "Deal. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering intel on the Dogkin tribe. I'll need you and Midu to convince the remaining tribal leaders to help me." And to smile at him, "I understand." The night was dead silent in the Beastman capital, with only the lights from the grand mansions flickering in the quiet. Inside a private estate, the massive gate was under heavy guard. Surprisingly, Niels was kneeling there with the utmost respect. Before him, the high-ranking demon Bright sat on a throne, sipping wine. He looked down and said, "Things are getting more and more complicated." His gaze revealed he was thinking of Camila. "Just when I thought over half the tribal chiefs were in my pocket and control of the Federation was within our grasp. My plan was supposed to be flawless, kidnapping the princess to blackmail the cat tribe's leader." Bright slammed his hand down furiously. "But I never expected those damn humans would actually save Entu's daughter." He scowled. "Gaganda, that damn fool. He failed such an easy mission, bringing shame to the entire high-ranking demon clan." Niels, still kneeling, spoke up. "But those humans, they've got some serious nerve." He frowned. "They're the ones who proposed the alliance, which means there's no way I can agree to a deal like that." Bright smirked. "You're right, Niels. They seem desperate. We have to shut them down before they start influencing others in the Federation." Niels got to his feet and replied, "But you know as well as I do, humans are our mortal enemies." The next morning, at the estate of the Fishkin tribe's leader, a massive pool was reserved for the tribe members. The whole mansion was decked out in blue to represent water. A meeting was held between the Alliance supporters and Mac, the chieftain of the Fishkin. Mac was playing hardball. "It doesn't matter what you say, my answer is final," Midu pushed. "Even so, can't you just hear us out?" The determination for the Alliance was clear in his eyes. Seeing that, Mac was convinced and agreed to listen. "Fine, I'll listen. Spit it out." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Harrick stepped up, "Then allow me to explain the current situation in the Holy Kingdom." Meanwhile, the other group headed to the estate of the Bird tribe's leader but was stopped by guards at the gate. The guards were being real aggressive. "Are you deaf or something? Let me relay the chieftain's orders again." She said she has no reason to listen to anything you people have to say. Narumi tried to reason with him. "But we're already here." The catkin with them questioned. "What? Wasn't there a request from Lord Anne for a meeting today?" The guard was still pissed. "Even if the cat tribe's leader sent you, the answer's still no. Our chieftain doesn't want to see any humans." Standing to the side, Dien thought, "I could probably control this guy with a domination spell, but once the spell wears off, he'll probably realize he was being manipulated, and then they'll never trust us again." Narumi turned to leave. "Fine, let's just head back." Jin looked over, startled, but Narumi continued, "Worst case scenario, we don't want it to come to that. This ain't like when we went up against Leonora." Hearing this, Jin followed along. "I get it." Back in his room, Kai was inspecting a sharp dagger. There was a knock at the door, and he called for them to enter. Sina opened the door and walked in. Kai turned and asked her what she found out. The girl replied, "I went to the border of the dog tribe today, but the vibe was super weird." Kai listened intently as she went on. "They're obviously hostile toward humans, like someone's been fanning the flames." She added thoughtfully, "What's more, the soldiers are all on edge. They might even be planning to take you and the others out." Hearing that, the look in Kai's eyes shifted. "If that's for real, then we can't just sit around and do nothing. We need to gather all the crucial evidence to flip the script." Another night falls in the Beastman capital, and up on a rooftop, Kai and Sina are keeping a low profile. He turned to her and said, "Let's scope this out thoroughly." The princess warned him, "Be careful. You can't underestimate the senses of the Beastman." Kai leaped down, replying, "I got it." Below, security was tight, but with the stealth of an assassin, Kai moved without making a sound. Before long, the two of them were inside the estate. Sina moved swiftly, whispering, "The chief's room has to be around here somewhere." A door was cracked open, and after peeking inside, she confirmed it was empty. "Niles is probably in his bedroom." They slipped inside. This was their chance to find some proof. She used her keen sense of smell, sniffing the air, and then she recognized it. On the chair was the scent of the guys who kidnapped me. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Who's there?" Sina jumped, a huge question mark popping into her head. "It's Niles." He yelled, "Sina, you little brat. Even if you are Anton's daughter, you think you can just break in here and get away with it?" The princess backed away nervously, saying, "Niles, please, snap out of it." Hearing this, he questioned, "Snap out of it?" Sina looked him straight in the eye, trying to convince him. "You're being brainwashed by those demons. Don't you realize something's off?" Niles snapped back, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? We'll talk later. Right now, I'm taking you in." Then he bellowed, "Intruders, seize that girl." The guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, asking, "What's wrong, Niles?" Sina quickly backed up and hopped onto the windowsill, then smashed through the glass and jumped out in a risky move. The guards watched her flee. Niles ordered, "Don't let her get away." After her. A short while later, a familiar hand held a glass of golden liquor. Bryce was thinking, an intruder. But why? He swirled the drink in his glass, wondering to himself, "Did they find me out?" He then took a sip. "I've been so careful this whole time. That's why I'm the only one who managed to infiltrate the capital." He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, thinking, "I'm sure the others suspect demons have infiltrated the Federation after that incident with Sina, but I doubt they could connect the dots and suspect the Canine Clan. But if someone found out about the mind control, that would be a whole different story." Bryce smirked confidently. "However, that's impossible." His celebration was cut short when Kai appeared behind him, pressing a dagger to his throat. By the time Bryce realized what was happening, the sharp blade had already drawn a clean line, and blood began to trickle. But did his head roll? On a clear, breezy night, outside the Canine Clan's estate, Niles stood there, barking orders, "Get those intruders." Sina, having escaped through the window, was now sprinting across the rooftops. She glanced back nervously, only to see the guards fanning out to search for her. She wondered to herself, where did Kai go? Did he find the demon? A voice from nearby called out, "Sina." Ron was standing there with his soldiers, holding up lanterns to look at the princess. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Sina leaped down and asked him, "What are you doing here?" Ron replied, "I was waiting nearby on Anton's orders. He told me to stop anything bad from happening to you." As Sina was talking, the Canine Clan's soldiers caught up to them. They shouted aggressively, "Feline Clan, she's an intruder. We're taking her in on Niles's orders." Sina replied, "They're right." Ron looked at her and asked, "What's the plan, Sina?" The feline princess raised a hand and said, "If they come at us, don't kill them, just fight them off. They're probably just confused. They don't really want to throw down with us." Back with the others, blood spurted from Bryce's neck, but luckily for him, he managed to leap backward, just in time. He stared at Kai and wondered, who the hell is this guy? Kai immediately hurled a dagger at Bryce, giving him no time to recover. Things were moving too fast to dodge, so he had no choice but to block with his arm, taking the blade in his hand. Bryce slid across the floor, struggling to regain his footing. He grabbed a nearby plant, thinking, "No time to think. I just need to get my bearings." Then, he hurled the potted plant at Kai. Kai sliced the clay pot in two with his dagger, sending shards flying everywhere. After that, Bryce made a break for it, leaping out the window. Kai was right on his tail, shouting, "You're not getting away from me." Both of them leaped onto the rooftops, setting the stage for a dramatic chase. Bryce glanced back, thinking, "I can't let myself get exposed. This is going to attract way too much attention." He narrowed his eyes, trying to contact his puppet. He established a mental link. He tried to contact Niels. "Answer me, Niels. The humans are on me, help me out." The dog person leader hesitated in response. "I'm sorry, BR. I really want to help you, but..." Despite his demand to get over here, now, Niels was facing something that made him go pale. He replied, "It's going to be tough for me to get to you." The one stopping him was Anto. He cracked his knuckles. "Been a while since we've thrown down." "Huh, Niels?" Niels pointed at Anto. "Do you even realize the weight of your words? I can't forgive your daughter. This is going to be a war between our two tribes." Anto just smiled. "I won't let that happen. I'm going to knock some sense into you, Niels." He kept hammering on about the princess. "You don't even get what Sina did." Anto cleaned out his ear and replied, "Oh, really? I'm getting a real nasty vibe from you." Niels threw a punch and lunged forward. "Bullshit. It's a shame I have other things to deal with. I'll crush you if you keep getting in my way." Anto didn't back down and immediately charged in to meet him. The punches from the two tribe leaders were insanely powerful. The group of hero candidates watched in silence as a pillar of light shot up in the distance, marking the spot where the two leaders were battling. Narumi's eyes widened. "It's starting." Ren quickly asked, "Are we sure it's okay not to get involved?" Narumi brushed it off. "It's fine. The deeper we get, the more problems we'll create for the negotiations. I don't want the Federation folks thinking we're here to stir up trouble." Jin hesitated. "You think?" "Shin?" Narumi answered. "He's probably hiding out somewhere, hunting for those demons. That's why they seem in such a rush to cause all this chaos." Rena, ever the innocent, asked, "So, wouldn't it be better if we help them out?" He shook his head. "If we jump in, we'll just slow them down. Plus, we don't know our way around here." So the three of them decided to hang back and just watch. Narumi looked down and realized that, no matter what, there was still a chance one person would rush in anyway. Even though they didn't know what was going on, that figure was Maidu. Meanwhile, Kai was still on the move, his pursuit of the demons still in full swing. He noticed the demon was heading for a more secluded spot. "Works for me." Meanwhile, Bright was bleeding profusely. "This cut is deep. I can't even move my arm right. I don't know if I can take this kid down in this state." Two beast girls who were just walking by saw Bright and gasped in shock. "What is that?" He screamed, "Anyone who sees me has to die," and immediately went to kill them both. Kai was still hot on his trail. "He's not slowing down. I gotta pick up the pace." Using magic to boost his body, he focused it entirely on his legs, and a white stream of mana started glowing around his feet. In an instant, his speed exploded and he shot forward, pulling up right next to Bright. Giving him a death stare, Bright turned in shock. "What the?" Kai pulled out the knife in his left hand and tried to stick him with it. Bright smirked, but what he got was a massive kick to the chest that sent him flying into a wall. He looked at Kai's leg, spitting up blood in agony, and thought, the knife was just a fake-out. The blow sent him crashing to the ground in a heap. A single thought ran through his mind. "No, I lost. Even though I'm not a combat-focused demon, I'm still top tier among the high-level demons." Bright stared at Kai's form. He was impressed. "So this is what a hero candidate is like." He coughed up more blood and managed to ask, "How did you find me?" Kai answered him straight up, "My eyes have a skill that lets me analyze the status of any target." Bright let out a huge laugh. "Just my damn luck, running into the toughest opponent possible right now." He was still thinking, "I can still salvage my plan, as long as I take this kid out." Even if I lose here, I've still got a few aces up my sleeve. Kai could tell from his smile that he was scheming something. Elsewhere, the soldiers from the two tribes were still going at it hard. One of the dog people asked, "Captain, why are we even fighting?" The reply came, "These are orders from the chief, no room for second guessing." Run yelled, "If you guys are having doubts, then just stop. We don't want to fight either. Hey, you're Niels' soldiers, right? You guys are close to Niels. Don't you think he's been acting super weird lately?" Hearing that made the dog person's soldiers hesitate. The canine captain froze, a worried look in his eyes. Sheena pointed and asked, "It looks like you know something." The captain replied, "It's true I can't figure out what Lord Neil is thinking these days, but our duty remains the same." The princess posed the question. Even if Lord Neil was brainwashed by a demon, the canine shot back harshly. No way something like that happened. The captain turned back to remind them, "Don't get played. We're still following the chief's orders." Sheena realized, "I get it now. Trying to convince them is impossible. They really are outstanding warriors." Run stepped forward, holding out a hand to stop the princess. "You stay back, Lady Sheena. I'll handle these guys." A slash of blue mana sliced between the two forces, a powerful sword strike splitting the ground. The canine captain wondered, what the hell is going on? Then he turned around, and everyone looked up to see it was a human, none other than Maidu. He and someone else jumped down from above. Iga stepped forward and yelled, "That's enough. Both sides, put your weapons away." The one who stopped the two sides from fighting was Iga, the leader of the werewolves. Meanwhile, Kai was analyzing Bright, a 48-year-old high-ranking demon, whose skills were level 4 brainwashing demon arts and level 4 water element demon arts. Kai uses all-seeing eyes detail appraisal ability on him. The details of the brainwashing demon art appeared. Brainwash, a pre-targeted living creature. It's activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing that, Kai was on guard, figuring as long as he was careful about the brainwashing skill, there was no real threat, and it wouldn't be hard to take the guy out. As he was focusing, something appeared. A spear shot straight down at where Kai was standing, forcing him to dodge in a hurry. A horde of demons appeared in front of him. Bright got up and laughed. "Thanks for showing up. Now my crew can finally join the fight." Kai replied, "So that's it. The reason you ran to this dead-end spot was to round up your crew." The demons were looking smug. "Looks like there's nowhere to run now. The Demon Kingdom's special task force isn't just me, you know." Kai sighed. "Are you an idiot?" Hearing that, the demon got pissed and shot back. "What did you just say?" He looked at them and said, "Of course, I knew you were waiting for backup, and dealing with all of you is going to be a pain. So I might as well just wipe you all out at once and get it over with." Hearing him say that, the demons were stunned for a second, confused. Bright yelled, "You punk, what the hell do you think you can do all by yourself?" Then they activated their skills and drew their weapons. "You won't be talking so tough for long. We're going to beat you to a pulp." For daring to hurt Lord Bright, Bright stared at Kai, thinking, "What a moron, even if my subordinates are just mid-tier demons. They're still elite warriors, and their fighting skills are just a notch below mine." They charged forward, yelling to each other, "Get him. Waste that human." Kai stood there and began to chant, "Oh angels, blow them away." A blue vortex of wind appeared, and the whirlwind launched the demons, sweeping them up into the air. The rest of them on the ground looked up in horror. Reinforcements, along with Kai's voice, "I never said I was by myself." Up above was Meyer, casting a spell. Kai calmly continued, "Since I didn't know the trigger for your brainwashing, I brought some backup just in case." Bright was still cocky. "There's only 2 of you anyway. It's not going to change a thing." Meyer looked down at them and said, "Generate a massive number of small stones." The moment she finished speaking, floating stones appeared and then shot straight down at the demons below. Some of the demons in the front were hit before they could even put up a defense, coughing up blood. One of them yelled, "You idiots, we can just use our demon arts to block it." But Kai closed in fast, stabbing one straight through the heart, leaving it stunned. While you're busy gathering mana in your hands to defend, you leave yourselves wide open to attacks from other directions. Kai pulled his blade out as fresh blood sprayed. Bright anxiously yelled at his soldiers, "You morons, don't let your guard down. Treat both of them like they're high-ranking demons." The remaining demons heard him, raised their weapons, and got serious. One of them used a cloning demon art, then asked, "Bet you can't tell which one is the real me." The words were barely out of its mouth when a blade was planted right between its eyes. The demon collapsed, only able to gasp. "What? How did you know?" Kai said calmly, "Looks like you guys can't even share intel properly between different demon divisions, even for an elite squad." To his side, another demon finished creating a magic circle and screamed, "You son of a bee times T." Then, he launched a wind spear, yelling, "Die." But the spear was knocked back by a nullifying gust of wind. Up above was Mayer, who always interfered at the most crucial moments. She immediately summoned her weapon, Archangel, end him. The demon gaped in fear, unable to react in time. Sharp arrows made of wind pierced right through him. Mayor turned away and yawned, looking completely unimpressed, not even giving him a second glance. Right then, Kai was facing off against the demon soldiers with Mayor's support from above. Bright backed away, shoving his lackeys forward to act as his shield in front of him. He smirked, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, they dare to push me this far. At the same time, a voice echoed from the distance. What's wrong? Looks like you guys are in a tight spot, huh? Mayor, startled, turned and asked, huh? Who's there? Kai also looked up to see who the newcomer was. It was Camila, flying in with her tribesmen. Kai looked at her, puzzled, chief of the bird tribe. I never thought you'd be working with the demons. She screamed, that's right, because I absolutely despise you humans. Mayor leaned down and asked Kai, is she brainwashed too? He replied, based on my appraisal skill, she's not. She's willingly cooperating with the demons. After connecting the dots, Kai realized a few things, so they brainwashed the chief of the dog person tribe. And now the bird tribe is working with them. This is getting complicated. The dog tribe's chief is brainwashed. The bird tribe's chief is cooperating. The cat tribe's chief, his daughter was kidnapped but has been rescued. The wolf tribe's chief is uninvolved. The fish person tribe's chief, a total idiot. They can make the cat tribe obey by taking Sina hostage. In the end, they'll have a majority vote in the Congress. Come to think of it, he'd heard before. The demons talking amongst themselves that the Federation will soon be under our control, and the higher-ups will focus more on the war against humans. So that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood and said in an accusatory tone, you guys took your sweet time getting here, huh? Camila was defiant. Even for a demon, you can't beat these humans without us. Hearing that, he laughed coldly, knowing full well he was in a tough spot. I'm not complaining now. Help me out. Finish them. Camila aimed her sharp talons downward and smiled. You're actually making a request like that? That's a rare sight, so they're that strong, huh? All right, I'll help you. Kai clicked his tongue and thought to himself, there are about 30 elite bird people, so is the entire tribe cooperating with the demons. Mayor had jumped down to the ground by now, standing next to him and asking, so what now? Kai replied, we have to beat them. Camila ordered her tribesmen to capture them, not to let the other tribes find out, and to stop wasting time. The moment she finished speaking, the bird tribesmen dove down, ready to attack the two of them. The scene shifts to another location, where the furry fist of the cat tribe's chief appears. He attacks the dog tribe's chief, but the chief blocks it with his arm. The two continuously exchange blows, one attacking and the other defending, causing the ground around them to shatter. The battle between the two chiefs was truly on another level. The aura they emitted shattered nearby glass windows, and the fluctuations in their spiritual power created gusts of wind that bent the trees. Anto laughed loudly as he attacked. Good one, Niels. The dog tribe's chief kept defending, yelling back, what are you talking about? Niels landed a powerful punch on Anto, but he didn't seem to feel any pain and even wore a calm smile. This left Niels completely astonished. Anto just kept smiling and threw an uppercut right to Niels' chin. You're weak. Knocked back by the painful blow, Niels wondered what this feeling was. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he thought to himself that his mind was reeling. Anto cracked his knuckles. It seems he's starting to doubt himself. Did I misunderstand something? Anto wondered if this was the end. Just as expected, while I'm stalling for them, the only way to solve this problem is to defeat the one who cast the brainwashing spell. Under the crescent moon, it would be a problem to leave Niels alone and let the demons use the dog tribe's power. Elsewhere, Mighty was standing behind Ega, the wolf tribe's chief. He asked, is Niels being brainwashed by the demons? Sina replied, yes. That's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon. Midu immediately asked, so did we find him? The catgirl princess just shook her head no. She added, I don't know, but Kai suddenly disappeared. Midu muttered, I see. If he's not here, it means he's still fighting somewhere out there. Iga looked like he had a headache. I can't keep up with any of this. Everything's happening too fast, but we need to help your friend who's fighting those demons. Brun called down from above. But Sina cut her off, asking urgently, Brun, what is it? She put a hand to her chin and looked off into the distance to announce, I see a group of bird people flying north. Iga looked pretty surprised. Bird people are flying this late at night. Realizing something was off, Midu immediately dashed in that direction and yelled, let's go check it out. Maybe we'll find some clues. The scene cuts to a rooftop, where 3 people are sitting and watching silently. Jin wondered, is it really okay for us to just stand here and watch? Narumi thought she wasn't wrong. There's a high chance we'll start a conflict with the locals if we act now. After a moment, she immediately spoke up, hey Narumi, can I ask you something? Jin continued, Your whole argument is based on Kai defeating the demons, right? He nodded. That's right. Jin asked worriedly. But what if he loses? Narumi replied hesitantly. I haven't thought that far ahead, but we'll definitely be toast if that happens. Jin turned and suggested, so we should do something, shouldn't we? Wouldn't that be better? No matter how dependable Kai is, he's not invincible. Rena chimed in, looking conflicted. I get what you mean, but we don't know his exact location, do we? Jin saw his point. Her face fell. You're right. Then Jin clasped her hands in front of her chest as if in prayer and thought, I know, but I can't help being selfish. I want to be Kai's strength. Suddenly, a voice rang out in her head. Is that you, Kanzaki? Jin jumped, looking around in a panic. Seeing this, Narumi asked, What's wrong, Kanzaki? Jin asked, Where are you, Kai? Kai's voice echoed again. I should be the one asking you that. I get it now. So this is your new power. Hearing Kai say that, Jin reconsidered, wondering, is this a new guardian power? I can hear Kai's voice clearly in my head, like this is my spirit form. Continuing to use her mind, she asked Kai, Where are you? Over here. Kai looked like he was in bad shape, covered in blood, as he replied, I'm in the northernmost part of the city, fighting demons and the bird people tribe. Kai asked, You want to be my strength, right? Jin looked embarrassed, her face turning red. You heard that? I didn't say it that loud. On his end, Kai was continuously slaughtering the bird people tribe and said to Jin, Get here fast, Kanzaki. I need your power. Hearing those words from Kai, Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Narumi asked worriedly, Who are you talking to? Rena scowled, Have you gone crazy? Jin replied, I'm talking to Kai through my new power. Hearing that, her two friends were a bit surprised. Jin immediately stood up and said, Anyway, I know his location now. Let's hurry and go help Kai. The scene cuts back to the battle, where Mayor is facing a large number of extremely aggressive bird people. They immediately got the order to attack, diving down in unison at incredible speed. At the same time, Mayor raised her magic staff, shouting with a hint of worry, Spirits, don't let them get near us. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce gale immediately blew upwards, halting their advance. Without stopping, Mayor slammed her magic staff into the ground. Light radiated out as chunks of earth and rock began to float. She summoned earth spirits, then shouted the command, Shoot them down. A barrage of earth spirits flew straight toward the crowd of bird people, causing them to get hit and shriek loudly. Some of them in the back cursed in frustration, Damn it. At this rate, we can't get close. Another one turned and yelled, What are the archers doing? The squad of bird people archers flying there got the order. I know, fire on them again. The moment they released their bowstrings, a volley of sharp arrows aimed straight for Mayor. She raised her magic staff to the sky. This time it radiated green mana. Mayor summoned a wind spirit, creating a tornado that blew the arrows away. The bird people were extremely frustrated by this. Damn it, what do we do now? At this rate, we can't do anything. Another one brushed it off. This is fine, he added. Elven magic uses the power of spirits, so it won't be able to use those powers anymore in the future. Mayor was a little worried, thinking to herself, They figured out my weakness. The spirit is nearing its limit. I need to finish them off with an element other than wind. The birdman frowned, looking down and thought, This chick is just stalling for time. I need to end this all before the other tribes notice. The scene shifts to the close quarters combat on the ground, where a demon soldier was fatally stabbed in the heart, not even having time to make a sound. The guy below saw this and looked up, calling out to Gustav. He saw Kai standing there, having just pulled a dagger from his comrade's chest, and in the blink of an eye, Kai was down below delivering the next blow in true assassin style. Suddenly, two other demon soldiers leaped up from behind to attack, yelling, You bastard! This is the end for you. At the same time, a demon soldier created a magic circle in front of him, blocking an attack that came out of nowhere. The same happened near Kai, but he quickly leaped up to dodge it. The demon soldiers on the ground looked up, bewildered. The chief of the bird tribe, Camila, yelled a warning to the demon soldiers to stay put. At the same time, she launched sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly raised his dagger to block the attack and deflect the feathers. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and a feather struck his wrist. Blood flowed from the wound, soaking his sleeve. Kai quickly leaped aside as the sounds of screaming from the battle echoed in the distance. He thought to himself, I'm worried about Mayor now that we're separated. While he was distracted, Bright appeared behind him, placing a dark hand on Kai's head. Sensing something was off, Kai immediately used lightning shock. Before he could do anything, he was zapped by Kai's lightning, which left him paralyzed and confused. He frowned, wondering, lightning element magic? A demon soldier stepped in front of Kai, swinging his sword down and yelling, Die. Kai dodged to the side and then slashed a line across the soldier's stomach. The soldier's sword followed through, slashing right into the paralyzed Bright who was behind Kai. Kai had not only dodged a deadly blow and taken down the soldier, but he also made the soldier strike his own leader, killing two birds with one stone. Kai shot a death glare behind him, thinking to himself, was he trying to use brainwashing magic on me? I don't have any way to counter that, so I have to be super careful. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the distance, and it was none other than Jin. She was running and panting from exhaustion. Kai turned to her and called out, Kanzaki, you got here, just in time. Rena stood there stunned. It's a demon. Narumi also exclaimed in shock, this situation is so bad. With that, the two of them immediately shouted, we'll back you up. They then cast their skills right away. The demon soldiers use magic circles to defend and warn each other. Reinforcements. Watch out, they're hero candidates. Kai turned back to his friends and said, I'll take care of the bird tribe, chief, and the high-level demons. I'm counting on you guys to handle the low-level ones. Narumi clenched her fist in agreement. Rena then asked, so, does that mean we can treat those bird people as enemies? Kai nodded and told Rena she could use her fire to burn them to a crisp. Jin asked worriedly, Kai-kun, are you still going to fight alone? With a determined look in his eyes, he recalled the past and told Jin it was the same script as the fight against Leonora back then. In that case, use your domination magic on me. They're using magic to brainwash their enemies. She immediately raised her hand and replied, got it. Her entire body began to radiate pink mana as she used her domination skill. The energy flowed into Kai, surrounding him in a faint pink aura. He said confidently, with this, I've eliminated my fatal weakness. Hearing this, Camila asked in disbelief, are you looking down on us? Bright, standing below, shouted up a warning. Camila, don't let your guard down or you're dead. Kai shot them a death glare and said, my bad, but I'm gonna end this real quick. His entire body now radiated a heavy killing intent, his hands gripping his daggers tightly. His gaze and aura left both Camila and Bright stunned, a flicker of fear showing on their faces. The scene cuts back to Mayor, who was standing there facing the flock of bird people above her. Some of the bird people had already been defeated. The rest were stunned when they heard a voice echo, bird people, what do you think you're doing? Mayor heard it too, and quickly spun around to look. It was Miyu, who had brought Iga, the leader of the werewolves, along with Sina and Run. Iga raised his hand and demanded, aren't they guests of the cat tribe? I demand an explanation. The bird people started freaking out. The werewolf chieftain. How'd they get here so fast? What do we do now? Their leader shot them a warning look. Chill out, we're sticking to Camilla's plan. The bird people soldiers shut up and immediately followed orders, aiming their bows at the new arrivals. They yelled out, kill all the witnesses, even the werewolf chieftain. Iga was stunned. What the hell are they saying? Miyu chimed in, looks like they're not here to talk. Maya yelled to them, listen up. The bird people are working with the demons. Everyone was totally floored by this news. She pointed down the alley in front of them. The demons are fighting Kai over there. Sina put a hand on her hip and looked over. So that's what's up. So the bird people are in on it too. Iga turned and said, if that's the case, this is messed up. Miyu, you go help him. But he refused. Miyu said to the werewolf chieftain, my crew is already heading to Shinkun's spot. I'm staying here to help Maya. Iga gripped the sword at his side, ready to draw, and replied, I get it. I had no idea the demon's reach was this wide. He looked up at the bird people. These soldiers are just following their chieftain's orders. I don't want to kill them if I don't have to. Iga was startled by Miyu's voice, but then he smirked and said, I get it. That's my specialty. Meanwhile, back at Kai's fight, Kai spoke coldly, my bad. I meant to end this real quick. As he spoke, he stepped out from the rubble, his eyes now glowing a fiery red. Seeing Kai, Camilla's eyes went wide with terror. Bright was no different. He couldn't believe Kai was still alive, but what happened next shocked them both even more. Camilla's face twisted in horror, leaving her speechless, because Kai's form was now distorting before their eyes. Before Bright could even react, a sharp blade was already at his neck. Blood instantly sprayed everywhere. Even though Bright managed to jump back, he still got a deep gash on his arm. He cursed, pissed off. I can't even react to his movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? Just then, Camilla yelled out, don't look into his eyes, Bright. He's probably using an illusion technique. Kai was surprised. Damn, she figured that out quick. He had just gotten a new skill after defeating Windbox called Phantom Guard Illusion. It's a skill that creates illusions for any living target, but it only activates if the target makes eye contact. Kai had practiced using it against monsters. It's a seriously powerful weapon in close-quarters combat. Realizing what Kai's skill was, Camilla quickly shook her head to avoid his gaze, muttering under her breath, what a pain in the ass ability. Meanwhile, Bright was deep in thought. He had to face Kai head-on, but without looking at anything above his neck. With that in mind, Bright lowered his gaze to Kai's lower body, and just as he figured, the illusion stopped. Seeing this, Kai instantly charged. He's not looking at my eyes anymore. It was the simplest countermeasure. In a flash, Kai's figure vanished. The next moment, he was right beside Bright. He spoke coldly. You really think that's gonna work? Hearing the voice, Bright's pupils contracted. Before he could even react, blood gushed from his forehead. Bright trembled in disbelief, muttering, impossible. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, you idiot. Your opponent's eyes give you a ton of information in a fight. If you lose that flow of intel, you can't even fight. But Bright had already collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Seeing this, Kai sneered. Guess you can't hear me anymore. Camila, watching from a distance, couldn't help but curse. That guy was completely useless. But just then, Kai turned his gaze on her. He said coldly, now it's your turn. Camila wasn't the least bit afraid. She yelled aggressively, I've seen plenty of you humans' cheap tricks. Don't you dare underestimate me. The moment the words left her mouth, Camila swooped down in front of Kai. But Kai had already disappeared, making her talons hit nothing but air. Her eyes widened in shock. But Camila reacted in a split second, attacking Kai with a feather assault. Kai, however, wasn't fazed in the slightest and calmly countered. He was so fast that he put some distance between them in no time. Kai narrowed his eyes at Camila, trying to come up with a plan. It's tough to fight while avoiding his eyes and staying airborne, but she was adapting to it perfectly. Just then, Camila scoffed, I'm not like you. I can fight without my sight. After all, we beastmen have 5 incredibly sharp senses. Kai looked at her calmly and asked casually, but what's your plan now? You can't just fly around in circles trying to hit me, can you? Meanwhile, the longer the fight dragged on, the worse Camilla's situation became. Just as Kai predicted, the others around them had already subdued a ton of demons. Narumi's crew was working together seamlessly and gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Camilla got pissed and yelled, you humans haven't just interfered once, you've messed with my business twice now. Kai narrowed his eyes at her, showing no major reaction. At that moment, Camilla screamed ferociously, I'm gonna kill you all. As soon as the words left her mouth, her body began to transform. Kai frowned silently, thinking, beastification? That's a special skill only beastmen can use. It allows them to unleash the beast within. A full beastification grants them an explosive burst of power, but in exchange, they lose all cognitive function. While Kai was contemplating this, Camilla suddenly let out a roar, then started zipping around him like lightning, so fast that not even an afterimage was visible. Kai frowned, thinking to himself, she's damn fast. He immediately dispelled the illusion and activated his farsight at the same time. Camilla's figure quickly came into his view. Just as she moved right in front of him, Kai calmly reacted. Camilla was fast, but he was no slouch either. Camilla had now gone completely wild, attacking Kai with her feathers. Wielding 2 daggers, Kai calmly dodged the projectiles. The full beastification state doesn't last long. If Camilla uses it in a prolonged fight, she'll be consumed by her beastly instincts and lose herself completely. But if Camilla was willing to throw it all on the line, Kai could run out of energy and be unable to use his farsight anymore. In that case, he needed to end this fast. With that in mind, he activated his weakness detection skill. At the same time, Camilla lunged toward Kai, but the situation was still under Kai's control. There was a risk it wouldn't activate properly, and if he couldn't use this skill at the last second, everything would be for nothing. Right then, Kai suddenly shouted, "Oh thunder, pierce my enemy, lightning." The moment the words left his mouth, bolts of lightning rained down furiously on Camilla, whose eyes constricted in sheer panic. Kai narrowed his eyes, recognizing this was the perfect opportunity. He then moved faster than the eye could see, slashing relentlessly. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Camilla's body, covered in wounds from Kai's slashes, fell from the sky like a puppet with its strings cut. Her body slammed hard onto the ground. The pain made Camilla groan uncontrollably, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood before finally collapsing. And just like that, the battle was over. Kai narrowed his eyes at the 2 bodies, muttering in a low voice, "Now all that's left for us are the regular soldiers, right?" After Kai and the others wiped out the demon army led by the high-level demon Bright and Camilla, the fight between Maidu's group and the Birdman's soldiers also came to an end. This happened after they received news of their leader's death. When the high-level demon Bright died, the brainwashing effect on Niels, the leader of the Dog Beastman tribe, wore off. The incident in the capital of the Grandanas Federation finally came to an end with the break of dawn. A few days later, everyone gathered at the mansion of the Wolf Beastman's leader. Hart glanced at Iga and asked, "What's the deal with the Birdman tribe?" Iga slowly replied, "Only those in Camilla's inner circle knew about her partnership with the demons. The rest of the Birdman tribe was completely in the dark, so there's no reason to punish them." Midu frowned and asked, "Then what about the army that fought against us? Edgar replied nonchalantly. They were just following their leader's orders, but they still have to be punished with hard labor. That should be enough. Meanwhile, at the residence of the cat beastman's leader, Kai asked coolly, "So what about the dog beastman tribe?" In front of him were Anto and his son, as well as Mayor and Jin. Hearing his question, Anto slowly replied, "Of course, their leader will be punished. Even though he didn't want to, the fact that he betrayed the nation is undeniable." Sina, who was standing nearby, also chimed in. Getting brainwashed by the demon was Niels' fault in the first place. If he has to face a harsh punishment for it, there's nothing we can do. Maya nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Either way, it's still not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by those demons, right?" Xena laughed along when she heard that. Elsewhere, at the residence of the merfolk chieftain, Mac heard the news from yesterday's battle and yelled in disbelief. "The chief of the canine tribe got brainwashed while I was sleeping? On top of that, the avian tribe teamed up with the demons and the humans took them down." Ron, standing before Mac, nodded slightly and replied, "My apologies. I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth." Mac fell into deep thought after hearing this. Then after a long moment, he looked at Norman and said, "Hey, human." Norman was immediately startled and cried out in a panic, "What? We weren't lying." But to his complete surprise, Mac lunged forward, grabbing Norman and saying with a cheerful laugh, "You're a real one," leaving Norman completely stunned and thrown off balance. Before he could even figure out what was happening, Mac started bawling. "Thank you for protecting the Federation. I promise I'll never forget this favor. The merfolk will cooperate with the humans." Norman didn't seem too happy to hear that, asking confusedly, "I'm glad you said that, but is that really okay? You decided that way too easily." Mac shook his head fiercely, then gritted his teeth and said, "We will not forgive those demons. We're gonna wipe out every last one of them." The more he heard, the more confused Norman got, muttering, he really just believes whatever people tell him. A few days later, in the Congress Hall of the Grandinas Federation, the chieftains of the Beast Tribes and Eric's group were all present. Speaking on behalf of everyone, Arnold slowly said, "Thank you all for protecting the Federation during the recent incident. This is a debt we can hardly repay." Edgar and Mac nodded in agreement. Niles then slowly opened his mouth. "Furthermore, we have now experienced the threat of the demons firsthand. I think we should cooperate with the humans to cover each other's weaknesses." Mindy's crew was thrilled to hear that. Arnold couldn't hold back any longer and raised his hand, shouting, "We agree to form our alliance. The Grandinas Beastmen Alliance hereby declares its full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Digaret." As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of other hands shot up at the same time. The final negotiations went smoothly, and everyone got what they wanted. Rena was so happy she jumped up and hugged Mindy next to her. Eric, on the other hand, glanced over at Kai. "These negotiations went so well, the biggest credit probably goes to you." A few days later, at the city gates of the Beast Tribe, Eric's group had packed everything up to head back. Mindy glanced at everyone and asked, "Nobody forgot anything, right?" Rena shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm good." Norman couldn't help but joke with a smile. "It's kinda sad we have to leave." The Beast Tribe chieftains also came to see them off. Arnold said cheerfully, "You guys can come back whenever you want. From now on, we'll be in touch regularly." At the same time, not far away, Maya was watching everyone, and Hayden nodded, saying, "Everything's all set." Then she glanced at Kai and asked, "So what's the plan now?" "Looks like everyone's heading back to the Holy Kingdom." Kai answered nonchalantly, "For now, we've achieved our goal, so we'll just wait and see." While the two were talking, Xena walked over and asked hesitantly, "Hey, Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Kai nodded coolly and replied calmly, "I plan on staying here a little longer. Even if I go back to the Holy Kingdom now, I'll just be branded a criminal. It's easier to breathe here." Hearing that, Xena smiled happily and said, "I see. I'm so glad." Maya couldn't help but wonder what she's so happy about Kai staying for. But Xena didn't explain. Instead, she continued to ask, "Are you going to continue your journey?" Kai answered without hesitation, "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my own world. When the time is right, I'll head to the Demon Lord's domain." Xena hesitated for a moment after hearing that, then after a while, she made a firm proposal, "Then I'll join you on this journey." Maya's eyes went wide with shock. Kai also narrowed his eyes at her, asking suspiciously, "What's your angle?" Xena replied in a serious tone, "I'm the only daughter of the feline tribe's chief. I'm going to take over as chief someday. I want to sharpen my skills and get more accomplishments under my belt before I take my father's place." Kai felt she had a point, but he didn't agree right away, saying coolly, "From here on out, the battles are only going to get more intense. I'm sure you can rack up some achievements, but you won't get any public recognition for it." Xena didn't care, calmly stating, "But you said you're going to defeat the Demon Lord. If I'm one of the people who contributes to conquering the demon lord, that's an accomplishment in itself. Kai hadn't even had a chance to answer when a voice came from behind them. Please, take her with you. The three of them were startled and looked back, only to see Anton approaching. He patted Sina's head and said with a smile, Are you worried she'll slow you down just because she's my daughter? Kai hesitated for a moment before speaking. This is going to be a dangerous journey. What if she gets kidnapped again? Sina paid him no mind, speaking with firm resolve. If the war escalates, it'll be dangerous for me no matter where I go. First of all, I can't grow up if I'm always stuck in a safe place. Anton also nodded in agreement. If Sina has made up her mind, then I support her choice. In other words, even if she ends up being treated like a hostage again like in the recent incident, I won't interfere. Sina looked at him intently, her eyes full of anticipation as she spoke. Me too. I want to go with you, Kai. Kai frowned slightly, considering it, before finally speaking slowly. So you've made up your mind. I'll train you before we start the journey. If I find you useful, I'll take you with me. Deal? Sina nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Aurora, a place shrouded in gloom, a demon entered from outside, knelt on the ground, and asked respectfully, What do you require? My princess. The person before him was Isabel. She slowly gave the order, Relay a message to our brethren. The time for our revolution is near. The forces of various parties were beginning to stir, while Mito and the other envoys had successfully convinced the Federation to accept the alliance and return to the fortress on the front lines. They were accompanied by the Federation's representative, Edgar. Edgar stood before the city gate and introduced himself. My name is Edgar, captain of the Beastman Federation's warrior squad. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Amelia also nodded in greeting. I am Amelia, captain of the Holy Kingdom's 4th night course, the one in charge of the front lines. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although the hero candidates had played an extremely important role in the negotiations, they still didn't realize just how influential the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Digaret and the Beastman Federation of Grandanas was. After a long and tiring day, night finally fell. Mito had been sleeping soundly in his room. He slowly woke up when the moon was high in the sky. Mito sat up in bed, holding his throbbing head, and sighed, muttering, Why did I wake up at such a weird time? Just then, Mira, who was in his room, said with a smirk, Well, you've been sleeping since this afternoon. It's probably because you had such a long and tiring journey. Mito was startled by the sudden sound. He frantically pulled the blanket over himself and asked suspiciously, Why are you in my room? Mira slowly explained, You fell asleep in the lounge, so I used my powers to bring you back to your room. Hearing this, Mito nodded in understanding and said apologetically, Oh, I see. Sorry for causing you trouble. It's no problem. Mira replied with a casual smile. Since you came back safely, that means everything went well, right? Mito nodded slightly, then asked, What's the situation on the front lines? Mira answered leisurely. The Demon Lord's army has launched several attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. I really don't want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arashi. He's crazy strong. After hearing this, Mito understood the situation, and said with a sigh of relief, I see. I'm glad we can count on him. What about Edgar? Mira said casually. He's resting today after a long journey. Tomorrow, they're holding a meeting to discuss a plan. Mira then asked how strong the Federation's warriors were. Mito frowned slightly and said gravely, They're strong, especially their captain, Edgar. He's even stronger than me, stronger than you. Hearing this, Mira exclaimed in surprise. Mito nodded slightly and replied, Yeah, all the other soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With a force like that, we can cross the forest, then invade the Demon Kingdom's territory and kill the Demon Lord in a flash. After hearing this, Mira frowned and asked doubtfully, I know it's a little late to ask, but aren't you scared? As she spoke, Mira's hand, resting on her lap, unconsciously tightened. She pressed her lips together and continued, From now on, there will be a lot of fighting. It's going to be way more dangerous than it is now. It's possible one of us could die. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Mito's eyes as he pursed his lips and said, Of course, I'm scared. But Mito knew that if he stopped here, their class would be split apart again. Once that happened, there would definitely be casualties, and Kai was always hyping him up. Meyer was stunned to hear that and asked in disbelief, Is Zinu for real like that? Mito gave a slight nod and replied, Zinu sees us as allies. Even though he doesn't act on his feelings, it doesn't change the fact that he's always got our backs. Meyer frowned a little, then stubbornly turned her head away. She scoffed, I don't care how it turns out. I hate selfish moves. Mito couldn't help but smile at that. That's so you. I'm really jealous of those two, Shin and Aris. Meyer was taken aback for a moment, asking doubtfully, You're jealous of them, but you're way better than they are? Mito slowly explained. They aren't easily swayed by what's going on around them and always push forward without a second thought. That's a quality I'm super jealous of. Meanwhile, all Midu ever wanted was to keep things exactly as they were. After hearing that, Maya realized what the issue was. She walked over and leaned on the bed, frowning as she asked, "Can I ask you something? Why don't you want to go home?" The sudden change of subject caught Midu completely off guard, and the room fell silent in an instant. After a long pause, Midu laughed awkwardly and said, "Because everyone else wants to go home." Meyer didn't buy it, getting pissed off and about to yell, "Hey, Midu." But before she could finish her sentence, Rena suddenly burst through the door. Seeing their compromising position, her eyes narrowed instantly. Right after, Rena demanded, "What the hell are you two doing, huh?" Meyer was startled and quickly explained, "We weren't doing anything, we were just talking. Right, Midu?" Midu also nodded and replied, "Yeah, that's right." Lies. Rena didn't believe a word of it and aggressively shot back, "You sneak into a guy's room in the middle of the night and you expect me to believe that?" Meyer was getting grilled. She suddenly felt like she was in the wrong and quickly tried to explain, "But I was just bringing Midu back to his room while he was sleeping." Rena wasn't having any of it and shouted fiercely, "You're always preaching about rules and morals, but you're the first one to break them." Meyer finally snapped and shot back resentfully, "Cut it out with that nonsense." The two of them just kept arguing, leaving Midu stuck in the middle with nothing to say. In the end, for some reason, he just burst out laughing, feeling surprisingly cheerful. The next morning, on the training grounds, two figures were sparring, Ega and Arasi. Arasi looked dead serious, and in the next moment, he charged forward aggressively. Arasi launched a furious assault on Ega. It looked like he was determined to settle things with Ega today. Right after, Arasi threw a kick at Ega, but his speed was too slow, and Ega dodged it easily. Seizing the opening, he rushed forward with his sword. In a flash, the tip of his blade was pointed right between Arasi's eyes, making him freak out. Arasi quickly stumbled back a few steps. He narrowed his eyes at Ega. "He's way too fast." While Arasi was still processing, Ega's blade lunged again, startling him and forcing him to retreat. Ega smirked and said, "This is the final blow." Hearing this, Arasi immediately blew up, screaming, "You're seriously underestimating me, you damn mutt." As the words left his mouth, he raised his hand and blocked Ega's sword. The sight startled Ega. Arasi was using magic to reinforce his arm, but Ega thought that no matter how much you buff your arm, you can't just block a sword bare-handed. While he was lost in thought, Arasi smacked his sword away. The force pushed Ega back. Arasi rolled his wrists, pouting as he said, "That actually hurt." Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, you two, wrap up the practice." Arasi and Ega jumped and turned to look. It was her, and she said with a small smile, "It's time for the strategy meeting to begin." Hearing that, Arasi cried out in shock, "What?" But things were just getting interesting. Ega, on the other hand, sheathed his sword. He smiled casually and said, "I agree, but we can have a rematch another time. I'm glad you're on my side." Arasi heard that and replied with a smirk, "Chit, well, I guess that makes it worth my time, doesn't it?" Elsewhere, in Grandana's Menslia, the capital of the Beastmen Federation, Kai also had business to take care of. Just like he'd said, he was going to train. Ex-Mayor stood outside watching the two of them. After a moment, she spoke up, "You may begin." Sina immediately activated her beast form, and her sharp claws shot out. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged at Kai, but Kai wasn't the least bit fazed. He just stood there calmly. He waited until her claws were about to come down, and then he vanished in a flash. Her first attack missed, but Sina didn't panic. She raised her claws again, but just like before, Kai dodged it. The two of them exchanged several blows in quick succession, but Kai remained completely unharmed. He narrowed his eyes at Sina and said coldly, "Is that all you've got? I've told you a million times, you gotta come at me like you're trying to take me out for real." "I know." Sina shot back casually, then bolted like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she was right behind Kai. Sina, thinking she had this in the bag, swiped down with her claws, but what she saw next made her eyes pop wide open in shock because her claws just slammed into the dirt, leaving 5 deep gouges, and Kai was gone. Before she could even figure out what was happening, the dust clouds stung her eyes and then Kai's foot slammed into her gut, sending her flying. Mayor saw what happened and rushed over, worriedly asking if she was okay. Sina pushed herself up from the ground, clutching her stomach and pouting, "Dude, my gut hurts so bad. You're still as brutal as ever." Kai said nonchalantly, "You're still a sucker for the same old tricks. You need to be ready to counter every single move the enemy makes." Sina frowned at that, hesitating before asking, "So I still haven't made the cut?" Kai didn't pull any punches and said flat out, "Let's see. Right now, you're still pretty much useless." His words really bummed Sina out. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Sina, you always gotta train this hard." Sina turned to see who it was. It was Run. She sighed and said, "This is what I want, don't try to stop me." Run squinted at her for a second, then finally cracked a smile and said, "I was just about to tell that guy to go easy on you, but since you put it that way, I guess I'll hold my tongue." Kai seemed to catch the hidden meaning in Run's words. He frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Run explained slowly, "The Federation's main forces are gearing up to move out and link up with the Holy Kingdom's army. I came to give you the heads up." Kai nodded and grinned when he heard that. "It's finally about to go down, even though it took longer than I thought." Run just shrugged, pouting as she said, "What can you do? Both nations wanted to hash out the alliance details first. Looks like the treaty was signed without any weird drama." Sina looked at her skeptically and asked, "You're going too?" Run answered casually, "I'm the captain of the Catfolk Warrior Squad, so yeah, I'm rolling with them." Mayor didn't say much, just glanced over at Kai and asked, "So what's our move?" Kai frowned, thinking for a long moment before he finally spoke. "We'll wait and see how things play out. Besides, Xena isn't at a level where I can bring her along yet." 1 month later, still out on the vast plains of Grandanas, Kai was facing off against a demon. The only difference this time was that instead of his usual blade, he was packing a gun. He focused his mind, creating an energy bullet with the power of his imagination. Once the energy started swirling around the gun, Kai quickly loaded it. At the same time, the monster charged straight at Kai. He stood his ground calmly, aimed the piece at it, and then a series of loud cracks echoed through the air. The monster's body was torn apart by a volley of bullets, and fresh blood started gushing out. Mayor, perched in a big tree not far off, saw it and started clapping in approval. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It was just barely scratched. Seeing this, Kai opened fire again. Another barrage of energy bullets flew out. This time the monster didn't stand a chance. It was sent straight to hell. Kai squinted at the gun in his hand, muttering to himself, "The firepower still isn't strong enough for these freaks." Mayor, on the other hand, was totally impressed and said with a laugh, "You dropped one with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough?" Kai said in a low voice, "Actually, my idea was to use them like magic bullets." Mayor looked confused. "I never would have thought your weird gadget could make those bullets fly that fast." Kai explained slowly, "The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't picture it perfectly, it's useless. In my world, we have electricity, so I can picture what lightning magic should look like. But even for someone from another world like him, just imagining a bullet is pretty tough." In that case, Kai could only visualize it based on the mechanics he already understood inside and out. "It looks like this method is pretty effective." Mayor nodded with a small smile. "So that's what your world is like, huh?" But just as she said that, her whole body suddenly went stiff, and she stared off in the distance, muttering. And Kai saw what was freaking Mayor out too. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I see it, but bullets won't do a thing to that." Right behind Mayor was a massive mutant tiger, and in that instant, Kai charged forward and yelled, "Jump down now." Hearing him, Mayor immediately leaped off the branch. In a flash, a bolt of lightning appeared in Kai's hand. Instantly, the lightning spear pierced right through that fox monster, burning it to a crisp. Kai smoothly caught Maya as she fell. He glanced at the scorched fox monster and said slowly, "I can handle mid-tier lightning elemental magic just fine, but I still can't quite nail the high-tier stuff." Maya looked up from his arms and asked, "Don't you think you're being a little hard on yourself? Nobody's ever gotten this good this fast." Kai didn't respond, just looked around and asked, "Anyway, where's Sina?" That's when Maya remembered they weren't alone. She quickly started, "Oh, Sina's." But before she could finish, her eyes landed on Sina in the distance, standing triumphantly over a monster's corpse. Noticing their stares, Sina turned and hurried over to Kai. She said excitedly, "I finally took down that monster you told me about. So, did I make the cut?" Kai glanced at the beast. Sina had clawed to ribbons, then back at the girl standing nervously before him. After a long pause, he finally nodded. "All right, you're in, Sina." Hearing that, Sina's eyes lit up like the 4th of July. Kai paid her no mind and said seriously, "It's time we start moving into the Demon Kingdom's turf." The allied forces, made up of warriors from the Holy Nation and soldiers from the Federation, had begun their invasion of the Demon Kingdom's territory. The sheer number and power of the monsters within the Demon Kingdom's territory inflicted heavy casualties on the Holy Nation's army, especially around the first gate, known as the Demon Forest. As the Holy Nation's army moved through the forest, they felt a bone-chilling dread. Iga was at the front, using his sharp sense of smell to scout ahead. In an instant, his expression turned grim. He whispered, "I smell monsters. A whole mess of them on our right flank." His words put everyone on edge. Narumi looked over, confused. He frowned and asked, "For real?" "I don't see a thing." And just like he said, all they could see was the gloomy darkness of the demon forest. Maidu, on the other hand, seemed to sense it too. He said in a low voice, "No, they're close." Herrick was no exception, his brow furrowing deeply. Moments later, a horde of monsters swarmed them. Iga didn't hesitate for a second, shouting, "Light him up." The Beastman army immediately charged on command. They were skilled fighters, and every strike took down a monster. In just a few moments, the thick stench of blood filled the air as wave after wave of monsters fell. Watching this, the soldiers of the Holy Nation couldn't help but be impressed. Damn. So this is the power of the Federation warriors. Soon after, the entire monster horde was completely wiped out. Midu couldn't help but exclaim, "They tore through those monsters so easily, it's way beyond what I imagined." Herrick frowned slightly, muttering to himself after a moment, "We humans use all 5 senses and still couldn't detect those monsters. Having the beastmen in our ranks is a huge advantage for us." Just then, Ega sheathed his sword. He flashed a confident grin and said, "Leave spotting the monsters to us. As long as we're around, they won't dare try to ambush us." And just as Ega promised, the beastmen's keen senses allowed them to detect every monster attack. The allied army was now able to repel every single skirmish. As a result, the high-ranking demon Elsa's strategy became significantly less effective. The Holy Nation had suffered heavy losses in the last campaign because of the guerrilla tactics and low visibility in the forest, making it impossible to predict where the monsters would strike. But with the help of the Federation warriors and their incredible ability to hunt and kill, every ambushing monster was wiped out in a flash. Meanwhile, someone watching from a distance was so pissed off they slammed their fist into a tree. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, the plan was to swarm the enemy with a massive monster army and crush them in the chaos. But they haven't even broken a sweat. Another demon asked, "How long are we supposed to watch this?" The first one shook his head. "We haven't gotten orders from Elsa. We have no choice but to fall back." But before they could even make a move, Iga's menacing voice echoed from behind them. "You really think I'm just gonna let you leave?" The other 2 dudes whipped around in shock, yelling in disbelief, "You bastard, you." But before he could even finish, Iga cut him down right where he stood. Meanwhile, at the Demon Forest Castle where Elsa was staying, she stood on the ramparts looking down, sighing and muttering, "This is bad." At that same moment, a monster came running up from below. He frantically reported that the soldiers sent to the forest had been ambushed and wiped out. It seemed those beastmen warriors were causing more trouble than expected. Elsa frowned upon hearing the news, a few small drops of blood appearing around her mouth, but she quickly bit them away. She said through gritted teeth, "I knew it, unbelievable. I have to clean up the mess that damn Bright made." The monster muttered grimly, "I understand how you feel, but with the situation as it is, what are we going to do? The Holy Kingdom's forces will have no other choice but to come and attack this castle. After all, they don't want to get ambushed from the rear. They'll definitely attack." He asked if they even stood a chance of winning. Elsa gently swirled the wine in her glass, speaking coolly, "It's true, we're backed into a corner right now, but don't get me wrong, I'm not weak or someone who only relies on tactics." The wine in her glass sloshed out from her swirling. She smirked and said, "But in any case, destroying the enemy is always easier if we use our brains. In the end, we just need to destroy them, right?" The monster heard this and quickly nodded in reply, "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Maidu's crew had arrived at Elsa's castle. Iga spoke grimly, "I've already taken out their nest. There are a lot of monsters here." Elia nodded slightly and added, "We can't just ignore this castle. We need to take the castle so we don't get attacked from the rear as we advance deeper." Just as he finished speaking, someone rode up on a horse. "It was Arasi," he retorted impatiently. "What a pain. Let's just attack them already. What's the big deal?" Herrick also nodded in agreement. "I'm for it. I don't want to give the enemy time to think. Let's start the assault on the castle immediately." Hearing that, Arasi clicked his tongue and said with a grin, "Now you're starting to get it." And so, immediately after, the army advanced on the main gate and the assault began. The monsters on the walls didn't back down either. They fought back with all their might, but before long, the gate was breached and the soldiers immediately stormed in. Arasi led the charge, incinerating monsters with his flames, just like always. He was extremely fired up, yelling, "Come and get it, you pieces of trash." Behind him, Iga clapped Midu on the shoulder. He smiled and suggested, "Let's go, Midu. How about we take down the high-ranking demons together?" "Got it." Midu was stunned for a moment before he reacted, then he nodded and ran after Ega. At the same time, up in the castle tower, Elsa was still casually sipping her wine. She paid no mind to the battle raging below. Just then, Elsa's eyes suddenly shot wide open as the door to the room was thrown open. Ega and Midu slowly stepped inside, and upon seeing them, Elsa let out a smirk. "So you finally made it." With that, Elsa stepped forward to face Ega and Midu. Feeling the energy radiating from her, Midu couldn't help but be horrified. This terrifying energy. Iga, at his side, spoke cautiously. That's right, there's no mistaking it. She's a high-ranking demon. Elsa paid no attention to the reactions, summoning a tentacle-like whip into her hand. She smirked and said, the leader of the Beastmen warriors and a hero candidate. Huh. Looks like you're being a little too careful, but I don't plan on losing. The moment she finished speaking, Elsa cracked her whip at the two of them. Midu hastily dodged as the whip shattered the ground where he stood, but the truly shocking scene was still to come. Sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Elsa smirked again and said, I wouldn't dare underestimate you. I always prepare traps for when my enemies arrive, so get impaled and die. Midu couldn't just hang in the air forever. He was slowly falling toward the sharp spikes below. Not daring to let his guard down, Midu quickly activated the first phase of his holy sword. A sword that can freely change its shape. The holy sword quickly transformed into a vine that wrapped tightly around the chandelier up above. Seeing this, Elsa's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Using the chandelier above for leverage, Midu landed safely on the ground. Elsa squinted at him, muttering coldly, a sword that can freely change its shape, huh? Midu didn't react to her words, because he thought his companion had fallen onto the spikes. With that thought, Midu rushed to the edge of the pit and yelled, Ega. The moment the word left his mouth, Ega leaped up from below. He landed safely next to Mikey, breathing a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. I almost got impaled. Seeing Ethan standing there without a scratch, Elsa's brow furrowed in disbelief. She muttered in disbelief, he's not hurt, but how? Shrugging nonchalantly, Ethan casually replied, easy, a double jump. Hearing that, Elsa got even more pissed off. She gritted her teeth and snapped, what kind of ridiculous physical ability is that? Are all you beastmen like this? Ethan clicked his tongue and said with a smirk, well, let's just say I'm special, and now it's our turn. The moment the words left his mouth, he dashed forward like a blur. Don't you dare look down on me, Elsa roared, lashing out with her whip again. But at that exact moment, Mikey teleported right behind her. He smirked, gotcha. As he spoke, he raised his sword for the final blow. But at that moment, Elsa suddenly pulled out some kind of device. Something sharp suddenly shot down from the ceiling. Mikey, not letting his guard down, quickly raised his sword to parry. Seizing the opening, Elsa kicked Mikey hard in the ribs, sending him flying. Seeing this, Ethan panicked and yelled, Mikey. Elsa just let out a cold snort. That was almost it for me, you little punk. Looks like that power of yours is too much for you to handle. Mikey pushed himself off the floor, clutching his aching side. Elsa narrowed her eyes at him and spoke coldly. Hero candidate, you're from another world, aren't you? What is it you're even fighting for? Her words left Mikey stunned and unsure of what to do. Hearing that, Ethan yelled in a panic. Don't listen to that witch, Mikey. Before he could finish, Elsa snapped her whip at him. But Ethan wasn't fazed, calmly deflecting the attack while yelling, this is our chance, charge. Yeah. Mikey instantly replied, and they both rushed Elsa together. She relentlessly cracked her whip, blocking both of their attacks. Just as Mikey closed in on her, she suddenly whispered with tears welling up, stop, I'm sorry, please, save me. Mikey was taken aback by her words, his sword hand faltering for a second. Seizing the opening, Elsa immediately swung her whip, sneering coldly, you lost your nerve. Before Mikey could react, the whip coiled tightly around his ankle. Elsa smirked, you should never let your guard down in a fight. Just like that, Mikey was yanked into the air. Elsa then started repeatedly smashing him against the wall. Witnessing this, Ethan's face went pale with panic. His reaction surprised Elsa. She smirked mockingly, worried about a human. Looks like your little alliance is tighter than I thought. Ethan was confused, not getting what she was trying to say. While he was still puzzled, Elsa laughed. If that's the case, then I'll return him to you. With that, she hurled Mikey straight at Ethan. The force of the throw was immense, and a thunderous crash echoed as the wall behind them was blown into a massive hole. Elsa frowned slightly, thinking to herself that their spirits were broken. She could probably handle the beastmen by herself now. But at that very moment, her eyes widened in shock because a massive black wolf was slowly walking out from the dust. Elsa frowned, confused about where the wolf came from, but she quickly realized it was the beastman's transformation. Elsa viciously slammed her whip onto the ground. Simultaneously, Ethan, in his wolf form, let out a deep growl, making Elsa jump as a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. But Ethan had already lunged at her, swiping with his claws, and in an instant, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, in the third prince's domain in the western part of the Vidora Demon Kingdom, Natasha, the Archon of Aqualia, wore a grim expression. She had used her powers to check on the situation in a section of the Demon Kingdom. Quickly, a scene played out before her eyes like a video recording. Ethan had killed Elsa. Just as I thought, these Alliance warriors are a real pain in the ass. That's why I wanted to control them. Jaganda, Bright, and Elsa, Natasha's top lieutenants, had all been taken out. It looked like she was being backed into a corner. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the air. "Are you all right, Aqualia?" A figure materialized in front of Natasha. Seeing him, she immediately exclaimed, "Leon, were you worried about me?" Leon nodded with a gentle smile. "Of course I was. You're my fiancé, after all." The word fiancé made Natasha blush slightly. After a moment, she nodded and replied, "Thank you. I'm all right." Leon then asked with a hint of doubt, "I heard Elsa has been killed, and the Alliance will reach Fisco City in a few days. Do you think you can win?" Natasha thought for a moment before answering, "Honestly, I mostly work in the shadows. My combat skills aren't that great. It's going to be a tough fight since I'm up against the guys who took down Windbox and Stone Guy." Leonhardt knew this all too well. He nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, the Demon Kingdom's assassins are on their way now." Hearing this, Natasha frowned in confusion and muttered, "Assassins?" Leonhardt slowly explained, "They're a hidden elite who do the dirty work. The Demon Kingdom's assassins. As you know, they're one of my trump cards. I'm putting you in command of this elite unit." Natasha instantly lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "For real?" Leonhardt casually smiled and replied, "Of course. I need you to hold the line until I get back, my beloved Aqualia." Natasha was moved by his words. She said happily, "Yes, Leonhardt, leave everything to me, your fiancé." Leonhardt only left her with one sentence, "I'm counting on you." Before vanishing from her sight, Natasha squinted at the figure disappearing from the crystal and muttered, "I failed to control the Alliance, and for someone like me who's been backed into a corner, he's still showing me his love." Right after that, she ran up and hugged the crystal, crying, "I will definitely return your love." Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital, Aeon, the demon folk were completely unaware of the war raging outside. They were just living their normal, everyday lives. But inside the palace, a figure was slowly walking down the hallway. It was Isabel. A soldier saw her and asked with suspicion, "Isabel, where are you headed?" Isabel casually replied, "I'm going to visit Alice." A moment later, in a cellar deep inside the palace, a heavy stone door was pushed open. Isabel entered with her entourage, and inside was a little girl with white hair. This was Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Seeing Isabel, Alice happily called out, "Sis." Isabel, however, didn't react at all. Alice didn't seem to notice and ran up to hug her, saying excitedly, "You're here." Isabel blushed a little from the sudden hug, shyly turning her head away and muttering, "I didn't come all this way just to see you. I just had some free time, so I dropped by." Her subordinate standing nearby couldn't help but tease her. "You know you're a terrible liar, right?" Isabel shot him an annoyed glare and snapped, "Shut up." Alice, on the other hand, didn't mind at all, a smile still on her face. "I'm really happy." Isabel looked at the little girl closely and asked, "What are you doing?" Alice picked up a flower crown and said with a happy smile, "I'm making flower crowns. Look, it's really pretty." As she spoke, she placed the flower crown on her own head and asked excitedly, "What do you think? Does it look good on me?" Isabel nodded slightly and smiled, "It looks great on you." Seeing her half-hearted response, Alice pouted a little and said, "You're just saying that, aren't you?" Before Isabel could answer, Alice turned and ran off, then picked up another flower crown, saying with a smile, "I made one for you too." Isabel took it and asked, "For me? Did you have a feeling I was going to visit?" Alice smiled happily and replied, "Well, it's not like you're busy with anything. I want to go see the outside world too, but they told me I'm not allowed." Hearing this, Isabel muttered uncomfortably, "Alice." Alice looked up at her, her eyes full of confusion, and asked, "What's wrong?" Isabel looked from the flower crown in her hand to Alice, then shook her head and said, "It's nothing." With that, she put the crown on her head, raising an eyebrow with a smile as she asked, "How do I look?" Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're hilarious," Isabel muttered in confusion. "But you gave it to me, so I put it on." Alice just chuckled, then she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, right, sis, when are we going to start the evil god summoning ritual?" As soon as Isabel heard this, her expression instantly darkened, and she didn't know how to respond. Alice didn't notice the pained look in her eyes and just continued smiling. "I heard I'm going to be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it." Isabel looked at the innocence in the little girl's eyes, hesitating for a long moment before saying, "Yeah, me too. I don't know the details, but it probably won't be long now." Hearing that, Alice broke into a bright smile. "I get it. So on that day, I'll finally get to go outside, right?" Isabel didn't answer, just standing there in silence. Her subordinate saw this and prompted her, "Isabel." Isabel pressed her lips together and muttered, "I know." Then she turned to leave. Seeing this, Alice asked sadly, "You're leaving already?" Without turning around, Isabel replied flatly, "I'll visit you again later, be good." And with that, she walked straight out without a single glance back. But as she was heading out, Isabel looked a bit lost in thought. Before long, someone suddenly appeared behind her with a sinister voice. "Yo, Isabel?" Isabel flinched slightly and turned around. Turns out, it was the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leon Hat. She coldly said his name. Seeing this, Leon Hat waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're being so distant again. You can still call me brother like before, can't you?" Isabel coldly shook her head and replied, "No, I don't have that right." Leon Hat smirked and said, "You're so uptight. Have you seen Alice yet?" Nodding nonchalantly, Isabel simply replied, "Yeah." Leon Hat glanced into the room, and after a moment, he mumbled, "It's not good for her to be cooped up in there all day. Sooner or later, she's going to become a sacrifice to the evil god." Saying this, he shifted his gaze to Isabel and asked mockingly, "She might even lose her mind during this time, you know? After all, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor. I'm actually jealous. Don't you think so, Isabel?" Isabel bit her lip hard, replying in a low voice, "Right, excuse me, I have to go." With that, she quickly walked away, as if she couldn't stand breathing the same air as Leon Hat for another second. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom of Vidora, the third prince's territory, night had fallen over the bustling city center. The demon folks were still bustling on the streets, and among them, a figure walked with a confident stride. This person, wearing a black cloak, silently headed deeper into the city. A little later, at a certain inn, the place was still open for business, its interior brightly lit. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, reading a paper. Seeing someone enter, he immediately greeted them. "Welcome back." The arrival was none other than the mysterious figure in the black cloak. The innkeeper asked casually, "So, what do you think of Fit City?" The figure nodded slightly and replied, "It's not bad, though the atmosphere is a bit suffocating." The innkeeper rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "Yeah, since we can't stop the human invasion, this place has become the front line. A lot of folks are on edge." The mysterious figure casually spoke up, "I don't think you need to worry. The 4 heavenly kings of Aqualia are in this city." The innkeeper felt that made a lot of sense, nodding as he replied, "You're right, but Stone, Gaia, and Winbach have already been killed." It turns out the mysterious figure was Kai. He had disguised himself as a demon to infiltrate the area. He frowned slightly, saying in a low voice, "Those terrifying hero candidates killed 2 of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings." Hearing this, the innkeeper said irritably, "Yeah, it's unbelievable, right? After all that, we're suddenly getting invaded. And to top it off, the supply of slaves has been cut recently, even though we're seriously short-staffed here." Saying that, he pointed at a nearby slave bound in iron chains and yelled, "Hey, get back to work." Kai glanced over as well, mumbling hesitantly, "It'd be a real pain if the slaves ran off." The innkeeper nodded slightly and said, "Since you got slaves with you, I'm glad you get it. We make them do all the grunt work around here. Once the slave supply stops, they won't be able to stay in business." He handed Kai a key, still talking. "I gotta admit, I'm a little jealous. Is your slave old enough to get married yet?" Kai took the key and replied coldly, "I wouldn't know." The innkeeper chuckled and said, "Well, I shouldn't be prying into a customer's private business. Get some rest." "Yeah, thanks." Kai gave a brief nod and walked away from the counter. A short while later, in Kai's room, Mayor and Sina were already waiting, disguised as slaves. Seeing Kai's getup, Sina couldn't help but remark, "Just as I thought, you look super weird." Kai took the 2 horns off his head and smirked, "Yeah, well, if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to get anything done. I need to be in disguise to move around freely in the Demon Kingdom." Sina looked a little confused and mumbled, "But you smell different," Kai casually explained. "Beastmen can notice the difference, but demons can't. Once we're in disguise, there's no telling us apart from actual demons." Mayor chimed in at this point, "Okay, but I still can't get over you treating us like slaves." Kai sighed helplessly. "Because you 2 stand out way too much, I had to disguise you both as demon slaves. It was the easiest way. It's not rare for demons to have slaves from other races." Hearing this, Mayor suddenly asked with suspicion, "Do we really stand out that much? You could have just disguised us with your skills, couldn't you? Because you're too pretty." Before she could even finish, Kai cut her off cold. "If you attract those demons, they'll see right through your disguise." Maya was stunned by his words. After a moment, she blurted out in shock, "Pretty?" Kai just raised an eyebrow at her and asked skeptically, "You seriously don't know?" Maya stammered awkwardly, "Oh, well, maybe." Seeing her reaction, Kai asked, confused, "Why are you so freaked out?" Maya waved her hands, explaining, "I just never expected you to say something like that." Kai just shrugged nonchalantly and said, I'm just stating facts. Maya was speechless. Xena then poked her head in and asked, Hey Kai, what about me? Kai pointed at her head and said, You've got some of Maya's features, but those cat ears are tough to hide. Xena couldn't help but pout when she heard that. She covered her cat ears with her hands and sighed. Yeah, you're right. Maya then chimed in anxiously. If they find out we're pretending Xena is a slave, the Alliance is going to be pissed, right? Kai wasn't fazed and calmly explained. We're just using this disguise to get into demon territory easily. We're just fronting as a crew with a demon and his slaves. Makes sense. Maya nodded slowly, but then quickly mumbled awkwardly, But since we're supposed to be your slaves, we don't get our own rooms. Kai explained nonchalantly. That's why I got this huge room. What's the issue? Seeing how chill he was, Maya snapped. But there's only one bed. Kai just shrugged and said, You two take the bed. I'll crash on the floor. I'm trained for this kind of thing anyway. Hearing that, Maya couldn't help but mutter under her breath. This is kind of awkward, isn't it? Hearing that, question marks popped up over Kai's head as he asked, totally lost. What'd you say? Maya didn't answer, but Isabel spoke up. Kai, please try to understand. What Maya means is. But before she could finish, Maya slapped a hand over her mouth and blurted out, It's nothing, leaving Kai completely clueless. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Aurora, the domain of the fifth princess, in the city of Stony Brook, a portal opened up inside the castle. Isabel stepped out. Seeing her, a subordinate immediately greeted her. Welcome back, Isabel. Isabel gave a casual nod. Thanks. The subordinate then asked, How is Lady Alice doing? Isabel sighed and replied, She's doing fine. She even gave me a hair clip made of flowers. Hearing this, the subordinate let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad to hear that. But Isabel just shook her head, her voice dropping low. But the only reason she's being treated so well is because she's meant to be the vessel for the demon god. Locked away in that room, Alice must be so lonely. Just then, the subordinate whispered a reminder. Isabel, our comrades have gathered in the catacombs. Isabel froze when she heard that. A moment later, she descended into a cellar where many demons were already waiting. She narrowed her eyes, looking them over, clearly deep in thought. After a long pause, her lips parted and her voice echoed through the cellar. Thanks to Winnick's death, I have fewer eyes on me, so I can move more freely. The rest of them are busy fighting the humans right now, which is why they don't have time to worry about internal problems. Hearing this, one of the demons asked hesitantly, Isabel, does that mean? Isabel answered calmly, It means the revolution is at hand. I will defeat the demon lord and take back the crown. As soon as she said it, all the demons below raised their fists in the air. The crowd immediately roared. We've been waiting for this revolution. Our preparations have been long and careful, so there's no way we'll get caught. Someone else added that once Isabel becomes the demon lord, everything will be better. Isabel watched the scene unfold without saying a word. She wanted to end this war with a revolution. That part wasn't a lie, but more than anything, she wanted to protect Alice. And to do that, Isabel would betray her own kingdom. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Varora kingdom ruled by the third prince, the city of Fisk, the demons were going about their day as usual. But just then, they seemed to spot something and cried out in shock, Yo, look over there. It's the Count. They pointed off in the distance, where a demon was leading a line of slaves, and the one right in the middle was Count Cole. The demons on the street saw him and immediately cleared a path, kneeling and bowing respectfully. But Count Cole didn't look too happy. As he walked, he complained loudly, I'm so sick of this. Aquila, that woman, dared to move the army without my permission. Even if she outranks me, I'm still the governor of this city. As he said this, Cho seemed to think of something, and his tone softened a little. Maybe she's worried about the threat from the humans. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings are dead, so she's definitely on edge. Hearing this, his subordinate walking beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. Aquila is known for being cautious, plus her fighting skills aren't as top tier as the other heavenly kings. Cho frowned, glancing at the crowds on either side of the street, then lowered his voice. Look, even the townspeople are getting anxious because of her erratic behavior. Meanwhile, hidden in the crowd, Kai was also secretly watching Cho. So he's the noble running this city, Fis. Looks like he's managing it, pretty strictly under the third prince's orders. He'd heard the demon world was a place where the strong prey on the weak. The demon nobles are all high-ranking demons, but it looks like they overestimated the abilities of these high-ranking demons, so their training isn't going as planned. Those slaves must be soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. That night, inside a lavish castle, in Cho's room, he was stabbed to death with a dagger, his blood soaking the blankets red. The killer was, of course, Kai. He wiped the blood off his dagger with a cloth and scoffed, You got sloppy. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Outside, Sina was waiting. She said she killed all the demons in the mansion. Then she looked at Kai hesitantly and asked, "No one spotted us. Did I do a good job?" Kai patted Xena's head, praising her. "Yeah, you did great, but there was some noise. It would have been a pain if we woke up the Count." Hearing that, Xena just laughed and shot back, "Even if he woke up, you could have just iced him." Kai sighed, "That's not the point. Whatever, we've got other targets." Right after, the two of them headed to the slave pens. Seeing Kai, the prisoners immediately got defensive, asking, "Who's there? Are you human?" Kai answered casually, "Yeah, let's talk for a minute. When we're done, I'll get you two back to the Holy Kingdom's army." A little later, Kai and Sina snuck into Cho's office. Kai had gotten the full story on recent events from the two prisoners. He nodded in understanding. Just as he thought, saving them was the right call. Kai figured the Count's slaves would have useful intel on the Demon Kingdom, but he never expected it to be this valuable. One of the slaves immediately spoke up. "We didn't want to just be their slaves doing manual labor. I planned to gather as much intel as I could, just in case we ever got rescued." Hearing this, Sina asked doubtfully, "You guys didn't try to escape?" The slave shook his head. "This collar has some kind of special magic on it. I heard it'll burn me to a crisp if I try to run or fight back against my master. These collars are used all over the Demon Kingdom's territory. They're used to force slaves to work." Sina got scared when she heard that, glancing at Kai and asking, "So the reason you put these on our necks is?" Kai answered casually, "They're just fakes with no magic." The slave spoke up again. "Anyway, instead of being burned alive and never making it back, we were his slaves for 2 years, and that time was a living hell. When Cho was in a bad mood, he wouldn't hesitate to torture the slaves." Kai frowned, asking suspiciously, "Who captured you two?" Based on their condition, he could tell they were both capable people. The female slave immediately explained, "It was the third Prince Leon Hat's special unit, also known as the Demon Kingdom's Assassins." The male slave chimed in, "They're an official unit, made up of the Demon Kingdom's best of the best. It seems like this unit operates separately from the main army. We were ambushed while escorting supplies. Even though they were confident in their own strength, they were completely overpowered." After hearing this, Kai frowned and asked, "Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized?" The male slave explained slowly, "I heard that the army has a lot of notorious individuals." Kai seemed to be putting it together, and he asked in a low voice, "So they just grouped all those individuals into one unit, huh?" The male slave nodded slightly, probably thanks to the third prince's charisma. He'd seen a meeting between Cho and Leon Hat before, and the moment they saw the prince, they knew they weren't strong enough to beat him. "You know that Heavenly King from Natasa is impressive, but she's nothing compared to him." The female slave beside him nodded in agreement. "You've probably already figured that out, but this whole area is under the third prince's direct control." Hearing that, Kai asked skeptically, "Is the third prince actually in this city right now?" The male slave shook his head and said, "Nah, from what we've heard on the street, he's probably at the palace. The army in this city is being led by the Heavenly King of Water, Aqualia." Kai pressed on, "So what's the deal between the third prince and the Heavenly King of Water?" The female slave answered slowly, "She's his fiancée, and the center of the third prince's support faction." "A support faction?" Kai muttered with a slight frown, then after a pause, said, "I heard the Demon Kingdom isn't really all that united." The male slave nodded. "The princes and princesses factions are all beefing with each other for the throne." He added that it seems even the Demon Lord is cool with this, seeing it as a way to forge the strongest successor. Kai continued to ask, "So what's the breakdown of the factions in the Demon Kingdom?" The two slaves immediately responded, "The strongest faction used to belong to the first prince, but since their main guy, Winbex, kicked the bucket, their influence has tanked. The same thing happened to the second princess's crew after Stone Gaia died. Aqualia jumped on the opportunity to boost her own influence." After listening, Kai got the picture. He spoke slowly. "So the four heavenly kings pull a lot of weight, huh?" The male slave nodded. "That's because they're the top brass in the Demon Lord's army." The more he listened, the clearer things became for Kai. He nodded and said, "I get it. Looks like the Demon Kingdom could tear itself apart from the inside. What about the last Heavenly King?" The male slave hesitated for a second before saying, "The Heavenly King of Fire, phrase, declared neutrality and will serve whoever becomes the next Demon Lord. That's partly because of the close relationship between the current Demon Lord and the Fire King." The female slave beside him chimed in, "But lately, the vibe is that this ain't the time for infighting." Kai knew what she was getting at, nodding as he spoke. "They want to unite against a common enemy, huh? Looks like the demons are finally feeling the heat." With that said, he got up to leave. "Thanks for the intel. Please escort them to the allied forces." But just then, the female slave suddenly spoke up. "I've heard Aqualia is known for her dirty tactics. She specializes in sabotage and playing dirty. Maybe that's why the third prince's faction has such a bad rap. But Kai couldn't care less. He walked past them and said coldly, "You two relay this info to the Allied forces. I have no intention of fighting the Heavenly King of Water." The male slave, stunned, asked, "Then what are you going to do? You took down Cho so easily. Don't tell me you're one of the hero candidates." Kai answered nonchalantly, "I'm going to push deeper into the Demon Kingdom. Looks like I need to stir up some trouble. I'll find a way to destroy them from the inside." A few days later, in a forest outside the city of Fit, the Holy Kingdom's army, along with the Beastman forces, were slowly advancing toward the city. Maidu, on horseback, gazed into the distance and said, "There it is. That's the city of Fit right up ahead." Elia spoke with a serious tone. "It guards the trade route between the eastern and western parts of the Demon Kingdom. Once we take that city, our burden will be greatly reduced." Iga, at his side, added in a grim voice, "I'm sure the enemy has it locked down tight. It wouldn't be a surprise if one of the 4 heavenly kings shows up for this mess." "Yeah." Midu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with both caution and resolve. In the Vidora Demon Kingdom, the third prince's territory, the battle for the city of Fit had begun. Initially, the allied forces led by Midu had the upper hand. However, since Fit was a strategic stronghold for the demon army, it wasn't going to be a cakewalk. The demon side had mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers, and their morale was sky high. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's army numbered 40,000. With another 20,000 warriors from the Federation, the Allied forces only managed to scrape together 60,000 troops. On top of that, aside from the hero candidates and the knights, the rest of their fighters were way weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Allied army was being backed into a corner. Midu shouted while slicing through demons. If they just split up, they'd be easier to take down. If only he had the skills to lead a powerful army. Iga, sensing Midu's frustration, quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Midu, just leave it to us." Right after he said that, he focused up, then threw his head back and let out a roar. In a flash, they transformed into beastmen. The demons who saw this were totally confused. What the hell is going on? Before they could even figure it out, those beastmen started attacking them like crazy. Mito, seeing this, was also a bit stunned and muttered vaguely. "This was Egan," he slowly explained. "The effect of my roar is to intimidate the enemy's mind while boosting the morale and combat abilities of my allies. It's a simple trick, really." Immediately, the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom also started getting more aggressive, launching a frenzied attack on the demons. Egan saw this and paused for a moment. Then he glanced at Mito and spoke up. "Mito, you can't afford to be scared, or it'll affect everyone around you." "Thanks, Egan." Mito nodded in response. He knew exactly what he needed to do in this situation. Egan's eyes became determined, and he roared fiercely. "We just need to keep our fighting spirit up. If we face them head-on, we won't lose." Just as Egan said, the tide of the battle once again turned in favor of the Allied forces. At first, the Allied forces were losing because the Demon Lord's army was just too massive, but the hero candidates showed their true strength, especially a berserker like Aris. He clenched his fists, relentlessly throwing punches. Aris scoffed contemptuously. "These demons are all a bunch of weaklings. Where are the high-level ones at?" The demons froze when they heard that, not knowing how to react. Seizing this chance, Elia shouted her command, "Finish them off." The outcome of this battle has been decided. Or so they thought, because just as Mito's group was trying to wipe out the remaining demons, a powerful presence suddenly appeared from behind and attacked, causing Mito to whip his head around in surprise. He quickly parried with his sword. When he got a clear look, a figure had appeared in front of him. This person wore a black cloak and a mask that hid their face. Mito frowned slightly as he observed the person, thinking to himself, "This guy's crazy strong. Is he a high-level demon?" At the same time, Aris also noticed the newcomer. Without a second of hesitation, he charged forward to attack. But the guy in the black cloak easily blocked it, and Aris wasn't fazed. He just grinned and said calmly, "Finally, someone worth my time." Elsewhere, another fierce battle was unfolding. Egan was also being held back by another figure in a black cloak. He frowned and asked the man, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" But the guy didn't answer. He just smirked coldly. This situation caused the soldiers behind them to slow down. Amelia muttered in confusion, "What's going on? Looks like our advance is being stalled." But before she could even collect herself, a figure appeared behind her. The soldiers who noticed this were instantly terrified. A soldier yelled in panic, "Who are you?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, blood rained down. That soldier was killed just like that. The cloaked figure moved like lightning. No one could react in time, not even Elia. By the time she realized what was happening, her soldier was already dead. She scowled fiercely, gritting her teeth as she asked, "You bastard, how did you get here?" The soldiers quickly formed a protective wall in front of her. Unfortunately, the cloaked figure charged forward relentlessly. and in an instant, he was right in front of Elia, the blade in his hand aimed at her neck. And then the cold, sharp blade sliced across Elia's chest. Fresh blood instantly sprayed everywhere. She fell helplessly from her horse as her horrified soldiers watched. Mito, who was fighting up ahead, also saw this, and a worried look filled his eyes as he screamed, "Elia!" Hark was also extremely worried, and he quickly gave an order. "I'm taking command from here. Get Elia to the medical tent, and don't let that bastard get away." But before the Holy Kingdom's soldiers could even move, the cloaked figure zipped through the soldiers like the wind, slitting their throats before taking off. Siri also rushed over to help heal Elia. The Holy Kingdom's army was in shock after losing their commander. They were ultimately forced to retreat. Since the Demon Lord's army was also exhausted, they decided not to pursue the alliance. They quickly returned to their own hideout. That evening, at the demon's base, inside a heavily guarded tent, Natasha squinted at the person before her, asking suspiciously, "You couldn't kill their commander?" The cloaked figure nodded slightly and replied, "No, but we did injure her pretty badly." Natasha nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. "That's good enough. After all, the undeniable fact is that you guys saved us." The guy didn't get cocky from the praise and calmly continued, "It'll probably take a while for their commander to recover. This will slow down the Alliance's moves. So what's our play?" The mood instantly got heavy, and Aqualia thought silently for a moment, before finally speaking slowly. "This is our chance to strike. Right now, it's a stalemate for both sides, so let's cut off their supply lines from the shadows." The man in black immediately nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the areas of the Demon Kingdom of Vidora in Ison, the city was now under lockdown, and the city gates were heavily guarded. Every single carriage coming in or out had to be thoroughly inspected, and the soldiers on the walls were reinforced. In the distant forest, Kai, Maya, and Sina were quietly observing the city. Kai couldn't help but remark, "Just as we thought, security is tight as hell." Sina heard this and was bewildered. "You can see that far?" Maya, on the other hand, was a bit worried and hesitantly asked, "So what do we do now?" Kai thought for a moment before answering, "I think it'll be tough to blend in with just a disguise. Plus, just like when we were at NRAS, there's a barrier set up to detect intruders." Maya remembered what happened before, her expression immediately turning serious as she muttered under her breath, "That was the fifth princess, Isabel." Sina, who didn't know Isabel, heard this and asked doubtfully, "Who is she?" Kai slowly explained, "A descendant of the Demon Lord. She set up a barrier in a city where we would have been spotted instantly." Maya then pouted and said, "If it were normal demon magic, I could have sensed the residue, but back then I didn't notice a thing." Kai nodded slightly and said, "She not only let us escape but also gave us some intel. She's definitely scheming something. Even without Isabel, this place is still a Demon Kingdom base, so it wouldn't be weird if there's a barrier of the same level here." Maya didn't give up. She quickly suggested, "Give me some time to ask the spirits to investigate this barrier more." Kai nodded slightly and proposed, "When the sun sets, we'll approach the capital. I'm counting on you." As the sun went down, the city was shrouded in darkness, but the soldiers were still, diligently on guard, but it wasn't long before they got tired and turned to leave. At the same time, three figures quietly slipped into the city. They hadn't gone far when Maya's ears suddenly twitched, and she immediately said, "Stop." The three of them froze. Maya sensed for a moment before speaking, "Although it's very faint, I can feel a residual amount of miasma in my head." Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "I don't see anything." "Just as I thought, you can't use your appraisal ability on something that isn't a physical object." Maya explained in a low voice, "The residue is really faint, so I don't know whose miasma signature this is, but it seems like it's deployed to cover the entire city. It's a barrier-type demon magic, just a theory though, but they can probably detect intruders by the absence of miasma. After all, only demons have miasma." Hearing this, Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "That method is actually pretty effective. They must have placed this type of barrier in every city to stop any spies or intruders." Maya reached out and touched the barrier in front of her. Then after a long moment, she suggested, "Let me see if we can get through. Only a few demons can use spatial demon magic like this." Kai glanced at her, asking doubtfully, "Is there any way to trick this barrier?" Maya pondered for a moment before speaking, "I think we could fool it if we had miasma in our bodies." Hearing this, Kai understood immediately, then took some things out from his person. He said casually, "I snagged some items from the CEO's mansion, just in case I needed some emergency cash." When Maya saw them, she exclaimed excitedly, "If that's a miasma device." Sina heard this and asked, confused, "What's a miasma device?" Kai slowly explained, "To put it simply, it's a device that holds magical energy. The mechanism is just like the magic tools humans use. The only difference is that the source for this device is miasma instead of human mana. However, they occasionally need to charge it with some magic. I stole this device to make a quick buck, but since I haven't used it, it should still have miasma inside. Maya snatched the flute from Kai's hand, exclaiming enthusiastically, "This device is perfect. Wait a sec. I'll transfer some mana into it." Kai glanced at her and asked hesitantly, "You can do that too?" Mayor let out a little laugh and said confidently, "I wasn't just sitting on my hands while you two were busy training together. My master passed this knowledge down to me from the very beginning. You can just imagine the rest." With that, Mayor began to focus, her mouth muttering an incantation, and in the blink of an eye, energy formed in her hands, and then she stepped right through the barrier. Kai's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw this. Sina also quietly waited to see what would happen next. Before long, Mayor was completely inside the city. She called out happily, "It worked. You guys can come in now." Kai and Sina immediately stepped through. Kai spoke with satisfaction, "All right, from here on out, it's business as usual. We'll scale the walls and slip past the guards." Inside the city, a new day was dawning, and the demons were gathering to trade in the streets. Everyone was going about their business like it was any other day, and Kai's crew of 3 had successfully snuck inside. Somehow, they managed to blend right in. Even when demons walked right past them, they didn't notice that they were outsiders. Kai's crew made it in clean and were able to move freely around the city. Kai glanced at the other 2. "This place is huge, and it's crawling with demons." Sina sighed, feeling helpless. "It's a real drag having to pretend to be slaves all the time." Kai reminded them, "The closer we get to downtown, the more guards there are, so it's best if we don't get too close to the city center." Mayor looked at him, surprised. Sina, also confused, asked, "Wait, aren't we supposed to be breaking into the castle to take out the demon lord?" Kai explained slowly, "That's the endgame, for sure. But first, we need to gather some intel inside the capital. It'll be way too risky if our cover is blown. We need to be careful while we gather info." 1 week later, inside the castle, in Isabel's office, Isabel was busy with her work when she suddenly sensed something. Without even looking up, she said with a smirk, "Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect you to get past my barrier." The visitor was Kai, who had somehow appeared in her office. He narrowed his eyes at her and casually corrected her. "It wasn't me, that was all Mayor." She gave an indifferent nod. Isabel said nonchalantly, "I see. You've gotten a lot stronger since we last met." Kai ignored the small talk and got straight to the point. "Isabel, we need to talk." Without a moment's hesitation, Isabel nodded. "All right." Kai was a little surprised and said with a smirk, "You're pretty direct, huh?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Isabel replied, "Well, I owe you one for taking down Winbacks. With him gone, I'm not being monitored anymore, and it's easier for me to move around." Kai immediately caught on and asked in a low voice, "So that was your scheme all along, wasn't it?" Isabel answered with a smirk, "Looks like I underestimated you. I never thought you'd actually be able to defeat him. I just thought I could use you as a pawn if you managed to escape, but you turned out to be much more than I expected. Now, you're not just a pawn anymore, you're a valuable partner." Kai narrowed his eyes at Isabel and muttered hesitantly, "Your revolution." He trailed off. An unconscious smile spread across Isabel's face, and she said with a smirk, "You've passed my test. How about we move to a different spot to talk?" Right after that, Isabel teleported them. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed completely. Kai looked down on the city from a high vantage point and finally spoke after a moment, teleporting from the capital, Isekai'd, to your city in a split second. "As always, your demon magic is seriously impressive," Isabel said casually. "It drains a lot of energy, so I can't use it too many times in one day. Follow me." With that, Isabel led Kai to her private lounge. She took a leisurely sip of tea before setting the cup down on the table. After a long pause, Isabel finally spoke. "By the way, how did you find out about the revolution? I need to move on this immediately." Kai didn't bother hiding anything and answered casually, "We snuck into the capital a week ago. I've been gathering intel from the slums." Even though he was looking for intel that could be the spark to bring down the demon kingdom, he figured his main assassination target would be the first prince, the second and third princes, who were all at the center of the power struggle for the throne. But what really bugged Kai was the complete lack of intel on Isabel, the fifth princess of the demon kingdom. When they first met, Isabel said she had another goal in mind, so thinking she might be plotting something, Kai had followed 3 of her soldiers to investigate further. As a result, one of the soldiers helped him find the info he needed. He led him to the warehouse, where Isabel was stashing weapons for the revolution. "I get it." After hearing the full story, Isabel nodded in understanding. Then she glanced at the person next to her and gave an order. Hearing this, Smith got the hint and said, "I'll warn our comrades to be more careful." Kai paid no mind to this and seriously proposed, "Let's get down to business. Let me be straight with you. He asked Isabel if she wanted to team up with the hero candidates like him. Hearing that, Isabel frowned skeptically. Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates. Kai slowly explained, I can't persuade and control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can do that with the hero candidates. Like I said before, we just want to go home. To do that, we have to kill the Demon Lord, and we don't give a damn what happens to this world after we go home. Hearing this, Isabel frowned and shot back. You mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord? Shrugging nonchalantly, Kai said with a smirk, It's not a sure thing we can even go home. We won't know until we try. Isabel narrowed her eyes at him, speaking only after a long pause. The hero summoning is a covenant ceremony with the god Digaret. After fulfilling the covenant by killing the Demon Lord, you all will be sent back to your own world. Frowning, Kai asked suspiciously, How do you know that? I thought you said you didn't know the details. Isabel slowly explained, I found it in an ancient text. It actually caught my eye after we talked. Kai raised an eyebrow, asking, Is that text even legit? Isabel shook her head slightly, replying uncertainly, It's just an old text. Kai was instantly lost in thought. It does line up with what Leonora said. Back when they first got to this world, his crew heard the same kind of stuff. Comparing what Leonora and now Isabel just said, the intel Kai had was looking more and more solid. With that in mind, Kai said in a low voice, In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care if you destroy the Holy Kingdom or sue for peace after this is all over. Hearing that, Isabel couldn't help but smirk. She said coolly, Our interests are aligned. The Revolutionary Army's goal is to make me the Demon Lord, and then I want to create a world where humans, beastmen, and demons can all live in peace. Kai frowned slightly, asking skeptically, Sounds like a fairy tale. You think you can just stop the war on a dime? Isabel replied casually, As long as I can defeat the current Demon Lord and maintain the kingdom's power, it's possible. A small smile on his face, Kai pressed on, Don't you think it'd be better to join the fight for the throne instead of starting a whole revolution against the kingdom? Shaking her head decisively, Isabel replied casually, The current Demon Lord, my father, is known as the strongest in history. Even if he gives up the throne to the next Demon Lord, he'll still pull a lot of strings. She explained that the Demon Lord hates humans. He would never accept Isabel because she wants peace with him. On top of that, the other princes and princesses aren't looking for peace. She's the only one. At this, Isabel spoke with confidence. It's true, I'm not strong enough with just the Revolutionary Army, but as long as we seize this chance when the kingdom is under attack by the Allied forces, I think we have a shot at winning. Even if we beat the current Demon Lord with the help of the Allied forces, they'll be at a disadvantage when this war is over. That's why Isabel wasn't looking for outside help. Finishing her thought, she suddenly pointed at Kai and said, But if the hero candidates help me, that's a different story. Hearing this, Kai frowned and stayed quiet. Isabel nodded and continued, I accept. Our Revolutionary Army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates. With the deal sealed, Kai quickly shook Isabel's hand. He smiled and said, We're counting on you, too. Isabel gave a slight nod, hesitating for a moment before smiling and saying, There's something I want to tell you. Kai frowned at that, waiting for her to continue. Isabel glanced at the teacup on the table and warned him seriously. The plan to kill the Demon Lord is going down this year. If we miss this window, our chances of winning are 0. Meanwhile, in the Demon Forest, a legion from the Holy Kingdom was slowly on the move. The one in charge was Henry, captain of the 7th Night Legion. He was leading the logistics support team sent from the city of NRAS to the battlefield. Even though reinforcements weren't being sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needed a crew that could deliver supplies, warriors who could throw down with monsters. And so, the 7th Night Legion, made up of elite soldiers, was picked for this mission. The monsters inside the Demon Forest were seriously tough, but with the high-ranking demon Elsa gone, the logistics team's job got easier. Or so they thought, because the Demon Kingdom's hit squad showed up again just as the war was tipping in the Holy Kingdom's favor. Seeing them, the soldiers immediately yelled out in shock, Who the hell are you? But those guys didn't answer, they just kept walking forward. Seeing this, the soldiers got even more on guard, quickly shielding Henry. Captain, get back, we got this. But blinding flashes of light flickered, and the 2 guys who just stepped up lost their heads. These were assassins. Of course they moved fast, killing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the soldiers freaked out even more. Ben and Jack got taken out instantly. Watch out, they're high-level demons. Just then, Henry charged in, sword drawn, yelling, Assassins from the Demon Lord's army. With a sharp clang, his sword met the daggers of the figures in black. But he was quickly forced back. Henry didn't give an inch, still yelling defiantly, Don't underestimate us. I'm one of the Night Legion captains. But the second he finished speaking, His forehead was pierced. The smell of fresh blood filled the air as an arrow whistled through, killing Henry right there on the spot. And just like that, the demon forest became a bloodbath. In the Demon Kingdom's territory, the Demon Forest, inside Elsa's old castle, after losing the battle at Fort Lee, the Allied forces decided to fall back and regroup at the castle they'd captured. Many soldiers were badly wounded, including the commander of the Allied forces. Amelia was still lying there, weak, her chest covered in bandages. Sissy was still trying to heal her. Mido stood nearby and asked anxiously, "How's she doing?" Sissy nodded slightly and replied, "She's out of the woods now. If I keep using my healing skills on her, she should be back on her feet in about 2 weeks." Hearing this, Mido finally relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Got it." Hark also grinned and said, "You're a real lifesaver." The other healers had already given up. Cece just gave a genuine smile and said, "I'm just doing what I can." Just as they were talking, Amelia started to stir, whispering over and over, "It's my fault." Seeing this, Hark quickly tried to calm her down. "You should just rest, don't worry about us. I'll take command for now." He said that even though they pulled back for now, the enemy also took a major hit. "They haven't made a move yet, looks like they're trying to regroup." Amelia replied weakly, "I get it, then we should be okay. It's just that where you can't see." Hark and Mido glanced at each other, their eyes full of unspoken meaning. After a moment, Hark finally said, "All right, I'm counting on you, Sissy." Sissy nodded slightly. "Yeah, I'll take care of her." Right after that, Hark and Mido stepped outside. They hadn't gone far when Mido saw someone, Egan, walking toward them. Egan spoke up seriously, "Sorry, but I overheard that conversation. I'm glad she's alive, but it sounds like she'll be on the bench for at least 2 weeks." Mido frowned a little, hesitating before he spoke. "Hark, the reason you said everything was fine is because..." Hark slowly explained, "I don't want to make her worry anymore. She needs to focus on recovering. We'll deal with the supply line being cut off ourselves." Egan frowned too, saying in a low voice, "If we ration everything, we can last another week, but after that, who knows? We gotta figure this out soon." Hark glanced at the two of them and sighed. The 7th Night Squad was wiped out, along with the logistics unit. According to the survivors, the attackers were the same crew that took down Elia. Henry, the captain of the 7th Squad, died in action. He was a stand-up guy that everyone respected. Hearing that, Minu muttered resentfully, "Those masked assassins have got to be high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 of them showed up at once. They might be even more of a pain than the 4 kings." Egan agreed with him. "Yeah, I threw down with one of them. You can't let your guard down for a second." The elite Hawk squad he sent as messengers had also just returned. It looked like Natrat was prepping a new logistics unit. Hearing that, Milo cheered up. "For real?" Egan slowly replied, "Yeah. But the problem is, those assassins are still lurking in the forest and will probably hit us to cut off the supply line." Hark glanced at the two of them and said seriously, "I need you two to escort the logistics unit through the Devil's Woods. Honestly, this whole mess won't be over until we wipe out those masked assassins for good. If they try to bail, I want you two to hunt them down and eliminate them completely." Egan and Milo heard this and immediately nodded, accepting the mission. A few days later, deep inside the Devil's Woods, as per Hark's orders, Milo escorted the logistics team into the area. Of course, Egan and the Beast Brigade were with them. At that moment, a soldier spoke up. "The horses are gassed. We should stop and camp for the night." But the words were barely out of his mouth when Egan suddenly drew his sword, shouting a warning. "They're here." But it was too late. Someone had already been cut down by the black-clad crew. They moved so fast that by the time anyone reacted, a few guys were already dead. Seeing this, Egan immediately yelled out a warning, "Get back from them. I'll handle this guy." At the same time, another fight was going down, so intense that dust and smoke filled the air. Arcee was brawling with one of the guys in black. He roared aggressively, "You scumbag, it's you, the dude from last time. You're here to settle this, right?" The second he finished talking, Arcee threw a punch. With a massive boom, a ground-shattering explosion erupted, sending smoke and fire everywhere. Elsewhere nearby, another fight was raging, with flashes of steel constantly dancing through the air. Milo was facing off against a sword-wielding fiend. The two of them traded several blows in the blink of an eye. Milo thought as he fought, now wasn't the time to hold back. He had to take them down fast to protect everyone. But while they were fighting, a massive fire suddenly erupted. Their supplies were being swallowed by the flames, causing the soldiers to freak out. The culprit was a fire mage, hiding in the distance. He was relentlessly controlling the flames to torch the supplies. Just then, a loud shout echoed, "I'm not gonna let you run wild." It was her, summoning her water magic to counter the attack, and with a whoosh, the entire blaze was extinguished. Jamie cheered happily. Awesome. But her joy didn't last long as a terrified scream rang out. "Watch out, Ruby." But it was too late. An arrow was already lodged in her side. She collapsed to the ground in pain. Corey saw this and anxiously ran to check on her. But before he could even reach Jamie, 2 more arrows shot towards him. Corey started to panic even more, not knowing what to do. In the split second before the arrows could hit Corey, a burst of flame appeared and deflected them away. The one who made the save was Rinna. She then narrowed her eyes, looking into the distance, and spotted a figure standing on a large nearby tree. It was one of the black-clad guys with a bow. In just a flash, the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. It didn't take long for the members of the hero squad to get knocked around. The number of injured kept climbing, but that crew in black kept attacking without hesitation. Right at that moment, a loud yell cut through the chaos. How about this? Mira was summoning her earth magic for an attack. A barrage of earthen daggers shot wildly towards the man in black, but he shattered them with ease. This sight made Mira panic. At the same time, a volley of wind blades rushed in to attack. But just like before, the nearby guy in black blocked them all, and what's more, he started floating in the air to face off against Naomi. Seeing this, Naomi immediately panicked, yelling, "He's a wind mage too. This is bad. I can't let him get in my way any longer." Just then, Naomi suddenly saw something, and her pupils contracted in shock. Down below, the man in black slowly walked up to Mira. Panicked, Mira sat on the ground, trembling and whispering, "Everyone, I'm so sorry." With a swish, the man in black raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Helpless, Mira squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death to come. In that critical moment, a loud shout rang out, "I command you to stop." Along with the shout came iron chains that wrapped tightly around the man in black. The one who intervened was Jin. She was controlling the chains to bind him. At the same time, she also sent a telepathic message to Myri. "What are you doing? You gotta run." Myri's legs had turned to jelly by this point. She trembled and mumbled, "My legs. I can't move." Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and out of nowhere, Narumi swooped in, grabbing Myri and bolting. Looking at the girl in his arms, Narumi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad you're alive." But he knew damn well that if Jin hadn't used her Dominion skill, Myri would have been dead. He had to hold out just a little longer. While Narumi was lost in thought, a storm suddenly struck, and at the same time, Narumi summoned his magic, creating a whirlwind that enveloped them both. The sight left the guy in black down below completely bewildered. Narumi cursed in frustration. "These bastards. They weren't aiming for me, they were after you." While everyone was in chaos, a voice echoed in their minds, "Everyone, get it together. The enemy is trying to distract us." Narumi was instantly stunned, and Arasi, who also heard it, faltered for a moment. Midu's brow furrowed as he mulled over what Jin had just said. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, Jin continued to remind them, "If we can stay calm and coordinate, there's no way we'll lose." Hearing this, Narumi realized she was right. He had to keep his cool. Right after, Narumi closed his eyes, focusing his senses to feel the wind. He could detect every attack through the wind. Sure enough, as an arrow came flying at him, Narumi swiftly dodged it. This situation confused the archer in the distance. How'd he suddenly get so calm? In that very moment, Narumi awakened a new potential within himself. He spoke to Jin telepathically. "Jin, you hear me? This is a skill similar to the Wind King's. I'm calling it Wind Seeker." Jin was surprised to hear his voice in her head. She asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Narumi replied calmly, "Can you relay my words to everyone else?" Jin nodded slightly. "Yeah, I can relay your messages to everyone, just like I'm talking to you right now." Meanwhile, a brilliant flame erupted. It chased after the distant archer, making him book it. He had clearly used some dark magic to hide his presence, so how did they pinpoint his location? On her end, Jin was still relaying Narumi's message to the group. "The enemy is moving through the treetops, heading south." Renner heard this and snorted. "Fine by me. I'll just burn him and this whole damn forest down." Not only that, but the others also began to charge forward and attack as one. With Narumi's guidance, they quickly turned the tables. Akira also coordinated with the team, and under their fierce assault, the guys in black started getting injured. They never could have expected the tables to turn so suddenly. Midu's group had regained their teamwork, and the enemy was now cornered. Myri then spoke up. "Don't let your guard down. Their attacks are strong, but there are big openings between them." Hearing her voice, the man in black narrowed his eyes in her direction. Just as he suspected, he had to take out their commander first, and that was Myri. So, he quickly shifted his attention to her. Clang! A piercing sound rang out. Kao had used his iron arms to block the black-clad man's blade. He smirked. "A cheap piece of junk like that isn't gonna get through my iron armor." The man in black was thrown backward in utter disbelief. He couldn't understand how Kao knew about his sneak attack. They weren't even talking to each other. On the other side, Midu had already taken down his opponent, and Arasi was not to be outdone. His explosion incinerated his opponent. Iga, freed from the pressure of protecting the others, quickly decapitated his man in black. Narumi, after awakening his new power, was now in a one-on-one fight with another one. His wind blade had the upper hand, leaving numerous slashes on the other guy's body. This situation left the man in black stunned. He was actually being overpowered. While the man in black was still processing, Narumi was silently calculating. He could see it now. The flow of the wind was showing him his opponent's next move. Instantly, Narumi seized the opportunity to strike. He unleashed his wind blade again, which shot forward with blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a spear that pierced straight through the man's forehead. He was killed just like that. In the end, only a few of the black-clad group remained. Seeing that things were going south, their leader quickly gave the order, "Fall back. Signal the retreat. Now." But even with their heavy losses, they had accomplished their main objective. The supply wagon was now engulfed in flames. After the battle, the Holy Kingdom's crew set up camp in the forest. They sat around the fire, and you could tell by their faces that things were not good. Iga spoke in a low voice. "About 80% of our food supply got torched. What's left is just enough for the support crew on their way back." Midu mumbled, defeated. "So we failed? Huh?" Iga didn't see it that way, scowling as he said, "Even so, we still took out 4 of those demons." According to the reports, there were about 10 of them wearing masks. Hearing this, Midu frowned and asked, "So there are still 6 of them left?" Iga replied calmly, "Yeah, and on top of that, 2 of them, the archer and the one with the mace, were seriously wounded." He then clapped Midu on the shoulder to reassure him. "It's all good. We'll definitely get them next time." Despite Iga's words, Jin was seriously worried. The Holy Kingdom soldiers' morale was hitting rock bottom due to the lack of supplies, and what little they had wasn't enough to keep them going. The more Jin thought about it, the grimmer she looked. If they failed again, they wouldn't be able to keep fighting. To think just a handful of demons could cause this much catastrophic damage. Just then, a voice echoed in her head, "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" Jin gasped in shock. The scene flashes back to earlier, when Isabel told Kai that the plan to kill the demon lord had to be moved up, or they'd have no chance of winning. Kai asked skeptically, "Why?" Isabel explained slowly, "The evil god Alvaresta is about to be resurrected. Even so, I don't expect someone from another world to understand how serious the situation is." Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he said seriously, "I've heard that name before. If I remember correctly, that's one of the 2-pillar gods from the Book of Genesis. The Book of Genesis is a record of the war between the gods, passed down from ancient times. It's said that the world was created and protected by the creator god, Digaret. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen all worked together and lived in peace. But the evil god Alvaresta tried to take control of the world, creating demons as pawns to send into this world. As a result, war erupted across the land. To fight back against the evil god who was using demons to rule the world, the creator god granted powerful divine protection to certain people to help them fight against the demons. In the end, they defeated the demon lord of that era and were later given the title of heroes. In ancient times, the creator god was victorious in the war, and the evil god was sealed away. This was the creation story that Kai knew. After hearing him explain it in such detail, Isabel nodded slightly and said, "Since you already know the story, my explanation will be easier to understand. That Genesis story is mostly true. With the evil god sealed, the demons became weaker. Even so, they've been gradually getting stronger over time." Kai frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "So that means the seal is weakening?" Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, and they might be able to free that evil god. The demon lord, my father, is preparing a massive ritual. It's taking a lot of time, but it will be ready sometime this year." Kai felt the situation was getting pretty serious and asked again, "What happens if they break the seal?" She replied in a low voice, "The demons will become a whole lot stronger. Once that happens, humanity won't stand a chance of winning." "I get the picture." Kai nodded, understanding completely. From his truth-discerning ability, he couldn't tell if Isabel was lying, but his assassin's intuition told him this girl was hiding something. Even so, Kai didn't really care, since they were just using each other anyway. With that thought, he slowly spoke up. "So what's the Revolutionary Army's next move?" Isabel answered casually, "We're planning to secretly aid the Allied forces. We desperately need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. That's something we can't do on our own." Hearing this, Kai proposed, "How convenient. Then lend me your power, and let's head through the city of Fit first." 3 days later, in the demon forest, Isabel used spatial demon magic to transport them there. Besides Kai, there were 2 others in her army. Because she had moved so many people, Isabel was completely drained, sighing. "Just as I thought, using teleportation magic this much is exhausting. Meyer couldn't help but praise her. Your teleportation ability is incredible. It can cover a distance that would normally take half a year to travel in the blink of an eye. Kai felt the same way. The tactical value of her skill was that it completely ignored the basic concept of distance. As expected, the amount of demonic energy she used to teleport was immense. With Mayer and Cena, that makes a total of 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army. From now on, Isabel might be useless, but with numbers like that, it should be enough. While he was thinking, Cena whispered, "Kai, can we really trust them?" Kai answered casually, "Don't make any moves yet, we can still use them." Cena nodded at his words, ready to follow his lead completely. Right after that, Kai used telepathy to contact Jin. So when Jin, who was just chilling, heard Kai's voice in her head, she was totally shocked. Kai slowly explained, "I was just messing around, but it looks like we can actually talk this way." Jin was stunned and yelled, "Wait, does that mean you're close by?" Her shouting really got on Kai's nerves. "She's always so damn loud." Kai let out a tired sigh, then after a moment said, "Yeah, I need to see you." Jin didn't hesitate and agreed, "Got it." So a few minutes later, Jin snuck into the woods to meet Kai. Only, when she saw who was behind him, all the color drained from her face. The person Jin saw was Isabel. She trembled and muttered, "A demon." Seeing her reaction, Kai immediately made the introduction. "Let me introduce you, this is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Isabel, knowing this was an ally, greeted her, "Hello." Jin still couldn't believe what she was hearing. She stammered. "A princess?" Mayer, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. "That's right." Jin gave Kai a troubled look and asked suspiciously, "What the hell is going on? Did you sell us out?" Kai just shrugged nonchalantly and smirked. "I didn't sell anyone out. I was never on your side to begin with, was I?" His words made Jin glare at him, totally pissed off. Seeing this, Mayer couldn't help but cut in. "You're messing with her too much." Kai dropped the act and got serious. "We have something we need to discuss with you tonight. Get Midu, Arasi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya together. But don't say a word to anyone from the Holy Kingdom." That night, just as Kai said, Jin gathered the crew in the woods. After Kai laid out the whole situation, he said coolly, "So that's the deal. We're all after the same thing. This is a team up to take down the Demon Lord. There's no reason to turn them down, right?" Arasi frowned, asking skeptically, "Why would you want to team up with such sketchy people?" He was obviously talking about not trusting Isabel, a princess of the demon race. But Kai explained seriously, "At the rate we're going, we can't beat the Demon Lord. I've heard about the trouble you guys are in." He knew exactly what Midu's crew was up against, was having a hard time dealing with the Demon Kingdom's assassins. Hearing this, Akira couldn't help but blurt out in shock, "Assassins? If you're talking about those high-ranking, masked demons, then yeah, that's them." Narumi added, "We're barely holding the line as it is." Arasi added resentfully, "Those guys are willing to die just to get the job done. They went all out to pin me and Midu down just so they could torch our food supply. We took out 4 of them, but word is there are still 6 more." Just then, Isabel offered, "In that case, I'll do something about these assassins. We, the Revolutionary Army, are better at guerrilla warfare." Hearing her, Narumi exclaimed in disbelief, "You think you can handle them? They're all high-ranking demons." Isabel replied coolly, "I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." With this, she wanted to prove the Revolutionary Army's worth to Kai. In return, Midu's crew had to prove they were strong enough to be her partners. Her words sent Midu's group into a heavy silence. No one said a thing. After a moment, Midu asked hesitantly, "Can I ask what you want out of this?" Isabel didn't hide anything, replying calmly, "After we get the supplies, I want you to take out Natasha. If we wait any longer, the 3rd Prince's army from the capital will join the fight. If that happens, you'll be in deep trouble. We have to pick them off one by one. The reason those assassins are trying to stall for time is to let their main force link up with the 3rd Prince." Hearing that, Arasi frowned and asked, "Is this prince tough?" Isabel nodded slightly. "He's a beast. Right now, you guys don't stand a chance against him." But Arasi wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he got hyped up and yelled, "Then let's bring it on." Not everyone was on board right away. Mireille glanced at Midu and asked, "Midu, what's the call?" Midu hesitated for a second before speaking up, "I'm glad we have such strong allies with us. Let's go with Arasi's decision." After they struck a deal, they wrapped up their conversation. But just before he left, Kai chimed in, "I'll link up with the resistance. I'll hit you up later. Go through Kanjiki, all right." Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, a group was chilling by a campfire. Their masks were set off to the side. They were the Demon Kingdom's hit squad. The one in charge was the Fire Demon. He was chowing down on some meat, his expression twisted and ugly. He growled through clenched teeth. I can't believe they smoked 4 of our crew, including the boss. Another blue-faced demon chimed in. Those brats are tougher than they look. My bad, but my right arm is totally useless right now. Another assassin, Fanko, frowned and asked, so who's calling the shots now? The fire demon jumped in. Exactly. We can't have you guys taking command, so I'll be your new leader. Without my firepower, this whole operation is toast. Anyone got a problem with that? As he spoke, he glared at each of them, a clear warning in his eyes. Rocky, who was nearby, quickly nodded in agreement. Nah, I trust you. Another assassin, Fred, chimed in. I'm with you. Seeing that, the fire demon said seriously, good, all we need to do is hit their next supply line and they'll starve to death. The plan was the same as before. They weren't just going to mess with the hero candidates but also cut off their supplies. The fire demon warned them to be extra careful with Midu and that the plan would kick off in 1 hour. The rest of the crew immediately put on their masks and replied in unison. 1 hour later, a gloomy shadow fell over the demon forest. An assassin, the archer Marius, was hiding in a massive nearby tree. But right then, he felt a little suspicious. He was clearly on high alert in case something went down. But this was just a small camp. With only a few of them deep in the woods, there's no way the others would find them. Or so he thought, because in the blink of an eye, Marius's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because he sensed someone approaching, and it wasn't just one person. The way they concealed their presence was pretty pro. Marius figured it wasn't the hero candidates. They were strong but sloppy. As he thought this, he drew his bow, ready to shoot. Marius smirked. It seemed like he'd already figured out who was heading his way, but all he could see in front of him was a dark patch of woods. A second later, though, a blur appeared from behind the massive tree trunks. Marius fired without hesitation, figuring he just had to kill them all and everything would be fine. The arrow tore through the air and then vanished into the endless night. Marius frowned in silence. Did he get them? But it turned out someone had stopped his arrow. It was Sina. She had caught the arrow in her mouth while on the move. Marius was instantly stunned. No way. How could she catch that without getting hurt? But the real shock was yet to come. Somehow, Kai was already behind Marius. He smirked and said, "You're too slow." Marius was completely floored. He turned his head, but it was too late. A gleaming blade swung down, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't believe he got taken out from behind so easily by a punk like Kai. Kai watched Marius's body fall limply to the ground and smirked. Always make sure to move after you shoot. That's the golden rule for a sniper. Elsewhere, the fire demon was leading his crew through the forest, but he suddenly stopped because he sensed someone was there. Marius is supposed to be on watch. The fire demon quickly ordered, everyone, get ready. The assassins behind him immediately responded in unison. Then they started moving forward, step by step, but Smith just popped up in front of him and yelled, hold up. The fire demon kinda narrowed his eyes, asking all suspicious, is that a demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger for Natasha? Smith shook his head and replied, no, I'm with the resistance. These words left the fire demon stunned, and he didn't react for a long moment. Smith calmly explained, our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire. The more he listened, the more confused the fire demon got. He yelled in frustration, what the hell are you talking about? If you're not Natasha's messenger, how did you find this place? Smith answered casually, we have allies everywhere. It seems your mission is to cut off the supply route to the allied forces. The fire demon frowned in silence. So the intel was leaked? Smith ignored his reaction and continued, Isabel sent a message, ditch the mission and join me. The flame devil was even more shocked when he heard that. Isabel is the 5th princess, and they're targeting him, which means the princess is working with the allied forces. He never thought they'd plan something this serious. One of the assassins asked doubtfully, boss, what's the move now? After hesitating for a moment, the flame devil finally spoke, if we go against the demon king, we'll get a death sentence, and besides, the 5th princess can't possibly form a revolutionary army. Hearing them talk, Smith sighed reluctantly. I'm real sorry to hear that. With that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a horde of demons appeared. Smith smirked and said, I'm afraid I have to kill everyone here. In just a moment, the whole group of assassins was surrounded by Smith's squad. This made them panic and yell. We're surrounded, damn it. They're high-level demons. The flame devil didn't panic, immediately summoning his magic and ordering, counterattack and fall back. We have to get this intel back. Smith's squad heard this and scoffed contemptuously. Like we'd ever let you. You damn criminals. I never liked you guys from the start. And just like that, they jumped into a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Kai was watching them from a distance. In just a flash, Isabel's revolutionary army pushed back the assassins who were giving Midu's crew trouble. They were trained pretty well, so this was the power of the revolutionary army. Elsewhere, Isabel had also appeared on the battlefield, but she wasn't fighting. She walked up to an assassin and spoke. "You're the mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War, aren't you?" Franco was a bit stunned to see it was Isabel. He asked doubtfully, "Are you really planning a coup?" Isabel didn't answer, continuing coldly, "You're the only one here I want to recruit. Do you still want to fight for peace?" Franco thought for a moment, then threw his weapon to the ground, immediately kneeling before Isabel and replying respectfully, "Yes." Seeing this, the Flame Devil immediately yelled out in frustration, "What are you doing, Franco?" Unfortunately, he had no room to stop him, because the Revolutionary Army was attacking relentlessly. The assassins were quickly losing ground. "At this rate, we're all going to be toast." At the same time, Kai suggested from afar, "Looks like Isabel's finished her business now. Let's end this." Sina and Mayer immediately replied in unison, "Got it." Thanks to the covert ops by Kai and the Revolutionary Army, the Demon King's assassin unit that had plagued the Beastkin Alliance was completely wiped out by Kai's group. With his assassin skills, taking them out was a piece of cake for Kai. As a result, the supply line from the city of NRAS to the frontline base began to move safely again. The morale of the well-fed soldiers was restored. Everything was going smoothly, but Ega felt something was off. He frowned and muttered, "Still, this is all too weird." Those annoying masked demons suddenly stopped showing up. Maidu knew exactly what happened, but he had to lie. "Maybe they pulled back because we took down 4 of them." Ega frowned slightly, thinking for a long moment before saying, "That could be it." On the other hand, Herrick seemed to have Midu figured out, because he was a terrible liar. And he also knew that Kai had made a move. Midu had no idea he'd been found out. He continued to suggest, "But more importantly, shouldn't we launch our attack soon? Everyone's morale is back up." Herrick gently shook his head no. "Is there some reason to rush?" Midu didn't know how to answer, stammering for a long time without being able to form a sentence. Just then, someone else entered. It was Akira. He raised an eyebrow and asked seriously, "Excuse me, may I make a suggestion?" Harik nodded slightly and replied, "You have my permission." First, as a premise, the commander of the Fist City Army appears to be Natasha, the Water Heavenly King, one of the high commanders of the Demon King's army. Hearing this, Herrick nodded and replied, "That seems to be correct." The captured demons said the same thing. Ega also chimed in, "So a Heavenly King is protecting this place. They weren't prominent in the last battle, but before he could finish, Akira cut him off. Natasha seems to specialize more in covert operations than direct combat. The incident with the masked demons sabotaging the supply lines was probably Natasha's strategy. I don't want to give her time to come up with another plan. On top of that, there are rumors that Leon Heart of the Forest is on his way back." Hearing that name, the expressions on Herrick and Ega's faces immediately turned grim. Edgar mumbled under his breath, "So basically the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, a dude with a direct bloodline to the Demon Lord." Alex just nodded slowly. "Yeah, that's why I want to hit him as soon as possible. If Leonhart shows up, taking this fort is going to be way harder." His words sent both Edgar and Rick into deep thought. After a long pause, Edgar finally spoke up. "But this whole area is Leonhart's turf. It'd be real strange if he didn't show his face during a crisis like this." Seeing everyone start to come around, Mikey breathed a sigh of relief. Alex really is someone you can count on. Seeing him like that, Alex couldn't help but crack a smile. Mikey gets all awkward the second he tries to lie. He's a total open book. Just then, Edgar spoke up again, his tone serious. "All of the Demon Lord's relatives have insane amounts of power. I've clashed with the first prince, Victor, before, and I felt like there was no way I could win." Mikey was shocked, thinking to himself, even Edgar felt like he couldn't win. Alex gave a slight nod and said, "We're going to have to fight them eventually, but I'd rather take them down one by one if we can." Rick wanted to ask Alex where he got that intel, was it from Kai again? But he couldn't bring himself to say it, so in the end, he just had to agree. "I get it, we'll rally the troops right away." Meanwhile, over at Natasha's palace in Beverly Hills, she was totally freaking out. Natasha clutched her head and screamed, "No way, all 10 members of the Shadow unit got completely wiped out." Her subordinate immediately nodded. "Yes, ma'am." When he couldn't get in touch with anyone, he checked out the safe house and found nothing but bodies. The more Natasha heard, the more pissed off she got. She gritted her teeth and seethed. Who had the nerve to wipe out an elite squad like that? Just then, the door burst open and a loud shout echoed through the room. Natasha jumped and asked, "What's going on?" The demon quickly explained. "The enemy is pushing forward again." Hearing this, Natasha frowned and spoke with a worried tone. "Of course, they're attacking again now that they have backup. Leon Hart won't be here for at least another 3 days." Saying this, Natasha buried her face in her hands and started sobbing. "If I tell him I lost the Shadow unit, he's gonna totally lose it on me. It's over." Her 2 goons looked at each other awkwardly, one of them hesitantly asking, So what's the plan now? The other one mumbled, what are we supposed to do? Try to calm her down. But before they could even move, Natasha's whole vibe changed. Her face twisting up in rage. She ground her teeth and hissed, unforgivable. How dare those humans and beastmen get in the way of my love for Leon Hart? You pathetic trash. I'll kill every last one of them. Her two goons got even more freaked out, rushing to calm her down. Please, you need to chill. But it was no use. Natasha had completely lost it and their words weren't getting through. In an instant, she went ballistic, and a massive torrent of water erupted, washing everything away. The giant waves swallowed the entire castle, and soon it was spilling out into the surrounding area. After her freak out, Natasha finally calmed down, but it was like she had amnesia, muttering confusedly, "Where am I? Everything's flooded. What happened?" It was like the psycho Natasha from a moment ago wasn't even her. Meanwhile, on another front, outside the castle, facing the perfectly coordinated human beastmen allied army on the offensive, the Demon Lord's forces switched to a defensive strategy, digging in at Fort Fitch. This was a passive strategy, a big change from the last battle where they clashed out on the open plains of Nevada. Figuring it was just a stalling tactic, the human beastmen allied army launched an all-out assault. Eris, like always, was leading the charge, diving headfirst into the fight. His explosive fists sent rock and debris flying everywhere. Eris roared, "Come and get me if you got the guts." Those dudes, Norman and Rena, also jumped into the fight. Their powers were off the charts, so one-on-one fights were no sweat. Mikey was doing the same, his sword a blur as countless demons fell before him. But Mikey felt something was off. There weren't any high-level demons around. If this was really it, all they had to do was push forward and take down Natasha. But just then, the color drained from his face, because a massive wave appeared right in front of them, crashing their way. The guys behind him were freaking out too, yelling in disbelief. Is that a tsunami? We're miles from the ocean. The demons, however, recognized it as Natasha's magic. They just couldn't figure out why she was washing away her own allies too. And just like that, the tsunami unleashed by Natasha began to swallow everything in its path. Midyu's crew was in the same boat. This spell was way too big. It could wipe out all their allies and enemies. Midyu bit her lip hard, looking dead serious. Meanwhile, way over on the city wall, Kai's crew was quietly watching the whole fight go down. Kai squinted at that massive tidal wave and said coldly, "All right, let's see what you guys got." XA shot him a look, asking kinda hesitant, "Kai, you sure I don't need to jump in?" Kai just gave a small nod and said, "Yeah, this time they gotta handle it themselves." The water magic from one of the four heavenly kings, Natasha, is just too powerful. The tidal wave washed away all the enemies and friendly forces outside the castle. Even the fighters who survived inside the castle got their formations all jacked up in the chaos. Once they got back on their feet from the water, it turned into a straight-up brawl. From way back, Kai couldn't help but say, "The scale of that magic is insane." Isabel just casually replied, "Natasha's ability to lock down a huge area is pretty nasty too." Even though she's not really into fighting, the water was already flooding past their side of the wall. Sina frowned a little and asked, "But why'd she sweep up her own allies in the first place?" Isabel answered nonchalantly, "She could just be pissed and causing chaos for no reason, but maybe she figures a close-up fight is better for them since humans have a hard time coordinating." Kai also muttered, "The gap in raw power isn't something you can fix with some simple little tactics. There's no way a high-ranking demon can stop the hero candidates like this." Isabel replied casually, "Natasha's top lieutenants included Bright and Elsa. You guys already killed all three of them. On top of that, they also wiped out the unit of darkness from the Demon Lord's army that Lon H. entrusted to Natasha. So, they probably don't have any real fighting power left." Kai frowned when he heard that. He said seriously, "Then it's just a matter of time. A grand heavenly king is a real pain, but my friends are leveling up their skills too." Isabel shot him a look and demanded in a low voice, "Break down your pieces for me." Kai said quietly, "You can probably figure it out just by looking, but whatever." With that, he pointed over to Arasi and started, "That loudmouth going berserk up north is Arasi. His attack power really stands out among the hero candidates, and the dude's got guts." Then Kai pointed to Rena. "The one using the flames of the evil eye is Naga's Rena. She's got a battle-hungry personality, the type whose power fluctuates with her mood." Mayor, not really caring, pouted and threw in, "She's the one who hates Kai." Kai ignored that and moved on to the next person. "The girl commanding the hero candidates from the back is Hashimoto Meyer. She's a user of telekinesis with a ton of applications, but she's super rigid in her thinking." Next up is the one using wind powers to fight while flying, Narumi. He's a piece that sees the big picture and is great at support, a jack of all trades who's lacking in firepower. The one using enhancement magic for backup is Akira. He's real smart and calm, gets me pretty well, and is also easy to manipulate. And the one healing all the injured folks way in the back is C. The tall dude protecting the rear guard is Isekai'd. He's got this divine guard power that can turn parts of his body into steel, and his defense is top-notch. Scanning the crowd, Kai then pointed towards Jin and introduced her. The girl dominating multiple demons to the west is Kanjakizin. Her domination ability is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. Then he glanced over at the last person in the distance, none other than Midu. He said slowly, "As you can see, he's the main powerhouse among the hero candidates. I think Midu can reach the level of a heavenly king. He's a natural with a sword and never skips practice. I've always thought highly of Midu, even though he's got some issues. Those are the pieces I wanted to talk about." After listening, Isabel frowned and shot back. "How many people is that in total?" Kai explained slowly, 26. There were 40 hero candidates in total, but 14 of them weren't cut out for fighting, so they backed out. Isabel got it. She nodded and said, "Even if they got some crazy power from God, but that's all useless if you don't have the right mindset for these fights." She said, frowning in thought before finally speaking up. "Not bad. With you guys working together, our chances of winning are getting way higher." Just then, Isabel's eyes locked onto the castle in the distance. She spoke thoughtfully. "Looks like Natasha is about to make another move." Kai noticed it too, nodding slightly as he replied, "Yeah, at this rate, our troops are going to get thinned out and we'll lose. We have to strike back before that happens." As if on cue, waves of water appeared once again. The spectacle brought the chaotic battle to a momentary halt. Before long, a figure appeared outside the castle, none other than Natasha herself. The Alliance forces were stunned to see her, while the demons were totally hyped. Milo also sensed the immense power and immediately whipped his head around to look. Seeing Natasha, Milo pointed his sword at her and yelled, "The Water Monarch!" Natasha glared at Milo, scoffing coldly. "The hero candidate's swordsman, looks like you're the backbone of this army." The moment she spoke, she summoned her magic, and massive waves of water morphed into giant serpents, lunging toward Milo. Not letting his guard down, Milo focused and conjured a shield to block. The water serpents relentlessly slammed against the shield, making Milo's face grow darker by the second. But it wasn't over. Natasha attacked again. Daggers made of water shot out with vicious force, and Milo's shield couldn't withstand the assault. He and his shield were sent flying backward. Milo scowled. The ground beneath him was crumbling and he couldn't get any traction. With that thought, Milo transformed his sword into a rope. He latched onto a castle pillar, quickly launching himself into the air and putting some distance between himself and Natasha. Seeing where Milo landed, Natasha muttered with annoyance, "That's my garden." The second the words left her mouth, she summoned more waves. Water instantly coiled around Milo's feet, then froze solid, trapping him in place. Seeing this, Natasha laughed victoriously, dropped dead. The moment she spoke, she summoned a water torrent. A furious barrage of waves crashed toward Milo. He quickly raised his shield to defend himself, but the waves were so intense that he struggled to hold his ground. Before long, cuts appeared on his feet, and blood began to seep out. Seeing this, Milo used his sword to shatter the ice that was trapping him. He then backed away, taking a moment to catch his breath. Squinting at Milo, Natasha smirked and said, "You're pretty skilled to block that attack, but you can't exactly move freely on those feet now, can you?" Watching from afar, Mira grew worried, but she was helpless to do anything. Natasha then let out a crazed laugh. "If I crush you, we've still got a shot at winning." Right after that, she created more water serpents and attacked fiercely. From far away, Isabel couldn't help but mock Kai. "Looks like your star player is getting wrecked over there." Shrugging indifferently, Kai replied, "Don't worry, he's got a plan." Back in the fight, Milo was still on the ground, but now a determined glint sparked in his eyes. And then, in the blink of an eye, Milo appeared right behind Natasha. Completely stunned, Natasha didn't have time to react. And so, Milo raised his sword high and yelled, "Sacred light that destroys evil, gather in my blade and unleash your brilliance." In an instant, lightning crackled along his blade. Without any hesitation, Milo swung down. The water monarch of Aqualia, whose real name was Natasha Aqualia. She was born the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious clan known for its water attribute magic. The four monarchs, the highest-ranking commanders in the Demon Lord's army, were positions passed down through generations. Currently, the Stone, Gaia, and Windbox families, after losing their leaders, were in a state of chaos trying to select new heads. This was because no one had the skills worthy of the title of a monarch. Sometimes they had to just pick someone, even if that person's skills weren't up to snuff. Natasha was a classic example. She was chosen reluctantly to replace the previous leader, who had died from a sudden illness. In other words, Natasha took on the title of monarch without having the power to back it up. As the head of the Aqualia family, unable to stand being looked down on, Natasha specialized in enemy intelligence and black ops because she was always looking for weapons other than pure strength. Her engagement to the third prince, Leon H., was also a result of her search for ways to solidify her own status. Before, Natasha had asked Leon H., "Why are you so good to me? A powerless woman like me, who's just a heavenly king in name only." Leon Hart then reached out and touched her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said, "Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you, Qual." Hearing these words, Natasha was extremely moved. But at this point, she couldn't do anything to help Leon Hart, and she died by Midu's sword. Seeing Natasha fall, the demons immediately panicked. "Aqualia is dead, no way." On the other hand, the people of the Holy Kingdom were overjoyed. Meyer excitedly shouted, "Midu won." Iga also nodded in satisfaction, just as expected. Over here, Arashi was extremely dissatisfied and muttered, "I could have easily taken out that weak chick myself." Hearing that, Akira couldn't help but laugh and say, "But you were real calm, Arashi. You didn't jump into the fight." Huffing, Ara said unhappily, "I didn't have a choice. That dude Kai told me to do it." Flashing back to an earlier time, back in the demon forest, when their conversation was coming to an end, Kai had left some instructions and was about to leave. Everyone looked a bit awkward, but in the end, they all nodded in agreement. As Arashi was heading back, suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him, "Ashi." Arashi asked unhappily, "What is it now?" It was Kai, he said in a low voice. "About the next fight with the Heavenly Kings, I want to let Midu handle it." Hearing this, Arashi frowned and asked doubtfully, "Are you telling me to stay out of it?" Kai didn't answer right away but glanced into the distance, and Arashi curiously followed his gaze. Kai said softly, "I want Midu to grow here, and to do that, he needs confidence." Hearing that, Arashi was totally confused. Kai slowly explained, "Midu always hesitates because he doesn't trust his own decisions. You get what I mean, right?" Arashi thought for a moment before saying, "Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but I get it," Kai said in a serious tone. "The reason is probably because he's been bailed out by allies too many times. If he can take down a heavenly king by himself, Midu will gain some real confidence." Arashi furrowed his brow slightly and asked doubtfully, "But what if he loses? Won't he just lose even more confidence?" Hearing that, Kai asked jokingly, "Are you worried about Midu?" Arashi shot back, annoyed, "That's not what I meant. I'm just pointing out the holes in your little training plan." Kai then said seriously, "If he loses, he dies. If he dies here, then that just proves his worth." Hearing these words, Arashi was completely stunned. After a long moment, he said hesitantly, "Even so, I don't have any reason to listen to you." Kai paid him no mind, turned to leave, and left him with a cryptic remark, "You've already realized that you're carrying the lives of your comrades, and you understand that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon Lord, don't you?" Arashi narrowed his eyes at his retreating back, clicking his tongue. "Shh, so things are going to go his way, no matter what." Back in the present, Midu still couldn't believe he had actually won. That was a really close call, but he had defeated a heavenly king all by himself. He had truly gotten stronger. Midu knew it was all thanks to Kai's advice. Flashing back again to that night in the demon forest, Kai had also approached Midu. "Midu, can I talk to you for a sec?" Midu quickly ran over to him. He asked doubtfully, "What's up?" "I saw you talking to Arashi earlier, but it looked like you guys weren't done." Kai cut him off coldly. "I have some advice for you. Stop hesitating. You need to be confident in your own decisions." These words left Midu momentarily stunned. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "I know I'm indecisive, but how am I supposed to get that confidence?" Kai replied coolly, "With a personality like yours, only results will lead to confidence. Go defeat one of the heavenly kings by yourself." This suggestion made Midu freeze on the spot, and yet, today, he had actually done it. Midu had intentionally injured his own leg to make Natasha cocky. Normally, he would never even think of doing something like that, but Midu did it because Kai told him to trust his own judgment. It was a huge risk, but it paid off. His judgment wasn't wrong. Thinking this, he glanced over at the others. Right after that, Midu raised his sword high and yelled, "The heavenly king of Aqualia has been defeated. Army of the demon lord, surrender now. If you don't resist, we will spare your lives." Hearing this, the demons were stunned. After a moment, they lowered their weapons and surrendered, and with that, the battle was officially over. The victory went to the Holy Kingdom. On the city walls not far away, Kai and his crew saw the whole thing. Kai nodded, satisfied, and spoke up. Mikey has a tendency to ignore his intuition. Hearing this, Maya asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Kai slowly explained, "He gets caught up in standard plays instead of trusting his gut. You could call them conventional or by-the-book moves. These plays are usually low risk, but they're also easy to predict. That makes Mikey fall behind in high-level psychological battles. The fight with Saintess Leonora was obviously a battle of intuition. Kai was just making a guess based on Mikey's strength back then, but he nailed it. That's when Isabel jumped in. I think he was risking way too much. If she had dodged that attack, it would have been game over for sure. Kai didn't seem to mind, casually saying, "That kind of balance is a good sign for the future." But either way, he did an awesome job right now. Everyone was celebrating Mikey's victory over Natasha. Meanwhile, in some forest, the demon clan was on the move. Leonhardt sat inside a carriage, annoyed by a piercing noise. He grumbled under his breath, "So Aqualia is dead?" His subordinate outside immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. My condolences." Leonhardt just scoffed and said with annoyance, "I see. I can't believe that woman was so damn useless, even after I gave her the demon lord's own shadow unit." His words left the subordinate completely stunned, but Leonhardt didn't explain further, saying coldly, "Forget it. What's the point of talking about the dead? More importantly, Isabel is making some weird moves, so we need to get going too." The Beastmen Alliance defeated the Holy Kingdom and captured the city of Fit. They secured a supply line from the city of Enras, cutting through the demon forest straight to Fit. They had finally secured a foothold in the major city. The citizens of the Demon Kingdom were beginning to realize the gravity of the crisis. At the same time, in the city of Foris, the allied Beastman army was recovering from their injuries. Sierra was busy healing the wounded when someone called her name. She turned to see Mikey approaching. He smiled and complimented her. "You're doing great work. What's the situation?" Sierra slowly answered. "The ones with minor injuries have been released, and they're all pretty happy. The seriously injured are still here, but they're recovering." At this, she suddenly looked up, about to say something more. But before she could finish, Amelia walked out with a smile and said, "I'm doing fine now." Seeing her, Mikey immediately lit up and cried out, "Amelia, thank God." Amelia said sincerely, "Sorry for making you worry." Mikey then patted Sierra's head with a grin. "It's all thanks to Sierra, who kept casting healing spells." When praised, Sierra quickly waved it off. "No, it was the least I could do." Amelia ignored her modesty and said seriously, "I'm going back on duty tomorrow. I want to plan our future strategies with Eric and Edgar. Mikey, you should join the strategy meeting tomorrow too." Mikey gave a slight nod. "Yeah, of course." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a voice suddenly rang in his head. "Mikey, you read me?" It was Jin, speaking to him telepathically. Jay is calling. He's telling us to meet up at the dorms." Mikey gave a small nod. "All right, I'm heading out." He sighed, a bit annoyed. It was a little startling to suddenly hear a voice in his head. Seeing the look on Mikey's face, Elia asked, a little surprised, "Is something wrong?" Mikey obviously couldn't tell her the truth, so he just scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Nah, it's nothing. I get it. You've been fighting back to back. Go get some rest today." Mikey quickly nodded. "Yeah, I'm gonna crash at the dorms today." A short while later, back at the dorms, everyone was assembled, including Kai and his crew, of course. Jin glanced over at Kai before he spoke, just as Jay requested, "I've gathered all the members of the strike team." Kai gave a slight nod. "Good." He then set down his cup of tea and glanced at Mikey as he spoke. "By the way, Mikey, has our alliance with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone here?" Mikey casually confirmed. "Yeah, I already told them all about it." Nodding in satisfaction, Kai's eyes swept across the room as he warned, "All right, I'll make this quick, but let's get one thing straight. Anyone here who leaks this info gets taken out. Don't think for a second I'll cut you any slack just because we go to the same school." As he spoke, he pulled a piece from his jacket, making his point crystal clear. The sight of the gun sent a wave of panic through the room. It was the first time Sam and Haley had ever seen Kai holding a firearm, and their faces went white. The guy was terrifying. Besides, how do you have a gun? Do guns even exist in this world? Asusi and Kenta shot Arasi a look, begging for help, but all they got back was his stone-cold face. On the other hand, some people didn't even pay attention to Kai's piece, checking out Sina and Mayor behind him instead, thinking they were super cute. Seeing how tense things were getting, Narumi immediately jumped in to cool things down. "Yo, chill, who here is gonna leak important info like that? So what's the deal? Why'd you call us all here?" Kai took a deep breath, his voice low. "All right, about our next target. With the help and the plan from the Revolutionary Army, I want to focus on the third prince, Leon H. He's supposedly on the move with reinforcements, but since Fist City fell, he's now laying low in the small nearby city of Vini. Kai figures Leon H. is plotting his next moves, so he wants to roll out with a small, elite crew while we have the chance, and take him out with a surprise attack." Midu frowned when she heard that, hesitating. "We have a strategy meeting with Elia and the others tomorrow. Looks like we're supposed to be directing the army's next move." But Kai shook his head, shooting that down. Nah, we don't need the allied forces for this op. Instead, let's just let them keep extending their vacation. Akira jumped in without a second thought. I'll handle that then. Midu's a terrible liar, and it never ends well. Everyone else nodded along. True that. Then Akira glanced over at Kai and asked, but I gotta confirm one thing. What's the real reason we're going after Leon H? Kai explained slowly. The Heavenly King of Aqualia belongs to the Third Prince's crew. They're the shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army. If we take most of Fit City, we'll for sure cripple his power. Me and Cena's crew decided we need to crush Leon H before he can rebuild his army. And Isabel is worried about Leon H's massive intel network, so she wants to take him out early. After hearing all that, Akira nodded, getting it. So everyone's got their own reasons, huh? RSC, who'd been quiet this whole time, suddenly spoke up. What's the Revolutionary Army bringing to the table? Sounds to me like they're just using us when it's convenient. Kai's brow furrowed as he continued in a low tone. The Revolutionary Army is going to spread fake intel from the inside to set a trap for Leon H. Our plan is to take Leon H out when he walks into it. Hearing that, Arasi shot back, annoyed. You're being way too careful. You scared? We can just go crush him. Kai narrowed his eyes at him, his voice cold. Guys with the Demon Lord's blood are on a whole other level compared to the Heavenly Kings. I think with the strength of the current hero candidates, we can probably win, but I'm being extra careful. He said he'd give them the full details on the operation later. With that, he started pointing people out. The ones Kai nominated for the squad to take on Leon H included Maidu. The second pick was obviously Arasi, then there was the wind god kid Narumi, and the hot-headed fire god girl Rina. Also Kao, his fighting skills aren't half bad. On top of that, he needed a healer, so Shiori was in. And finally, Akira. He's got a silver tongue and his combat skills are solid. After laying out the team, Kai glanced at Mirai and said, 7 people. Mirai, you stay here and run interference with the others. Hearing this, Mirai pouted, clearly not happy about it. Humph, guess I don't have a choice. Seeing Kai still hadn't picked her, Jin was getting super antsy. But Akira and Narumi got it. That was their max firepower right there. They couldn't think of anyone else. The other students just couldn't hang in a fight like this. A little later, the meeting was over. Kai's crew of 3 left the dorms, but they didn't get far before someone called out to them. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks and turned around. It was Jin. Kai frowned a little. What's up, Kanzaki? Jin hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, why didn't you pick me to go? Kai didn't pull any punches, dissing her straight up. Honestly, you're a liability. I can't trust your fighting skills the way you are right now. That comment made Jin's face go pale instantly. Mayor was just as freaked out and said anxiously, hold on, Kai. That's way too harsh. Sina also chimed in to defend Jin. She was pretty on top of things in the last battle. Kai squinted at the 3 girls in front of him. After a long pause, he sighed and said, let me put it this way. Kanzaki's dominance is unbeatable against low-tier scrubs. He's solid in team fights, but high-level enemies will just power through it with their magic. With a suppression ability like this, you'll be useless in the fight against Leon H. The more Jen heard, the more desperate she got, screaming, no way. Does that mean my power is only good for picking on weaklings? Kai gave a slight nod and said, you already knew that, didn't you? But Jen couldn't accept it, rushing to say, but I want to help you. Kai sighed helplessly. You're already helping me just by being the bridge between me and the rest of the class, you know. Hearing that, Jen remembered what happened before and mumbled hesitantly, I want you to trust me like last time. Kai didn't say anything more, but Mayor chimed in, as long as you're not a liability, it's cool if you tag along. X nodded in agreement. Hey, why don't you train her like you train me? Hearing the 3 of them rambling on and on, Kai started to lose his patience and snapped, listen up, Jen, if you want to be useful, here's my advice. You need to communicate more with the rest of the class. Jen froze, her eyes filled with confusion. She asked faintly, what do you mean by that? Kai slowly explained, with the telepathy you share with your guardian, you could be a tactical commander. If you can do that, I've got no problem with you coming along. Jen looked up at him, asking hesitantly, I can be a tactical commander? You mean, like, the leader of our class? Kai replied nonchalantly, not normally, but you could be during fights. Only your telepathy can mobilize the whole class without any lag. Mindy is too indecisive, and Mira is way too rigid. Ari is all muscle, so if Jen can calmly command the class, Kai would be able to rest a little easier. Hearing that he needed her, Jen immediately lit up and nodded. I get it. I'll definitely meet your expectations. Seeing her reaction, Kai found it a little weird. Why was she so eager to be his pawn? Oh well, it worked out for him, so he didn't mind. Meanwhile, in Veer City, Demon kneeling inside a castle spoke up cautiously. My lord, permit me to speak. Leon H., standing in front of a crystal ball, commanded in a low voice. What is it? The subordinate said hesitantly. It's been 3 days. Why are you still in this city? Fit City has already fallen. We should be making a quick retreat. Veer City isn't a good place for a battle. Leon H. nodded slightly. I know. Then why? The subordinate asked again, bewildered. He understood that Leon H. didn't want humans to seize his territory. But we're not in a position to be so relaxed about it anymore. We need to team up with the other princes. But just then, Leon H. spoke coldly. The Demon Lord's shadow unit that was wiped out carried a special magic signature. I can identify the cause of death from the magical energy left behind. Hearing this, the subordinate asked, confused. What do you mean? Leon H. let out a soft chuckle. After a moment, he smirked and said, I'm gathering intel. I can't use my magic if I'm too far from the shadow unit's corpses. Isabel is betraying us. This left the subordinate completely stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Leon H. ignored him and continued to speak with a smirk. Just getting that confirmation is enough. Let them take Forlit City. At the same time, inside the crystal ball, an image of Isabel talking to someone appeared. Meanwhile, at the rendezvous point for Kai, his crew, and Isabel brought them a vial of a light blue potion. Holding it, Kai asked uncertainly, This is the key to beating Leon H? An antidote? Isabel nodded slightly and explained, Yes. It will definitely come in handy. Leon H uses a rare form of poison magic. Even a single scratch will cause the poison to spread through your entire body instantly and kill you. Kai wasn't entirely convinced. Even with an antidote, could they really handle it? So, he decided to activate his appraisal skill, scanning the antidote in his hand. It could only reduce or eliminate magically created toxins, which meant it was only 50% effective. At that moment, Isabel explained, the potion is only effective for 10 minutes after you drink it. We have to take down Leon H within that window. Kai nodded slightly to show he understood. Isabel, still uneasy, added a warning, but you have to be super careful. We don't have a lot of this antidote. It's what they hand out in case the Allied forces get poisoned. She went on to explain the plan. Turns out, she has allies from the Revolutionary Army inside Leon H's unit. They'd use misinformation spread by their allies to lure Leon H into a space magic trap, then wait at the rendezvous point to take him out with Kai's crew. After laying out the plan, she asked if he had any issues. Kai nodded slightly and replied, Yeah. I'm picking out the heavy hitters myself. I'll get them to the designated spot. A direct descendant of the Demon Lord like Isabel and a poison user like Leon H. He had no idea how strong that dude would be. And so, everyone immediately started prepping for the plan, including Midu, who was training with Ega. Ega's fighting skills were top-notch, and he was fast, so Midu had a lot to learn from him. Ega easily found Midu's weak spot after a bit of sparring, and the tip of his sword was pointed right at Midu's face. Not daring to slip up, he used instant teleportation to get behind Ega, but Ega saw it coming. He smirked and said, I've seen that move a million times. Then he immediately went for a leg sweep. Midu was startled and jumped back a few steps, but he wasn't about to be outdone, quickly morphing his sword into a chain and wrapping it around Ega's ankle. Just like that, Ega was yanked into the air, and the two of them flipped a few more times, scrapping hard in midair. After a moment, they both broke apart, and the chain on Ega's ankle quickly retracted. Ega smirked and said, That's a real pain in the ass way to use it, but when it's bent like a whip, the power seems to drop. Midu didn't stop there, though. A glint appeared in his eyes. Right after that, a beam of energy shot out from the sword, heading straight for Ega. For a split second, Ega was shocked, but he reacted in time, raising his sword to block. Meanwhile, Herrick was quietly watching their fight, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In this battle, Midu's fighting style no longer had any hesitation. He was way more confident after taking down one of the big shots. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called his name from behind, making him turn around. It was Jin. Seeing her, Harik asked suspiciously, Kanzaki, what do you want? Jin hesitated for a moment, then finally made a bold request. Please teach me tactical command magic. After hearing that, a bunch of question marks popped up over Herrick's head. Why so sudden? He narrowed his eyes at Jin and asked doubtfully, Why do you suddenly want to learn tactical command magic? Jin answered firmly, I want to get stronger, so I want to use the advice on how to optimize my guardians. Hearing this, Herrick frowned and thought. Jin's guardians made him think more of sharing magic than domination magic. It was an ability that allowed nonverbal communication, limited only to the hero candidates. For sure, with Jin in command, the team's coordination would improve dramatically. If she could strategically command the hero squad, the army's ace in the hole, nothing would be better. But Herrick didn't agree right away and asked suspiciously, "By the way, whose advice was that?" Jin was stunned for a second, avoiding his gaze, and stammered, It was Midu." With his world-weary eyes, Herrick was sure Jin was lying. If it were Midu, he definitely would have said he wanted to learn with her, which meant this was Kai's idea. He guessed the hero squad's recent strange behavior was also connected to him. Seeing Herrick's silence, Jin grew more anxious. Herrick understood a little about Kai's current situation. It probably wouldn't be a big deal to say his name, but she was told to keep the partnership with the Revolutionary Army a total secret. While Jin was worrying, Herrick smiled and agreed. "Of course I don't mind. We want you to get stronger too." Jin's anxious mood immediately lifted. She said gratefully, "Thank you so much." In reality, Herrick had another motive. He would cooperate with a sincere attitude to gain Jin's trust. And if he could control her, the one leading the whole class, that would be perfect. What worried Herrick was the presence of Kai, who was pulling the hero squad's strings from the shadows. Was the reason Kai didn't show himself after the trip to the Beastman Alliance because he didn't trust him? Herrick knew full well he wasn't the type to forgive Kai, the assassin who killed the Saintess. That assessment was spot on. To win Kai's trust, he might have to seize command of the Allied army. Across from him, Jin saw Herrick's expression constantly shifting, which made her ask with some confusion, "Herrick, is something wrong?" Herrick flinched slightly, his face returning to normal. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Oh no, sorry. I got some time today. How about we jump right into tactical command?" "You got it." He agreed instantly and tagged along behind Harris to learn. Later that night, in a small house out in the suburbs, it was late, but Kai was still messing with something. Kai's voice was low as he said, "I've been trying to figure out which poisons can be countered by breaking them down, but the poisons in this world are a whole different ballgame from the ones back home. You're resistant to over 10 types of poisons, but here, all of that is useless." Hearing that, Sia hesitated and said, "My guardian can heal physical ailments, but it takes time if we're talking about a seriously nasty poison. I might not be able to heal everyone in time. I'm sorry I can't be more help." Kai shook his head, trying to reassure her, "Don't sweat it, you're the whole crew's healer. That's a huge role, you're helping a ton." Mayor, who was cooking nearby, suddenly looked up and asked, "By the way, X isn't back yet. You think something happened?" Hearing that, Kai got a little worried too, muttering, "Yeah, she's way late and I've got a bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, in a forest thousands of miles away, Leon H., who was supposed to be in a totally different city, suddenly showed up. He smirked and said, "What's with the shocked face, Isabel?" Isabel and Smith were just about to head back when he blocked their path, catching them off guard, and a flash of panic finally crossed Isabel's eyes. She furrowed her brow, muttering suspiciously, "What are you doing here? There's no way I just randomly run into Leon H. in a place this remote." Could he know about the Revolutionary Army's intel? Seeing how on guard she was, Leon H. couldn't help but laugh. "Funny story. A weird thing happened. One of my key guys suddenly started lying to me for some reason." Hearing this, it clicked for Isabel. Was she walking into a trap? Leon H. ignored her reaction as a cloud of poison formed in his hand, and he said coldly, "I got curious. So I fed him some poison, a type that causes insane pain but doesn't kill you. And what's weird is, the dude ratted you out, Isabel." Isabel realized her cover was blown. If she ran, intel on the Revolutionary Army would spread all over the Demon Kingdom. She had to take Leon H. down right here, right now. With that, Isabel instantly summoned her magic staff. Without saying a word, she immediately swung her staff. A tear in space appeared right in front of Leon H., but he just laughed mockingly and said, "Your special magic that cuts through space, it's terrifying because it's impossible to defend against, which is why I've spent day and night figuring out how to counter you." The second Leon H. finished talking, the spatial rift was completely swallowed by a dark mist. Isabel's eyes widened in shock. It just disappeared. It's Leon H.'s poison. It can even corrupt space itself. Space that's been corrupted by the poison can't hold its shape and just falls apart. She realized this was some next-level magic. Leon H. was sensing the poison and messing with space itself. She couldn't use her spatial magic like this. Just then, Leon H. smirked again and said, "Isabel, you're tough. Your spatial magic is seriously scary. That's why I've always kept an eye on you, ever since we were kids." He hoped his worries were for nothing, that all those years he spent figuring out how to fight Isabel weren't a waste. Seeing Leon H.'s smug face, Isabel got super pissed and yelled, "Even if my spatial magic is sealed, I can still throw down." The moment the words left her mouth, she summoned a barrage of spells to attack, but his poison dissolved them almost instantly. Leon H. kept up his superior act, saying arrogantly, "But unfortunately for you, my bad feelings always come true." The second he said that, clouds of poison gas appeared all around them. Leon H. lifted his hand, and the poison clouds shot forward under his command. They spread through the air in no time, surrounding Isabel and Smith. The two quickly covered their noses, holding their breath to avoid breathing in the toxic fumes. If they didn't, they'd be dead. Isabel scowled. This is bad. We have to bail. Meanwhile, Leon H. kept controlling the poison, shaping it into a ball. Then, he chucked it at them. In the blink of an eye, poison spikes shot out from the sphere in all directions. Isabel didn't let her guard down, quickly throwing up a stone wall to block the attack. The poison spikes slammed right into the wall. It wasn't long before cracks started to appear. The cracking sound just kept getting louder, making Isabel and Smith nervous. And just as they feared, it wasn't long before the wall was completely covered in poison and shattered into a million pieces. Smith quickly covered his nose, looking a little worried. But in that moment, Isabel grabbed his hand and used her teleportation to pull them both into a portal. At that very moment, poisonous spikes burst through the wall behind them, but they were already gone, leaving only a cloud of toxic gas. Leon H. clicked his tongue in thought. So you can still teleport out of a dimension corrupted by poison. I misjudged you. You really can't underestimate Isabel. However, he knew Isabel couldn't have gotten far. To prevent information about the Revolutionary Army from leaking, she would definitely come back to kill him. So all Leon H. had to do was wait. But at that same moment, Sina, who wasn't far away, had witnessed their entire battle. She looked completely panicked. A moment later, at a building next to a cliff, a spatial rift appeared. Isabel emerged from within. The suffocating sensation still lingered, and her face was covered in sweat. Smith quickly followed her out. He asked worriedly, Isabel, are you all right? Isabel gave a slight nod. Yeah. Using spatial magic to teleport from the contaminated area had consumed a massive amount of her mana because she had pushed herself too hard. Smith went to support her, saying worriedly, It seems like they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army, but before he could even finish, Isabel coldly cut him off. We've been acting pretty carelessly lately, so it's no surprise. But Leon H. doesn't trust anyone. The probability of him sharing this information with other factions is very low. As she said this, Isabel's eyes filled with killing intent. She pursed her lips and mumbled, We have to eliminate Leon H. as soon as possible, and his underlings too. Meanwhile, at the place where Kai's group was resting, Kai was still standing by the window waiting for Sina's return. A moment later, the window was pushed open, and Sina quickly jumped in from outside. Seeing her, Kai urgently asked, What happened? Sina said in a low voice, I tailed Isabel as you instructed. Isabel was attacked by the third prince, but she escaped using teleportation magic. I don't know what happened after that. Mayor, who was cooking, heard this and exclaimed in shock. So that means they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Kai, in contrast, was quite calm. He spoke nonchalantly. Even if we're hiding perfectly, we couldn't rule out that possibility. This is why I had you follow her. Sina, did you manage to memorize Leon H's scent? Sina nodded slightly. Yes. It's a really disgusting scent, so I could recognize it even from a distance. Hearing that, Kai immediately realized, You're talking about poison, right? With that thought, he used his divine connection to contact Jin. Kanzaki, can you hear me? Over at the Holy Kingdom's camp, Jin was asleep when she heard the voice in her head, and she immediately shot up from her bed. What the? Kai, this is seriously creepy. She should have been used to this by now, but it honestly still startled her sometimes. While Jin was still confused, Kai gave his order. I need you to assemble Special Ops Team H within the next 30 minutes. This command just made Jin even more confused. When she didn't answer, Kai immediately urged her. It's an emergency. Hurry up. Jin finally reacted, asking suspiciously, What's going on? This isn't exactly the time to be calling in favors, is it? Nevertheless, Jin ultimately used the divine connection to contact the members of the Leon H elimination squad. Can everyone hear me? Midu, who was enjoying the night view, was startled. The others were also busy with their own tasks, but Jin's voice suddenly entered their minds, leaving them slightly bewildered. RC just frowned in annoyance, looking rather impatient. 2 hours later, in a certain forest, Isabel had gathered her revolutionary army in one place. Smith glanced at Isabel and asked, Everyone has gathered, but what about contacting the hero candidates? Isabel shook her head slightly and replied, There's no need. That cat-eared girl must have already reported the situation to Kai. During the previous battle, Isabel had spotted her not far away, so she believed Kai would know soon enough. Besides, they also know about this place. Their first thought will be to gather here. After saying that, Isabel looked over at Fanko and asked, What do you think Leon H's next move will be, now that I've escaped? Fanko answered slowly. Leon H has a cautious personality, so for him to act so boldly It means he definitely considers you a threat. In that case, he may have already realized this place exists. Exactly right, you traitor. But before he could even finish, a loud shout cut him off. From within the forest, a figure silently stepped forward. It was Leon H. Seeing him, the look on Isabel's crew's faces turned ugly. Leon H. saw this and smirked. I was waiting for Ye to get back, but you're later than I thought. Waiting for someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of poison spread from around him. The rebels immediately shielded Isabel to protect her. Right after, they pulled out the antidotes they had prepared. In an instant, they downed them in one gulp. And of course, Isabel was no exception. She had prepared thoroughly for this very moment. Seeing this, Leon H. couldn't help but burst out laughing. Antidotes, huh? So you guys came all prepared to throw down with me. With that, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, looking incredibly smug. Isabel frowned silently. With this, she could withstand the deadly poison for 10 minutes. The hero candidates weren't here. They'd have to handle this themselves. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, everyone around her collapsed. Isabel's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Leon H. smirked again and said, just as I expected, it has no effect on you. Isabel, divine guardian of the Dark Lord. Among the bloodkin of the Demon Lord, you and Alice are two exceptionally strong individuals. Hearing this, Isabel's expression immediately darkened. She pursed her lips and muttered, but why? Everyone already took the antidote, yet they all fell to the poison gas. Leon H. was kind enough to explain. That antidote only works against the poison, the lethal kind created by high-level poison attribute magic. Did you really think I'd hand out something that could neutralize my own poison? And what he had just used was mid-level poison attribute magic, paralyzing venom. It's a paralyzing toxin, so no one is dead. He had no intention of killing Isabel. Hearing that, Isabel asked suspiciously, no intention of killing us? After attacking me just now, you were planning to. But before she could finish, Leon H. cut her off coldly. I want to control you and make a similar offer. Since you might just run off again, I'll say it up front. Do you want to join the Revolutionary Army under my command? With that, he extended his hand toward Isabel as if making an offer. Hearing this, Isabel was immediately stunned. Seeing her reaction, Leon H. laughed. Surprised? My faction is losing power fast. The Shadow unit has been completely wiped out. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new cards to play. Hearing this, Isabel asked doubtfully. First off, shouldn't you be thinking about making a deal with the Allied forces? Your territory is being invaded. Shrugging indifferently, Leon H. scoffed. You get it, don't you? To be blunt, humans these days are a real pain in the ass. The hero candidates and their abilities are pretty damn good. Even so, he thought they stood no chance against the Demon Lord's bloodkin. So if they fought seriously, the country wouldn't be destroyed. Isabel frowned slightly and spoke quietly. You're underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you think and they'll only get stronger. Leon H. wasn't listening at all. He sneered. You talk like you know them so well, huh? Isabel, on the other hand, said nothing. She started to calculate. If the antidote didn't work, the chances of winning this fight were 0. Even if the hero candidates showed up in time, that fact wouldn't change. Just then, the ground suddenly started to shake, startling Isabel for a moment. Even Leon H. didn't know what was happening. The two of them immediately looked over and saw a group of people approaching, led by none other than Maidu, with others behind him. They had come after hearing Kai's request. Everyone was locked and loaded. The battle was about to begin. Arasi squinted at Leon H. in the distance, his face filled with fighting spirit. Seeing them, Leon H. seemed to realize something. He scoffed, hero candidates, huh? So that's it, you all conspired to take me down. At that moment, Isabel shouted a warning. Don't get any closer. This area is filled with paralyzing poison. However, Shiori and Akira had already activated their support enhancement magic and healing divine guardians. When the two of them summoned their divine guardians together, they created holy barriers, enveloping all the advancing hero candidates. Seeing this, both Akira and Shiori were very pleased. When they combined their powers, they could nullify mid-level poison magic and below, and high-level poison magic could be neutralized by using an antidote. Just then, Jane activated her divine guardian. She quickly commanded everyone, now we can fight Leon H. Let's stick to Araji's plan. Maidu's whole crew is covered by the barrier. They won't get hit by the poison. On top of that, Isabel is immune too. These are the only ones left who can team up to take down Leon Hart. Isabel's underlings got hit with the paralyzing poison. Isabel wondered if she could cancel it out with a divine blessing. If that's possible, then it's pretty close to the scenario she was hoping for. Leon Hart doesn't want his own allies getting poisoned, so he's only coming after Isabel. The power gap between them should make this a piece of cake. But the problem is, Leon Hart is way stronger than Isabel expected. Meanwhile, Leon Hart was also shocked. The paralyzing poison didn't even work on her. He sneered, using some kind of anti-poison measure. What a pain in the ass. But you think that's enough to beat me? As soon as he finished talking, he created an orb of toxic gas. Right after, sharp spikes shot out from it, and then the poison spikes shot forward, ripping through the air. Seeing this, Maidu's eyes filled with alarm. He quickly threw up his shield, blocking all the poison spikes. But it wasn't long before the poison spikes started to push through the shield. Realizing this, Maidu's face went pale. He bit his lip hard, trying to hold on. But Maidu's struggle was useless, as the shield soon began to crack. Leon Hart, on the other hand, was smug. He smirked and said, "Over there." Right after that, a massive poison spike flew toward Maidu's crew. In an instant, Maidu's shield was completely shattered. This sight made the three providing backup, Jin, Shiori, and Akira, totally freak out. Just then, a voice yelled out, "Get behind me." Kao managed to jump in front of them just in time, but the poison spike pierced his arm. Even though Kao's iron arm made the spike shatter instantly, the poison still seeped into his arm, and blood started to trickle out. Kao gritted his teeth and mumbled, "Damn, he's strong. I get it now." At that moment, Maidu immediately looked at Jin and yelled, "Kenjaki." Jin got the message and nodded, "I'm on it." Right after, she used her divine link to command the fight. Arasi, Narumi, attack from above. Hearing the call, Narumi used his wind power to lift both himself and Arasi into the air. Arasi yelled aggressively, "You don't have to tell us what to do." Narumi didn't hesitate and activated his skill. Instantly, Arasi's body was launched forward by the wind, and in a flash, he was right in Leon Hart's face. The sight startled Leon Hart for a second. That speed was insane. Arasi charged forward aggressively, screaming, "Die." With a massive boom, an earth-shattering explosion went off, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Maidu was thrown back a few steps by the blast, and he muttered under his breath, "Did they get him?" From up high, Narumi could see everything clearly through the smoke. He cried out in shock. He's still on his feet. Right after, Narumi created wind shurikens and attacked, but Leon Hart just stood there unfazed, and the wind shurikens didn't do a thing to him. Leon Hart smirked. "Not a bad attack. Gotta admit, that one stung." Seeing him still standing, Arasi said angrily, "It had no effect. He doesn't even have a single scratch on him." Leon Hart let out a smile, saying arrogantly, "I've got the blood of the Demon King. Don't lump me in with those low-level chumps." Isabel narrowed her eyes, realizing it was a blessing from an evil god. The Vandra clan, the bloodline of the Demon King. In demon society, where the strong rule, this bloodline is always at the top. Its effect is to massively boost all of a person's abilities, including durability, of course, which is why Leon Hart was completely unfazed. Seizing the chance while Leon Hart was under attack, Shiori ran over to heal Kao. Akira, however, just kept staring at Leon Hart with a grim look on his face. While everyone was panicking, Jin's voice came through again. "Don't freak out, everyone." Maidu was startled by her sudden voice, but Jin ignored him and continued to reassure them. "It's working a little. Keep up the attack." Arasi, however, was annoyed by this. He scoffed, "Don't order me around." After saying that, he started attacking again. At the same time, Maidu also made his move. Rina wasn't sitting around either. She created a torrent of fire to attack. From the sky, Narumi also rained down more wind attacks, and in the blink of an eye, Rina's flames raged even wilder, looking like they could devour everything. The fiery blast from the light sword shot straight at Leon H., engulfing him completely, but it was quickly snuffed out by Leon H's shield of poisonous gas. Leon H. sneered, "Too bad. That last attack actually did some damage, so you bet I'm gonna block this time." Midu's crew was stronger than he thought. After all, they were the ones who took down the three heavenly kings. In the blink of an eye, the fight fell into a stalemate. Jin frowned slightly in silence. Leon Hart was too strong, but that wasn't a reason to back down. So she started giving everyone orders. The plan wouldn't change. Midu and I would handle the frontal assault. Narumi and Rena would be in the middle, and Jin, Akira, and Shiori would be in the back. Kai would be responsible for protecting the rear. If the barrier was broken, it would all be over. Jin knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. She had her mission. Then she reassured everyone that it would be fine because Kai was with them. Flashing back 2 hours earlier, before the battle had even started, everyone had gathered in one place just as Kai requested. Even though they were summoned late at night, no one was happy about it. But for their common goal, they listened intently as Kai explained the situation. After he finished, Kai glanced at everyone and asked, "So, you all get the picture now, right?" Hearing this, Asashi spoke up, annoyed. Yo, hold on, isn't it your fault Leonhardt ambushed you? Kai ignored him and said casually, whatever the reason, Leonhardt is clearly acting alone. This is the perfect chance to finish him off. Besides, if you help Isabel now, you can score some points with her, killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in shock, Kai, don't tell me you're using the resistance as bait. Kai just shrugged, smirking as he said, I never intended to do that. It's clear you've all considered the possibilities. The group grew even more confused, looking at each other without saying a word. After a long moment, Narumi finally broke the silence. I get what you're saying, Kai, but can we really win? We're going up against a guy strong enough to crush the entire resistance by himself. Kai said calmly, that's a legitimate concern, Narumi. Leonhardt's strength is far beyond ours. With that, he narrowed his eyes at everyone and said seriously, let me explain the plan. Kai had already laid out a battle plan for them. After assigning the roles, he raised an eyebrow and said, and that's the mission briefing. After listening, Rina asked doubtfully, is the plan really that simple? Kai nodded coolly and said, complicated plans fail easily over the smallest mistake. The rest is up to you guys, just adapt as the situation changes. Midu will be in charge on the ground, and Sina will lead them to the location. Then, Kai glanced at Jin and suggested, you should head back to the dorms. Hearing this, Jin cried out in surprise, wait, Kai, you're not letting me take command. Kai frowned slightly and asked skeptically, oh, you seem pretty confident, huh? That's right. Jin nodded reflexively and immediately regretted it. She didn't know why she just agreed, but Kai actually went along with it, catching her completely off guard. All right then, give it a shot. Kai narrowed his eyes at her and warned, however, you can only ask for my help when you have no other choice, only when it's absolutely necessary. Then he looked towards Asasi and Midu and said, let Kanzaki take command this time. I want her to bring out her full leadership potential to make optimal use of the shared guardian. Midu nodded without hesitation. Got it, if that's what Kai says. But before he could finish, Asasi cut in irritably. I don't care who's in charge, as long as the orders make sense, I'll follow them. Kai, however, seemed unfazed and replied coolly, all right, we'll let Kanzaki convince us then. Of course, Jin responded confidently, but inside, her heart was pounding. Is this for real? Can I actually do this? Unaware of Jin's inner screaming, Kai spoke up again. By the way, Ano and Ninomiya, as a precaution, I prepared an anti-poison tactic for you too. Akira and Shiori were confused. Akira exclaimed in shock, anti-poison. But you already got the antidote from the resistance, right? Kai slowly explained. According to my assessment, that antidote is only partially effective. It works against lethal toxins, but it might not protect against other types of poisons. Shiori grew more confused and mumbled, but like I've said before, my healing ability takes time to flush out toxins. You know that, right? Kai nodded coolly and replied, if Ninomiya and Ano combine their powers, you two can handle any situation, as long as the poison is only moderately potent. Hearing this, Akira and Shiori looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, combine our powers? We've never even thought of doing that. At the same time, Midu was constantly amazed by his own power. His appraisal ability had evolved. He understood his classmates' abilities better than Kai did, even though Kai was the one always by their side. Kai, oblivious to this, kept talking, this is just a guess, but if you and the others go down, don't hesitate. Use the combo technique with the divine shield. Back in the present, Jin, remembering what Kai had said, realized he must have known this was going to happen, so she just had to command everyone to go all out on the attack. But the problem Jin was worried about now was that the antidote only worked for 10 minutes, and if Akira and Shiori cast spells on that many people, they'd burn through a massive amount of energy. Jin figured they had no choice but to go for a quick and decisive strike, but Midu and the others were already giving it their all. While Jin was lost in thought, Midu suddenly connected with her telepathically. Kanzaki, I think I figured something out. He said Leon H's fighting style leaned more towards defense. He uses two types of defense. One is a magic barrier and the other is a toxic corrosion. Just those two options. Midu realized Leon H kept switching between the two because the barrier used less energy. Offensively, so far it's just been a constant barrage of poison spikes, but he could also tell they were super powerful, making it tough to get close. After hearing him out, Jin frowned and watched for a moment before saying, yeah, it really looks that way. If this keeps up, we're not going to get anywhere. Leon H was clearly just stalling them. If this drags on, once the antidote wears off, we're toast. Akira's only got about 70% of her magic reserves left. At this rate, we'll probably be out of juice in less than 15 minutes. The more Jin listened, the darker her expression got. She could hear them talking from this distance, but with so many people talking at once, she couldn't keep track of anything. If only they could share info directly with each other without her having to be the go-between, things would be so much smoother. At that thought, Jin's hand clenched instinctively. In this world, the key to teamwork between individuals. Right after that, she expanded her blessing. Midu felt something in an instant. He cried out in shock, "Hold on. Does this mean Kanzaki can mind link with people besides me now?" Jin gave a slight nod and replied, "Looks like it, but only between classmates. If I designate someone, they can talk telepathically." Hearing that, Akira laughed. "Oh, so it's like a group chat app." Narumi chimed in too, feeling like, "We're making some kind of energy-based internet." Arasi, hearing the constant chatter in his head, yelled out in frustration, "Stop yapping. All of you shut up, it's too damn loud." Seeing this, Jin spoke up to remind them, "Arasi's right, the group mind link should only be used for essential info." Everyone heard that and acknowledged the order. Just then, Arasi went berserk and charged forward. At the same time, Leon H fired off his poison spikes. Midu rushed to the front, throwing up a shield to block the poison spikes. Leon H was startled by their coordination, and before he could even react, Ren made his move. A massive blaze erupted, hurtling toward him. The heat was getting more and more intense. Leon H quickly used his other hand to conjure a magic shield, blocking Rena's flames. But at the same time, Arasi charged in, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in Leon H's face. He threw down a heavy punch. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and fire. Arasi had already jumped clear before the blast, but his arm had turned black. Akira cried out in shock. "So that's it. If you touch the poison directly, the antidote is useless." Siori spoke up. "My bad. I'll try to boost its effect." As soon as she said that, she started healing Arasi. He just stood there, but grumbled under his breath, "Gee, that poison-slinging bastard is a real pain in the ass." Just then, Midu warned again. "Watch out, the enemy is probably coating his body in that poison." Arasi just snorted. "This ain't the time to get scared, we're running out of time." Just as they thought, Leon H's entire body was coated in poison, making him look like a walking vat of toxins. It's just that he himself was feeling a little thrown off. Midu's crew hadn't said a single word, yet they were suddenly coordinating perfectly. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Their poison resistance won't last forever anyway, because Akira and Siori will run out of energy to maintain it soon enough. Thinking this, Leon H smirked and said, "Now let's see how many minutes you punks have left. If the antidote and the divine shields wear off, Midu's crew will drop dead from the poison instantly. Even though the hero candidates have the upper hand right now, they're still backed into a corner." Midu frowned as he fought. Thanks to Jin, their coordination was smoother, but the situation hadn't changed. Akira also said worriedly, "Everyone's divine shield will wear off in about 3 minutes, so we'll have to finish this by then." Midu narrowed his eyes and muttered, "It's not just the poison, his primal power is insane too. Normal attacks can't even scratch Leon H, and our heavy hitters just get blocked." Midu couldn't take it anymore and could only call out to Kai for help. "What do we do?" "Tell me." But Kai's incredibly firm voice echoed in Midu's mind instead. "Midu, I believe in you." Which startled Midu. He remembered before this fight, when he talked to Kai and Isabel, Midu had two choices. He could have refused to work with the Revolutionary Army, but the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom were also fighting alongside them, and that would have meant betraying Herrick, Amelia, and Ega. In the end, Midu would have betrayed them. Even so, the reason he agreed with Kai was because Kai thought it would increase their chances of returning to their original world. Kai probably understood that's what he was thinking. But honestly, Midu didn't really want to go back to his old world. In the real world, Midu's family was rich and fancy meals were always on the menu for them. But Midu's father couldn't stand him. As a kid, Midu was always pushed away. Even his younger sibling would always taunt him, saying Midu was the son of his late mother and her lover. This haunted Midu constantly. In that world, he had no voice, like he was always trapped in a box. Midu always prioritized his classmates' wishes. If everyone wanted to go back, then he wanted that to come true too. Midu fought because everyone believed in him, because they made him feel like his presence here was right. Midu couldn't let them down. He needed to live up to that trust. But in this moment, Midu realized something. It wasn't an obligation. He wanted to fulfill their wishes. Right after, he tightened his grip on his sword. Without any hesitation, Midu swung down fiercely. A powerful sword light flashed into existence. Just like that, Leon H's magic barrier was shattered to pieces. His arm started to bleed. Not daring to be careless, Leon H quickly formed another barrier. He realized the attack power was increasing. Midu's aura had changed, and his sword light had become sharper. Leon H couldn't help but think to himself, "What an impressive fighting spirit. If this keeps up, Even in close combat, his allies' healing won't keep up, and the poison will paralyze Midu. Midu, unaware of his thoughts, continued to charge forward frantically. His sword relentlessly slashed down, making Leon H's shield tremble slightly. He cursed viciously under his breath. Does this kid not value his own life? Leon H took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He could win just by blocking their attacks. Only two of them could hit him accurately, Midu and Arasi. As for the others' attacks, they were a nuisance, but Leon H could completely ignore them. But what he didn't know was that Narumi had already figured this out. He quickly linked up with Akira. He's probably thinking that right now. Akira, just once is fine. Please boost my attack power. Got it. Akira nodded slightly to show she understood. At that moment, Narumi created a wind spear and hurled it. From behind, Akira continuously supported him by boosting its attack power. Leon H was focused on fighting Midu and Arasi when he suddenly sensed the wind spear rocketing towards him. He couldn't react in time, and the wind spear shattered his barrier, piercing his arm. Fresh blood started gushing out like rain. Leon H was forced back a few steps, and only then did he notice Narumi attacking from the air. He scowled fiercely, so they still hadn't gone all out. In that case, Leon H also needed to be wary of the wind user's attacks. Narumi saw him still standing there, his expression a bit grim, but right then, an enraged roar echoed out. You've got way too many openings, you damn poison-slaying bastard. The moment he finished talking, Arasi attacked again. Instantly, an artillery beam shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Leon H. Leon H knew damn well his magic shield couldn't handle Arasi's attack. Even though it would drain a ton of his mana, he had to obliterate it with the conceptual poison of his ultimate magic. The antidote's effects were about to wear off, and right when Leon H was struggling to fend off Arasi's artillery beam, another shout echoed, and the demon-slaying holy light caught him off guard. It was Midu, charging in aggressively with his sword drawn. The flash of his blade came right at him, and not daring to mess up, Leon H scrambled to defend himself. The gleam of the sword instantly clashed with Leon H's poison aura. This made the look on his face turn real ugly. This is bad. Light attribute magic has a purifying effect. My conceptual poison is useless against it. While he was thinking, Midu pressed his sword down with even more force. The blade quickly sliced into Leon H's arm, leaving a gash on his wrist from which fresh blood poured out. Even so, Midu could tell the guy was just too damn strong. He was using every ounce of his strength, but still couldn't overpower the guy. And at that exact moment, Midu's body suddenly went weak. Leon H felt it happen, and a smirk crept onto his face. It's over. The antidote's run its course. A toxic mist now swirled around Midu. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground. Midu's body was paralyzed, completely unable to move. Seeing this, Leon H gloated. That was a close one, but this victory is mine. But the second those words left his mouth, Sina suddenly appeared right behind him. Leon H flinched as he felt a wave of killing intent wash over him. Sina's sharp claws lashed out without any warning. Leon H had absolutely no time to dodge and got slashed. He bit his lip hard and snarled. You've been hiding in the shadows this whole damn time. But before he could even finish, a dagger pierced straight through his chest. His pupils contracted in pure shock. The one who did it was Kai. He had seized the opportunity to ambush him. Leon H. Valora, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. A guy with an unnatural gift for the poison attribute, the third prince's faction was mainly composed of merchants and low-ranking nobles. The common people were terrified of Leon H. He controlled things by spreading his venom everywhere, and the military couldn't stand him either. Leon H's lack of military power became painfully obvious during the war with the Beastmen Alliance. Unable to fend off the Beastmen Alliance army invading his territory, Leon H had his lands stripped away. Despite deploying his shadow unit, the Fall of Fullet, combined with the loss of the Water Heavenly King, Natasha, who was considered the core of Leon H's faction, dealt the fatal blow that led to his downfall. The merchants and the low-ranking nobles, who were the main pillars of support for Leon H's faction, all turned their backs and abandoned him. The people living in his territory all fled to other domains. However, Leon H remained completely calm because, deep down, he didn't trust a single soul. He only believed in his own power, and that power was his poison. All those other scumbags didn't matter anyway. It was fine if they were around, but he couldn't care less if they weren't. The power of the Valora royal family was on a completely different level, so as long as he himself survived, nothing else mattered. Leon H genuinely thought that way. But the people Leon H was actually wary of were the other 5 members of the royal family, and the first one was Isabel. The fact that he admitted he needed to be cautious of someone was really just an indirect way of showing his high regard for the other royals. Leon H. could single-handedly wipe out the Beastman Alliance, which is exactly why he operated alone, even in a situation like this. But right now, Leon H. had been bested. You're covered in wounds, and you've got a dagger sticking through your chest. Leon H. couldn't help but spit up a mouthful of blood as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Don't you dare mess with me." Kai was startled that he could still talk, but what he pulled out next shocked him even more. It was a sword, but it was coated in a layer of poison. Leon H. spun around aggressively, swinging the sword toward Kai. Kai quickly dodged it, then Leon H. turned his attention to Isa, but she dodged him too. Seizing the opportunity, Kai grabbed the paralyzed Midu. The two of them put some distance between themselves and Leon H. Even though he was injured all over, Leon H. still kept up his arrogant posture. He roared furiously, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way trash like you could ever defeat me." Watching this, Midu couldn't help but marvel. To think he's still alive with those kinds of wounds, his endurance is insane. In the distance, the others were also paralyzed on the ground. Noah trembled and muttered, "How are we supposed to kill this guy?" Alex was totally pissed and yelled, "You damn idiot, what are you doing? I set everything up perfectly, and you still couldn't take him out." But Kai was totally chill, helping Mia sit down and calmly saying, "Just relax." This only made Alex even more furious. He screamed like a madman, "What?" Even Leon H. was getting confused because his vision was becoming blurry and starting to waver. He had clearly used a spell to stop the bleeding, but his body still gave out and collapsed to the ground. Leon H. couldn't accept it, glaring at Kai and demanding, "What's going on? You son of a bee. What did you do to me?" Kai calmly replied, "The poison's effect seems to be from the evil god's guardian." Hearing this, Leon H. couldn't help but burst out laughing. He scoffed dismissively. "First of all, poison doesn't work on me. I use poison myself." But before Leon H. could finish his sentence, Kai coldly cut him off. "You might be resistant to poisons from this world, but what about poisons from a different one?" The dagger in his hand was coated with a lethal poison made from ingredients Leon H.'s body had never encountered. Hearing this, Leon H. immediately yelled in shock. "How is that possible? That stuff can actually affect me?" Kai clicked his tongue, pulled out a gun, aimed it at his head, and said coldly, "It's a shame, but goodbye." The moment the words left his mouth, he fired the gun, and an energy bullet shot straight through Leon H. Only then did Kai's tense expression finally relax. The fight was a success, but just to be safe, he stood guard over Leon H. Kai didn't relax until the status window switched from near death to deceased. Just then, Mia got up from the ground and started to speak. Hearing her voice, Kai immediately turned to look. He nodded at everyone with a smile and said, "Mission accomplished. You all did great." Noah heard this and said happily, "I'm so ready to celebrate." Akira, who was nearby, quickly chimed in, "This paralysis venom is making it tough to move." Noah didn't care and just plopped down cross-legged on the ground. He looked over at Sierra and said with a laugh, "I blew away the poison dust with my wind magic, so we should be back to normal soon." Sierra nodded and added, "I'll detox us little by little with the magic I have left." Sina then ran over to Kai and said, "Kai, you did great." Kai praised her back, "You were awesome at creating a diversion." Hearing this, Sina asked hesitantly, "But was I really necessary?" Kai glanced over at the others who were being healed. He didn't say anything for a long moment. In terms of raw power, that guy was on another level. I wanted more options to guarantee the win. By making him react to a surprise attack, we made him think he'd already dodged our ace in the hole. The moment he let out a sigh of relief was his biggest weakness. Soon after that, Akira could move again. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. The paralysis venom finally wore off. Kai glanced at him and said casually, "Thanks for rolling with my sudden change of plans." Akira couldn't help but laugh at that. "Honestly, I was totally confused when you suddenly got so serious out of nowhere." A few minutes earlier, while Akira and Sierra were trying to create a barrier, Kai's voice suddenly came through. "Akira, Sierra, on my signal, drop the sacred barrier from Mia and the others and switch it over to me and Sina." Kai said he wanted to bait Leon H. into letting his guard down as much as possible, so he figured it was worth the risk. Hearing this, Noah sighed, "That's so Alex." But Rena shot back indignantly. "Hey, you weren't the one taking the risk, Mia was." Kai just pouted a little and shot back. "So?" Rena yelled back in anger. "So is not an answer." Seeing them bicker, Mia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, Sina suddenly tugged on Kai's sleeve, whispering, "Hey Kai, look at her." Kai glanced over and saw Jin huddled on the ground, sobbing quietly. Worried, Kai asked, "What's wrong, Jin?" Jin kept her head low, saying in a despairing voice, "I was supposed to be in the center of it all, but I couldn't do a single thing. I was supposed to be the commander." Kai sighed and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry about it. You did fine for your first time, you'll get the hang of it. Hearing this, the light returned to Jin's eyes. Just at that moment, another voice echoed through the forest, making Jin turn his head in confusion. "It's Mayor," she said with a smile as she walked out. "Looks like I didn't have to do anything after all." Jin glanced at her and asked suspiciously, "Where have you been this whole time?" Mayor casually replied, "I was casting a spell to purify the poison corrupting this area. I was just about finished, actually." But before she could finish, Isabel cut in. "I can feel the presence of his soul. If this space doesn't return to normal, I was planning to use spatial magic with what little I have left." Everyone was stunned to hear that, completely confused. Kai glanced at everyone and explained, "It was another backup plan, just in case I failed. We could still take down Leon H." Isabel said gratefully, "Thanks, Kai. We were saved because of all of you." Letting out a small chuckle, Kai said casually, "It'd be a huge pain if you got wiped out right after we formed an alliance. Anyway, I'm definitely going to make you pay me back for this one." Of course, Isabel nodded without any hesitation. "If it's within our power, feel free to ask for anything you want." Kai made a mental note of that, looking intently at Isabel and asking, "What are you planning to do after this?" Isabel thought for a moment before speaking. "We're heading to the VE Garden. Leon H's close associates might know something about the Revolutionary Army. She wanted to neutralize them before they could escape." Hearing this, Kai asked doubtfully if they'd make it in time. Isabel replied calmly, "We can. Leon H intended to pull me into his faction. If that's really the case, he wouldn't have leaked information to other factions or the Demon Lord." Her words made Kai burst out laughing. He said jokingly, "That's a pretty optimistic way of looking at it." Isabel ignored him and continued, "Our cover was blown because we were too obvious, but it'll be better if we can stay off the radar. The fact that Leon H was here alone means he's acting on his own. There's no way his subordinates would let a prince move on his own. Things in Vi must be a total mess right now." Hearing that, Kai nodded in understanding. He then asked, "Got it. You need our help?" Isabel shook her head slightly and replied, "It's fine. Leon H's crew doesn't have any high-level demons right now. The people here can handle them easily." At this, Isabel couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "We were completely powerless against Leon H." Kai nodded slightly in agreement. "Our countermeasures weren't good enough. We have to be more careful next time." Isabel replied with a wry smile, "Yeah, I guess I'm still too naive after all." Kai got it. Even with her insane power, she was still just a 15-year-old kid leading the Revolutionary Army. She was bound to be thrown into even tougher situations, but everyone has to grow up sometime. Just then, Fanko ran up. He eagerly proposed, "If it's about mopping up the Third Prince's crew, please let me take command. I'll use my intel and experience to get it done fast." Kai narrowed his eyes at Fanko. He knew the guy was a member of the Demon Lord's army's shadow unit. Isabel had personally recruited him that day. Word was, Fanko had led a revolution in one of the Demon Kingdom's cities. After thinking for a moment, Kai suggested, "Isabel, just let him give it a shot." Hearing this, Isabel turned to look at him and asked quizzically, "I was planning to. But why?" Kai smirked and said, "You recruited this guy because you want to bring smart and capable people into the Revolutionary Army, right?" His words made Isabel jump. She mumbled cautiously, "How did you know?" "That's a little creepy." Shrugging nonchalantly, Kai said, "Just a guess. Besides, Fanko was pretty useless in the fight against Leon H. He probably wants to do something to redeem himself." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "I get it. If you say so, Kai, then fine." With that said, she looked at Fanko, who was kneeling on the ground, and ordered in a serious tone, "I'm giving you command of the operation to wipe out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction." Fanko was immediately overjoyed, saying with determination, "Thank you. I will definitely complete this mission." Seeing his part was done, Kai turned to leave, but not before adding, "Learn from him, Isabel." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, I know." That evening, Midu's crew had a fire going to rest in the forest. When Midu saw Kai had returned, she immediately looked up. Trailing behind Kai were Jin, Mayor, and Sina. Midu frowned slightly and asked, "Are you done talking with the resistance?" Kai gave a small nod and replied, "Yeah." "Did you report this back to the Allied forces?" Midu was stunned for a moment before finally speaking up. "I'm gonna get found out eventually, but for now, let's just lay low." Kai didn't see it that way and said casually, "This is a one-night thing. If we get back to the dorms before sunrise, we won't get caught." Hearing that, Akira jumped in. "I don't know about that. Herrick's got a sharp eye." Kai frowned a little and suggested, "If Ega or Hick get suspicious, just tell them I made you do it. However, don't let them figure out we're connected to the demons." He also warned them not to tell Elia about his connection to them. That would mess with the hero squad's reputation, because if Amelia finds out, she'll totally lose it and grill us. Akira felt the same and could only force a smile. No doubt about that. Kai glanced around at everyone again and said seriously, "Sometime soon, you guys need to spread a rumor that the third prince has vanished from the Demon Kingdom's territory. Make sure the Allied forces' spies hear about this too. When that happens, he wants Akira to convince them to move the army." Akira gave a slight nod. "Got it." Kai then continued, "Ideally, we need to hold the third prince's territory for 1 month, but that also depends on what the Demon Lord's army does. I'll gather intel myself this time too." But before he could finish, Narumi stood up and suggested, "If we keep this up, it'll be morning. We should get going." But Arasi was still sitting there, and as he took a bite of meat, he said, "Hey, Araji, let me ask you one thing before we do." Kai frowned, confused. "What's up?" Arasi glared at him and demanded in an irritated tone, "That otherworldly poison that killed Leon Hat. Where'd you get it?" Hearing this, Akira and Narumi were completely stunned. It was the question on everyone's mind, and finally, someone had the guts to ask. Kai didn't try to hide it and explained casually, "It's simple. I had poison implanted in my tooth. All you had to do was pull it out and coat the blade. I figured Leon Hat wouldn't have any resistance to an otherworldly poison." Saying this, Kai let out a reluctant sigh. "But that ace up my sleeve was a one-shot deal. It's gone now." Arasi didn't seem to doubt it and nodded in understanding. "I see." Narumi was shocked. "Seriously, you guys are buying that?" Akira was right there with him. They should have been asking why Kai would implant poison in himself. But just then, Jin blurted out, "I get it. It's because Araji is an assassin." As soon as she said it, she realized her mistake, and her face fell. Midu and Rina's jaws dropped, and even Shiori, who was healing Cow, froze in place. Narumi and Akira had wanted the truth, but now that they had it, it was completely unbelievable. Jin knew she'd screwed up and apologized guiltily. Kai, however, didn't seem to care, saying casually, "It's cool. Since we were already talking about the poison, I wasn't gonna hide it anyway. My family's in the assassination business. I've been trained to be a killer since I was a kid." Akira couldn't believe it, muttering, "Even though you're telling us something so insane." Narumi's eyes went wide as he added, "But since it's you, Araji, we're actually convinced." Rina narrowed her eyes at Kai and asked hesitantly, "You're an assassin?" Kai gave a nonchalant nod and admitted it flatly. "Yeah. If I'm hired to, I'll kill anyone. No exceptions." Hearing this, a look of disgust flashed in Rena's eyes as she said resentfully, "To think a disgusting person like you is in our class. You're not just some regular criminal." Midu couldn't stand it and shot back, "Rena, that's messed up. Araji has helped us out a ton." Then he lowered his voice, "Besides, we kill people too, you know." Rena wasn't having it and pouted, "Demons aren't human. I could torch 1,000,000 of them and not lose a wink of sleep." Hearing that, Midu was taken aback and mumbled hesitantly, "Dude, that's a little harsh." But Kai, the one being talked about, didn't seem to care and said calmly, "Midu, don't even worry about it. Rena's right." With that, he glanced at Rena, a smirk on his face as he asked, "You have to tell yourself that to stay sane, don't you?" Rena looked like he hit a nerve, and she stammered, "What? I'm just speaking the truth." Right then, Shiori spoke up hesitantly, "Can I just ask one question? Do you really want to go back to our original world?" Hearing that, Kai frowned and shot back, "Why are you asking that?" Shiori explained slowly, "Because even if you go back, you'll just have to keep killing for your family, right?" Kai hesitated for a second before finally answering, "You're right, Ano. The Araji family is an organization of assassins hiding in the shadows of society. In short, they're a bunch of scumbags." Shiori was even more shocked by his words, and she asked doubtfully, "Then why?" In an instant, Kai's eyes filled with killing intent. He declared firmly, "My plan is to kill every single member of the family, so I have to return to the real world." After Leon Hart was defeated, the Revolutionary Army suppressed the remnants of his faction in Via. After that, they returned to the Fifth Princess's territory, thanks to Isabel's spatial teleportation magic. As for Midu and the others, they also quietly returned to the Ford dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midu and his crew kept up their innocent act, greeting Herrick and everyone else as if nothing had happened. A few days later, they received intel about the disappearance of the third prince, Leonhard, through Kai's guidance. And following Akira's advice, they immediately sprang into action with lightning speed. As a result, the Beastman Alliance easily took over Leonhard's territory, and King Isenheart of the Demon Kingdom was now within striking distance. When this news spread to the homeland of the Holy Kingdom, the people there were ecstatic. They were convinced that the era of the demon race was about to end, thanks to the hero's party. Meanwhile, the people of the Demon Kingdom lived in fear. The reason, of course, was due to the disappearance of Leonhart and the third prince losing his territory. Currently, the Beastman Alliance hasn't announced that they have Leonhardt's head, so even though his fate is unknown, it's pretty much assumed he's dead. The Vandora royal family, blessed by the evil god, had always believed they were invincible. But when that premise began to crumble, the people of the Demon Kingdom finally realized they were being backed into a corner by humans and beastmen, the very beings they had long considered slaves. The Demon King, who ruled over Vandora, saw this situation as extremely serious. He immediately ordered his subordinate, "Summon all my children here. The game is over." Elsewhere, in the fifth princess's territory, Isabel also received a summons from Sylvester. She frowned and muttered, "My father is summoning everyone." Smith nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, he requests your presence at the Demon King's castle immediately." He said, "Since you can use spatial magic, you need to be there today." Hearing this, Isabel sighed in annoyance. What a pain. Has the existence of the Revolutionary Army been discovered? If it has, this is no time to just show up. Franco spoke seriously from the side. In my assessment, that possibility is very low. We definitely wiped out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction. Isabel glanced at Franco and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Franco thought for a moment before speaking. "I think it would be foolish to refuse the Demon King's order. That's like admitting we have something to hide." Smith frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "But what if the existence of the Revolutionary Army has already been discovered?" Franco said seriously, "It's very possible they've noticed the presence of subversive elements from within. However, I don't think they'll connect that to Isabel. One of the four heavenly kings, Win BX, who specialized in internal intelligence, is dead. On top of that, the Demon King's army isn't in a position to focus on internal affairs right now." Isabel listened in silence, lost in thought. After a moment, she nodded and said, "I get it. If things go south, I'll just escape, using my spatial magic." 3 days later, in the council chamber of the Demon King's castle, Demon King Sylvester was present. The other princes and princesses were also there. Fletcher, the first prince of the demon race, finally spoke up. "So everyone's finally here." The second princess, Scarlet, pouted and said, "Let's get this over with quickly. It makes me sick just seeing these people." Hearing this, Rocco chuckled and said, "Sister Scarlet, you're acting like that in front of father?" His words made Scarlet snap angrily. "Shut up." Isabel sat there watching everyone, thinking to herself, "It's been a long time since we've all gathered like this. Not since the annual Evil God Festival, but everyone's still radiating insane magical power as usual." At that moment, Demon King Sylvester finally spoke. "It's not enough," he said. "He's called one more person." As soon as Sylvester spoke, everyone fell silent, but they were still very suspicious. Finally, Fletcher couldn't hold back and spoke up. "One more person? Isn't that dude Leonhardt dead?" As he spoke, he glanced at the empty chair not far away. Rocco slowly shook his head and said, "Leon H. is missing. We don't know if he's dead or alive." Scarlet frowned and muttered, "So the third prince's territory has been taken by the enemy, huh? Even if he's alive, I'll kill him with my own hands." Fecker scoffed, "It's not strong enemies you should fear, but stupid allies. You really think you have the right to say that, Scarlet?" Those words pissed Scarlet off, and she gritted her teeth, snarling, "If that's what you think, then you should be the first one to die." Fecker raised an eyebrow, letting out a contemptuous snort. "Are you saying I'm not strong enough?" Isabel sighed in resignation. These two were always arguing. She just wanted to go home. Rocco ignored the two of them and looked at Sylvester, asking, "Father, is the other person you mentioned Alice?" Isabel was instantly shocked. "No way. She's the vessel for the evil god. Even if we called her to a meeting like this, she wouldn't know anything." Sure enough, Sylvester pointed outside and announced, "It's not Alice, they're here." Hearing this, everyone looked towards the door and saw a figure engulfed in flames. This was the Fire Lord Fremaris. He even smirked and said, "It's rare to see the royal family gathered in full force like this." Seeing him, Scarlet frowned in confusion and asked, "It's this guy." Fecker also scoffed under his breath. Still, the same scumbag. In contrast, Isabel's expression suddenly darkened. "Fremaris is the strongest of the four heavenly kings, you swore loyalty to the Demon Lord. His power is rumored to be on par with the Vandora royal family itself." While everyone was still confused, the Demon Lord Sylvester spoke in a stern voice. "Sit down. The meeting is starting." "All right then." Fremaris nodded slightly and walked over to a chair to sit down. He asked coolly, "What are you planning to do, gathering all these elite members?" Sylvester frowned slightly, his voice low as he said, "I can't let these lesser races run wild any longer, so I will end this all in a single blow." Hearing this, Specker asked doubtfully, "A single blow? What are you planning, father?" Sylvester calmly replied, "We will launch a surprise attack on the capital of the human territory and behead the Pope who rules over them." Rocco frowned, muttering in disbelief, The Beastman Alliance's forces are gathered at the front lines, but you're really going for a decapitation strike first. Fekir chimed in, so you mean to cut the head off the snake first? If we can pull that off, the front lines will definitely collapse. Fermaris also found it unfeasible, asking skeptically, how do you plan on getting there? Even if those lesser races are ignorant, they won't just ignore an attack from that far away. Sylvester casually pointed at Isabel and said, my daughter can use spatial magic. At these words, Isabel's face immediately fell. She quickly argued, that's impossible, Demon Lord. Teleportation consumes more mana depending on the distance and the number of people. She explained that the distance to the Holy Nation's capital is vast, and for a force the size of an army, teleporting them that far has its limits. But Sylvester just smirked. Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed great, but I'm only sending a small elite force to the enemy's capital. I've already prepared the magical resources for it. Hearing that, Isabel was stunned into silence. Her brow furrowed as she said nothing. Prepared, huh? With enough magical power, it was theoretically possible. Amidst the flickering candlelight of the room, Sylvester's commanding voice rang out again. This is a critical mission to turn the tide of this unfavorable situation. I will not permit failure. I expect outstanding results from all of you. That night at Isabel's castle, Kai heard about the Demon Lord Sylvester's attack plan from Isabel. He exclaimed in shock. An operation to attack the Holy Nation's capital? Isabel took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, that's right. My father, the Demon Lord, came up with this reckless strategy. She said the plan is to use her spatial magic to send a small elite force to the Holy Nation's capital, take the Pope's head, and destroy their command structure. Hearing this, Kai nodded in understanding. I see. So your side is planning a sneak attack on their leadership. If the plan succeeds, the front lines will definitely be thrown into chaos, but how is that even possible? Isabel frowned, her tone turning serious. Magic crystals. You know what they are, right? Kai answered slowly. A rare type of ore that can store magical energy, right? I read about it in a file once. Isabel gave a slight nod and started to explain. The Demon Lord has been continuously pouring his mana into a giant magic crystal for emergencies. If the Demon Lord, who has an insane amount of mana, pumps mana into that crystal every day, a massive amount will be stored up. Isabel was ordered to use that magic crystal to cast a spatial magic spell. She had seen the magic crystal before and the presence of its incredibly dense mana. As she spoke, Isabel's tone turned serious when talking about that magic crystal. Theoretically, teleporting across vast distances is totally possible. Hearing this, a shocked mayor asked, Isabel, are you really going to use someone else's mana? I heard from my master that controlling mana is extremely difficult. But before she could finish, Isabel cut her off cold. Because I am the Demon Lord's daughter. Our magical attributes are pretty similar. Since we're genetically alike, I can use it without any trouble. Mayor frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully. Even if the teleportation works, how are you going to get back? What's the plan for the return trip? Isabel slowly explained, I thought about bringing the magic crystal with me, but it's way too big, and if it gets destroyed, we'd be stuck there. That's why she said from the start she would keep the spatial gate open. Hearing this, Mayor finally got it and nodded in understanding. So you can guarantee a round trip with just one teleportation spell. The difficulty level for that must be pretty high, right? Plus, there's a time limit. Isabel's brow furrowed as she said seriously, I won't fail at using the spatial magic, but like Mayor said, I can't get around the time constraint. Kai frowned, asking doubtfully, how long exactly? Isabel replied slowly, it depends on the balance with the magical power stored in the crystal. I'm still running tests, but I think the max will be about 1 hour. Kai hesitated for a moment before speaking up. In such a short time, are you sure you can take out the human leader? If it's the human race's headquarters, security is going to be tight as hell. Before Isabel could even answer, Kai spoke first. Even though most of their forces are at the front lines, the elite Holy Knights are still protecting the capital. Any regular force would get wiped out in a counterattack. Isabel nodded slightly and said seriously, of course, this won't be a regular army. I think 1 hour is more than enough to turn the Holy Kingdom's capital into a scorched wasteland. Her words made Mayor shout in horror. You mean an army of hundreds or even thousands? Isabel shook her head slightly and replied, no, the magic crystal's capacity has its limits. For this operation, I can send 15 people at most. Kai seemed to figure something out, his voice low. To turn the royal capital into a wasteland with such a small number, the demon race's elite squad. The answer is pretty obvious. Isabel nodded in acknowledgement, confirming that, just as Kai predicted, the team would include the first prince, Fur, the second princess of the demon race, Scarlet, and also the fourth prince, Zoto. And of course, Isabel would be there too, with the final member being Flamerus, the heavenly king of fire. In addition, Isabel figured a few high-ranking demons, each a trusted subordinate of one of them, would be chosen. Mayor cried out in shock when she heard this. The demon lord's own blood and a heavenly king. Sina was just as freaked out, muttering in disbelief. All those heavy hitters are going to be there. Isabel nodded slightly, saying helplessly, "Yeah, at this rate, the Holy Kingdom's royal capital is definitely going to be destroyed." Mayor grew more and more panicked, asking anxiously, "What are you going to do?" Kai sneered slightly and spoke up. "I couldn't care less if the Holy Kingdom's capital gets wrecked, but the real worry is that it'll cause a ton of problems. First problem, the Beastman Alliance's front line will definitely be shaken. If they get attacked during that time, they could suffer some serious losses. And another thing, the temple city of Alpha is near the capital, and there are probably non-combatant groups living there. If the capital is destroyed, Maidu and the others will lose their cool." While Kai was thinking, Isabel spoke again. "We have a cooperative relationship with the hero candidates, so I'm telling you guys this information, but I can't back out of this operation." Smith, who was beside them, nodded in agreement. "This is an order from the Demon Lord. Especially right now, an act like that could get the princess branded as the leader of this faction and immediately targeted by the army." Shin frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "If we get found out at this point, is that going to be a problem?" Fanko slowly opened his mouth. "Of course, they'll find out eventually. Because we're staging a revolution, but honestly, in this situation, we don't really have a good reason to say no." He said the Revolutionary Army's goal is for Isabel to take the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the Demon Kingdom in the future. But just then, Kai suddenly cut in. "If the Holy Kingdom's capital is destroyed in this operation," which made Fanko freeze. Kai didn't pay him any mind, and kept talking, saying that even if it weakens the Beastman Alliance, she doesn't have a good enough reason to take a risk like this. Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "That's how we see it, but what are you hero candidates planning to do?" Kai thought for a moment before slowly speaking. "I really appreciate the intel. Since we got this info first, there are a few strategies we can use." But as he said that, Kai suddenly thought of something. He quickly proposed, "All right, I have a proposition for the Revolutionary Army." Hearing this, Isabel looked up and stared at him intently. Kai slowly explained, "It's risky, but the payoff is huge, so you can decide for yourself if you want to act on it or not." 3 days after the meeting between Kai and Isabel in the former territory of the Demon Kingdom's third Prince Vandora, in the city of Castigon, Kai called the members of the hero team together and then laid it out. "This is the outline for the operation to attack the Holy Kingdom's royal capital." Midu was totally shocked when he heard that. Rumi muttered worriedly, "We have to tell the non-combat group. This is so messed up." Seeing everyone freaking out, Kai quickly tried to calm them down. "Yo, chill out. It's not like Temple City Alpha is the one getting attacked. The chances of our friends in the non-combat group becoming victims are super low." But Rina aggressively shot back, "Low doesn't mean zero. It's close by, and it wouldn't be weird if some of our classmates are working in the royal capital." Midu thought that made sense, pressing his lips together as he spoke. "Yeah, maybe we should head back to the capital." The moment Midu finished, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, cut the cowardly talk." Startled, Midu whipped his head around to look. The one who spoke was Arasi, who said with a smirk, "If you're so worried, just text your classmates. More importantly, this works out pretty well for us. We can take the Demon Lord's head right off." Hearing this, Mirai immediately snapped back in disgust. "Are you out of your damn mind? The people in the royal capital are the ones who will suffer huge losses." Shrugging indifferently, Arasi sneered, "We're already traitors for allying with the Revolutionary Army, and you're still pretending to be on their side." Mirai was instantly flustered, stammering, "But the innocent people living in the royal capital have no reason to be killed." Scoffing, Arasi said coldly, "That idealistic crap of yours is a joke." Then, he glanced at Midu and asked, "Midu, what about you?" Midu answered without any hesitation, "I'll prioritize our classmates. I don't have the power to save everyone." His words left Miri stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at him. But Midu continued seriously, "But I don't think Arasi's plan is a good one either." Arasi glared at Midu, annoyed. At this moment, Kai, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "I agree, Midu. The attack on the capital by the Demon Lord's elite army using Isabel's spatial magic will only last a few hours." He said if they attack during that window, the enemy could return at the worst possible time, when they least expect it. So it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite they are, the number of enemies is still small. Kai figured this was an operation where they would launch a surprise attack, but they could get the exact date and time of the attack from Isabel. Akira heard this and understood the situation, nodding in realization. "I get it. If we prepare countermeasures in advance, they'll be like moths flying into a flame." Kai continued, "With the help of the Revolutionary Army, we'll crush the Demon Lord's main force in a single blow. From now on, we, the hero candidates, will abandon the front lines and return to the capital of the Holy Kingdom." A few days later, in the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, the place was worthy of its name, bustling with people. The street market scene was lively, and at that moment, Kai, along with Sina and Mayor, had quietly slipped inside. Mayor let out a sigh of relief. "We finally made it. Even with horses, this trip is taking forever." Xena heard that and raised an eyebrow, joking. "Mayor, you're so weak." Mayor shot back, not having it. "Don't you dare compare me to some beastman's stamina." Kai ignored them, scanning the scenery around him, and after a long moment, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the very picture of peace. It's hard to believe this is a country that was just on the brink of total annihilation. Honestly, the people here look like they don't have a single care in the world. Mayor nodded in agreement. To the people in the capital, the front lines must feel like a whole other world. But Xena wasn't buying it, retorting with a pout. "I think a little action wouldn't be so bad. The outcome of the war doesn't change just because the public is bummed out." Mayor didn't say much to that. She glanced over at Kai and asked, "Hey Kai, aren't you like a major felon in this country? You're just gonna ride around out in the open like this? Is that really cool?" I smirked and said, "Of course it's not cool. That's the whole point. Even though we gathered intel in the last town, I'm surprised we've barely run into any security." Hearing that, Mayor just laughed cheerfully. "Even with our sketchy backgrounds, we slipped right through after a little bribe." Xena nodded along. "Yeah, security is a total joke." They had now reached a more secluded area. Kai hopped off the carriage, his voice low. "But just as I figured, security's gonna get tighter the closer we get to the central district. I'll set up a base at an inn on the outskirts. Midu and the crew should be here soon. I want to gather some intel on the capital." Mayor frowned at that, asking, "Is it really worth investigating a place this complacent?" She's not wrong. The people here are way too carefree. Meanwhile, the folks on the front lines just had to deal with a brutal war. Kai's tone turned serious then. "There are a few things that have me worried. That Holy Knight, Genis, or rather, a high-ranking officer in the Demon King's cult, it'd be a real pain if he decided to stab us in the back." Meanwhile, in the city of Castigaon, territory of the Demon Kingdom's third prince, the alliance of humans and beastmen had gathered. Run was there too. She had just reported the Demon Lord's plan of attack to everyone. After hearing it, Amelia asked in shock, "A plan to attack the Holy Kingdom?" Run gave a slight nod. "That's right. According to intel from our spies, the Demon Lord is going to use teleportation magic to move his elite troops straight to the capital." Hearing this, Elia exclaimed in disbelief. Can the Demon Lord really pull off a crazy tactic like that? Ego was also skeptical. "I find it hard to believe too, but Run has no reason to lie, and it seems certain that a rumor like that is circulating among the demon race." Hearing that, Run lowered her head, silently apologizing to Iga in her mind. It was all because Xena told her to say it. The whole thing was a lie. Someone in the know, like Maidu, was well aware of the situation. Run was Xena's best friend, brought in by Kai, so she presented it as intel gathered from the demon race's special recon and intelligence unit. Akira, on the other hand, was lost in thought, trying to figure out a way to get back to the capital without anyone finding out about Kai. He heard the groundwork had been laid, and the rest depended on how their group played it. While they were all thinking it over, Elia spoke up doubtfully. "Still, this isn't the kind of top-secret info a low-level demon would know. It's highly likely it's just false intel meant to mess with us." Hark didn't see it that way, retorting grimly. "But if it is true, with the capital's defenses weakened, the whole place will be wiped out." Amelia felt he had a point, sighing in resignation. "That's true. We can't just ignore it. On top of that, if we report this to the higher-ups, they'll definitely order us back to the capital." Another person spoke up skeptically. "Are you saying the brass would put their own safety above the entire situation on the front lines? Is that what you're getting at?" Letting out a small scoff, Amelia said coolly, "Don't twist my words. If the capital falls by some chance, the entire Holy Kingdom will be paralyzed. It's the obvious call." Akira finally chimed in. "Even for us, we have teammates in the temple city near the capital. And what's more, we have people operating right inside the capital itself. In this situation, deciding to stay on the front lines is just not an option." Midu nodded in agreement. "We're going back to the capital. Since we got the intel first, we have the advantage. We should meet them head-on, fully prepared." Elia frowned slightly, muttering hesitantly, "But the reliability of this source isn't exactly high." But before she could even finish her sentence, Hart cut her off coldly. "Midu has a point. Either way, we're not in any shape to push deeper into the Demon Lord's personal territory. Our forces aren't at peak strength right now. To be honest, the soldiers are exhausted after pacifying Leonhardt's domain." But his gaze landed on Akira. Seeing how unusually insistent he and the others were, Herrick figured the intel probably came from Kai, which meant the news about the attack on the imperial capital was solid. With that in mind, he added, "Besides, I don't think trying to stop them is going to do any good." Elia frowned in silence, then after a moment, she reluctantly said, "That's true. If they desert like Arasi did recently, it'll be a huge problem. Reassign them to defend the imperial capital." Hearing this, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia then added, "But we can't just abandon the front lines. We'll stay on the front lines. If the main forces, the hero candidates, are reassigned to defense, the top brass should be satisfied." Iga nodded and offered, "My Beastman Alliance Warrior Corps will also hold the front lines. An attack on an allied nation's capital. I'm not saying it doesn't concern us, but there are people more suited for that job." Mireille frowned, skeptical. "So you're saying that besides our group, most of the forces are staying on the front lines?" Elia nodded slightly. "That's right. We can't deploy more troops based on unconfirmed information." Akira thought that made a lot of sense. If the front lines fell, defeating the Demon King would be a pipe dream. Plus, sending regular infantry against the Demon King's direct bloodline was basically a suicide mission. Seeing the looks on their faces, Elia tried to reassure them. "Don't stress. No matter how thin the capital's defenses get, the Knight Commander is still by the Pope's side." Midu's eyes went wide with shock. "The Knight Commander?" Amelia slowly explained, "He's the leader of the Holy Knights and their strongest warrior. If he and the hero candidates can't even hold them back, then nothing else matters anyway." Meanwhile, at the palace in the imperial capital of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, in Kichi's study, a student from the non-combat group who was reading a book had an uninvited visitor. He frowned suspiciously and asked, "What do you want from me?" The visitor was Kai. He had come here to gather intel, just as he planned. Before this, Kai had already talked to two other people. They told him Kichi was the one who knew the most about the capital's internal affairs. Kai narrowed his eyes at him, his voice low. "While we were out on the front lines, you were busy becoming the king's personal researcher." Kichi snorted, a pout on his face. "Is that supposed to be a dig at me?" With that, he set his book down and said nonchalantly, "I'm just teaching the people of the Holy Kingdom stuff from our world. It's the quickest way to make some cash." Kai wasn't buying it and shot back coldly. "That can't be the only reason you became a researcher, can it?" At these words, Kichi's expression grew guarded. He pursed his lips and muttered, "You're still the same old, unpredictable guy, huh?" Kichi explained that he just wasn't into fighting, which is why he joined the non-combat group. He was looking into other ways to get back to their original world. Kai asked skeptically, "Any luck with that?" Kichi sighed, shaking his head. "Nah. It just makes what Leonora said seem more and more true, that the only way back home is to kill the Demon King." Kai frowned, silent for a long moment before saying, "So you've come to the same conclusion I have." Kichi didn't answer, asking instead, "Is that all you came back for? To confirm that?" Kai shook his head. "No, there's something else. A huge battle is about to go down in the imperial capital." Kichi's face twisted in complete confusion at his words. Kai ignored his reaction and slowly walked right up to him and said coldly, "I'm about to break it all down for you. I need you to relay this to the non-combat group. But before that, I need to know the internal situation in the imperial capital. I figure that as the king's personal researcher, you must know something." Kichi nodded, understanding. "So that's what this is about." With that, he picked up a book from the desk. Kichi stared intently at Kai and said, "I get why you're here now. This is about the Demon Lord's cult, right?" The next day, at the church headquarters in the imperial capital of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, a meeting was underway. The Pope sat on his throne, looking down at a crowd of people. The woman at the front, Emily, a member of the moderate faction, spoke up. "Is this intel about the Demon Lord's army attacking the capital legit?" The Pope remained silent for a moment before finally speaking from his throne. "The truth of the matter is still uncertain, but it's better to be prepared." The man beside the Pope, Oscar, chimed in. "As a precaution, we'll have the hero candidates defend the imperial capital for the time being." Emily frowned at his words. He spoke coldly. "Even if that's true, aren't you alone enough?" Oscar, humanity's strongest knight. Oscar denied it without hesitation. "We absolutely cannot let the demon tribe defile this holy land. Please understand." Emily nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. Your Holiness, I have a proposal." Rocco glanced at her and said seriously, "What proposal? Go on." Emily let out a soft chuckle and said nonchalantly, "Why don't we take this opportunity to negotiate for peace with the Demon Kingdom?" Her words sent a shock through everyone present, and someone couldn't help but start criticizing. "What kind of stupid thing are you saying? Has the moderate faction finally lost its mind?" Emily wasn't the least bit flustered, calmly responding, "Now that we've reclaimed the territory that belongs to humanity, is there any reason to continue our assault on the Demon Kingdom?" Pope Rosua glared at Emily. He spoke in a cold voice, to eradicate the demon tribe. That is the will of the creator god, Garrus. The demon tribe is a foul race that opposes the creator god. Peace with them is absolutely impossible. Emily still stuck to her proposal. She continued nonchalantly. As the Holy Scripture teaches, I only wish for peace in the world. Emily put on an air of righteousness, smiling as she explained, even if they worship a different god, as long as we live on the same land and understand human language, we should love each other instead of hating each other. She asked, isn't that the teaching of the creator god? Rothshua frowned slightly, his voice low. The scripture does speak of world peace, but there can be no such peace that includes those foul creatures. Oscar also chimed in to agree. The things the moderate faction talks about are always a fantasy, based on the premise that the demon lord would never in a million years accept such negotiations. Emily, undeterred, continued to reason with them. We have voices. If we just talk to each other, we'll eventually come to an understanding. Hating each other and spilling blood for blood, that's the behavior of barbarians. Her words were just too absurd. Rothshua finally couldn't stand it anymore and snapped. Enough, Cardinal Emily. If you keep spouting this nonsense, I will consider the entire moderate faction to be traitors. Emily clicked her tongue and said, what a shame, Pope Rothshua, but I believe that one day we will be able to understand each other. With that, she turned and left. Rothshua said nothing, just watching her back as she departed, while the crowd below glared at Emily in anger. A moment later, Rothshua and Oscar were walking slowly down the hallway. Oscar complained, that woman is seriously crazy. Rothshua nodded, saying calmly, indeed. The summoning of the hero candidates was by the creator god's guidance. Emily's way of thinking goes against the holy will of the creator god. Oscar then suddenly asked with doubt, why would a faction form around a woman like that? Pope Rothshua thought for a moment before answering. Eloquence and charisma. At first, what Emily says sounds gentle and kind, but the truth is, her words are so extreme they're unrealistic. Oscar frowned deeply after hearing that, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Pope Rothshua continued, the proposals from the moderate faction are nothing to worry about. Although their influence is growing, it's not even a tenth of the whole. He said he has to listen to those who share the same faith in one God, that it's his duty as the Pope. However, her statements today went too far. This could be seen as an act of treason. This time, Rothshua gave a warning. Oscar looked at him intently, speaking hesitantly. By the way, Your Holiness, about the issue with the Demon Lord's cult, Rothshua asked back seriously. You mean those human heretics who were bewitched by demons? What about them? Oscar replied gravely. Their activities have become more aggressive recently. They're causing chaos all over the Holy Kingdom, forcing us to divide our troops to deal with them. He said it seems like they want to thin out the forces in the royal capital. This is happening right after we received news that the Demon Lord's army is attacking the royal capital. Pope Rothshua sighed in resignation upon hearing this. That was supposed to be classified information to avoid causing panic among the citizens. Oscar nodded slightly. Yes, it's possible they're receiving information from the Demon Lord's army, but that's unlikely. But I don't think they would trust those heretics, so it's highly likely there's a traitor within the church. Rothshua agreed. He said calmly, I think so, too. Right now, we still can't figure out their true identities. He then ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar accepted the order without hesitation. He suddenly remembered something and frowned, asking, and what about Kai? Pope Rothshua asked with a questioning look. Had they found him yet? Oscar slowly shook his head, saying they still hadn't found a single clue. Hearing this, Roth let out a frustrated sigh. I get it. Stop worrying about Leonora. This isn't your fault. But Oscar wasn't having it, he said through gritted teeth. But sir, I swore to protect your daughter, so at least let me be the one to kill Kai, the one who took Leonora's life. As he spoke, a murderous look filled Oscar's eyes. Just then, Pope Roth spoke in a low voice. It's true. RG is an outsider who infiltrated the hero candidate summoning. We have to find him and kill him no matter what. Oscar nodded aggressively. Yes, I'll continue the investigation alongside the case of the Demon Lord's cult. Meanwhile, in a dark cellar beneath Capital City, a single torch was lit. Two cloaked figures entered silently, and there were many others inside as well. One of them asked in a panic, what are we supposed to do now? After a long silence, a clear, feminine voice echoed from above. The hero candidates are returning to Capital City. With our current strength, there's no way we can fight the fully grown hero candidates. But if it's while they're fighting the Demon Lord's army, that's a different story. The speaker was Emily, who smirked and continued. We'll backstab the hero candidates while they're busy fighting the Demon Lord's army, and with that achievement, we'll join the Demon Lord's forces. At the same time, on a trail outside Capital City, two figures on horseback slowly approached. It was Midu and Akira. Seeing the view ahead, Midu shouted excitedly, I see it. That's capital city right ahead of us. Akira then suggested, Midu, let's take a break before we head into the city. Midu nodded in agreement. Yeah, Araji probably got here first, right? Inside K.I.'s house. K.I. looked up at Kai and asked coldly, It's the Demon Lord's cult, isn't it? Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow, asking skeptically. That reaction means you've been having a hard time with them, huh? K.I. nodded slightly and slowly explained, the non-combat group has been attacked by the Demon Lord's followers many times. We've ordered them not to act alone under any circumstances. Even though they're the non-combat group, it's not like they're completely helpless. Most of the Demon Lord's followers are just a bunch of amateurs, so for now they can handle them with their divine guards, but a lot of people are feeling really uneasy. Hearing this, Kai asked doubtfully, Why didn't you report this to Midu and the others? Shaking his head helplessly, K.I. sighed and said, I can't cause trouble for the people risking their lives on the front lines. In terms of danger level, we're much lower. I thought the non-combat group could handle the Demon Lord's cult. He said that even when working with the Holy Nation, the non-combat group couldn't track them down. The reason was because before K.I. could finish, Kai cut him off. Or the Demon Lord's followers are hiding right in the heart of the Holy Nation. Nodding coolly, K.I. replied casually. That's right, I've already got someone in mind. Kai was stunned, asking in shock, What's their name? K.I. said slowly, Cardinal Emily of the Church of Digaret. She's the second most powerful person after the Pope and the leader of the moderate faction. Kai frowned slightly, asking skeptically, The moderate faction? What's that? K.I. said with disgust. A ridiculous faction that wants to reconcile with the demons. They sweet-talk people who are tired of the war and just preach a bunch of empty ideals. Kai nodded in understanding. It really sounds like the perfect cover for the Demon Lord's followers. Shrugging nonchalantly, K.I. scoffed. I thought so too and took a gamble. So Cardinal Emily is definitely guilty. You could say she's a high-ranking member. But the tricky part is that outsiders like us aren't trusted. If they act recklessly against Cardinal Emily, they could make this whole country their enemy. K.I. said that if they did that, it would affect the combat group on the front lines. That's why they can't make a move until they have solid proof. Hearing this, Kai thought for a moment, then said with determination, I'll handle her. I want to eliminate this threat before the battle in Capital City. K.I. looked at him in amazement, exclaiming in shock, You make it sound so easy. She's a cardinal of the Church of Digaret, you know. Her security is no joke. A small smile appeared on Kai's face as he said casually, Assassination is my specialty. Besides, if I screw up and get exposed, it won't bring any heat on the hero candidates. I'm already considered a major sinner for offing the Sanctus. Even after he said that, Kai still hesitated. Cardinal Emily is just a high-ranking member. The real shot caller is probably someone else. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and frowned, asking, From the look on your face, you've already got a pretty good idea who it is, don't you? Kai gave a slight nod and spoke with conviction. The head of the Demon Lord cult is one of the knight captains currently in the capital. I've narrowed it down that far. The next day, Mido's crew, the first to reach the capital, had an audience with the Pope. Joshua narrowed his eyes at them, finally speaking after a long pause. I've heard about the Demon Lord's army attacking the capital and about their bizarre methods of attack. It's hard to believe. But then his tone shifted, becoming dead serious, like he was interrogating them. But how solid is that intel? Mido didn't even flinch, answering calmly, An attack is definitely coming. I just can't give you any proof. Pope Joshua frowned slightly. Is this the gut feeling of a soldier from the front lines? We can't just ignore this. Oscar, who was standing nearby, chimed in. The hero candidate's whole purpose is to defeat the Demon Lord. Coming back to the capital just delays that mission. He was grilling Mido's crew about why they came back to the capital. Even if it was an order, it seemed like they were the ones who suggested it. Pope Joshua seemed to catch on, his voice low as he said, You're worried about the comrades you left behind, aren't you? I get it now, no doubt about it. These kids truly believe an attack is coming. Mido nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's correct. On top of that, we have more specific intel on the timing of the attack than what was in the initial report. At these words, Joshua's eyes narrowed, and he asked suspiciously, So when are they going to make their move? Mido looked the Pope dead in the eye and said with conviction, In 3 days, at night. The moment he said it, the mood in the room turned sour. A little later, at the Holy Knights headquarters, Mido was sent to meet with the captains of the Knight squadrons. Mido slowly introduced himself. I'm Mido, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as the 11th Knight Squadron. Hope we can all get along. A tough-looking dude heard that and scoffed, so this is one of the hero candidates. I'm the captain of the 2nd Night Squadron. You better remember that. Another guy with a scar over his left eye stepped up to introduce himself. I'm Freeman, captain of the 3rd Night Squadron. Must have been rough for you guys, coming back from the front lines. A guy with silver hair also gave a friendly greeting. I'm Gray, captain of the 9th Night Squadron. Normally I'm out hunting demon spies, but I was called back for this emergency assembly. Nice to work with you. Next up was a girl, who introduced herself slowly. I'm Charlotte, captain of the 10th Night Squadron. I'm in charge of rear echelon support. I hope we can be of some help to you all. The last one was Oscar. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Oscar, the commander-in-chief. Sorry for putting you guys on the spot earlier. He said he'd heard about the hero candidates' victories on the front lines and hoped they would lend their strength to the defense of the capital. Mito shook Oscar's hand, smiling back. Of course. That's why we're here. The second their hands touched, Mito realized this guy's power was on another level. The commander-in-chief of the Holy Knights, if he was on the front lines, taking down the Demon Lord would be a hell of a lot easier. Still, it seemed a little off that all the knight captains, who were normally stationed in different places, were all gathered here. Even though they still had doubts about the intel, they were already getting ready. That just shows how critical defending the capital is. Dion, however, wasn't happy about it. Do we really need these hero candidates? He claimed their own forces were more than enough to protect the capital, and the hero candidates were just dead weight. Oscar shot that down immediately. Don't say that, Dion. They've survived do-or-die battles on the front lines, and they've grown way stronger than when they were first summoned. Dion scoffed dismissively. The front lines? What's the big deal? When Mito heard that ignorant comment, he couldn't help but curse to himself. Is this guy for real a knight captain? As if things weren't messy enough, Gray decided to make a suggestion. If you're so worried about what he's made of, why not just throw down? Seeing is believing, right? Dion thought about it for a sec, then nodded. Makes sense, I'm down for it. Mitu spoke up, not backing down either. He had no idea where this dude's confidence was coming from, but Mitu knew he couldn't let his guard down. Maybe this guy was hiding his real power. While he was on alert, Dayan whipped out his sword. He scoffed, trying to get a rise out of him. Come on, kid, let me teach you your place. Mitu's brow furrowed as he said seriously, all right, if you insist. But before he could even finish, Dayan charged in like a maniac, like I ever let you make the first move. Yet Mitu easily parried his blade. Dayan didn't even flinch, just smirked and said, dodge that thrust, huh? Not bad. Meanwhile, Mitu was just shocked at how childish this guy was. Dion, on the other hand, was overflowing with confidence. He roared aggressively. This ain't over yet. But Mitu just casually lifted his hand and chopped Dion on the back of the neck. Just like that, he knocked the guy out cold. Mitu won, completely bewildered. Was this guy really that much of a scrub? Seeing this, Gray couldn't help but burst out laughing. Freet just let out a long sigh, totally saw that coming. Hearing Gray laughing her head off, Oscar grumbled, you're enjoying this way too much. But Gray, despite her laughter, rushed over to check on Dayan. She started healing him right away. Mitu, still confused, asked, sorry, but is this guy for real the captain of a night squad? Gray nodded with a smile and replied, well, he's the captain of the 2nd squad on paper. Anyway, Freet slowly explained, at the end of the day, the 2nd Night Squad is full of useless scrubs. It's just a dumping ground for rich noble kids. They're completely clueless. Gray chimed in with a pout. Dion's the second son of a duke, so he's got the highest rank in the squad by default. That's how he got picked to be captain of the 2nd squad, even though he doesn't have the skills to back it up. Hearing this, Mitu asked again, but why was he so full of himself then, when he's so weak? Oscar slowly explained. He's basically been living in a bubble, completely clueless about real combat. To be fair, that kinda hits close to home for us too. We've been away from the action for so long, we're not much different from him. Freet nodded slightly. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Night Squads are all forbidden from leaving the capital for missions. If we had to fight for real right now, we'd be in deep trouble. Even though it sounded serious, the 3 of them just burst out laughing. Mitu watched them in silence. He didn't think they were lying. To get to their positions, they must have gone through some serious stuff. That evening, after leaving the castle, Mitu slowly headed back. As Mitu walked, he thought to himself, he was glad to have so many allies he could count on, and he really wanted their help on the front lines. But he hadn't gotten far before his eyes narrowed. A group of figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. They were all wearing black cloaks, their faces hidden under large hoods. Mitu's brow furrowed as he asked suspiciously, who are you guys? They didn't answer. Instead, one of them shot back with a scowl. You're Mitu, one of the hero candidates, aren't you? Mitu glared at them, his voice cold as ice. I'm warning you, don't be stupid enough to attack me. I really hate saying cliché stuff like this, but even with all of you, you don't stand a chance against me. His words seemed to strike a nerve, and the group got seriously ticked off. Seeing his crew losing their cool, one of them quickly tried to calm them down. Chill out, he's totally right. His power level now is on a whole different level than before. Midu immediately caught the key part of what the guy said. He exclaimed in shock, "Than before? Don't tell me you guys are followers of the Demon Lord." The guy smirked. "That's right. We heard you just got back from the front lines, and we're here to make sure you don't leave this alley alive." Midu gripped his sword warily, asking, "Why do you want to kill me?" The guy answered honestly, "We're going to offer your head to the Demon Lord as a tribute to become his followers." Midu was a little surprised and pressed on. "Even though we've got the Demon Lord's army backed into a corner, you're still pulling this crap?" The guy replied casually, "A lot of the weak-willed among us bailed because of you. Of course, anyone who loses their faith will be punished with death." He said that now, only the true believers are left, and they're doing this for the Demon Lord. At this point, his tone got even cockier. He sneered, "You've heard the news, haven't you? That the big attack starts in 3 days, so we can't pass up this chance." Hearing this, Midu frowned in silence. The intel was leaked. With that thought, he spoke coldly. "If that's what you want, then I'll have to kill you without holding back." Midu said he didn't give a damn whether they were human or not, because now he had his own objective. Hearing this, the guy on the other side laughed out loud. "That's rich, so I guess you won't be able to ignore this, right?" The moment he finished speaking, the dude snapped his fingers. Midu was a little thrown off, asking warily, "What are you trying to pull?" In an instant, a female student was dragged out by the group. This was a student from the non-combatant class, Tsukihiro Yuko. Seeing her, Midu panicked and yelled, "Tsukihiro." Seeing him about to rush in, the guy warned, "Don't move. If you don't want this chick to die, then off yourself." Yuko struggled even harder when she heard that, but the goon behind her held her tight. A gleaming knife was still pressed against her throat. Worried about her, Midu stopped in his tracks. He silently wondered if he could actually save Yuko. When Midu didn't move, the guy yelled again, "Hurry it up, or you know what's going to happen to her." What they didn't know was that Kai was watching silently from a short distance away. He raised his gun, aiming it at the dude holding Yuko. Without a second's hesitation, Kai pulled the trigger, and an energy bullet went straight through the guy's forehead, dropping him instantly. At the same time, Midu teleported instantly to grab her. He managed to save her successfully. Seeing this, the goons in black immediately started to freak out. Midu flew straight over to where Kai was. He set Yuko down and asked with concern, "Tsukihiro, you all right?" Yuko gently shook her head and replied, "I'm okay, thank you, Midu." Just then, Kai coolly suggested, "Midu, take Tsukihiro back to the dorms. I'll take care of these guys. We can talk later." But Midu shook his head, refusing. "No, I'm joining you. I have to get rid of anyone who threatens my classmates." Right then, his eyes filled with a murderous aura that made the other guys tremble in fear. Kai didn't overthink it and agreed right away. "Got it. I'll leave this to you. Tsukihiro, let's go." With that, without waiting for Yuko to react, Kai scooped her up into his arms to leave. But before he could even take a step, Midu suddenly spoke up. "Reggie, can I ask you something?" Kai frowned, muttering in confusion. "What is it?" Midu took a deep breath and asked in a heavy tone, "You didn't use Tsukihiro as bait, did you, to lure out the Demon Lord's cultists?" A small smile crept onto his face as Kai scoffed. "You're thinking way too much. Even I care about my classmates." After hearing that, Midu nodded without hesitation. "I believe you." Immediately after, his figure vanished from the rooftop. By the time he reappeared, he was once again right in the middle of the enemy group. The sight terrified them, and before they could even react, a massive surge of energy erupted. And then, flashes of sword light began to dance through the air. Midu easily wiped them all out. Meanwhile, Kai was still carrying Yuko on the way back. But something was still bugging him. Their leader never showed his face. Just as he predicted, they wouldn't be so easy to draw out. After wiping out the Demon Lord's cult, Midu met up with his classmates at the dorms. Midu slowly explained what happened. "We caught a few of them alive and handed them over to the knights." Hearing this, Keiichi frowned and mumbled, "But I doubt they'll get any useful info out of them. Even if they do manage to squeeze something out, it'll just get buried somewhere and we'll never hear a thing." Midu didn't seem to care much about that, asking with concern, "How's Tsukihiro?" Keiichi sighed and answered, "She's putting on a brave face, but it's obvious this whole thing is getting to her. She's resting in her room right now. Aragi is probably with her." Then, he apologized guiltily. "This one's on me. The person who kidnapped Tsukihiro was clearly a pro. We should have relied on the combat squad." Akira disagreed, quickly chiming in, "They're probably targeting the non-combatant class. I just ran to get everyone a minute ago. But Anno from the non-combatant class is missing. Keiichi's brow furrowed, his voice growing serious. I'm pretty sure she was snatched by a different group. He said the Demon Lord's cult is obviously stepping up their game. The attacks we've seen so far were probably just some crazed followers acting out. Akira agreed, nodding. This time it was a professionally planned kidnapping. The trigger for it must have been. Before he could even finish, Mito cut in through clenched teeth about us coming back to the capital. Keith looked at them helplessly and sighed. In the capital, besides me and Hiro, only Anna from the non-combat unit is here. The rest of the crew is posted up at the Alpha Temple. The more Mito heard, the more pissed he got, and he snapped. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. We need to send some of the combat squad to run protection for the team at the Alpha Temple. Akira quickly jumped in. Nate is already on his way. Nate can ride the wind, so he's the fastest. Hearing that, Mito finally let out a sigh of relief. Aight, but no matter what, we gotta save Anna first. To do that, we have to completely wipe out the Demon King's cult hiding in the capital. Keith nodded in agreement. If we don't move fast, there's no telling what could happen to Anna. If they're using her as a hostage, like they did with Hiro, then she's probably still alive. Akira watched the two of them strategizing nonstop and couldn't help but sigh. The Demon Lord's army is set to attack in less than 3 days, but that's not even the main issue right now. It sucks having to deal with threats from the inside and the outside at the same time. Whatever happens, we gotta handle the snake in our crew first. Meanwhile, over at the girls' dorm, Kai was in Yuko's room. He gave her a nod of approval. You did good. Yuko sat, curled up on her bed without moving, and after a moment she pouted and mumbled, I thought I was finally being useful to the combat squad. Kai saw she was still bummed out, so he tried to cheer her up. Don't sweat it, just get some rest. Yuko looked up at him and asked anxiously, Hey, Kai, is Anna safe too? Giving a cool nod, Kai answered casually, Yeah, Anna Aiko is alive. We're just letting the enemy make their move for now. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out in Kai's mind. Kai, you read me. Kai's brow furrowed instantly. Jin, is that you? He immediately shot back a thought, patch Hiro in two. Jin replied without a second thought, You got it. Okay, Hiro's channel is. A moment later, Yuko also heard Jin's voice in her head. Yuko, can you hear me? Yuko replied cheerfully. Yeah, loud and clear. It's been a while. Jin knew she was worried, so she gave her an update on Anna. We found Anna's location. Sure enough, Yuko's face lit up in an instant. For real. Kai suddenly cut in. Before she got snatched by the Demon King's cult, she sent out a telepathic message, right? Yuko gave a small nod, confirming it. He then slowly explained that's how Jin was able to get a lock on her location. Yuko felt a wave of relief inside, so Anna's alright. Jin immediately chimed in. That's right. I can even let you hear her voice. As soon as she said that, Anna's voice came through from the other side. Is Yuko safe? Hearing her friend's voice, Yuko was ecstatic, and she immediately replied, Yeah, I'm good. Anna explained that she was locked in a cell, but they hadn't done anything to her yet. Hearing that, Yuko firmly reassured her, Don't worry, we're gonna come bust you out soon. Kai, who had been listening this whole time, finally spoke up. So where exactly are they holding Anna Kanzaki? Jin answered right away. If you can link up with us telepathically, she can't be that far. She's actually in the underground center of the capital, at the 3rd Night Squad's barracks. And right at that moment, Jin's team of 3 had also arrived at the location. Hearing this, Kai's face hardened, so Keith's guess was on the money. One of the current night commanders in the capital is the leader of the Demon Lord's cult. After a long pause, Kai finally spoke slowly. Good work, Kanzaki. In other words, the leader of the Demon Lord's cult is Freetime, the captain of the 3rd Night Squad. Kai then told Jin to relay this intel to Mito. Jin agreed right away. After giving out the orders, Kai added, I'll handle Anna's rescue. Tell Mito's squad to completely crush the 3rd Night Squad. It's the nest of the Demon Lord's cult. Show no mercy. At the same time, deep in the underground bunker of the 3rd Night Squad, Vice Captain Elvin asked grimly, Is that right, Captain? Freetime bit his lip hard and spat. This is bad. We still can't get in touch with the demons. Is it because Aquali is dead? Emily said nonchalantly. Well, at least the intel on the Demon Lord's army's attack plan got out. I want to report it, but if we can't get through, we're screwed. Elvin then chimed in with another report. Also, word on the street is they already got Hiro back. Freetime got even more pissed off when he heard that. Those morons couldn't even pull off a simple snatch and grab. Emily, on the other hand, wasn't fazed at all and calmly spoke up. We'll make sure the true identities of our captured followers don't get out. We've been moving too sloppy lately, and people are starting to get suspicious. Biting his lip hard, Freetime said, annoyed, I know that, but we don't have a choice. Natasha promised them if they take out the hero candidates, she'll turn them into demons. Emily frowned, muttering doubtfully, does that promise even still stand now that Aqualee is dead? The problem is we can't get in touch with our eyes on the demon's side. Elvin also spoke up anxiously. Promise or no promise, we're still loyal to the demon lord. That's what being his follower is all about, right? Freet gave a slight nod. Yeah, you got that right. And if the demon lord's army is really on its way, we'll get our shot to meet the demons. We just gotta take care of the hero candidates by then, and they'll have to recognize me. Something suddenly hit Elvin, and he asked nervously, but those hero candidates are crazy strong now. Only our top guys can barely hold their own against them. What's your plan? Freet let out a smirk, laughing confidently. They still haven't figured out who their real enemy is. We've still got the hostage, and a lot more to do. But little did Freet know, while they were plotting, the ropes on that very hostage had already been cut. Kai successfully snuck into the cellar and rescued Anna. He took out every single guard, even though the place was on lockdown. Once the job was done, Kai sheathed his blade. He glanced at Anna, urging her to hurry up and get out of there. But the second he said it, Kai sensed something and quickly threw his arm in front of Anna to shield her. He stared straight ahead as a figure slowly approached. It was Freet. He'd already spotted Kai. Freet smirked and said, I was just coming to check on the hostages, but it looks like a rat snuck in. Kai narrowed his eyes at Freet, his voice cold as he questioned him, captain of the 3rd Night Squad. So you're the leader of the Demon Lord's cult? Freet didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, and I know who you are too. You're the one who killed the Saintess, aren't you? Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but tisk. Man, that name brings back memories. Let me ask you something. Why are you guys doing all this? A smile crept onto Freet's face as he answered casually, isn't it obvious? A world ruled by the Demon Lord can't be stopped. Kai let out a small scoff, rolling his eyes. Right. Guess that was a dumb question. Kai stood guard in front of Anna, his blade ready to strike. Freet smirked. I don't know how you found this place, but running into me is just your bad luck, Saint Slayer. Hearing that, Kai shot back with a cryptic question. Are you sure you should be worried about me right now? Freet was a little thrown off, asking confusedly, what are you trying to pull? But before he could finish, the ground suddenly started shaking violently, making him jump. He yelled out in a panic, what the hell is that? Right then, a few of his guys ran in holding torches. Captain Freet looked at his men and demanded, what the hell is happening? They frantically reported that the 3rd Night Squad's barracks up on the surface was under attack by the hero candidates. The moment he heard that, Freet's face got even uglier. He gritted his teeth and muttered, what? Seeing his reaction, Kai just smirked. Is that really so surprising? The fact that I'm down here means your little secret is out. Those words sent Freet's anger through the roof. He roared in frustration. You son of a B-word. You caused all this chaos. Kai cheesed twice, a smirk playing on his lips. Instead of wasting your time with me, you should probably hurry up and deal with those hero candidates topside. They know about this underground base now. That's your only shot at survival. Freet's face darkened again. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally just charged forward like a madman. Who the hell do you think you are? Hand over the girl if you don't want to die. Seeing him charge, Kai just stood his ground, perfectly calm. Just then, a rift suddenly tore through the air. Freet was stunned for a split second. Midu had appeared out of nowhere, blocking Freet's blade with his own, his eyes filled with pure killing intent. All of Freet's goons had already been taken out by Midu. Kai narrowed his eyes at Midu, a smirk on his face. You got here fast. Midu replied cheerfully. Kanjaki showed us the way down to the underground base. Kai didn't say much else. He scooped Anna up into his arms and said casually, I'm taking Anna back first. The rest is all you, man. With that, he quickly bolted from the cellar. Seeing this, Freet panicked and yelled, wait. Too bad Midu's blade was still locked with his, keeping him from moving an inch. Freet's brow furrowed. Midu's strength was insane, and it was making him panic. Just then, Midu flicked his wrist, forcing Freet back a few steps. He narrowed his eyes at the man, thinking to himself, so this is another one of those operations. Luring out the Demon Lord's cult using a hostage as bait. This whole situation was playing out exactly according to Araji's plan. While Midu was lost in thought, Freet spoke up. You're Midu, right? Midu flinched slightly, but didn't say a word. Freet glared at him and scoffed. Attacking the night barracks. You've got some nerve. Midu didn't respond, just warned him in a cold voice, just surrender, Freet. We have proof that this place is the headquarters for the cult of the Demon Lord. Freet just brushed it off with a cold snort. That's easy enough to deal with. People trust us way more than you damn otherworlders. Taking out the hero candidates was his top priority. The hostage got snatched away, so things are tense, but the mission stays the same. He figured Elvin was holding the line topside. First, he'd kill Mito, then wipe out all the hero candidates. Once they're disorganized, it'll be a cakewalk, all for the Demon Lord. With that, he charged forward to attack. Mito stood his ground, totally unfazed. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the knight's soldiers were laid out all over the place. Arashi, for his part, was in a wild brawl. His opponent was Elvin himself. Arashi sidestepped, dodging Elvin's strike. Immediately after, he threw a sweeping kick. Elvin hastily backed away. Arashi squinted at him and let out a cold snort. "Not bad, you actually got some skills, Knight Captain." Elvin frowned at that and shot back. "I'm Elvin, Vice Captain of the 3rd Knight Squad. So you guys are the so-called hero candidates. Why are you wrecking our camp?" Arashi lazily picked at his ear, looking bored. He snorted, "Beats me. I was told to cause a scene, so I'm causing a scene." Elvin was thrown off by his nonchalant attitude. "You're doing all this for a reason like that?" Right at that moment, Jane's voice came through in Arashi's head. She urgently reported, "Arashi has secured the hostage. Mito's fighting their leader underground. If we just barge in, we'll only get in his way. Everyone, focus on dealing with the 3rd Knight Squad up here." Hearing that, Arashi cracked his knuckles and said with a cold grin, "So if the hostage is safe, that means I'm cleared to blow this whole place sky high, right?" Elvin was completely stunned. What is this insane amount of mana? While he was still reeling, Arashi rushed him. As soon as he spoke, a ground-shaking explosion went off. Elvin was forced back by the blast's shockwave, but Arashi didn't let up, continuing his insane bombardment. A barrage of sparks hammered the walls, causing them to start crumbling. In just a few seconds, Arashi had completely wrecked the place. But suddenly, his eyes widened, because another massive wall had shot up in front of him, and Elvin's voice rang out from behind it. "This is exactly why I wanted to avoid a head-on fight." Arashi frowned and muttered, "Earth magic, the defensive kind." Elvin smirked and said, "I'm surprised you guys managed to drag us out like this. Looks like there's a brain in your crew after all." Arashi didn't panic, just smiled calmly and said, "It doesn't matter. You guys are finished either way. Even if you win here, your main headquarters is exposed, and he's already torn this base to shreds." But Elvin didn't seem to care, just smirking with total confidence. "No worries, we've got a fallback plan for times like these." Hearing that, Arashi's brow furrowed, his eyes showing a hint of impatience. In another area, down in the underground bunker, Emily was being escorted away. As she ran, she grumbled in frustration, "This is such a pain in the ass. Even if I use all my power and connections, I'm not sure I can keep a lid on this." But the words had barely left her mouth when her 2 bodyguards collapsed, the heavy scent of blood suddenly filling the air. Emily's face went pale with panic in an instant. The 2 guards didn't even know what hit them before they were sent to meet the Grim Reaper. The only one who could kill so quietly and efficiently had to be Kai. He said nothing, closing in on Emily with each step. And then, the blade in his hand swiped across her neck, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. In just a few swift moves, Kai had eliminated Emily and her crew. Anna, standing beside him, trembled as she mumbled, "Lady Emily." She was one of the Demon Lord's followers too. Kai gave a slight nod. "Yeah, looks like she was using her position as a cardinal to control information. But now that Emily's lost her powerful connections, the truth about the 3rd Knight Squad's camp being a base for the Demon Lord's cult is bound to come out." Anna nodded, finally understanding. "So that's how it was." Anna slowly began to explain. "After I transferred to the non-combat division, I was working on providing technical knowledge for the capital's infrastructure projects. Many other members of the non-combat team were doing the same thing. The knowledge from our modern world was completely revolutionary here. During her time living in the capital, Anna had really grown to love it. She wanted to make it a better place for everyone. She was working with a real sense of purpose and felt fulfilled. But the elites in charge acted like the slums didn't even exist. Anna's proposal to improve the infrastructure for the slums was shot down instantly. The only person who seemed enthusiastic about her charity initiatives was Emily. After hearing the whole story, Kai immediately put the pieces together, nodding as he said, she was doing it to recruit more followers for the Demon Lord. The more broken, clueless people are, the easier they are to brainwash. Anno sighed. I really wanted to believe she was a good person. So many people are grateful to Miss Emily. Kai chimed in casually. Maybe she really believes that serving the Demon Lord is the only way to save the desperate. Meanwhile, over where Mitu and Freet were throwing down, the 2 of them were still locked in a fierce battle, neither one giving an inch. Mitu thought to himself while fighting, I saw this coming, but damn, he's still strong. Freet just smirked and said, you think I'm on the same level as Elia and Herrick back on the front lines? Don't you dare lump me in with those naive punks. Mitu's brow furrowed as he asked, with all that power, why would you side with the Demon Lord? Freet just scoffed and said coldly, "And how do you think I got this strong?" Midu was quickly forced back by Freet. He said in a cold tone, "It's because I've survived countless life or death battles. I've been in this game way longer than you so-called hero candidates." Hearing that, Midu asked, confused, "But wasn't that all to protect this country?" "It was." Freet admitted it with a firm nod. He yelled, while charging forward, "Before you hero candidates ever showed up, this kingdom was on the verge of being wiped out. The Holy Kingdom kept losing battles left and right, and our territory was getting sliced away piece by piece. The strength of the Holy Knights dropped to less than half of what it was in its prime. My comrades, the ones who fought shoulder to shoulder with me, fell one after another. The Holy Kingdom was drowning in the flames of war. Everyone stronger than me vanished, and before I knew it, I was the knight captain. Even so, I kept fighting for my life. We barely managed to hold the line. But then, an overwhelming presence appeared. A towering figure strode onto the battlefield. The Demon Lord had finally shown up. I thought he was just there out of curiosity. Honestly, it didn't even look like he intended to fight. But the Demon Lord just casually swung one arm, and our commander-in-chief was dead. It was a brutal death. His entire upper body was just gone. At that moment, I knew for sure that no one could ever beat the Demon Lord. It was like an ant trying to fight a human. It wasn't about swords or magic. He was on a whole other level. Freet screamed madly as he lunged forward to attack. But we've pushed the battle lines back. Midu shot back, unconvinced. We've already taken down 3 of the 4 heavenly kings. Our forces on the front lines can see the demon capital. Freet just scoffed. This war was over before it even started. Advantage, disadvantage, none of that crap matters. Midu got more pissed off the more he heard. He shot back. Even if you join the Demon Lord, he's never going to save humanity. Freet just shook his head and clicked his tongue. By working with the Demon Lord's intelligence and taking out the hero candidates, they'll turn us into demons and accept us as citizens of the Demon Kingdom. That was the deal with Aqualia. The more he talked, the crazier he got, relentlessly attacking Midu with his sword. Under his fierce assault, Midu was pushed back. But he didn't panic. He calmly got to his feet and said flatly, "I killed Aqualia. That's why their whole intelligence operation got messed up." Hearing that, Freet gritted his teeth. "You damn hero candidates have really screwed things up for us." Midu narrowed his eyes at him. Even if that deal was still on the table, can humans really be turned into demons? Freet just shrugged, a smirk on his face. "You've already seen an example, haven't you? That monster researcher was originally human. He became a spy for the Demon Lord's army." Hearing this, Midu's eyes shot wide open in shock. He remembered back when they first got here, they had to fight that guy Steady. Seeing Midu's reaction, Freet's smug grin grew wider. He used himself as a test subject. It was a failed demon transformation, but even after Steady died, the Demon Lord's army inherited all his research, and eventually, they successfully developed a perfected drug to turn people into demons. Midu was horrified, his eyes wide with shock. Freet gritted his teeth and continued, "We were about to get our hands on the prototype, if you damn hero candidates hadn't killed Aqualia." The moment he finished speaking, flames erupted around Freet. In a flash, his sword was engulfed in a blazing fire. Freet narrowed his eyes at Midu and said coldly, "You hero candidates are strong, sure, but you're still weaker than me. Trying to take on the Demon Lord at your level is just throwing your life away." Midu kept his eyes glued on Freet's every move, his gaze filled with caution. Meanwhile, above the basement, a massive fire was erupting. This was all Arc's doing. Explosions kept going off one after another. Under his brutal and relentless assault, Elvin could only cower behind his protective barrier. Despite that, it only had a few cracks. Arasi scoffed, sneering as he said, "Impressive defense, but you think that's gonna hold up? You keep stalling and your buddies are gonna get smoked." Just as he said, the hero candidates were already starting to wipe out the soldiers. They were taking them down with ease. Arasi smirked. "I don't know what you're counting on, but if you lose here, it's game over for you guys, ain't it?" Alvin's face fell at his words, but he still stubbornly talked back, thinking he could hold out a bit longer. Just as expected, the hero candidate combat team had gotten stronger on the front lines, but the second the words left his mouth, Arasi lunged forward, appearing right in front of Elvin in a flash. He scoffed and yelled, "How could a bunch of cowards hiding in the capital ever beat us?" Instantly, Arasi threw a punch right at Elvin's face. Boom! Another explosion went off. But when the smoke cleared, Arasi had only hit the wall, and Elvin was gone. At that same moment, a sharp blade came lunging at him. Luckily, Arasi's reflexes were quick enough to catch the blade, and he then snapped it into a bunch of pieces. The sight left Elvin completely horrified. The shattered pieces of the sword clattered onto the cold floor. Arasi roared aggressively. "What are you going to do now without your weapon?" Down in the basement, Freet with his flaming sword faced off against Midu and his plague demon sword. They both charged at each other at the same time. The two were quickly locked in a dead heat. Clang. The two sharp blades clashed against each other. But at that moment, Freet's sword suddenly flared up with a burst of fire, making Midu furrow his brow in confusion. Before he could react, that flicker of fire exploded into a massive blaze, surging toward him. Midu didn't dare let his guard down, hastily leaping back to dodge it. Freet saw this and sneered. "You really think I'm just going to let you run?" The moment he said it, he charged forward like a maniac, relentlessly attacking with his sword. Freet's whole body was now cloaked in fire. Midu was stunned, not expecting that even a graze from the blade could cause a serious burn. Plus, the guy could freely control the flames around his sword, so getting in close was a bad idea. That's when he decided to attack from a distance. Freet tilted his body slightly, dodging the slash of light from Midu's sword. He scoffed disdainfully. "You think keeping your distance is going to be enough? My fire can leap right off my blade." Instantly, Freet unleashed a slash. Midu didn't mess around and quickly threw up a protective shield, but the flames kept hammering away, making it tough for Midu to block. He bit his lip hard, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this power?" At that very moment, the flames started to detonate. In that instant, Midu's shield shattered into pieces. He was thrown backward, his body still covered in patches of fire. Seeing Midu's state, Freet couldn't help but flash a smug grin. "So you sacrifice your left arm, huh?" Just as he said, Midu's left arm was badly burned by the fire. Freet laughed again. "That quick thinking to pour all your mana into your left arm was impressive. I'll give you that, but now you can only swing that sword with one hand. I'm getting worried about what's happening upstairs. Time to wrap this up." As soon as the words were out, he swung his sword in a wide arc again, then shot towards Midu like a bullet. With a deep frown, Midu knew he had no other choice but to go all in. Without hesitation, Midu activated his illusion skill, and in a flash, multiple copies of him appeared, leaving Freet bewildered. Freet's brow furrowed with worry, recognizing it as some kind of rapid teleportation technique. Realizing this, he stopped dead in his tracks, focusing on the illusions before him. In a situation like this, the real attack had to come from a blind spot, so Freet swung his sword behind him. Too bad, it was just another illusion. His eyes shot open in disbelief. At that same moment, Freet coughed up a mouthful of blood. A sword had run him straight through the chest. The metallic scent of blood quickly spread through the air. Just like that, Midu had landed the fatal blow, killing Freet on the spot. A satisfied smile spread across Midu's face. All that strategy training with Aga had really paid off. He was actually getting stronger. Meanwhile, back above ground, the battle between Arasi and Elvin was back on. After shattering Elvin's sword, Arasi was cocky as hell, acting like he'd already won. But just then, something totally unexpected went down that shocked him. Out of nowhere, a sword shot out from inside Elvin's stone wall, making Arasi jump back. Elvin busted out of the rock right after, holding a new sword in his hand. He smirked and said, "The stone itself has become my blade." Seeing this, Arasi lost his patience and cursed, "Holy crap." Then, he glanced behind him and said coldly, "But this is where it ends. The finale isn't even going to be interesting." Because all the guys from the third night squad had already been wiped out by Arasi's crew. Cal walked up next to Arasi, smirking. "Well, that's a surprise." Arasi just scoffed, saying with annoyance, "Fighting this dude just turns into a war of attrition, and boring-ass fights waiting for him to run out of mana ain't my style." Elvin saw the situation was getting out of his control. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "Damn it, what the hell is the captain doing down there?" Hearing this, Jane approached and said coldly, "If you're waiting for your captain from underground, I'll tell you right now it's pointless." Elvin couldn't help but be stunned, looking at her with doubt. Jane stated coldly, "Our leader has already taken down your leader." Hearing this, Elvin cried out in disbelief. "No way, there's no way the captain would lose to a bunch of punks like you." Just then, an apologetic voice came from behind. "Sorry, I'm late." Elvin heard it and turned around, only to see Midu walking over, carrying a body. When Elvin saw it, his legs started shaking, and the sword in his hand dropped. He muttered in disbelief, "It can't be." Dai looked at him coldly and said in a stern voice, "We just got a report that your backup has been wiped out too, Lady Emily. Am I right?" Elvin finally accepted the truth. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Haha, so this is what total defeat feels like." Arasi scoffed and cursed coldly. What an idiot. If he had stayed on the front lines, he might have been somewhat useful, but he sided with the Demon Lord's faction instead. While they were talking, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" startling them. They looked over and saw Gray running towards them with his men. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gray's face filled with panic. No one could have imagined that in just one night, the Third Night Squad's base would be destroyed like this. Midyu and Akira wanted to explain, but Gray's eyes had already locked onto something else, the body of Free Time lying on the ground. Seeing this, Midyu immediately shouted in explanation. Wait, Gray. There's a reason for this. But before he could finish, Gray roared aggressively. Don't mess with me. Then he charged forward to attack. Midyu couldn't react in time and was knocked back by Gray. Gray yelled again in anger. Free Time is dead and the Third Night Squad's barracks are destroyed. In a situation like this, there's no room for excuses. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, RC couldn't hold back anymore and decided to step in. He said coldly, the injured fall back, I'll handle this. Seeing this, Akira immediately tried to stop him. Wait, RC, you can't fight him. Unfortunately, RC wasn't listening. In an instant, he rushed forward, shouting coldly, a punch to the head should be enough to cool him off. Boom! An explosion erupted. Debris flew everywhere, but when the smoke and dust settled, Oscar was standing between the two of them, blocking them. RC was completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Gray was no different, frozen as he stared at Oscar. He had a tight grip on both of their weapons and arms. He warned them in a stern voice, that's enough, both of you, calm down. With Oscar's arrival, everyone began to settle down amidst the ruins. Afterward, they started to clean up the aftermath, collecting the bodies of the soldiers from the Third Night Squad. The survivors, like Elvin, were tied up. Midyu, representing the hero candidates, recounted the entire story for Oscar and Gray. After hearing everything, Gray realized he had been too rash. Oscar glanced at him and said apologetically, sorry for keeping quiet. I received the report from Midyu, but I didn't think you guys would actually raid the barracks. Midyu also explained sheepishly, I'm sorry for acting on my own, but our friend was kidnapped, so we had no time to wait. Since there was an enemy on the inside, I didn't know where information might leak from. Hearing this, Oscar nodded in agreement. That's right. Just then, Ray sighed helplessly and spoke up. I can't believe the leader of the Demon Lord's followers was an old comrade in arms of mine. This feels awful. Oscar also clicked his tongue, remarking, when I got the report from Midyu, I couldn't believe my own ears. It's a tragedy. He wasn't even on my list of suspects. But the outcome was clear for all to see. A base for the Demon Lord's cult was located right under the Third Night Squad's barracks. Oscar slowly explained. According to my subordinate's investigation, Cardinal Emily is involved. Gray was shocked when he heard that, exclaiming, she's the leader of the moderate faction, right? Don't tell me that entire faction is backing the Demon Lord's cult. Looks like it. Oscar sighed in resignation. Just then, Slot approached and spoke hesitantly. The Demon Lord's cult has been real weird lately. I thought info wasn't circulating, but if the Third Night Squad, responsible for defending the capital, is in cahoots with a faction led by Emily, then keeping things under wraps is a piece of cake. Gray got more pissed off the more he heard, cursing through gritted teeth. So those are the Demon Lord's cult's true colors. No wonder we could never completely smoke him out. Midyu, listening from the side, couldn't help but jump in. Yeah, well, we've already nabbed the one in charge. Midyu gave a nod, and Oscar casually replied, that's right. Cardinal Emily is laying low, but she's probably powerless to do anything now. He also thanked Midu's crew for handling a problem that had been a thorn in their side for years, but then he asked Midyu how they figured out who the Demon Lord's cultists were. Midyu hesitated for a second before saying, we've got a friend who's a natural at that stuff. Besides, the Demon Lord's cult was targeting us, the hero candidates. Gray then spoke up guiltily. My bad for jumping to conclusions earlier, Midyu. But Midyu just brushed it off, shaking his head with a smile. Nah. I think that was a totally normal reaction. Gray didn't say anything else, but he noticed the burns on Midu's hands. He asked curiously, are those burns on you from flight? Midyu only then remembered he was hurt. He glanced down at the burns for a second before nodding. Yeah. Midyu added that the guy's flame-infused sword style was a real hassle. Gray sighed at that. I figured as much, the dude's a pro. I'd say Flate is probably second only to Oscar in strength. Slot, who had been quiet and deep in thought, suddenly spoke up hesitantly. Where did we mess up? Seeing her looking worried, Gray tried to calm her down. Hey, no use stressing over it. Oscar wasn't really paying attention to them, instead turning to praise Midyu. Still, your power is impressive, taking down Flate and only walking away with a few burns. Midyu gave a slight nod, then suggested with determination. Anyway, now we don't have to watch our backs. Let's start prepping to intercept the Demon Lord's army. Elsewhere, in the Demon Kingdom, after reading the incoming report, Floker couldn't help but frown and mutter, don't you think this is overkill? The Grand Prince's attendant gave a slight nod and replied, the Demon Lord is being extremely cautious. Alan chimed in as well. Since we're using rare magic crystals, isn't it better to completely annihilate the enemy, just to be safe? With a scoff, Floker tossed the report on the table, his voice cold. Just because that fool Leonhart got taken down, my father's gotten soft. I'm more than enough to handle the Holy Kingdom's capital by myself. Hearing that, the two attendants immediately tried to reason with him. We understand your power, your highness, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. But the moment they finished speaking, a surge of magical power erupted around them, terrifying them. A massive magic circle appeared behind Floker. He glared at his two attendants, his voice dripping with contempt. You understand my power? How could the likes of you ever hope to comprehend my strength? Seeing Floker's rage, the two of them quickly bowed their heads. Our sincerest apologies. Floker just scoffed and said coldly, insolence like that is punishable by death 1,000 times over. He then raised his hand, about to crush the life out of them. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Floker, they're valuable military assets, leave it at that. The person who spoke was Isabel. She stepped out from her own magic portal. Floker narrowed his eyes at her, asking suspiciously, what do you want? Isabel replied nonchalantly, Lord Floker, you're the commander of the assault on the Holy Kingdom's capital, right? Shouldn't we be having a strategy meeting? Floker just scoffed and said coldly, we don't need anything like that. The objective is to destroy the enemy capital, isn't it? Isabel, not buying it, shot back, but we need a strategy at the very least, right? But before she could even finish, Floker coldly yelled, you're so damn persistent. I'll cause whatever destruction I want, and the rest of you can just deal with it. Isabel realized she couldn't get through to him, so she just bowed and excused herself. But the look on her face was pretty grim. Scarlet felt the same way. At this rate, they'd probably have to just wing it. The plan was so sloppy it was hard to counter. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? With things as they were, Isabel could only slip through a portal to get away. In just a moment, she arrived at another castle, but someone was already there. Isabel frowned slightly and held her ground. The newcomer was the fourth prince, Rocco. He spoke in a low voice, perfect timing. Isabel, walk with me for a sec. I want to finalize the plans for the raid in 2 days. Isabel gave a slight nod and followed Rocco. As they walked, she said hesitantly, Lord Foster and Lord Scarlet said it wasn't necessary. Rocco seemed to have expected that, smirking as he said, don't even bother with those two. Just leave them be, they'll just cause a scene. With that, he drew a serrated sword and declared with total confidence, I'm taking the Pope's head. Isabel narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. The fourth prince, the strongest swordsman in the demon kingdom of Vandora, it seemed he would be the one truly in command. After their discussion was over, Isabel stepped back through the portal. Smith had been waiting for a while. The moment he saw her emerge, he greeted her. Welcome back, Lady Isabel. Franco then spoke up, I have a message from Lord Araj. Hearing that, Isabel cried out in shock. What? Smith slowly began to speak, proceed as planned. It seemed the other side was ready as well. Isabel frowned, lost in thought, and after a long moment, she whispered, a plan to ambush them with a perfect formation and take down the Demon Lord's key forces. I passed on all the intel I have, but will it really go off without a hitch? Franco added worriedly, even without you, Lady Isabel, they're still up against 3 royals and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how much they prepared, this fight is going to be brutal. Smith nodded in agreement. Yeah, taking down even just one of them would be a huge win. Franco fell silent for a moment before adding hesitantly, the ideal scenario is for both sides to take heavy losses. Lady Isabel, you need to remember that when you act. Isabel gave a slight nod to show she understood. Only 1 day remained until the Demon Lord's elite forces were scheduled to attack the Holy Capital. As the demon army's scheduled arrival time drew near, Midu and the others rushed their preparations. The citizens had been evacuated along with nearby military units and personnel within the capital. Of course, Pope Rothes and the high-ranking church officials, who were the enemy's main targets, had also been evacuated from the city. In addition, Keith and the others in the royal capital were also evacuated with the non-combat members of the group after rooting out the snakes in their midst. The preparations were proceeding smoothly. At the church, a large group had gathered to discuss strategy. Dayam was the first to speak up. We can't just let the royal capital be burned to the ground. Isn't there some way to move the battlefield? Akira calmly replied. According to our intel, the enemy plans to teleport into the sky above the capital. Moving the battlefield is probably going to be extremely difficult. Slade frowned and spoke up. We'll have our mages deploy a defensive barrier to cover the entire royal capital. Gray sighed. That's better than nothing, I guess. But the Pope and the citizens would still be in grave danger. Hearing this, Oscar calmly said, the silver lining is that the civilian evacuation is complete. Obviously, it would be best if we could lure the enemy outside the capital to engage them there. Midu immediately shot back. We don't have that luxury. We have no choice but to fight here and accept that there will be collateral damage. Hearing this, Tion scoffed coldly. Collateral damage? Would you be saying that if this was your hometown on the line? That taunt set Mira off. She slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "You guys are the ones who stole our hometown. What did you just say?" Midu quickly jumped in to de-escalate. "It's all right, Mira." Oscar also yelled out in frustration. "Knock it off. Tion, are you seriously going to start with the infighting again, right after we finally crushed the Demon Lord's cult?" Hearing that, Tion let out a reluctant sigh. Pathetic. Seeing him fall silent, Oscar continued, "Everything up until now has just been the opening act. Now we get to the main event of this strategy meeting. In other words, we need to decide on the matchups." Akira frowned, deep in thought. So, is it time for him to give them their orders? He remembered last night when Kai had gathered everyone. Kai had spoken with a serious tone. "I've received intel from Isabel about the enemy's abilities and weaknesses, and I'm the one with the most accurate understanding of our own forces. As the one who can use appraisal, I'll be the one to decide the strategy." With that, he glanced at Akira and said, "Akira, you will relay my strategy and command the Holy Nation's army." Akira nodded slightly, but then he hesitated. "I'll give it a shot, but ain't that asking too much?" Kai just brushed it off, saying with conviction, "You got this. Now get it done." Akira let out a reluctant sigh. Man, isn't this pushing it? Ignoring what Akira was thinking, Kai started rolling out the plan. First up, Fur is the enemy's heavy hitter, the one who controls gravity magic. To take this dude on, Kai pointed to Arasi. Hearing that, Arasi got all cocky and grinned. "Heh, so you finally admit I'm the top dog in this class, not Midu." Kai was at a loss for words. He just sighed and said, "It's about the right tool for the job. I'll give you props if you win." Then, Kai gave assignments to Akira and Kao. They both immediately nodded, taking their orders. Next up, the second princess, Scarlet, a witch who messes with blood magic. To handle this chick, Kai wanted the Holy Knight Commander, Oscar, on the job. Akira gave a slight nod. "I'll get them on board over here." With that confirmation, Kai moved on to the fourth prince, Dotto, the Demon Kingdom's top swordsman. According to Isabel, he's probably the real shot caller. He suggested Midu take this guy out. Kai also warned them that if the enemy figures out they've moved the target, they might bail fast, so don't give him the chance. Midu gave a small nod. "Yeah, I got it." And the final target is the Fire Lord, Flamerus. They say he's the spawn of fire magic and the strongest lord in history. Kai suggested letting Gray and Slade handle this dude. On top of that, Zumi will back them up with her water magic. Also, there are about 7 or 8 high-ranking demons. The rest of you will take care of them. Finally, Kai looked over at Jin and said, "Kanjaki, you take point." Jin was totally shocked. "You're putting me in charge of this?" Kai gave a slight nod, then added a warning. "Don't lean too hard on the Knight squad. The only real muscle we can count on are the Knight captains. You said you cooked up a strategy for each fight, but don't stick to the script like a robot. You gotta be flexible and make the call on the fly." The moment Kai finished, Maiju shot him a suspicious look. "So what's your role in all this?" Kai answered casually, "I'm gonna slip around back and take the head off the snake. Remember, when the battlefield's a total mess, an assassin in the shadows is at their strongest." Back in the present, Akira laid out Kai's entire game plan. Then, he looked over at Oscar and asked, "So that's the strategy I'm proposing. What do you think?" Before Oscar could even answer, Tion scoffed. "Aren't you a little full of yourself? More importantly, what about me? I don't even have a role." Gray, on the other hand, just smirked. "Seems like a solid plan to me. The enemy's all heavy hitters. Sending in grunts would just be a waste of bodies." Hearing that, Tion shot back, pissed. "You calling me weak?" Gray just grinned and said nothing. Slade chimed in. "That's not it. But it'd be better if Tion commanded from the back lines." Seeing them bickering, Oscar finally stepped in. "All right, I'm on board with Akira's strategy, and I'm telling everyone to hash out the details so we can handle whatever comes our way." The meeting wrapped up as night fell. Midu went up on the wall to watch the moon when Oscar suddenly appeared behind him. He sounded apologetic. "Sorry, that meeting dragged on for a while." Midu just brushed it off, shaking his head with a smile. "Nah, it's all good. I get it. After all, this is the battle that decides if our whole country lives or dies." Oscar squinted at Midu, and after a long pause, he spoke up hesitantly. "Can I ask you something?" Midu looked at him sideways. "What's up?" Oscar's voice was low. "Do you know where that dude Kai is?" Midu was taken aback, but he quickly recovered and shook his head. "Nah, I don't know anything. He's a scumbag enemy to all of us, but now's not the time to worry about him." Hearing this, Oscar let out a weary sigh. "I was once engaged to the Saintess, Leonora. If we win this war, I want to get revenge for her." Midu was completely stunned, not knowing what to say. He could only look away from Oscar, unable to say a single word about Leonora's death. After bringing that up, Oscar went quiet too, his eyes filled with worry. But the silence didn't last long, because right then, a massive rift tore open in the sky. Midu and Oscar were instantly shocked. Oscar yelled out in disbelief, "That magical presence? Don't tell me they're here earlier than we thought." Midu's face was dead serious now too. He stared warily at the rift, and in just a flash, the Demon Lord's army poured out. Just as planned, the group included Fokker, Scarlet, and Rocco, along with the Heavenly King Flamerus and a few high-ranking demons. From activating such a large-scale energy transfer, Isabel was so exhausted she broke out in a cold sweat. She pursed her lips and muttered, "The coordinates are locked in, and I've stabilized the space beneath our feet." Flamerus glanced down below, smirking as he said, "So we're here." Scarlet was feeling a little dizzy. She rubbed her head and grumbled, "Damn, this feels nasty." Rocco casually chimed in from the side, "Probably mana sickness. A crazy amount of magic was used for this warp." Meanwhile, Fokker was quietly sizing up the royal capital. After a long moment, he smirked and said, "So this is the human capital? Pretty impressive for a bunch of lowlifes." With the arrival of the Demon Lord's elite army, the sky over the royal capital was blanketed by a massive amount of demonic energy. Arcee, who was resting, felt the shift and headed outside. Spotting the group, he got hyped and yelled, "They're here." Akira saw his excitement and warned him, "Arcee, chill out. If we don't lure them in deeper, they might just bail." Hearing that, Arcee teased and shot back, "Those punks aren't going to get spooked just 'cause we're waiting for them." Mireille chimed in from the side, trying to talk some sense into him. "It'll be a disaster if they figure out the Pope has been evacuated. If that happens, the enemy has no reason to stick around." Getting an earful, Arcee lost his patience and snapped, "I get it, now shut up." His words made Mireille absolutely livid. She furiously yelled, "What the hell? I'm trying to explain it to you." At the same time, outside, Midu was starting to freak out. Oscar saw this and tried to reassure him, "Chill out, Midu. It's a bit sooner than we planned, but we still saw this coming." Midu finally got a grip, and his shaking subsided. Oscar long cracked a smile and said casually, "Get to your battle station. I'm counting on you." "Got it." Midu gave a slight nod, his eyes now filled with resolve. Then he turned and ran back inside. Elsewhere, Kai was also observing in secret. He smirked and said, "So they've arrived." Mayor, standing next to him, asked hesitantly, "What's our move?" Kai answered coolly, "For now, we just watch. We'll provide backup depending on how the fight in the skies over the royal capital plays out." Rocco looked down from above, realizing something was off. He frowned and muttered, "It's way too quiet. There's no sign of anyone on the main streets." Scarlet wasn't having it and casually shot back, "It's the middle of the night. Of course it's normal. You seriously don't know humans can't see in the dark." Isabel, however, knew better. This silence was a clear sign the evacuation was complete. She had been worried because their departure had been pushed up early, because of Fur's sudden decision, but it looked like the humans were ready for an all-out war. And now, here they were in the royal capital. Flamerus then chimed in to agree. "Is the enemy boss hiding in that massive castle over there?" Rocco shook his head slightly. "Nah, that's not it, Flamerus." He then pointed elsewhere and explained, "That's the Grand Cathedral, right next to the building known as the Papal Church headquarters. Our main target is holed up in there." Hearing this, Flamerus muttered in confusion, "Isn't the boss supposed to be the king? Damn, the human power structure is complicated as hell." Rocco sighed in exasperation. "I swear I've explained this a dozen times already. Too bad it never sinks in for Flamerus." Just then, Fokker also noticed something, coolly pointing out, "A massive defensive barrier is up." Scarlet nodded in agreement. "It covers the entire city. Even for a city in the rear, the capital's defense system is as solid as we figured." With a light scoff, Fokker said dismissively, "Solid? You've got to be kidding me. This thing can't protect squat." Flamerus. Flamerus got the hint, nodding with a smirk, "Leave this to me." The moment the words left his mouth, he conjured a magic circle, and a brilliant flame erupted from it. Without any warning, it shot straight toward the defensive shield in the sky above the royal capital. The ground below immediately began to shake violently, terrifying the soldiers. In an instant, the defensive shield was burned through, revealing a massive hole. Seeing this, the people of the Holy Nation panicked, muttering in disbelief. "No way, our barrier was shattered with just one attack." This spectacle also caught the eye of Kai's group of 3 watching from afar, and Mayor couldn't help but be stunned. "That's grand magic. He's perfectly wielding the concept of incineration." Sina chimed in as well. "What a terrifying spectacle." Kai peeped the magic and whispered, "That's the power of the Fire Lord, Flamerus." Up in the sky, Fokker saw the rift and smirked, saying, I'm dropping into the human capital. Roto, the Pope's head is all yours. The second he said it, he stepped out of the portal and just free fell down. Scarlet watched Foker's back for a hot minute. Then she jumped too, hoping to score some sweet new decorations. Flameries was on the same page, laughing excitedly. All right, I can't wait to see what kind of scrubs I get to fight. Seeing how they were acting, Roto sighed and said, all right, let's just kick off the operation. Foker and Scarlet bounced, doing their own thing. Then he led the main force out. Only Isabel's crew of 3 stayed put. Isabel's job was to guard the gate here. But if the humans started winning, she was supposed to shut this gate and back them up. That way, Foker and the others would be trapped with no way back. Isabel's betrayal would be exposed, but she didn't give a damn as long as she could take out these guys. Over on this side, Foker touched down in the capital. The place was creepily deserted, just him on the street, dead silent. Right then, Foker flicked his wrist, and a blast of magic shot out into the distance. With a massive boom, the nearby buildings turned into a pile of junk, but not a single living thing showed up, just total ruin. Foker frowned, muttering, just like I thought, I can't sense a single person. This place is a ghost town. Did someone leak our plans, or can they actually detect us? While he was lost in thought, his foot kicked something, and he froze. Foker narrowed his eyes, checking the area, and right then, the ground blew up, sending smoke and fire everywhere. The one behind it was Arashi, posted up on a nearby rooftop. He laughed like a maniac, ate that one right to the face, you moron. But when the smoke cleared, Foker was still standing there without a scratch on him. He smirked and said, perfect. I'm gonna make you spill everything. Seeing this, Arashi's face went sour. He gritted his teeth and spat. You didn't even get a scratch, you bastard. In another spot, Scarlet ran into the same problem after she landed. She got ambushed but wasn't even phased, just laughed mockingly. Not bad reflexes. The guy blocking Scarlet's path was Oscar. He pointed his sword at her and said coldly, Scarlet, second princess of the demon kingdom of Vandora, you're gonna leave your head right here. Over with Flameries. He just started wandering around after he landed. He mumbled to himself, I lost Roto and the others. So Flameries just kept roaming the streets, and before long, someone blocked his path. He raised an eyebrow and asked, so you're the one who's gonna fight me? The ones blocking him were Gray and Skloth. Gray said coldly, it's been a while, Flameries. Meanwhile, at the church's castle, Roto had already led the high-level demons inside. But they didn't get far before